Bigg Boss 13 contestant Asim Riaz has been grabbing eyeballs since he joined the reality show as a mentor along with Rubina Dilaik, Abhishek Malhan and Shikhar Dhawan. On April 17, the actor-model was reportedly kicked out of the battleground after his alleged heated argument with co-mentors Abhishek Malhan and Rubina Dilaik. Since then, netizens are eager to uncover what exactly happened behind the curtains. And amid speculations, Asim Riaz has finally addressed the issue and shared his first statement on platform X. Riaz expressed his anger, criticizing media outlets for claiming that he was removed from the show. Asim quoted that he lives life on his own terms and changed the game on battleground with his actions. The countdown has begun, viewers. US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his family, is set to visit India, and multiple events and engagements are lined up with key focus on Indo-US diplomatic ties. And Vance is also set to visit several cultural sites. Take a look.
US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his family, is set to visit India on a 4-day visit. Vance is scheduled to land at the Palam Air Base in the national capital today, during which multiple events and engagements are reportedly planned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will host a dinner for US Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha. Before the dinner hosted by PM Modi, J.D. Vance will be holding talks with the Prime Minister with special focus on trade, tariffs, and several other key issues between New Delhi and Washington, D.C. Vice President Vance is expected to speak on the broader dimensions of India-US relations under the Donald Trump administration. Vance's address is also likely to be attended by top diplomats, foreign policy experts and government officials. Besides Delhi, J.D. Vance and his family will travel to Jaipur and Agra.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you all the details of J.D. Vance's India visit. Stay tuned.
After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? What our indigenous defense manufacturing is going to make a difference? All these I shall be covering. I am fully hopeful that I shall get through so that I create positive content.
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins.
भारत एक देश ही नहीं.
From Asia's largest news headquarters
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. It's 7 in the morning. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And US Vice President J.D. Vance is all set to visit India today to meet Prime Minister Modi. He will also be accompanied by his wife, Usha Vance. We're tracking all the details of that for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. US Vice President J.D. Vance along with family to arrive in New Delhi for his first India visit. Prime Minister Modi to host Vance for dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The Apex Court to hear petitions demanding a special investigation team probe into the Murshidabad violence. Bihar political storm over BJP MP Nishikant Dubey's comments on judiciary. Opposition demands action, says party distancing itself not enough. Heavy rain continues to lash parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Schools, government institutions and offices closed after deadly cloudburst and landslide. National Security Act slapped on Khalistani extremist Khadur Sahib MP Amritpal Singh extended for 1 year. After attacks on Hindu temples, now a Gurudwara vandalized and defaced with pro-Khalistan graffiti in Canada's Vancouver. Viewers, starting first with news that we're getting in from Karnataka. Now, former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash was found murdered at his Bengaluru residence on Sunday. He was discovered in a pool of blood with visible injuries on his body. Now, based on preliminary information, the police suspect Om Prakash's wife's involvement in the case. The police also detained Om Prakash's wife and further investigation into the case is underway. Take a look at what unfolded.
In a shocking incident, former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash was found murdered at his residence in Bengaluru on Sunday. Former DGP Om Prakash was discovered with visible injuries. Lying in a pool of blood, his wife informed the police about the murder. Based on preliminary information, the Karnataka police suspect his wife's involvement in the murder. Om Prakash's body was taken to the St. John's Hospital for a post-mortem examination. Senior officials of Bengaluru police rushed to the crime scene and began investigating the matter.
The Hoysala vehicle attended immediately. We came to know about this incident of death of our ex-DG and IGP, Shri Om Prakash. Currently, the son of Mr. Om Prakash, he has been contacted. He is giving a complaint against this particular incident. Once the complaint is given, FIR will be registered and further investigation of the case will be taken up.
The police have begun interrogation of the deceased's wife in connection with the case. The body of the former DGP would be handed over to his family this morning.
Viewers, shifting focus to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, at least 3 people, including 2 children, lost their lives after a landslide hit Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district on Sunday. Now, following flash floods in the area, officials have announced that all schools, colleges and technical institutions of Ramban district will remain closed today. According to the officials, over 200 houses have been damaged due to heavy rain, cloudbursts, high velocity winds, landslides and hailstorms. Take take a look at what Jammu and Kashmir has been going through.
All schools and government institutions will be shut today in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban and Doda districts after heavy rainfall due to cloudbursts triggered flash floods and landslides in the region. At least 3 people, including 2 children, lost their lives after a landslide hit Ramban on Sunday.
हमारी 3 डेथ्स हुई हैं। यहाँ पे सेरी के पास एक बागना विलेज है, उसमें हुई है, जिसमें 2 बच्चे थे। घर के दबने की वजह से जो है वो 2 बच्चों की डेथ हो गई अनफॉर्चुनेटली, और प्लस जो है एक ओल्ड एज थे जो है उनकी भी डेथ हो गई। दोनों डिफरेंट घरों में थे। तो बाकी जो है वो टाइमली हमारी रेस्क्यू टीम और हमारी जो टीम अलर्ट हुई रात को लगभग 1:15 बजे के बाद, तो उसकी वजह से काफ़ी जो है वो जानों को बचाने में या काफ़ी पब्लिक को जो है वो हमें रेस्क्यू करने में और उनको अलर्ट करने में जो है वो हेल्प मिली, और जिससे कोई जानी माली नुकसान ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ।
Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Surinder Chaudhary, reached Ramban to assess the situation following the flash floods and landslides.
तो आगे भी काफ़ी नुकसान है, और अब बनहाल के अंदर भी काफ़ी नुकसान है, धर्मकुंड में काफ़ी नुकसान है, काफ़ी सारे धीरे धीरे, अब क्योंकि पहाड़ी इलाका है, धीरे धीरे इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है। लेकिन मकसद मेरा आने का यही एक ही है कि ये लोगों को जिताने के लिए कि उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब आपके साथ हैं, ये सरकार आपके साथ है। यही दुआ करेंगे भगवान से और उस अल्लाह ताला से कि माँ वैष्णो ये करे कि अब जो नुकसान हो गया, आगे कोई नुकसान ना हो।
More storms forecasted. Officials have advised residents to stay indoors, avoid travelling through vulnerable routes, and secure livestock and property as a precautionary measure. Meanwhile, the continuous rainfall also resulted in landslides and mudslides at nearly a dozen places between Nashri and Banihal.
Now, the authorities are trying to clear the debris, but what I am picking up from the workers that are working here of the companies, that it will take at least 24 to 48 hours for them to at least get it cleared from one side. So one-way traffic will be resumed after 24 to 48 hours. That is what they assume, but the way it is raining heavily and the weather is not getting a quieter shape, it seems that the situation will deteriorate further, and that's why we are witnessing that not only the NDRF but also the teams from the Jammu of the SDRF and the state police, they have additionally been called into the Ramban to look into every contingency.
Along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, prompting traffic to be suspended. In a post on social media platform X, Omar Abdullah extended condolences to the families of the victims and assured that rescue and relief work is underway. The Met Department said that light showers accompanied by thunderstorms, lightning and squally winds are expected to lash Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh.
Also joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Gursimran from Ground Zero. Gursimran, you've been tracking each detail of the development since yesterday. Talk to us about how things are different today. Are they looking better? How far have rescue operations reached, which were stopped last evening? Have they resumed? Gursimran.
It's the day 2 of the rescue operations after the flash floods and the mudslides have hit the Ramban district of Jammu and Kashmir. Right now we are in the Karol area. The relief and the rescue operations are yet to resume here in the Karol. As you see that huge chunks of these debris, they are still here. These are somewhat 25 to 30 feet high debris that have come on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, and that is making it really very difficult for the authorities to resume, because see, late last night we saw the rescue relief operations going on, and these debris were removed to a large extent. They have cleared somewhere close to 30 to 40 feet of the area, but the rest of the area is remaining, because it's 90 feet area that these mudslides have covered, and they have extensively damaged the area. Because I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that I am not on a mountain, but it is the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway that has completely been covered with the debris, and as you move you will see that all these big stones that have come from have taken place. This has done a large extent of damage. I'll request Sarjeevan if we can come to this way. We will show you that one of the vehicles that has completely been trapped in the debris, it was here. It is the transit checkpoint of the Indian Army that was there, of the Cessna police, and one of the vehicles and a complete shed that has completely been decimated in the debris that have come late yesterday. early yesterday morning, and since then the relief and the rescue operations are underway, and the authorities are trying to ensure that they resume the traffic on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. But if we speak of the present scenario, it seems that it is next to impossible that today the traffic will be resumed. Right now we are on the top of a tanker. This is a 10 to 12 feet high tanker that has completely been submerged into the debris, and I request Sarjeevan to go show that way, that you will see that there was a infrastructure, built-in infrastructure of the Indian Army's transit checkpoint that has to been washed away with these debris that have come from the upper side. So this clearly shows that the situation is grim, but one relief that is coming for the authorities, that it has started opening up. The sunshine, the sun is coming out, which means that the situation will improve. But one more thing, that with the sun coming in, there are likely chances that there will be more landslides, because when the sun comes up, there are chances of the areas that have been prone to the landslides, that the landslides will take place, and that's why it is taking time, and it is becoming really very challenging for the authorities to resume the traffic on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, because paramount priority is to save the lives, and the second is to resume the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway as soon as possible, because this is a lifeline to Kashmir. Yes.
Right, Gursimran, thanks very much for getting us those key details. In fact, also speak to us about the rescue operations. How far have they reached? What is the kind of work that is going on, especially in pertinence to the local people who have lost all of their livelihoods to this?
See, as far as the present scenario of the relief and rescue operation is concerned, the prime focus is to save the lives, and second is to resume the traffic on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. See, those who have lost their livelihoods, they will be accommodated as per the district administration. They will be suitably accommodated. But for now, the priority remains that those who have lost their houses, those who have lost where to live, those who were living here on the rented accommodation, that all is being given the paramount priority, that they be moved to a suitable locations that is made by the district administration, and so that they can live safely there, and then there will be assessment of the situation. There has been a special monitoring control room that has been made, and there you will see that a portion of the this Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been cleared in the Coles area. Here this was a small stretch, somewhat close to 30 to 40 feet stretch that has been cleared, but the major chunk of the highway still remains covered with the debris that is making it really very challenging for the authorities. But the authorities are also trying to ensure that they clear the highway, and also that the lives are saved, and then they will take a decision whether the highway will be restored today evening or tomorrow. But for now it seems very unlikely that today there will be some restoration of the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. The priority today remains that there is no further loss of lives, and second is to carry out as much as restoration work, because in the Panthyal there has been a large scale damage to the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, which will make it really very difficult to resume the both-way traffic in weeks to come.
Right, Gursimran, thanks very much for getting those details in for us and for bringing the entire situation to round. Like always, we expect you're at a safer point. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus. Now, US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his family, is all set to visit India, and multiple events and engagements are lined up with key focus on Indo-US diplomatic ties. Now, his aircraft is expected to land at the Air Force Station Palam in New Delhi at approximately 10 a.m. on Monday, which is this morning. Take a look.
US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his family, is set to visit India on a 4-day visit. Vance is scheduled to land at the Palam Air Base in the national capital today, during which multiple events and engagements are reportedly planned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will host a dinner for US Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha. Before the dinner hosted by PM Modi, J.D. Vance will be holding talks with the Prime Minister with special focus on trade, tariffs, and several other key issues between New Delhi and Washington, D.C. Vice President Vance is expected to speak on the broader dimensions of India-US relations under the Donald Trump administration. Vance's address is also likely to be attended by top diplomats, foreign policy experts and government officials. Besides Delhi, JD Vance and his family will travel to Jaipur and Agra.
Viewers, while we continue tracking all the details into the crucial visit for you, it's time to take a quick check of all news that's making headlines from across the country. Take a look. The National Security Act has been imposed for the third consecutive time on Waris Punjab De Party chief Amritpal Singh, according to his lawyer Iman Singh Khara. The latest order will come into effect from the 23rd of April 2025, raising concerns among supporters and triggering sharp criticism from the party's legal team. Speaking to the media, Khara questioned the justification behind the continued detention of Amritpal Singh. An FIR was registered against film director Anurag Kashyap at Bajaj Nagar Police Station for his remarks on Brahmins on a social media platform. The case was registered based on a complaint launched by Anil Chaturvedi, a Barkat Nagar resident. According to Bajaj Nagar Sub-Inspector Ram Kripal, the complainant alleged that the director posted abusive words about Brahmins while replying to a social media user. In a deeply controversial incident that has triggered widespread debate and concern, self-proclaimed activist Sophia Naga took to social media with a startling claim that her home was raided at night, her husband was kidnapped, and her mother was tortured, all allegedly in retaliation for burning the Indian flag. Sophia mentioned that people from Assam Rifles came and attacked her. However, she will continue to fight for the independence of Nagaland from India. BJP leader K. Annamalai launched a scathing attack on the DMK government following the tragic death of 3 individuals, including a 4-year-old girl in Trichy, allegedly due to drinking water contaminated with sewage supplied by the city corporation. In a strongly worded tweet, Annamalai called the incident shocking and criticized the government's continued failure to ensure basic public health and safety. In a deeply distressing and violent incident, a man identified as British Hajong allegedly beheaded his wife in Assam's Chirang district. He then walked to the local police station carrying her severed head and surrendered. The incident reportedly occurred late at night and was witnessed by couple's daughters who were present at the time. The motive for the brutal attack remains completely unknown. The presence of convicted terrorist Santokh Singh Khela at the Khalsa Day parade in Surrey, British Columbia has triggered outrage and concern across international communities, especially in India. Now, Khela is linked to an AI-112 bombing plot, and the Babbar Khalsa terrorist group was seen sharing the stage with Canadian Conservative Party leader and Prime Ministerial hopeful Pierre Poilievre. Khela, who was arrested following the 1985 Kanishka bombing that killed 329 people, mostly Canadian citizens, spoke at the event while wielding an axe, delivering inflammatory rhetoric supporting the separatist Khalistani movement. Viewers, shifting focus to what's happening in the state of Bengal. Now, the National Commission for Women's team met West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose yesterday evening to discuss the situation on recent violence in Murshidabad. Now, the NCW panel also urged the state government to address the grievances of affected people of Murshidabad and also mentioned that the panel is preparing a report which will be submitted to the central government and top officials of the state very soon. Take a look at this consolidated report that gets you all the details into the crucial meeting yesterday.
A delegation of the National Commission of Women met West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose at Raj Bhavan on Sunday evening. The NCW team discussed the situation on the recent violence in Murshidabad with Governor Bose. NCW chairperson called on State Government and State Women Commission to act urgently to ensure the safety of women and children affected by the communal unrest.
मैं तत्काल और दृढ़ता के साथ कार्रवाई करने का मैं आग्रह करती हूँ। जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि ये हमारे अपने लोग हैं, अपनी बेटियां हैं, पश्चिम बंगाल की बेटियां हैं, बहू है, इनके साथ आप डट के खड़ा रहिए। इनकी जो तकलीफ़ें हैं उस तकलीफ़ों को आप समझ कर लीजिए और उसी के साथ साथ उनको न्याय मिलने के लिए आप तत्काल उस व्यवस्था को आप बनाइए।
Speaking to the media after meeting with the governor, NCW chief said that the detailed report will be filed before the centre and copies will be sent to West Bengal Chief Secretary.
गवर्नर साहब के साथ हमारी बात हुई है, चर्चा हुई है और जो हमने 2 दिन का प्रवास किया था उस अनुभव के बारे में यहाँ पे महिलाओं ने, बच्चों ने जो हमारे साथ जो बातें करी है उसको मैंने उनके साथ आज मैंने रखा है और मैंने चिंता भी व्यक्त करी है कि महिलाओं के सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत काम होने की ज़रूरत है।
Earlier, NCW team met the victims of Murshidabad violence and assured them that the centre would take necessary steps to ensure their safety. During the visit, women shared their harrowing experiences from the recent communal violence which claimed 3 lives. The victims demanded the establishment of permanent BSF camps in selected areas and called for an investigation into the matter. Many of the riot-affected women broke down in tears during their interaction with the NCW delegation. As women and children continue to bear the brunt after the violence, the big question is, when will the Mamata government act?
Viewers, shifting focus to West Bengal, where the environment remains tense in violence-hit areas in West Bengal, while political blame game continues over the responsibility of the rising communal tensions in the state. Now, after Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee blamed the RSS and the BJP for the violence, the BJP has hit back, while India Alliance partner stands by Mamata Banerjee's side. Take a look at this.
The impact of communal violence in West Bengal keeps on reverberating. The situation got ignited further after Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote an open letter blaming the BJP and RSS for communal violence. BJP leader Dilip Ghosh has targeted the Chief Minister for taking a nonchalant approach towards the violence in Murshidabad. He alleged that the violence took place under the direction of the Chief Minister herself.
ममता बनर्जी क्या कर रही हैं? बाकी कौन क्या कर रहे हैं, उनको सर्टिफिकेट कौन मांग रहा है? अरे आपके हाथ में प्रशासन है, पुलिस है, सरकार आपकी है, आप जाके कार्रवाई करो। कितने जो पकड़ा गया, कितने को पकड़े मुझे नहीं मालूम, जो पकड़ा गया उसमें आरएसएस के कितने हैं, उसमें बीजेपी के कितने हैं, या तो कांग्रेस के कितने हैं, और बांग्लादेश के लोग बोले बांग्लादेश के लोग कितने हैं, वो बताओ ना।
The BJP has claimed that the houses of Hindus were singled out and targeted. West Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari has demanded an NIA probe in the communal incidents in the state.
कोर्ट कर रहा है, कोर्ट 3 मेन कमेटी बनाया, एक NHRC नेशनल, NHRC आपका स्टेट NHRC और स्टेट लीगल सर्विस, तीनों का कमेटी बनाया, कॉम्पेंसेशन असेसमेंट करेगा। ये सब होगा टाइम टेकिंग, किंतु जो राहत तुरंत करना चाहिए हम लोग स्टार्ट कर दिए।
On the other hand, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav stood by the side of Mamata government and blamed the BJP for the violence.
पश्चिम बंगाल में जो दंगा बताया जा रहा है, जो हुई है घटना, उस पे कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, जांच भी हो रही है, कई लोग गिरफ्तार भी कर लिए गए हैं। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ याद रखिएगा एक बात, ये दंगा कराने के पीछे अगर किसी का हाथ होता है तो हमेशा भाजपा ही होते हैं।
Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary too jumped into the fray and blamed the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for the rise of BJP and RSS in the state and said that the Murshidabad incident exposed the functioning of the police.
बंगाल में आरएसएस की ताकत अगर बढ़ी तो इसके लिए सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी और आरएसएस वालों को धन्यवाद देना पड़ेगा बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री की, क्योंकि बंगाल में टीएमसी पार्टी आने के पहले बीजेपी की कोई ताकत नहीं थी। बीजेपी के जितने ताकत बढ़ी, जितनी ताकत की वृद्धि हुई, वो टीएमसी की मदद से।
The BJP has demanded president's rule in the state of West Bengal after the Murshidabad violence and called the violence a state-sponsored terrorism led by Mamata Banerjee.
अगर NIA इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होगा तो सच सामने नहीं आएगा। मुख्यमंत्री राजनीति करेंगे कि भाजपा ने किया है इसको, BSF ने करवाया है, लेकिन हम लोग को मालूम है कि खारिजी मदरसा में, इलीगल मदरसा में पत्थर मौजूद किया गया था। किस लिए? ये क्या कश्मीर है? कश्मीर ठंडा हो गया? पश्चिम बंगाल अभी नया कश्मीर है।
Meanwhile, the situation remains calm in the riot-hit Dhulyan and Murshidabad. With West Bengal gearing up for the assembly elections next year, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is facing the political heat of the communal violence which has put her government in the dock.
Tensions remain high in Ukraine as reports emerge of multiple violations of the temporary Easter ceasefire declared by Russia. Getting you all the details into that right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सबको मजेदार बने।
भारत एक देश ही नहीं बल्कि 5000 साल पुरानी धड़कन है जो आज भी हमारे मंदिरों, हमारे त्योहारों और हमारे खाने की थाली में सुनाई देती है। भरतनाट्यम की मोहक मुद्राओं से लेकर भारतीय संगीत की आत्मा छू लेने वाली धुन तक हमारी संस्कृति एक जीवंत कलाकृति है। हमने दुनिया को वेद, योग और वो ज्ञान दिया जो एंशिएंट नहीं, टाइमलेस है और आज भी उतना ही रेलेवेंट है। एज ए डिजिटल क्रिएटर मेरा एक ही मकसद है कि इस सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को आपकी फीड तक लाना, खूबसूरती के साथ, गर्व के साथ और एक उद्देश्य के साथ। तो आइए अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ें, उनसे सीखें और उनको दुनिया तक पहुंचाएं। मेरा नाम उपासना है और ये एक शुरुआत है।
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Tensions remain high in Ukraine as reports emerge of multiple violations of the temporary Easter ceasefire, which was declared by Russian President Putin himself. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has strongly condemned the renewed attacks, accusing Russian forces of continuing shelling and drone strikes across the front lines. Take a look at this.
Ukrainian President Zelensky went all guns blazing at Russian President Vladimir Putin, accusing him of violating the temporary Easter ceasefire. Zelensky also added that Russian army is making a pretense of an Easter ceasefire, continuing overnight attempts to inflict frontline losses on Ukraine. In a heavily worded condemnation, the Ukrainian president said that Russian army violated the 30-hour ceasefire, carrying out brutal ambush in Torsk and Pokrovsk region. At least 46 Russian assaults were reported from 4 p.m. onwards on Easter, with over 901 instances of shelling, 448 of which involved heavy weaponry. The Ukrainian army also said that more than 400 cases of FPV drones used by Russians were documented. Meanwhile, the Russian Ministry of Defense accused Ukraine of breaching the ceasefire. In a surprise move on Saturday, the Russian president had announced that Moscow would be halting its offensive for 30-hour timeline. However, Kyiv reflected its skepticism on Putin's words. Questions were raised over Putin's motives in calling the brief halt to hostilities, which came just after the Trump administration threatened to abandon peace efforts without tangible signs of progress. Zelensky has since called out Putin of only being interested in PR.
Retail investor activity is surging across India, with the National Stock Exchange adding a record 84 lakh new demat accounts in financial year 2025, a 20.5% jump year on year. Tracking all the details into the numbers for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? What our indigenous defense manufacturing is going to make a difference? All these I shall be covering. I am fully hopeful that I shall get through so that I create positive content.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and US Vice President J.D. Vance is all set to reach India today. He will hold crucial meetings with Prime Minister Modi and will also be accompanied by his wife Usha Vance. We're tracking all the details into that for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with family, to arrive in New Delhi for his first India visit. Prime Minister Modi to host Vance for dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The Apex Court to hear petitions demanding a special investigation team probe into the Murshidabad violence. Political storm over BJP MP Nishikant Dubey's comments on judiciary. Opposition demands action, says party distancing itself not enough. Heavy rain continues to lash parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Schools, government institutions and offices closed after deadly cloudburst and landslides. National Security Act slapped on Khalistani extremist Khadur Sahib MP Amritpal Singh extended for 1 year. After attacks on Hindu temples, now a Gurudwara vandalized and defaced with pro-Khalistani graffiti in Canada's Vancouver. Viewers, retail investor activity is surging across India, with the National Stock Exchange adding a record 84 lakh new demat accounts in financial year 2025, which is a 20.5% jump year on year. Now, digital-first platforms like Grow, Angel One and Zerodha are leading this growth, driven by rising participation from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Take a look at this report.
India's capital market witnessed remarkable retail participation in financial year 25, with over 84 lakh new active demat accounts added to the National Stock Exchange. Marking a 20.5% year-on-year increase, the total tally now stands at 4.92 crore active accounts. At the heart of this growth are digital brokerage platforms, especially Grow and Angel One, which together contributed over 57% of the new accounts. Grow emerged as a top performer, adding 34 lakh new accounts, accounting for 40% of the NSE's growth. Its active user base jumped from 95 lakhs in March 2024 to 1.29 crore in March 2025, marking a 36% rise. Meanwhile, its market share increased from 23.28% to 26.26% over the year. Second in line was Angel One, that added 14.6 lakh new accounts, contributing 17.38% to the NSE's overall growth. Its total active client base now stands at 75.7 lakh with a 15.38% market share. Though not leading the pack in new additions, Zerodha brought in 5.8 lakh new accounts, accounting for about 7% of the total growth. Despite slower growth, it maintained a strong 16% market share. Meanwhile, traditional brokerage platforms like HDFC and ICICI Securities recorded modest growth. Experts say the rise in new Demat accounts is driven by growing trust in digital platforms and easy-to-use mobile apps. More people in smaller cities are now investing as financial awareness and access continues to improve.
A total of 90 companies are set to announce their quarterly earnings this week. Among them, 8 are part of the BSE Sensex and 10 are listed on the Nifty 50 index. These include major players across sectors like IT, banking, FMCG, automotive and financial services. Several major Indian companies have declared their Q4 financial year 2025 financial results, including Infosys, Yes Bank, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Tata Consultancy Services, Wipro and Sanofi India. These companies span a wide range of sectors from banking and IT services to pharmaceuticals and infrastructure, reflecting the diverse performance trends across the Indian economy for the quarter. India's capital markets saw a major jump in retail participation during financial year 2025, with more than 84 lakh new active Demat accounts added on the National Stock Exchange, a 20.5% year-on-year increase. This pushed the total number of active Demat accounts on the NSE to 4.92 crore, according to NSE data. At the heart of this growth are digital brokerage platforms, especially Grow and Angel One, which together contributed over 57% of the new accounts. Experts suggest that the sharp rise in Demat accounts during financial year 2025 can largely be attributed to the rapid digitization of the investment process, which has made it significantly easier for retail investors, especially younger generations, to participate in the capital markets. India's largest private lender, HDFC Bank, says borrowers can expect to feel the impact of recent RBI rate cuts starting this quarter. The comments came during the bank's Q4 financial year 2025 earnings call, where leadership explained how the lower repo rate will affect customers and the bank's own strategy going forward. However, HDFC Bank CEO Shashidhar Jagdishan said the rate cuts are timely as India's economy needs support. A crowded week for US corporate results is set to test investors already shaken by President Trump's recent tariff surprise, which has redesigned the global economic landscape. Although the S&P 500 improved modestly last week, it remains 14% below its February high. Investors are closely watching earnings from Tesla and Alphabet, members of the Magnificent Seven tech giants, whose stocks are sharply lower this year. With profit growth expectations now reduced to 9.2% in 2025 from 14% previously, the upcoming earnings will determine whether calmness returns to the markets. At the age of only 30, tech founder Lucy Guo has reached the impressive milestone of being the world's youngest self-made woman billionaire, surpassing pop star Taylor Swift. This success is due to her massive ownership stake in Scale AI, a firm she co-founded in 2016, which recently hit a valuation of $25 billion. According to Forbes, Guo will surpass Taylor Swift as the youngest self-made woman to achieve the milestone. Guo's rise to billionaire ranks puts her in a rare category of self-made women under 40 to have reached this level of financial success. Viewers, for now it's time to shift focus and take a look at what's making news from the entertainment industry. Abir Gulal, starring Fawad Khan and Wani Kapoor, attracted more criticism than praise ahead of the May 9 release. While there may be some fans of Fawad in India, especially due to his popular Hindi film projects like Khoobsurat and Kapoor and Sons, and Pakistani serials like Zindagi Gulzar Hai and Humsafar, his projects continue to face opposition in the country. After India, there has been opposition to the film and Fawad's bashing from his local Pakistani audience and fan base. According to the reports, Pakistani fans are not too happy with Fawad working in Bollywood. Similar opposition has been muted out of him in India. Some even pointed out that he needs to work with stars as big as him in Pakistan than not so big names like Wani in India. BTS member Jin made a surprise appearance at a Coldplay concert last night, making Seoul's weekend. K-pop idol joined Chris Martin on stage to sing The Astronaut. The performance took the BTS army a full circle down to the memory lane as Jin performed his last show with Coldplay before heading for his mandatory military service. Now his return to the stage with Paradise Singer marks an iconic comeback. Queen of Tears actor Kim Soo-hyun has taken the center spot in Korea following the Kim Se-ron dating scandal. A recent subway advertisement featuring him at Hongdae Station in Seoul has just added to the massive backlash, flurrying debates and anger among netizens. Akshay Kumar, R. Madhavan and Ananya Pandey starrer Kesari 2 hit the theatres on the 18th of April. Since the release, the untold story of Jallianwala Bagh has been receiving positive reviews, including celebrities lauding about the film. Among many, Katrina Kaif has also given her positive review to the historic drama. However, while sharing her excitement, the actress left out to mention Ananya Pandey in her review. Bigg Boss 13 contestant Asim Riaz has been grabbing eyeballs since he joined the reality show as a mentor along with Rubina Dillaik, Abhishek Malhan and Shikhar Dhawan on the 17th of April. The actor model was reportedly kicked out of the battleground after his alleged heated argument with co-mentors Abhishek Malhan and Rubina Dillaik. Since then, netizens are eager to uncover what happened behind the curtains. Amid the speculation, Asim Riaz has finally addressed the issue and shared his first statement on his platform X. Asim Riaz expressed his anger on X, criticizing media outlets for claiming he was removed from the show. Asim quoted that he lives life on his own terms and changed the game around on the battleground of entertainment with his actions. It was another thrilling Sunday for IPL with two important matches being played. Royal Challengers Bengaluru continued their perfect record with a win in Mulanpur, Chandigarh against Punjab Kings. In another match in Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai, Mumbai Indians ran through a hapless Chennai Super Kings bowling lineup as they chased down the target of 177 runs in just 15.4 overs to romp to a 9-wicket victory. Take a look at this.
Another double-header day in the IPL and yet another very, very good day of cricketing action for fans for very different reasons. The first game of the day, of course, saw Bangalore put the beating on Punjab. And the second game, well, it was El Clasico of the IPL. Mumbai Indians versus Chennai Super Kings, and it was Mumbai who ended up registering an absolutely thumping victory. 2 games, some very interesting talking points, and that's what we're going to talk about in this particular video. Let's go through the major talking points from both matches. And talking point number 1, Rohit Sharma seems like he's back at last. More importantly though, if you're a Rohit fan, this looked like a vintage Rohit performance. Yes, he started well, but then took his time, got to his milestone, and then once he got the 50, looked to be playing far more attackingly and looking to be playing with far more, let's say, freedom than he normally would. For CSK, this is already shaped up to be a season to forget, despite the fact that a lot of fans got the one thing that they were clamoring for, the return of MS Dhoni as CSK captain, albeit on a temporary basis. Unfortunately, poor squad building has meant that the team looks very much like a shadow of themselves, and now they've reached a point where their playoff hopes itself are hanging by a thread. And talking point number 3 comes from our early match of the day. What is it with Royal Challengers Bangalore and their poor form at home? Now, obviously, RCB are one of those sides who are very well supported, and that is very, very true, especially when they're playing at the Chinnaswamy Stadium as well. It's just that this year they've played 3 games in the Chinnaswamy and they haven't won a single one of them. Contrast that with their form away from home. They've won every single match that they've played on the road, and that run continued when they took on and beat the Punjab Kings in relatively easy fashion. Although if RCB could qualify despite having such patchy home form and they could make it to the playoffs, I don't think their fans would really be complaining, especially when you consider how long it is that they've had to wait for an IPL trophy. And these are the major talking points from these 2 matches. Another double header down, but now for the rest of the week, of course, we'll be looking at single header matches, but matches that will have very important connotations as far as playoff hopes go. Do join us for the discussions of those matches, and thank you so much for joining us in this video. If you enjoy our coverage, don't forget to stay tuned to Republic World and Republic Sport Fit for more such interesting content from the world of sport.
Viewers, it's time to shift focus and track all the news that's making the headlines from the world of sports. Take a look. Rohit Sharma and Suryakumar Yadav slammed half-centuries as Mumbai Indians defeated Chennai Super Kings in their reverse fixture at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. MI have defeated CSK in IPL for the first time after 1,074 days. Their last win against CSK came in May of 2022. MS Dhoni's Chennai now needs to win all of their remaining games to stay in contention for the playoffs. Rohit Sharma was on song during his team's clash against Chennai Super Kings at the Wankhede Stadium. Rohit slammed his maiden half-century of the season in MI's run chase of 177 against the Super Kings and equaled a historic record. Rohit has now equaled the record for most 50-plus scores hit against CSK in the history of IPL. This was Rohit's 90 50-plus score against the Chennai-based franchise, which brings him level with Shikhar Dhawan, Virat Kohli and David Warner. Rohit was not able to convert his mini starts in IPL 2025. He was hitting a few boundaries during his short stays, but was not able to go big. However, he turned around his poor string of innings and slammed an impressive 50 against CSK. Virat Kohli broke David Warner's record of the most 50-plus scores in IPL history. The 36-year-old now has 67 50-plus scores to his name in the cash-rich league. Overall, he now has 110 half-centuries in T20 cricket, which is joint second most along with Chris Gayle. Kohli now also holds the record of joint second most half-centuries in T20 cricket. Warner tops the list with 116 to his name, while Kohli joined Chris Gayle at 110. RCB lost Phil Salt early during the run chase, but Kohli kept the momentum going. Batting at number 3, Devdutt Padikkal was great as well, scoring 61 runs of 35 balls. The 24-year-old released the pressure on Kohli and set the platform. Punjab Kings captain Shreyas Iyer pointed out their problem in the ongoing IPL 2025. He believes that the team has failed to study the wicket while batting first and that played a role in their defeat to RCB in Mulanpur. Punjab Kings suffered a 7-wicket defeat to Royal Challengers Bengaluru in Mulanpur in the ongoing IPL 2025. They've had a poor track record at home and against RCB. The trend continued as the batters once again failed to live up to the expectations. Prabhsimran Singh and Priyansh Arya seemed to be in good touch, but after their dismissals, things changed drastically as Punjab posted only 157 runs on the board. Viewers, shifting focus now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reaffirmed his commitment to continue the military offensive in Gaza, rejecting a ceasefire proposal from Hamas. Now, the statement has sparked fresh protests in Israel, with demonstrators clashing with the police and calling for an end to the war, as well as the urgent return of the remaining hostages from the Gaza Strip. Take a look at this.
A barrage of armed protesters took over the streets of Israel's major in a show of defiance against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's decision to continue the war in Gaza. Scores of protesters clashed with police in the area after Netanyahu announced a visit. Israelis are now calling for an end to the war and demanding from the Israeli government expedite the process of retrieving the remaining 59 hostages held captive by Hamas.
We have still 59 hostages in Gaza, dead and alive. Many of them died because of the pressure, the military pressure. The military pressure is not bringing the opposite. The military pressure is killing them. So this war is just a war that had to end many months ago. There's no purpose, there are no achievements anymore.
Earlier in the day, Netanyahu had ordered the Israeli Defense Forces to mount pressure on Hamas and extend the ongoing ambush in Gaza. He also added that Israel had no choice but to keep fighting for its existence.
I have ordered the IDF to respond firmly and further increase the pressure on Hamas. We are in the war of rebirth, the war on 7 fronts. This war has very heavy prices, because any such loss is a world in and of itself. But we, as people who desire life, have no choice but to continue fighting for our very existence until victory.
Furthermore, in his message, the Israeli Prime Minister rejected the Hamas proposal that called for a complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from the region.
This weekend, Hamas again rejected an offer that could have led to the release of half of the living hostages still in Gaza and the return of many dead. Hamas demands an end to the war and the leaving of its rule intact. It also demands a complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and the reconstruction of Gaza.
Netanyahu accused the terror group of not releasing the remaining hostages as he set the record clear that situation would prove to be inefficient in subverting Israel's offensive.
Ending the war on these surrender terms would send a message to all of Israel's enemies that by kidnapping Israelis, the state of Israel can be brought to its knees. It can be subdued. It is also a deadly message that terrorism pays, which will harm the security of the entire free world.
Amid this, Israeli attacks in Gaza's Khan Yunis led to the death of over 90 civilians within the past 48 hours. The IDF, however, claimed that it downed 40 Hamas militants in the strike. Israel's offensive has since killed over 51,000 Palestinians in the war-torn Gaza.
Amid ongoing diplomatic talks with Iran, the United States has now continued its military campaign against Yemen's Houthi rebels, who Washington alleges are backed by Tehran. Now, US Central Command has confirmed it carried out 13 airstrikes targeting the Houthi-controlled Hodeidah port. The latest strikes come just 2 days after a separate attack on Rasla port, which reportedly killed at least 80 people from the side of the United States. Take a look.
The United States has carried out 13 airstrikes targeting the port and airport of Hodeidah in Yemen. These latest strikes follow an earlier US strike on Hodeidah just 2 days ago, which reportedly killed at least 80 people and injured over 150. Houthi rebels claim that US military also launched a series of airstrikes on Sana'a, the Yemeni capital, and another of their major strongholds. The escalation follows President Trump's directive last month to intensify military operation against the Iran-backed Houthi rebels. Since then, US Central Command has been conducting frequent strikes on Houthi-controlled areas across Yemen. President Trump has praised the military campaign, vowing to continue the offensive. US Central Command, which oversees American military operations in the Middle East, confirmed it is continuing strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. According to sources, around 200 people have been killed by US strikes since March 16th.
Chaos erupted in central Istanbul as police violently blocked a protest march organized by the main opposition party in support of the Gaza Strip. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Now, chaos erupted in central Istanbul as police violently blocked a protest march organized by the main opposition party in support of the Gaza Strip. Now, protesters accused the government of silencing dissent while also profiting from trade with Israel. Take a look at this.
The streets near Taksim Square were tense as police moved in to shut down a protest march organized by Turkey's main opposition party, the CHP, in support of Palestinians in Gaza. Authorities cited concerns and closed off the roads and metro stations hours before the rally. Still, hundreds gathered to protest and chanting no to genocide, massacre, and displacement in Gaza. However, tensions escalated quickly as protesters attempted to march. Police found barricades and used tear gas shells and batons to force the crowd back. According to the reports, several protesters, including university students, civil society members, and CHP representatives, were injured. CHP leaders condemned the police action and pledged legal action against those responsible. Meanwhile, a sit-in protest followed the scuffle, with party members refusing to leave the area. Meanwhile, similar outrage was voiced in Eskişehir, where demonstrators accused the government of enabling Israeli airstrikes by supplying fuel through Turkish pipeline. Since the start of the war in Gaza, Turkish opposition parties and civil society groups have frequently accused the government of contradicting its pro-Palestinian rhetoric by continuing trade and energy cooperation with Israel.
US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his family, is set to visit India. He will be reaching New Delhi today. Stay tuned as we get you all the details into the visit right after this short break, only on Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his family, is all set to arrive in New Delhi for his first India visit. PM Modi to host Vance for dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The Apex Court is all set to hear petitions demanding SIT probe into Murshidabad violence. Big political storm over BJP MP Nishikant Dubey's comments on judiciary. Opposition demands action, says party is distancing itself and it's not enough. Heavy rains continue to lash parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Schools, government institutions and offices closed after deadly cloudburst and landslide. National Security Act slapped on Khalistani extremist Khadur Sahib MP Amritpal Singh extended for another year. After attacks on Hindu temples, now Gurdwara has been vandalized and defaced with pro-Khalistani graffiti in Canada's Vancouver. A very good morning, viewers. It's 8 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and all eyes are on J.D. Vance's first US visit. In just a couple of hours from now, Vance will be landing in the national capital and a lot of key engagements have been lined up, from visiting Akshardham to a dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Here's what you can expect from J.D. Vance's India tour.
US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his family, is set to visit India on a 4-day visit. Vance is scheduled to land at the Palam Air Base in the national capital today, during which multiple events and engagements are reportedly planned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will host a dinner for US Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha. Before the dinner hosted by PM Modi, JD Vance will be holding talks with the Prime Minister with special focus on trade, tariffs, and several other key issues between New Delhi and Washington, D.C. Vice President Vance is expected to speak on the broader dimensions of India-US relations under the Donald Trump administration. Vance's address is also likely to be attended by top diplomats, foreign policy experts, and government officials. Besides Delhi, JD Vance and his family will travel to Jaipur and Agra.
To give us more insights, we have Purnima Nath, a foreign affairs expert, joining us live this morning. A very good morning to you, Mrs. Nath. How do you look at JD Vance's visit to India, especially with the growing tensions in the Indo-Pacific region?
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. First of all, I think from what I could understand, it was an unofficial private tour to India. It converted into an official visit now with many diplomats listening to conversation, as well as Pentagon officials, as also State Department officials visiting along with JD Vance. Obviously, we know that in the past almost 8 decades, India-US relationship had been quite rocky. Obviously, the last administration was hostile as well. The US media was not kind to India ever. However, I think this is an opportunity for India to extend that the Athithi Deva Bhava. Just we actually welcome everybody, even the foreigners, and showcase what the country is. JD Vance has Indian origin wife, and he hasn't visited India as of now. It's interesting, but I think this is going to showcase what India is. Hopefully, perhaps I don't know whether Trump administration actually picked and chosen him for his Indian wife connection to curtail China in the back of the mind. A second thought, that always a question that arises. But I think India has a wonderful opportunity at this point of time to extend what Trump and Modi built in the last administration, and also continued over the last 4 years, even though he was not in position. President Trump perhaps learned something from Modi as well. And recently he also called President Xi of China as a friend. So I don't know whether it's something that he is actually learning from PM Modi. But I think in this particular case, we know that India is actually day by day playing a crucial role in the Indo-Pacific. And also not just from a perspective of the geopolitical or geostrategical situation, but also the sheer growth potential that India has. Also, the amount of youth population and you have, that India has become a largest market at this point of time. So it is absolutely lucrative. But if you look at just from a perspective of recent war of trade war that is going on, India has been slapped with 26%. But if you look at the other countries around India, whether it's Sri Lanka, Myanmar, which is 44%, Cambodia 49%, Vietnam 46%, and so on. I think all these smaller countries whose GDP is not even as large as India's at this point of time, they're going to hurt as it's the impact to those countries is going to be much harsher. So I think India is going to come across as the big brother, not from a perspective of the ruling or kingish country, but from a perspective of compassion and the love that India actually takes to the world, from a perspective of the spiritual foundation that India has. So when I look at from a geopolitical standpoint, I think India can play a massive role in this case, not just from a perspective of actually supporting those smaller nations, but also expand India's trade relationship with them. So I think from a US-India perspective, it's a no-brainer at this point of time that Trump and Modi has a wonderful, warm relationship. And I think this actually gives us hope that hopefully going forward, India and US will have a better relation. But at the same time, I think as an Indian American, as an Indian born US citizen today sitting and talking to you, I think it is important for me to also tell, I don't know where India is going in the future, whether it's going to be Hindustan or Christianistan or Islamistan, in something like that, that India as a country has to determine what the civilization, what kind of civilizational values India has to retain. Because as a Hindu, it is also important for me when I look at from a larger scale, largest perspective, that I think India as a country, not just from a spiritual perspective, that is the final land that is left for Hindus, but also it can actually be the glorious center point for the global peace. I mean, whether you look at from Israel-Palestine perspective, whether you're looking at from a perspective of Iran-US relationship at this point of time, or China-US relationship at this point of time, or Russia-Ukraine that has happened or it's continuing at this point of time. I think as an Indian, we are not for war, and we don't want unnecessarily the normal common people to be harmed. So I think India can actually communicate
geopolitical tensions. Mr. Nath, geopolitical tensions are running high, but India is always, is of the side of peace. And two quick questions. One, will Vance's visit have any implications on the ongoing trade negotiations? And two, how is Vance's India Connect going to boost and also amplify the already, bettering bonhomie between India and the US?
See, as I said, first of all, for your first question, I think India has an opportunity at this point of time. I think it's sitting in a massive sweet spot from a geopolitical standpoint. You can provide the technological support. You have the public, the human capital that you can actually provide a lot of good for the world. But for coming back to the Vice President Vance's capability at this point of time, I'm seeing him doing a lot of diplomatic relationship building with the European country. He was just in Europe, in Italy, building a relationship with Mrs. Melanie over there, or Miss Melanie, I should say. And then he also met with Pope. Now, obviously, he's out there. He's coming to India. And obviously, Mrs. Usha is going to play a key role for US-India relationship at this point of time. But the Kamala Harris never actually went there, and they all went on against India on Kashmir issue and etc. And there are several other issues that they actually played in terms of anti-CA protest and so on. But then now suddenly, obviously, Mrs. Usha comes in, and this relationship will particularly come in handy in terms of building that warmth with India. And hopefully America also understands that America needs India and India also needs America. I think it's both of them at this point of time needs each other and needs to build relationship. But at the end of the day, if the Hindu phobia aspect continuously rising in the West, that probably is going to be a problem for US-India relationship. And then if the Western papers continuously write about democracy is in trouble in India, well, it's actually not, but that's the narrative they have communicated, and that's going to play a key role. So I suppose, from a perspective of Vance and Vance's, it's going to play a very key role for India-US relationship. And I'm very, very hopeful that it's going to play out very well for us as a community, global community as well.
That's right. Given the geopolitical climate after Donald Trump's trade war, everybody is optimistic that India is now negotiating from a very good point, and we hope that the talks also are fruitful. But many thanks, Purnima Nath, for joining me with those insights. Now moving on and shifting our focus to Karnataka, viewers, because a former DGP was found dead in his Bengaluru residence. He was laying in a pool of blood. Now, based on his son's complaint, an FIR has been registered and the investigation is underway. But what we understand is that the police have suspected the former DGP's wife's role in the murder. Take a look.
In a shocking incident, Former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash was found murdered at his residence in Bengaluru on Sunday. Former DGP Om Prakash was discovered with visible injuries. Lying in a pool of blood, his wife informed the police about the murder. Based on preliminary information, the Karnataka police suspect his wife's involvement in the murder. Om Prakash's body was taken to the St. John's Hospital for a post-mortem examination. Senior officials of Bengaluru police rushed to the crime scene and began investigating the matter.
The Hoysala vehicle attended immediately. We came to know about this incident of death of our ex-DG and IGP, Sri Om Prakash. Currently, the son of Mr. Om Prakash, he has been contacted. He is giving a complaint against this particular incident. Once the complaint is given, FIR will be registered and further investigation of the case will be taken up.
Police have begun interrogation of the deceased's wife in connection with the case. The body of the former DGP would be handed over to his family this morning.
Let's take a look at the other top stories we are tracking. National Security Act has been imposed for the third consecutive time on Waris Punjab Day chief Amritpal Singh. According to his lawyer Hemant Singh Khara, the latest order will come into effect from April 23rd, 2025, raising concerns among supporters and triggering sharp criticism from the party's legal team. Speaking to media, Khara questioned the justification behind the continued detention of Amritpal Singh. An FIR was registered against film director Anurag Kashyap at Bajaj Nagar police station for his remarks on Brahmins on social media platforms. The case was registered based on a complaint lodged by Anil Chaturvedi, a Barkat Nagar resident. According to Bajaj Nagar Sub-Inspector Ram Kripal, the complainant alleged that the director posted abusive words about Brahmins while replying to a social media user. In a deeply controversial incident that has triggered widespread debate and concern, self-proclaimed activist Sophia Nagar took to social media with her startling claim that her home was raided at night, her husband was kidnapped and her mother was tortured, all allegedly in retaliation for burning the Indian flag. Sophia mentioned that people from Assam Rifle came and attacked her. However, she will continue to fight for the independence of Nagaland from India. BJP leader K. Annamalai launched a scathing attack on the DMK government following the tragic death of 3 individuals, including a 4-year-old girl in Urayur in Trilla, allegedly due to drinking water contaminated with sewage supplied by city corporation. In a strongly worded tweet, Annamalai called the incident shocking and criticized the government's continued failure to ensure basic public health and safety. In a deeply distressing and violent incident, a man identified as British Hajong allegedly beheaded his wife Baijayanti Hajong in Balamguri village of Assam's Chirang district. He then walked to the local police station carrying her severed head and surrendered before the cops. The incident reportedly occurred late last night and was witnessed by the couple's daughters who were present at the time. The motive for the brutal act remains unknown. The presence of convicted terrorist Santokh Singh Khela at the Khalsa Day parade in Surrey, British Columbia has triggered outrage and concern across international communities, especially in India. Khela, linked to the Air India 112 bombing plot and the Babar Khalsa terror group, was seen sharing the stage with Canadian Conservative Party leader and Prime Ministerial hopeful Pierre Poilievre. Khela, who was arrested following the 1985 Kanishka bombing that killed 329 people, mostly Canadian civilians, spoke at the event while wielding an axe, delivering inflammatory rhetoric supporting the separatist Khalistan movement. Viewers, today is an important day at the Supreme Court as petitions have been filed at the Apex Court demanding an SIT probe into the Murshidabad violence. And today, the Supreme Court is all set to hear the petitions seeking a court-monitored probe into Murshidabad violence that erupted during protests against the Waqf Amendment Act. Just yesterday, the National Commission for Women and also West Bengal governor visited several affected areas, and they also spoke to the victims about what exactly happened and also their condition at the moment, and they were shocked to find that women and children have been traumatized by the entire incident that unfolded in Murshidabad. Now, this particular visit has brought out several horrifying stories to the fore, because the National Commission for Women, NCW chief, has spoken out about the kind of ordeals that the victims shared with her. Many women were targeted, they were attacked, molested, and even sexually assaulted. These are the kind of stories that are now coming to the fore. Hundreds of families have been displaced, many of them now living in relief camps in West Bengal, and some of the violence victims have also moved to the neighboring state. So the priority at the moment for the NCW, the NHRC and the West Bengal governor is to repatriate them to their homes and also to rehabilitate and facilitate relief for these violence affected victims. All of this happened during the violent protest during the Waqf Amendment Act showdown in West Bengal, where Hindu homes were torched, families were targeted and attacked. And now it's an important day in the apex court, as Supreme Court is all set to hear petitions filed before it seeking a court-monitored probe into the Murshidabad violence. Riyanka is joining me live from the national capital. Riyanka, petitions will be heard at the apex court. What can we expect during the hearing?
Well, yes, Deepak, the Murshidabad violence, in fact, regarding the Waqf Amendment Act, saw that there were, damage to properties as well as death to two people. But in fact, there have been an PIL which has been filed in the top court, which demanded that there has to be a formation of a 5-member inquiry committee under the supervision of the Supreme Court, which will be in fact be led by one of the former, judges of the Supreme Court, who will be rather going ahead and conducting inquiry of that particular incident that had happened. That this is a PIL which was in fact filed. The PIL also demands that a status report from the side of the West Bengal government must also be filed in this particular case, apart from maintaining and curbing the violence that has happened in Murshidabad. Now, this PIL has been listed in front of the bench of Justice Suryakant as well as Justice N.K. Singh, who will be taking up the matter today for hearing. Although the item number is 4748, we have to wait and see as to what time does the hearing happen. But yes, all eyes will be on this important, your hearing, where arguments will be put forward, as there is in fact demands of a court-monitored inquiry into the violence that hit Murshidabad, where people were protesting against the amendments made in the Waqf Act.
Right, Riyanka, thank you for joining me with those details. Now, moving on. Hate attacks continue in Canada. In the latest, another Gurudwara was targeted by radical elements belonging to the Khalistani groups in Canada. They have sprayed pro-Khalistan graffiti on the walls of the Gurudwara and also anti-Modi slogans. And this is not the first such incident, viewers. In the recent past, we've seen attacks on Hindu temples, on consulate engagements, and also now Gurudwaras have also been targeted. To give us more insights on the situation in Canada, we have Daniel Bodman, a Canadian journalist, also joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Mr. Bodman. What the world wants to know is, how long will Canada continue to provide a safe haven for all these Khalistani extremists? We've seen Pierre Poilievre also sharing a stage with one of the plotters of the Kanishka bombings. How do you look at the situation in Canada?
Yeah, if you're looking at it in a Canada Khalistan matrix, it's not good. So to say that, it certainly can't get worse. Where we have seemingly no political will to do anything about this violence. You would hope that Pierre Poilievre, we're in the middle of a snap election, and the Conservative leader flew all the way across the country. It's a very big country. It's bigger than your country, 40 million people, but still bigger than India. So he flew all the way to the West Coast on a 1 month long, plus 8 days, 38-day political campaign to be in British Columbia right now. So Pierre Poilievre is in the region, and he's nearby somewhere. If I could find him. And he's sort of quiet on this. The Liberals, of course, quiet on this. So this is an election campaign. We're campaigning. It's election. It's Easter weekend. Gurdwaras and Monders are vandalized, and the political class is silent. I think that says everything you need to know about the Canadian political class.
Mr. Bodman, why is it that Canada is, providing a safe haven and also breeding grounds for these radical elements? We've seen so many attacks in the recent past as well, be it Brampton or even British Columbia. Attacks are rising with each passing day. Is anything being done by the administration to curb such incidents?
No one's doing anything. So why does this happen? It's a mixture of incompetence and cowardice, I'd say, are the two driving factors of this. And I mean, this is the ultimate personification of the farce that the silent majority will defeat a vocal minority. No, that's actually physically and logically impossible for the silent majority to ever beat the vocal minority in an argument, because the silent majority doesn't say anything or do anything. So we just passively sit there and take it, and then this goes along, and you have a few determined radicals. And it's not just Khalistanis, you have jihadis, you have whatever different types of Marxists, variant pops off out of our institutions at the moment. And you can kind of do whatever you want in Canada if you fall within a certain radical political matrix as it comes right now. So Khalistan is one of them. And as you see, if you do it in the name of Khalistan, you can vandalize Gurdwara. The only people I know of who have vandalized a Gurdwara in Canadian history are the Khalistanis at this point. This is something that's, we've never happened. We might have had violence in the 80s. I mean, before I was born, around Air India, there could have been some stuff maybe. But I'd say in the 21st century, the only people to vandalize a Gurdwara have been the Khalistanis. And that's just sort of indicative of where the Western world is. We're all, I mean, this is, you could say general wokeness, critical theory, however you want to do it, the oppression matrix, right? Khalistan beats Hindu. Khalistan even beats Sikh at this point, right? Gaza, Hamas beats Jew, right? Black, white, like it's one of those things. So as long as this is the status quo in the West, expect political discord. And it's not just Sikhs and Hindus who suffer. Synagogues are under attack frequently in this country, and hundreds of churches. This is a Christian country, and churches are being burned down in the hundreds and dozens. If someone were to burn down a church on Easter weekend, it wouldn't. People might make a noise for a day, but it wouldn't change the political landscape one bit. Everyone would be like, "Yeah, okay, it happens. I'm mad. I wish it wouldn't." And maybe the Conservative Party might shake its fist for 15 minutes.
Mr. Bodman, in Australia, the government has come up with a special law to tackle and dismantle such radical elements and also hate crimes against the minorities. Do you think it's time for Canada also to bring in such a law, or will it affect the vote bank of these political figures?
I mean, the only thing. So I'm skeptical on it. To me, it's not a matter of laws; it's a matter of will. There's enough laws on the books that we can take care of harassment, vandalism, and all this. The problem is it's not. Oh, it's illegal to. It's not illegal to vandalize a temple or a Gurdwara. No, what they did is clearly illegal. The problem is the lack of will to enforce the law. So I don't actually support this new law. Because everyone wants to talk about a new law. It's another way of just being moral cowards. Another way, pretending we're doing something about it. Oh, we need a new law, and we'll get the law, and then we can advocate for a law that says that temple attacks are bad, but we can't even say all temple attacks are. And then it becomes a watered down nothing, and you already have these laws. So until you get real and matter, it's just a matter of will. There's no will for the political class to say something. There's no will for the police to actually try and get to the bottom of this. There's no will from even the Hindu community in Canada to attempt to even try and get justice for this. I mean, it was the temple leadership who erased the entire vandalism as soon as it went viral, as soon as people found out about it. The only thing that the temple leadership was able to figure out was to cover up all the vandalism before the police could even file a report. So how are the police going to file a report on the vandalism in the Hindu temple if the Hindu temple is erasing the crime before the police even get there? Because they're let's be careful, so scared that they just decided to tamper with the crime scene and erase all the evidence. Like, what are we talking about here, right? So the country's just run by cowards and fools, and it's manifesting in religiously targeted violence, and among other things. But this is a weekend. This is Easter weekend. It's a nice Easter weekend, so we have some religious violence.
Mr. Bodman, so many of these extremist groups seek protection money from gurudwaras, and those gurudwaras that fail to provide this particular protection money are targeted and attacked, and it's time that a stringent law is brought in to tighten the noose around these radical elements. But many thanks, Daniel Bodman, for joining me with those insights. With that, we'll slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, we'll get you all the details on Russia violating the Easter truce. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
My name is Courtney Morrow, and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins.
Viewers, top headlines tracking right now. US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with family, to arrive in New Delhi for his first India visit. PM Modi to host Vance for dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Apex Court to hear petitions demanding an SIT probe into the Murshidabad violence. A big political storm over BJP MP Nishikant Dubey's comments on judiciary. Opposition demands action, says party distancing itself not enough. Heavy rain continues to lash parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Schools, government institutions and offices closed after deadly cloudburst and landslide. NSA slapped on Khalistani extremist Khadur Sahib MP Amritpal Singh extended for 1 year. After attacks on Hindu temples, now a Gurudwara vandalized and defaced with pro-Khalistan graffiti in Canada's Vancouver. Hello viewers, this morning I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. It was another thrilling Sunday for IPL with two important matches being played. Royal Challengers Bengaluru continued their perfect record with a win in Mulanpur, Chandigarh against Punjab Kings in another match in Wankhede in Mumbai. Mumbai Indians ran through a hapless Chennai Super Kings bowling lineup as they chased down the target of 177 runs in just 15.4 overs to romp to a 9-wicket victory. Take a look.
Another double-header day in the IPL and yet another very, very good day of cricketing action for fans for very different reasons. The first game of the day, of course, saw Bangalore put the beating on Punjab. And the second game, well, it was El Clasico of the IPL. Mumbai Indians versus Chennai Super Kings, and it was Mumbai who ended up registering an absolutely thumping victory. 2 games, some very interesting talking points, and that's what we're going to talk about in this particular video. Let's go through the major talking points from both matches. And talking point number 1, Rohit Sharma seems like he's back at last. Importantly though, if you're a Rohit fan, this looked like a vintage Rohit performance. Yes, he started well, but then took his time, got to his milestone, and then once he got the 50, looked to be playing far more attackingly and looking to be playing with far more, let's say, freedom than he normally would. Clear. For CSK, this is already shaped up to be a season to forget, despite the fact that a lot of fans got the one thing that they were clamoring for, the return of MS Dhoni as CSK captain, albeit on a temporary basis. Unfortunately, poor squad building has meant that the team looks very much like a shadow of themselves, and now they've reached a point where their playoff hopes itself are hanging by a thread. And talking point number 3 comes from our early match of the day. What is it with Royal Challengers Bengaluru and their poor form at home? Now, obviously, RCB are one of those sides who are very well supported, and that is very, very true, especially when they're playing at the Chinnaswamy Stadium as well. It's just that this year they've played 3 games in the Chinnaswamy and they haven't won a single one of them. Contrast that with their form away from home. They've won every single match that they've played on the road, and that run continued when they took on and beat the Punjab Kings in relatively easy fashion. Although if RCB could qualify despite having such patchy home form and they could make it to the playoffs, I don't think their fans would really be complaining, especially when you consider how long it is that they've had to wait for an IPL trophy. And these are the major talking points from these 2 matches. Another double header down, but now for the rest of the week, of course, we'll be looking at single header matches, but matches that will have very important connotations as far as playoff hopes go. Do join us for the discussions of those matches, and thank you so much for joining us in this video. If you enjoy our coverage, don't forget to stay tuned to Republic World and Republic Sport Fit for more such interesting content from the world of sport.
Getting us some updates coming in, Rohit Sharma and Suryakumar Yadav slammed half centuries as Mumbai Indians defeated Chennai Super Kings in their reverse fixture at Wankhede, Mumbai. MI have defeated CSK in IPL for the first time after 1,074 days. The last win against CSK came in May 2022. MS Dhoni's Chennai now needs to win all of their remaining games to stay in contention for the playoffs. Rohit Sharma was on song during his team's clash against Chennai Super Kings at the Wankhede, and Rohit had slammed his maiden half-century of the season in MI's run chase of 177 against the Super Kings, equaled the historic record. Rohit has now equaled the record for most 50-plus scores hit against CSK in the history of IPL. This was Rohit's 9th 50-plus score against Chennai-based franchise, which brings him level with Shikhar Dhawan, Virat Kohli and David Warner. Rohit was not being able to convert his mini starts in IPL 2025. He was hitting a few boundaries during his short stays, but was not able to go big. However, he turned around his poor string of innings and slammed an impressive 50 against CSK. Virat Kohli broke David Warner's record of the most 50-plus scores in IPL history. 36-year-old has 67 50-plus scores to his name in the cash-rich league. Overall, he has now 110 half-centuries in T20 cricket, which is joint second most along with Chris Gayle. Kohli now also holds the record of joint second most half-centuries in T20 cricket. Warner tops the list with 116 to his name. Kohli joined Chris Gayle at 110. RCB lost Phil Salt early during the run chase, but Kohli kept the momentum going. Batting at number 3, Devdutt P. Padikal was great, as well as scoring 61 runs of 35 balls. The 24-year-old released the pressure on Kohli and set the platform. Punjab Kings captain Shreyas Iyer pointed out their problem in the ongoing IPL. He believes that the team has failed to study the wicket while batting first. That played a role in their defeat to RCB. Punjab Kings suffered a 7-wicket defeat to Royal Challengers Bengaluru in the ongoing IPL. They have had a poor track record at home and against RCB. The trend continues as the batters once again failed to live up to expectations. Prabh Simran Singh and Priyansh Arya seem to be in good touch, but after the dismissals, things changed drastically as Punjab posted only 157 runs on the board. And viewers, retail investor activities are surging across India, with the National Stock Exchange adding a record 84 lakh new Demat accounts in financial year 2025, a 20.5% jump year on year. Digital first platforms like Grow, Angel One, Zerodha are leading this growth, driven by rising participation from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities.
India's capital market witnessed remarkable retail participation in financial year 25, with over 84 lakh new active Demat accounts added to the National Stock Exchange. Marking a 20.5% year-on-year increase, the total tally now stands at 4.92 crore active accounts. At the heart of this growth are digital brokerage platforms, especially Grow and Angel One, which together contributed over 57% of the new accounts. Grow emerged as a top performer, adding 34 lakh new accounts, accounting for 40% of the NSE's growth. Its active user base jumped from 95 lakhs in March 2024 to 1.29 crore in March 2025, marking a 36% rise. Meanwhile, its market share increased from 23.28% to 26.26% over the year. Second in line was Angel One, that added 14.6 lakh new accounts, contributing 17.38% to the NSE's overall growth. Its total active client base now stands at 75.7 lakh, with a 15.38% market share. Though not leading the pack in new additions, Zerodha brought in 5.8 lakh new accounts, accounting for about 7% of the total growth. Despite slower growth, it maintained a strong 16% market share. Meanwhile, traditional brokerage platforms like HDFC and ICICI Securities recorded modest growth. Experts say the rise in new Demat accounts is driven by growing trust in digital platforms and easy-to-use mobile apps. More people in smaller cities are now investing as financial awareness and access continues to improve.
All right, viewers, getting some updates coming in right now. Republic TV starting off with what's happening across the world of economy, finance and business. A total of 90 companies are set to announce their quarterly earnings this week. Among them, 8 are part of the BSE Sensex. 10 are listed on the Nifty 50 index. These include major players across sectors like IT, banking, FMCG, automotive and financial services. Several major Indian companies have declared their financial year 2025 financial results, including Infosys, Yes Bank, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Tata Consultancy Services, Wipro and others. Now, these companies span a wide range of sectors, from banking and IT services to pharmaceuticals and infrastructure, reflecting the diverse performance trends across the Indian economy for the quarter. India's capital markets saw a major jump in retail participation during financial year 2025, with more than 84 lakh new active Demat accounts added on the NSE National Stock Exchange. A 20.5% year-on-year increase pushed the total number of active Demat accounts or the NSE to 4.92 crore, according to the NSE data. At the heart of this growth are digital brokerage platforms, especially Grow and Angel One, which together contributed over 57% of the new accounts. Experts suggest that the sharp rise in Demat accounts during financial year 2025 can largely be attributed to the rapid digitization of the investment process, which has made it significantly easier for retail investors, especially younger generations, to participate in the capital markets. India's largest private lender, HDFC Bank, says that borrowers can expect to feel the impact of recent RBI rate cuts starting this quarter. The comments come during the bank's Q4 financial year 2025 earnings call, where leadership explained how the lower repo rate will affect customers and the bank's own strategy going forward. However, HDFC Bank CEO Shashidhar Jagdishan said that the rate cuts are timely as India's economy needs support. Crowded week of US corporate results set to test investors, already shaken by President Trump's recent tariff surprise, which has redesigned the global economic landscape. Although the S&P 500 improved modestly last week, it remains 14% below its February high. Investors are closely watching earnings from Tesla and Alphabet, members of the Magnificent Seven tech giants, whose stocks are sharply lower this year. with profit growth expectations now reduced to 9.2% in 2025 from 14% previously. The upcoming earnings will determine whether calmness returns. At the age of only 30, tech founder Lucy Guo has now reached the impressive milestone of being the world's youngest self-made woman billionaire, surpassing pop star Taylor Swift. Success is due to her massive ownership stake in Scale AI, a firm she co-founded in 2016, which recently hit a valuation of $25 billion. According to Forbes, Guo will now surpass Taylor Swift as the youngest self-made woman to achieve the milestone. Guo's rise to billionaire ranks puts her in a rare category of self-made women under 40 to have reached this level of financial success. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has kicked off the storm around his social media post, questioning the Supreme Court's authority to dictate to the President and governors and accusing the Chief Justice of India of inciting civil unrest in the country. Meanwhile, the opposition came out all guns blazing at the BJP MP over his post. Take a look.
BJP MP Nishikant Dubey sparked a massive political storm when he made this statement.
1942 की प्रिवी काउंसिल की जजमेंट है, उसमें यह कहा गया कि जहां कानून नहीं लिखा हुआ है उसके बारे में यदि प्रिवी काउंसिल या सुप्रीम कोर्ट कोई जजमेंट देती है तो बात समझ में आती है। यहाँ पूरा जजमेंट लिखा हुआ है कि राष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, उपराष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, प्रधानमंत्री का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे पार्लियामेंट का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट का क्या अधिकार है, हाई कोर्ट का अधिकार है। जब सब कुछ लिखत पढ़त में है तो तुम नया कानून कैसे बना दिया? 3 महीना कहाँ से लेके आ गए कि राष्ट्रपति को 3 महीने के अंदर फैसला करना है? ये किस कानून में लिखा हुआ? इसका मतलब ये है कि आप इस देश को एनार्की की तरफ ले जाना चाहते हो, और एनार्की जो है इस देश में बर्दाश्त नहीं होगी। जब नया कानून आएगा, जब नया पार्लियामेंट बैठेगा, इसके ऊपर विस्तृत चर्चा होगी। इस देश में धार्मिक युद्ध भड़काने के लिए केवल और केवल सुप्रीम कोर्ट जिम्मेवार है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपनी सीमा से बाहर जा रहा है और सब कुछ के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना है, तो इस संसद का कोई मतलब नहीं है, विधानसभा का कोई मतलब नहीं है, उसको बंद कर देना।
A direct attack on the Chief Justice of India and Supreme Court. BJP was quick to distance itself from the statement, saying that the party has nothing to do with these comments. And BJP neither agrees with such statements nor does it support. But Congress wasn't satisfied with mere distancing. They demanded action against Nishikant Dubey.
This is an anti-constitutional and clearly attracting the contempt of court act. This cannot be taken as a lightly. Therefore, I think Honorable Speaker has to take action on these things.
The words used against the Honorable Chief Justice of India is unacceptable, and we hope that the Supreme Court on Monday takes sumo moto and take this as a contempt of court.
न्यायपालिका को टारगेट करना किसी हालत पर स्वीकार्य नहीं हो सकता है। इससे देश का लोकतंत्र खतरे में पड़ जाएगा, संविधान खतरे में पड़ जाएगा। न्यायपालिका वही कर रही है जो संविधान उनको अथॉरिटी देता है।
निशिकांत दुबे जी क्या है, आप जरा बिहार के और झारखंड के लोगों से पूछ लीजिए। अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश से क्यों ये परेशान हो रहे हैं?
But the BJP MP also found some supporters within his party.
कोई व्यक्ति अगर कोर्ट के फैसले पर टिप्पणी करते तो उनको दिक्कत होती है। हाथी के दांत खाने के कुछ और खाने के कुछ और। अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी की बात करते हैं, परंतु कोई व्यक्ति अगर अपनी टिप्पणी कर दे उसको वह कंटेम्प्ट में ले जाना चाहते हैं।
देखिए, निशिकांत दुबे जी जो बोले हैं वो तो सही बात बोले हैं। अगर देश सीजीआई चलाएंगे और सुप्रीम कोर्ट चलाएंगे तो फिर पार्लियामेंट को बंद कर दीजिए।
The comments have sparked massive controversy as this comes after Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar's strong criticism of the Supreme Court.
When Parliament is defined, according to you, Parliament is Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. No, Parliament, the first part is the President. Second and third are Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. What is happening in the country? We have to be extremely sensitive. It is not a question of someone filing a review or not. We never bargained for democracy for this day.
The political face-off doesn't seem to end, with the two pillars of democracy clashing publicly.
Okay, viewers, much more coming up. Chaos erupted in central Istanbul as police violently blocked a protest march organized by the main opposition party in support of Gaza. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH. After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and
Welcome back, viewers. Chaos erupted in central Istanbul as police violently blocked a protest march organized by the main opposition party in support of Gaza. Protesters accused the government of silencing dissent while profiting from trade with Israel. Take a look.
The streets near Taksim Square were tense as police moved in to shut down a protest march organized by Turkey's main opposition party, the CHP, in support of Palestinians in Gaza. Authorities cited concerns and closed off the roads and metro stations hours before the rally. Still, hundreds gathered to protest and chanting no to genocide, massacre, and displacement in Gaza. However, tensions escalated quickly as protesters attempted to march. Police found barricades and used tear gas shells and batons to force the crowd back. According to the reports, several protesters, including university students, civil society members, and CHP representatives, were injured. CHP leaders condemned the police action and pledged legal action against those responsible. Meanwhile, a sit-in protest followed the scuffle, with party members refusing to leave the area. Meanwhile, similar outrage was voiced in Eskişehir, where demonstrators accused the government of enabling Israeli airstrikes by supplying fuel through Turkish pipeline. Since the start of the war in Gaza, Turkish opposition parties and civil society groups have frequently accused the government of contradicting its pro-Palestinian rhetoric by continuing trade and energy cooperation with Israel.
US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his family, is set to visit India. He will be reaching New Delhi today. Stay tuned as we get you all those details.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins.
भारत एक देश ही नहीं बल्कि 5000 साल पुरानी धड़कन है जो आज भी हमारे मंदिरों, हमारे त्योहारों और हमारे खाने की थाली में सुनाई देती है। भरतनाट्यम की मोहक मुद्राओं से लेकर
Some updates coming in right now, viewers, from the world of showbiz and glamour and Hollywood and Bollywood. Abir Kulal, starring Fawad Khan and Vani Kapoor, attracted more criticism than praise ahead of the May 9th release, while there were maybe some fans of Fawad in India, especially due to his popular Hindi film projects like Khoobsurat and Kapoor and Sons, and Pakistani series like Zindagi Gulzar Hai and Humsafar. His projects continue to face opposition in the country. After India, there has been opposition to the film and Fawad's bashing from his local Pakistani audience and fan base. According to the reports, Pakistani fans are not too happy with Fawad working in Bollywood. Similar opposition has been meted out to him in India. Some even pointed out that he needs to work with stars as big as him in Pakistan than not so big names like Vani in India. BTS member Jin made a surprise appearance at the Coldplay concert last night, making Seoul's weekend. And K-pop idol joined Chris Martin on the stage to sing. The astronaut performance took the BTS army a full circle down to memory lane as Jin performed his last show with Coldplay before heading for his mandatory military service. Now his return to the stage with Paradise singer marks an iconic comeback. Queen of Tears actor Kim Soo-hyun has taken the center spot in Korea following the Kim Se-ron dating scandal. A recent subway advertisement featuring him in Seoul has just added to the massive backlash, flaring debates and anger among netizens. Akshay Kumar, R. Madhavan and Ananya Pandey, starrer Keshri 2 has hit theatres on April 18 since their release. The untold story of the Jallianwala Bagh has been receiving positive reviews, including celebs lauding the movie. Among many, Katrina Kaif has also given her positive review to the historic drama. However, while sharing her excitement, the actress left out to mention Ananya Pandey in her review. Bigg Boss 13 contestant Nasim Riaz has now been grabbing eyeballs since he joined the reality show as a mentor along with Rubina Diliak, Abhishek Malhan, Shikhar Dhawan. On April 17th, the actor-model was reportedly kicked out of the battleground after his alleged heated argument with co-mentors Abhishek and Rubina. And since then, netizens are eager to uncover what happened behind the curtains. Amid the speculation, Nasim Riaz has now finally addressed the issue and shared his first statement on X. Nasim Riaz expressed his anger on X, criticizing media outlets for claiming he was removed from the show. Nasim quoted that he lives a life on his own terms and changed the game on battleground with his actions. Much coming up, viewers. We'll put a focus on the big story that we're tracking right now, and that is the US Vice President J.D. Vance and his family who will be visiting India. They'll be reaching New Delhi today, and we'll get you all this and much more. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
I thought
क्रिकेट फैंस
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and US Vice President J.D. Vance is all set to visit India today. In fact, he will reach the Palam Air Force Base in the national capital any moment from now. We're tracking that visit very closely for you, but first here's a quick check on the headlines. US Vice President J.D. Vance along with family to arrive in New Delhi for his first India visit. Prime Minister Modi to host Vance for dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The Apex Court will hear petitions demanding an SIT probe into the Murshidabad violence. Former Karnataka DGP found dead at home with stab injuries, wife detained. National Security Act slapped on Khalistani extremist Khadur Sahib. MP Amritpal Singh extended for 1 year. Gurdwara in Vancouver and Surrey's Lakshmi Narayan Temple desecrated with pro-Khalistani graffiti in Canada. Viewers, quickly starting with the fresh breaking that we're getting in. Rahul Gandhi is in the US and once again he has made a controversial statement about the Election Commission of India abroad. He raised the issues of voter discrepancies in Maharashtra elections during his visit to the US and said that the Election Commission is compromised in India. Rahul Gandhi's big jibe at the Election Commission while his abroad visit once again, where he said that the Election Commission is completely compromised. This comes as a big statement during Rahul Gandhi's visit to the US. Listen in to what he said.
In simple terms, more people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. This is the fact. And the Election Commission gave us a figure, voting figure for 5:30 in the evening. And between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen, right? Because for a voter to vote, it takes approximately 3 minutes. And if you do the math, it would mean that there were lines of voters till 2 o'clock at night voting all night, and this didn't happen. So we asked them, but look, evening, you have videography taking place, if we ask. They not only refused to give us the videography, they changed the law so that now you're not allowed to ask for the videography. So it's very clear to us that the Election Commission is compromised. It's very clear that there is something very wrong with the system. We've said it, we've said it publicly, I've said it multiple times, I've said it in press conferences, other leaders.
Viewers, also being joined by Tom Vadakan, who is the national spokesperson for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Welcome to Republic, Mr. Tom, and speak to us about, Rahul Gandhi once again making defamatory remarks against the Election Commission, and that too on a foreign land.
That man on bail, what do you expect of him?
He is building up an alibi for losing elections in India. 90 elections, all lost. So he has to blame the election commission. Now, when he does it in foreign land, it is the government of India's job to ensure that this gentleman's passport is not valid. He has a multiple passport. There is need for investigating this man. Every time he goes and opens his mouth, he's defaming India. He's defaming our institution. And he says he's going to protect our constitution. He's the same very man who tore his own party's ordinance passed by the government and parliament. If you want to talk about him, we can write a book on his defamatory activities against the government of India and India. He himself has said that his fight is with India. So let us be aware that when we let loose a person designated as LOP and send him abroad, we need to take care that our country's name is not defamed. Our institutions are not defamed. I think it is time for action of the government of India.
Right. Right, Mr. Wadakkan. In fact, requesting you to continue being with us. We're also being joined by Mr. Udit Raj from the Congress. Mr. Udit, welcome to Republic. Thank you for speaking to us. Now, Mr. Tom Wadakkan from the BJP is also with us on the broadcast, and he says that these are defamatory remarks that Rahul Gandhi has made, and this is not new at all against the Election Commission, that too. Your response to that?
See, what he has said is true. Before what he said there at Boston, already them report that the International Agency has already rated India that it is no longer now a democratic country, which is elected autocracy. And what Rahul ji has said is known to all over the world. Now the whole world has become a village. Nothing is hidden, and one. And second, that Election Commission is not in position to reply what the charges he made. That the guy passed around 36 lakh votes. Where from they came? And in 5 months of time, the number of the votes added on electoral list were more than what could it be done in 5 years? So Election Commission has not replied as yet. And what's wrong, he says. And of course, it's matter is already obliged. Yes. So at this wrong, what he says is true rather. We should say more. Everything is known now to the whole world.
Mr. Udit Raj,
hidden there?
Yes. Mr. Raj, requesting you to hold your thought there. Mr. Wadakkan, would you like to reply to that? He said that, in India, what's going on right now is an elected autocracy. Would you like to reply to that, Mr. Wadakkan?
He had an opportunity in India to go to the court. Why don't they take the matter to the court, file an FIR, and come up instead of running a propaganda against a commission which is not mandated to speak or do press conferences on these issues? They have clarified it time and again, and there's nobody listening to them from the Congress, because this dynast wants to believe that he has lost elections because of the Election Commission. When you win in Himachal, there is nothing wrong with the Election Commission. When you win in Karnataka, there is nothing wrong in the Election Commission. But when you lose, the grapes are sour. This is the policy of the Congress party and his dynasty. He's trying to build an alibi of why he is losing, and he doesn't have a mandate in India. This man on bail needs to be investigated because he is doing damage to our country, my country, and that, I think, is a matter the government of India must take up.
Yeah. On that thought, viewers, that was Tom Wadakkan of the BJP. Thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast, and also Mr. Udit Raj of the Congress. Meanwhile, viewers, the BJP has now slammed Rahul Gandhi for once again making statements against India on foreign soil. Listen into these reactions.
करेंगे संविधान पर विदेश जाकर करेंगे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का अपमान, यही राहुल गांधी की बन चुकी है पहचान। विदेशी धरती पर जाकर कभी बोलना कि भारत में लोकतंत्र समाप्त हो गया। भारत के लोकतंत्र में समाप्ति के बाद यूएस और यूके को इंटरवीन करना चाहिए, हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए। जुडिशरी बिकी हुई है, जुडिशरी ठीक से काम नहीं कर रही है। ईसीआई पर सवाल खड़े करना, भारत की हर संस्था पर जाकर विदेशी धरती पर सवाल खड़े करना, सेना से प्रूफ मांगना विदेशी धरती से, ये दिखाता है कि कुछ लोग मोदी विरोध करते करते अब भारत के विरोध में उतर आए हैं और वो भी विदेशी धरती पर इस प्रकार की जुबान बोलते हैं। पूरी दुनिया भारत की इलेक्शन कमीशन और इलेक्शन प्रोसेस की वाहवाही कर रही है। अभी हमने अमेरिका में भी देखा, पूरी दुनिया में देखा। और ऐसे समय पर भारत के ही खिलाफ भारत की बदनामी की सुपारी लेने का काम राहुल गांधी और उनके इकोसिस्टम ने किया है। वही एलिगेशंस जिनको इलेक्शन कमीशन ने फैक्ट चेक कर दिया है तथ्य और प्रमाण के साथ, जो कहते हैं कि वोटर मैनिपुलेशन हुआ है, वोटर लिस्ट से मैनिपुलेशन हुआ है। 89 कंप्लेंट्स आई थी 9.7 करोड़ वोटर्स के खिलाफ, मतलब कि ग्राउंड लेवल पर कोई तथ्य इनके पास नहीं है। सारे जो क्लेम्स बस्ट कर दिए गए हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन के द्वारा, उनको केवल विदेशी धरती पर जाकर फिर से उठाना ताकि भारत की संस्थाओं के खिलाफ संशय, डाउट पैदा किया जा सके। ये किसके इशारे पे किया जा रहा है? राहुल गांधी ने तो एक बार बोल दिया आई एम फाइटिंग इंडियन स्टेट। अब इंडियन स्टेट के साथ फाइट करते करते इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूशन से भी सवाल उठाना। जब जुडिशरी आपके पक्ष में फैसला दे, जुडिशरी ठीक। जब आप चुनाव जीतो तब इलेक्शन कमीशन कर्नाटका तेलंगाना में ठीक, हिमाचल में ठीक, परंतु जब आप चुनाव हार जाओ महाराष्ट्र और हरियाणा में तो इलेक्शन कमीशन पर ठीकरा फोड़ो। दरअसल अपने आप को हार से बचाना है, इसीलिए इलेक्शन कमीशन पर निशाना है, यही इनका फसाना है।
Viewers, shifting focus to Karnataka now, former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash was found murdered at his Bengaluru residence just yesterday. He was discovered in a pool of blood with visible injuries on his body. From what preliminary reports have told us, the police suspect Om Prakash's wife's involvement in the case where he was murdered with stab wounds. Now the police has also detained Om Prakash's wife and further investigation into the case remains underway. Now the former Karnataka Director General of Police, the top cop, Om Prakash, was found dead with stab wounds at his Bengaluru residence. And in fact, the police suspects that he was murdered as a sharp weapon was probably used to attack him. And the police has now detained his wife and also daughter for questioning in the matter. According to preliminary information, Om Prakash's wife is an accused in the alleged murder. Stab injuries were also found on Om Prakash's stomach and neck. That's what the sources are telling us, adding that the police will also decide to arrest his wife and daughter after questioning. However, any other links in the murder have not been revealed yet, in the death have not been revealed yet from the side of the police, and they have said that the investigation in the case is still underway. Now, Bengaluru Police Commissioner B. Dayanand said that Om Prakash's body was found in a pool of blood and that a sharp weapon may have been used, which resulted in his death. The police got the information about the murder yesterday in the evening, which is on Sunday evening around 4:30 p.m., which is in the evening. And in fact, his son has also been contacted, and he is the one who gave the complaints and revealed certain details about the incident. Now, based on that, an FIR is also all set to be registered in the case, and after the case is registered, a detailed investigation will be carried out, and there are no arrests as of now from the side of the police. Viewers, getting in some fresh breaking development at this hour. Now, the Punjab government has extended Khalistani extremist Amritpal Singh's detention under the National Security Act for another year. Amritpal is lodged in Assam's Dibrugarh jail. He is detained under the NSA following his arrest on the 23rd of April 2023. Now, Viewers, this comes coincidentally hand in glove with also attacks that have increased in Canada on gurudwaras and temples from the side of Khalistani extremists. And here in India, Punjab government has now extended the Khalistani extremist Amritpal Singh's detention under the National Security Act for another year. Now, Amritpal Singh is lodged in Assam's Dibrugarh jail and he is detained under the National Security Act, which was slapped on him following his arrest on the 23rd of April 2023. India's crackdown on Khalistan continues. We're also being joined by my colleague Lalit, live from Chandigarh, to get us more updates. Lalit, speak to us about the crucial development that has followed. The act has been slapped on Amritpal Singh. Not just that, his detention has been increased for another 1 year.
Well, definitely. If we talk about the 9 other aides of Amritpal, their NSA has not been extended. But if we talk about the MP from Khadur Sahib, who is a hardliner, Amritpal, his NSA has been extended for a year. And this decision has been taken by the Punjab Home Department with the recommendation of the Amritsar District Magistrate. And regarding that, a letter has been issued from the Amritsar District Magistrate to the Punjab Home Department, and which further has been sent to the Ministry of Home Affairs. So that letter has been assessed with the Republic TV, in which it has been clearly stated that the law and order situation can get hampered if Amritpal comes to Punjab. So looking into this now, his NSA has been extended for the 3rd consecutive year, and that letter, that copy of the letter has been assessed with the Republic TV. Apart from that, if you talk about, there has been number of Khalistani supporters who now are saying that it's against the law, and regarding which now the Amritpal's father Tarseem Singh and his advocate are planning to move to Punjab and Haryana High Court regarding this NSA which has been extended. Apart from that, if you talk about, he can also apply for the appeal under the NSA to the Supreme Court, under the NSA and to the Punjab and Haryana High Court within the next 3 weeks. So from 23rd, that is from today onwards, his 1 year of NSA has been extended, looking into the law and order situation in Punjab. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit. Thanks very much for getting those details in for us and our viewers. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a look at all the other news that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 5 minutes for you. Take a look. An FIR was registered against film director Anurag Kashyap at Bajaj Nagar police station for his remarks on Brahmins on a social media platform. Now, the case was registered based on a complaint which was lodged by Anil Chaturvedi, a Barkat Nagar resident, on Saturday night. According to Bajaj Nagar Sub-Inspector Ram Kripal, the complainant alleged that the director posted abusive words about Brahmins while replying to a social media user. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh praised the district administration for their tireless efforts following the severe hailstorm. He also highlighted the crucial role played by the Indian Army in providing timely assistance to the affected people. He shared that the Army set up medical camps, distributed necessary medicines, and ensured access to food and clean drinking water. Dr. Singh also emphasized that the Indian Army's service extends beyond wartime, showing their commitment during peacetime crisis as well. Restoration efforts are actively underway on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, which has been closed for the 2nd consecutive day due to heavy rainfall, hailstorm and landslide that occurred yesterday. The adverse weather conditions have caused significant disruptions, and authorities are working tirelessly to clear the debris and restore normal traffic flow. In Haridwar, a notorious murderer from Haryana who had escaped parole was captured after a late-night encounter between the police and criminals. During the exchange of fire, one criminal was injured and identified as Vinod alias Vicky Rajput from Rohtak. Vinod was serving a life sentence for murder but had fled after being released on parole. During his escape, he kept changing his identity and moving between different locations. Search operations are underway to nab his associate. A tragic road accident occurred at the Bhujoli intersection on the Padrona Naurangia Road in the Nebua Naurangia police station area. A car returning from a wedding lost control and crashed into a tree, resulting in severe damage to the vehicle. 8 people were inside the car at the time of the incident. 6 people died on spot, while 2 others sustained critical injuries. Local residents rushed to help using a grinder machine to cut through the mangled car and rescue those trapped inside. An FIR has been filed based on a complaint by Karthikesh, the son of retired DGP Om Prakash. In his statement, Karthikesh has accused his mother Pallavi and sister Krithi of being involved in his father's murder. He mentioned that both women are mentally unstable and currently undergoing treatment. Yet, he has alleged their direct involvement in the crime. The case has been registered under sections BNS 103, 1031 and 103.35. Muzaffarnagar's Dhudli village under the Chartwal police station limits witnessed high drama as a farmer's field turned into a battleground over a minor dispute. What started as a small argument soon escalated into a violent clash, with both sides attacking each other in the middle of a forested area. The scuffle continued for quite some time. Based on a viral video of the incident, police have registered a case against both the parties that were involved. In a historic move, LAHDC Leh has passed a resolution granting 33% reservation for women in upcoming council elections. BJP Mahila Morcha Saira Bano welcomed the decision, thanking councillors for their support and calling it a big step towards women empowerment and inclusive development.
ये 128 अमेंडमेंट के बाद हमारा वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल पार्लियामेंट में भी पास हुआ था। उसके बाद ये एक हिस्टोरिक मूवमेंट या हिस्टोरिक स्टेप है जो हमारे काउंसिल में कल 15 तारीख को मैडम डॉक्टर यंगसन की तरफ से एक रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ, जिसमें वुमेन रिजर्वेशन के बारे में था। सब लड़कियों की तरफ से, सब औरतों की तरफ से, सब वुमेन की तरफ से काउंसिल को शुक्रिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Devotees engage in a unique and intense tradition during the annual Tuthidhara or Agni Keli festival at the Katil Sri Durga Parmeshwari temple in Mangaluru. As part of the festival, participants throw burning palm fronds at one another in a display of devotion and ritualistic fervor. This centuries-old custom is believed to honor the goddess and invoke her blessings. The fiery exchange of palm fronds is not only a significant cultural practice, but also a spectacle that draws large crowds each year. Viewers, cutting across to some more breaking news now. Amid the ongoing debate surrounding the controversial comments on the judiciary, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has launched a sharp attack on the Congress party, accusing it of having a history of undermining the judiciary whenever verdicts went against its political interests. Now, this follows closely after BJP MP Nishikant Dubey made controversial remarks in pertinence to the Supreme Court of India and the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna. And amid this ongoing debate, the Congress came all guns blazing at the BJP, who distanced itself from the comments that were made by its MP Nishikant Dubey. However, the Congress and the Indie opposition parties kept on chanting that distancing of the party is not enough of a solution and strict action should be taken against Nishikant Dubey. And now, amid the debates surrounding the controversial comments on the judiciary, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has launched a sharp, scathing attack on the Congress party. He has accused the party of having a history of undermining the judiciary whenever verdicts went against the party's political interests and will. Viewers, shifting focus now, US Vice President J.D. Vance along with his family is all set to visit India, and multiple events and engagements are completely lined up with key focuses on Indo-US diplomatic ties. In fact, J.D. Vance will be arriving at Air Force's Palam base, which is in the national capital, just any moment from now. Take a look at this.
US Vice President J.D. Vance along with his family is set to visit India on a 4-day visit. Vance is scheduled to land at the Palam Air Base in the national capital today, during which multiple events and engagements are reportedly planned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will host a dinner for US Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha. Before the dinner hosted by PM Modi, J.D. Vance will be holding talks with the Prime Minister with special focus on trade, tariffs, and several other key issues between New Delhi and Washington, D.C. Vice President Vance is expected to speak on the broader dimensions of India-US relations under the Donald Trump administration. Vance's address is also likely to be attended by top diplomats, foreign policy experts, and government officials. Besides Delhi, J.D. Vance and his family will travel to Jaipur and Agra.
Gurudwara in Vancouver and Surrey's Lakshmi Narayan Temple desecrated with pro-Khalistani graffiti in Canada. We're tracking this very closely for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
भारत एक देश ही नहीं बल्कि 5000 साल पुरानी धड़कन है जो आज भी हमारे मंदिरों, हमारे त्योहारों और हमारे खाने की थाली में सुनाई देती है। भरतनाट्यम की मोहक मुद्राओं से लेकर भारतीय संगीत की आत्मा छू लेने वाली धुन तक हमारी संस्कृति एक जीवंत कलाकृति है। हमने दुनिया को वेद, योग और वो ज्ञान दिया जो एंशिएंट नहीं टाइमलेस है और आज भी उतना ही रेलेवेंट है। एज ए डिजिटल क्रिएटर मेरा एक ही मकसद है कि इस सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को आपकी फीट तक लाना, खूबसूरती के साथ, गर्व के साथ और एक उद्देश्य के साथ। तो आइए अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ें, उनसे सीखें और उनको दुनिया तक पहुंचाएं। मेरा नाम उपासना है और ये एक शुरुआत है।
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. Now the situation remains tense in violence-hit areas in West Bengal, while the political blame game continues over the responsibility of the rising communal tensions in the state. After Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee blamed the RSS and the BJP for the violence, the BJP has now hit back with India alliance partners standing besides Mamata Banerjee. Take a look at this.
The impact of communal violence in West Bengal keeps on reverberating. The situation got ignited further after Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote an open letter blaming the BJP and RSS for communal violence. BJP leader Dilip Ghosh has targeted the Chief Minister for taking a nonchalant approach towards the violence in Murshidabad. He alleged that the violence took place under the direction of the Chief Minister herself.
ममता बनर्जी क्या कर रही हैं? बाकी कौन क्या कर रहे हैं, उनको सर्टिफिकेट कौन मांग रहा है? अरे आपके हाथ में प्रशासन है, पुलिस है, सरकार आपकी है, आप जाके कार्रवाई करो। कितने जो पकड़ा गया, कितने को पकड़े मुझे नहीं मालूम, जो पकड़ा गया उसमें आरएसएस के कितने हैं, उसमें बीजेपी के कितने हैं, या तो कांग्रेस के कितने हैं, और बांग्लादेश के लोग बोले बांग्लादेश के लोग कितने हैं, वो बताओ ना।
The BJP has claimed that the houses of Hindus were singled out and targeted. West Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari has demanded an NIA probe in the communal incidents in the state.
कोर्ट कर रहा है, कोर्ट 3 मेन कमेटी बनाया, एक NHRC नेशनल, NHRC आपका स्टेट NHRC और स्टेट लीगल सर्विस, तीनों का कमेटी बनाया, कॉम्पेंसेशन असेसमेंट करेगा. ये सब होगा टाइम टेकिंग, किंतु जो राहत तुरंत करना चाहिए हम लोग स्टार्ट कर दिया.
On the other hand, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav stood by the side of Mamata government and blamed the BJP for the violence.
पश्चिम बंगाल में जो दंगा बताया जा रहा है, जो हुई है घटना, उस पे कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, जांच भी हो रही है, कई लोग गिरफ्तार भी कर लिए गए हैं. लेकिन इसके साथ साथ याद रखिएगा एक बात, ये दंगा कराने के पीछे अगर किसी का हाथ होता है तो हमेशा भाजपा ही होते हैं.
Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary too jumped into the fray and blamed the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for the rise of BJP and RSS in the state and said that the Murshidabad incident exposed the functioning of the police.
बंगाल की ताकत अगर बढ़ी तो इसके लिए सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी और आरएसएस वालों को धन्यवाद देना पड़ेगा बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री की, क्योंकि बंगाल में टीएमसी पार्टी आने के पहले बीजेपी के कोई ताकत नहीं थी. बीजेपी के जितने ताकत बढ़ी, जितनी ताकत की वृद्धि हुई, वो टीएमसी की मदद से.
The BJP has demanded president's rule in the state of West Bengal after the Murshidabad violence and called the violence a state-sponsored terrorism led by Mamata Banerjee.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction?
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Lot lined up for you in the show. We're getting you back-to-back updates. A lot of breaking updates coming in from Uttar Pradesh and other parts of the country. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started.
People voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections. Then there are adults in Maharashtra. Between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen.
Rahul Gandhi does it again, slams Election Commission of India on foreign soil.
When the world is praising Election Commission for the spectacular work it has done, whether it's the general election or the elections in Jammu Kashmir, here is Rahul Gandhi, who time and again undermines India's institutions. He has already said he's fighting Indian state. Then he goes abroad and he also attacks India's institution.
BJP slams Rahul Gandhi. Once again, Shehzad Poonawalla hits out at Rahul Gandhi. US Vice President J.D. Vance along with family to arrive in New Delhi for his first India visit. PM Modi to host Vance for dinner at 7 local landmark. Apex Court to hear petitions demanding an SIT probe into the Murshidabad violence. And former Karnataka DGP found dead at home with stab injuries, wife detained. Gurudwara in Vancouver and Surrey's Lakshmi Narayan Temple desecrated with pro-Khalistan graffiti in Canada. And viewers, getting off with some of the updates coming in right now. Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav has accused the Yogi Adityanath-led BJP government of bias in transfer and posting of officials across the state. Meanwhile, the Agra police has called these facts misleading. So these are some of the back-to-back updates coming in right now in the story. What we see right now is that the SP President Akhilesh Yadav has accused the BJP government of bias in transfer and posting of officials across the state. And this is coming in as we see that the Agra police has called these facts misleading. Now remember that this is coming in as Yadav alleges that there has been a lot of questionable moves which were made when it comes to the transfer and posting of officials across the state. I want to go ahead and play out that statement from Akhilesh Yadav, and then we'll try to connect to a reporter to understand more on the story.
में जो पोस्टेड हैं SHO, SO टोटल पोस्टिंग है 48, PDA 15, बाकी सब सिंह भाई लोग हैं। मैनपुरी 15 है टोटल पोस्टिंग, PDA 3, सिंह भाई लोग हैं 10। चित्रकूट बिल्कुल आपके बगल में जिला है, छोटा जिला है। अगर कहीं गलत डेटा हो तो मैं अपने पत्रकार साथी से कहूंगा डेटा ठीक कर दें हमारा। टोटल पोस्टिंग 10, PDA 2, सिंह भाई 5। महोबा छोटा जिला है और आगे जाइए आप, 11 टोटल पोस्टिंग, PDA 3, सिंह 6, सिंह भाई। अब प्रयागराज का भी इसी तरह का डेटा होगा।
All right, let's go straight. So Ajay Dubey is joining us live from Lucknow. And Ajay, we heard that entire statement of Yadav where he's talking about the posting and these postings. He has actually made a very long statement there. And I don't want to repeat what he said because he's talking about how some certain members of a community are getting more postings and more than others. If you could take our viewers through latest coming in. We know that the Agra police has called these facts absolutely misleading. Do we have any statement coming in from the BJP as well on this?
See, from the very beginning, when Akhilesh started doing politics of PDA, he started targeting BJP, specifically Yogi Adityanath for the Thakur community. That's what he's doing. And yesterday only he was discussing this in a press conference, and he was mentioning about Agra, about Jhansi, about Prayagraj, and later on, Police Commissionerate Office Agra made it very clear that these allegations are incorrect, and they have given posting according to the laws decided by the state government. So this is what the details we are getting from Agra police, and this all claim done by Akhilesh Yadav is a political statement because he's targeting PDA, and the statement given by Ram.
I'll come back to you in a moment. Because we have to move ahead to the other story we're tracking. I'll come back to you, Ajay. We're going to put a focus on US Vice President J.D. Vance, who is beginning his tour of India, and it's a 4-day official visit to India from today, running from April 21st to 24th. And now we are coming to know that he has just landed a short while back, according to the information we're getting for our viewers. And those are pictures coming in for our viewers. Remember that this is JD Vance. His visit has started already as he's landing in New Delhi with his wife and their children, and delegation of US government officials, including the US National Security Council, NSC, Senior Director for South and Central Asia as well. So let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. We are being joined by Saurabh Shukla, founder, News Mobile India. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Shukla, here on Republic TV. And my first question to you is, of course, those pictures coming in of JD Vance landing. We'll be hoping for some important announcements to be made, especially when we talk about strategic partnerships and other initiatives as well. If you could take our viewers through the latest and what we can expect now in terms of important partnerships between India and the United States.
Shivangi, it's going to be a very, very key visit, I should say, and you see the US Vice President's Air Force 2, as this official aircraft is called, on the screen now, landing in Delhi. This is his first official visit to India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be hosting a dinner, and there will be delegation level talks and also one-on-one dialogue with the Prime Minister. Now, let me tell your viewers that Vice President JD Vance plays a key role in the US government. He's also very influential and also somebody whose word carries a lot of weight when it comes to the US President Donald Trump. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met him when he had a summit level meeting here in Washington DC with US President Donald Trump, and earlier in Paris as well. There is also an India Connect. His wife Usha Vance, who's accompanying him, hails from India. Her family hails from India. So there is a strong people-to-people connect there as well. He's coming to India at a time when the US-India trade talks are going to get underway very soon. US President Donald Trump has given a breather to India and along with some of the other allies when it comes to tariff. And there is a likelihood of a trade deal which is in the works that is going to be agreed to, not during this visit per se, but this will catapult this whole, I would say, the trade deal that is in the works. That's one. Second thing, Prime Minister is going to, thank the US President on the US's strong commitment to supporting India on its fight against terrorism. You know that Tahavur Rana was recently extradited by the US administration, who was a key mastermind of 26/11 terror attacks. There is another Khalistani terrorist who has been detained by the US FBI in the US. So these are continuing strands which have followed from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's landmark visit to the US. And I think this visit so early, coming close on the heels of Prime Minister's visit, demonstrate the significance of the partnership that India and the US have under the leadership of US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They have a great chemistry here, and the fact that the US Vice President is coming and visiting soon after a visit by the Indian Prime Minister sends a big message. Also, there is this visit in some ways is also a precursor of the visit by the US President Donald Trump scheduled to India in September for the Quad Summit. So I see a whole gamut of the partnership coming together, and this visit is going to be significant. Also, let me tell you that there will be talks on expanding cooperation when it comes to technology, defense, space. These will be the key areas. You mentioned that senior officials from the NSC, which is the think tank which works very closely with the president and the vice president, advises them on their policy. The senior director Ricky Gill is also coming with the US vice president. So all this tells you the significance of the visit, and I believe that following these talks this evening with the Prime Minister, we will see a further momentum building on ties. From India's standpoint, I'm getting from our sources that India will surely flag to the US Vice President that genuine Indian travelers Indian students, they should not be impacted because, you've seen reports that a lot of Indian students, their visas have been cancelled. So certainly India will raise this issue that India's, genuine travelers, India's, people with visas who are working in the US, who are studying in the US, that they should not be impacted and there should not be any collateral. So that's something which is also expected to come up during the talks this evening, Shivangi.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Shukla. And also, you touched upon multiple issues, whether it's trade, whether it's visas. But also, I just want to put our viewers and try to make our viewers understand what is happening in terms of trade. If we can delve more into that, because we know that China is trying to get support from other countries amidst the tariff war, which we see between US and China. But Vance's visit at this point of time is also showing that US is taking a very diplomatic way of going ahead and meeting countries among the US-China war.
Let me add here, Shivangi, it's very clear messaging from the US that it stands with India, and India partnership is I would say one of the most consequential partnership for the Trump administration. This is a signal coming out of the visit by the US Vice President early on in the Trump presidency. And I would say that trade, the fact that India and the US today have come so close to forging a trade deal, a bilateral trade deal, demonstrate the intensity of this partnership. So I would say this visit is significant, both for strategic terms, also for the soft diplomacy. I would say the people-to-people ties, or the fact that the U.S. Vice President's wife, Usha, his family hails from India, and they will be visiting Agra and Jaipur as well, also demonstrate the closer people-to-people ties that India has with the US, second family. And J.D. Vance is a young leader from the Republican Party, has a great future, and he carries a lot of weight when it comes to playing a key role as a key strategic advisor and also the vice president for the United States. And, the visit, and that's the reason why you see the Prime Minister Narendra Modi also in some ways, doling out a red carpet. And he had actually invited J.D. Vance when he had met him both in Washington, D.C. and Paris earlier. And the fact that he's followed up with a visit so soon after the Prime Minister's visit to the U.S. Tells you that this partnership under Donald Trump and Narendra Modi is going to be one of the most consequential partnership, bilaterally. Shivangi?
Right. And I was speaking about this as well. You touched upon soft diplomacy, which the US is using soft diplomacy right now when it comes to bolstering India and US ties. Speaking on, apart from soft diplomacy, let's talk about India and US defense partnership, where New Delhi has planned to procure and co-produce arms, including Javelin anti-tank guided missiles and Stryker infantry combat vehicles. How do you see this partnership moving forward when it comes to defense?
Defense is a very key element of this US-India partnership. And what I'm gathering here in Washington, D.C. is when Prime Minister Narendra Modi came to Washington, D.C., and I was there inside the Oval Office and, White House, I asked President Trump and Prime Minister Modi about this relationship, and he was very clear that defense is going to be very, very important part of this partnership between US and India. And you will see in this year and the years to come, under the Trump administration, a lot of key, weapon systems, also technology transfer will come India's way, because this is something. They're also signaling that they trust India as a key ally and a partner, and also US is willing to give technology which is world class to take care of India's security concerns, whether it comes from a threat coming from China or a threat coming from Pakistan. And US is very clear that India is a key ally and defense plays a pivotal part of this partnership. And all the platforms today that the US is using and only sharing with key allies will come India's way, and you will see that evolving in days to come. Shivangi?
Right. Okay. Those pictures also coming in right now. We have those pictures of J.D. Vance landing and family landing at Delhi Palam Airport. And just going full frame on those pictures, US Vice President J.D. Vance has landed in India for his visit. Is scheduled for 4 days now. And this comes just after his official visit to Italy. J.D. Vance landed in Delhi a short while back, scheduled to meet Prime Minister Modi later on. And apart from that, Vance will also visit Jaipur and Agra before leaving on Thursday morning. And continuing to be with me is our guest, Mr. Saurabh Shukla, founder News Mobile India, who's also covered the White House regularly and also the leading expert on US-India relations. I'm coming back to you. If you could, Mr. Shukla, take our viewers through these pictures which we are seeing on our screens, and just the beginning of J.D. Vance's trip and visit to India. It's a 4-day long visit, and he will also be going to Agra. Taj Mahal is also in his itinerary. A very, very significant visit, Mr. Shukla.
Absolutely, Shivangi. And these pictures tell you a story. A guard of honor is usually reserved for either visiting presidents or prime minister, but it's a special relationship that US has with India, and that is the reason why you see this whole red carpet being rolled out. The visit is almost the same kind of protocol that is being given to a head of state. So this tells you the story about the special relationship the Prime Minister has with the US Vice President J.D. Vance as well. And this is a messaging coming out of Delhi that we will roll out a special, a red carpet for you. Make sure that the relationship between US and India is one of the strongest under Trump and Modi administration, and this will only get strengthened following this visit. And from the US side also, the signal is completely clear that India is an important partner, not only in the Asia Pacific region, but as a global player today. And US is willing to take care of India's security concerns, whether it comes on the issue of terrorism, where it stands with India, will make sure that US soil is not used at all for any anti-India activities, and also to make sure that on the larger global scale, wherever there is a genuine concern expressed by both the countries, they will stand with each other on the issue of terrorism, on defense, space partnership, on AI, on technology. That is going to be a big one. Also, they will continue to agree to and disagree on certain issues, on trade deal, for instance. That's in the works, and sources telling me there are some disagreements both sides have, but as good friends they will sort it out. And in any case, the way negotiations are going on between the two countries, my sense is that we will have a good trade deal coming out of the agreements that we are having, and this visit will only add to the further momentum to the ties between the two sides.
Right. Okay, those pictures coming in right now. J.D. Vance landing in New Delhi, and the vehicle is ready. This is Delhi's Palam Airport. And
yes, and I want to. And there
pictures.
You see.
We have the pictures, both of them coming out. Usha and J.D. Vance coming out from that. Yes, we have those pictures coming out, Mr. Shukla. I just want our viewers to have a look at those pictures. They're just getting down from the aircraft, and if you could take our viewers through those pictures now. Just the first pictures of J.D. Vance and his wife Usha landing and coming out from the aircraft. Mr. Shukla, yes, you can go ahead now.
Both US Vice President has just arrived along with his wife, the second lady of the US, Usha Vance. And what I can see, he's been received by Ashwani Vaishnav, who's India's, railways and IT minister. And, this is something, and now he's being led by the chief of protocol of the MEA for a guard of honor, which is being given to him. If you see the kind of protocol and the kind of treatment that they are giving it out to the US Vice President is usually reserved for I would say head of states, and because diplomatic protocol is a very essential part of foreign policy. And here you see J.D. Vance being accorded a protocol befitting the relationship that we have between the two countries of friends not only which stand with each other but have a special relationship, and that's what this visit signifies. And you will see now the US Vice President J.D. Vance inspecting the Guard of Honor being given.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins.
lands in Delhi to meet Prime Minister Modi. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, celebrations as US Vice President J.D. Vance arrives in New Delhi a short while back. It's a very, very significant visit where he's kick-starting his 4-day visit to India as both the countries are trying to unlock a trade deal, bilateral trade deal and other opportunities for cooperation. Now, this picture's coming in with J.D. Vance, and Ashwini Vaishnav was there to receive J.D. Vance as he landed. We also saw that he got a red carpet to welcome and the guard of honor. Vance will meet PM Modi very soon, today evening itself, and both the leaders will be holding talks on different subject matters of geopolitical and bilateral interest. And remember, this visit is being seen as an important diplomatic mission by the Donald Trump administration, coinciding with the rapidly growing tariff war between US and China. I want to go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. Once more, we're being joined by Mr. Saurabh Shukla, founder News Mobile India, and who also covers the White House and the relations between the US and India. Welcome back, Mr. Shukla, and we were speaking about the kind of welcome that JD Vance has got, which is reserved for only top leaders. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in and really read those pictures. He did get a guard of honor, he did get a red carpet welcome, and his children were seen with him as well. They were dressed in Indian attire, and his wife has also Indian roots. And this is a very, very big cultural significant event as well.
As I was talking earlier, that there is the personal connect is very important when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to geopolitics, and the fact that his wife, who's the U.S. Second Lady, has a key role to play, and it's a designated position which is there in the U.S. Usha Vance, the fact, and she's a very accomplished lawyer herself. And you saw the kids dressed up in the Indian attire. So that's a signaling, that's a message that the Vance family is sending out to India, that they attach a special relationship to this country, to this partnership between US and India. And, these are all signals that you give when Prime Minister had first met his family in Paris. He had carried some toys for the kids, and they apparently, they loved it. And he mentioned it to the Prime Minister when Prime Minister later met him at White House. So this personal chemistry really plays a key role, because what happens is that, once you create that personal bond, that personal chemistry, often it helps you tide over even difficult issues. When it comes to a relationship, that matters. The fact is that he's visiting so close after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Washington, D.C. also tells you a story about the strength of the partnership, the intensity of the bilateral engagement that we have. Also, the fact that there is so much more that we can look at when it comes to creating bonds between our two countries. And you will see during the discussions between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US Vice President JD Vance, that warmth will be there, and also substance will be there when they will be talking to each other, when Prime Minister hosts him for discussions, and a dinner that he's hosting at his residence tonight. And it's a special visit. The other part of the visit is also very, very important. Sources telling me that, JD Vance had mentioned to his key aides as well that he's looking forward to the India visit, and the visit to Agra and Jaipur is also very, very important, because, it also brings out India's rich cultural tradition. Taj Mahal is something which is one of the wonders of the world, and certainly he wanted to visit Taj Mahal, and and that's the reason why you will see the Vance family visiting one of the wonders of the world, Taj Mahal, and also some of these wonders in Rajasthan and Jaipur when they visit the state.
Yes, Mr. Shukla. Yes, Mr. Shukla, I request you to hold on, because I just want to go across to my colleague Soumya, who's also joining us live, and she's outside the Akshardham temple, because JD Vance is heading there next. There's security check at Akshardham temple just ahead of JD Vance's visit. If you could take our viewers through, Soumya, what you're seeing around you and the security present, because JD Vance will be heading there very shortly.
Yes, well, Shivangi, you can see there's a heavy deployment of security personnel here. I'll request my camera person to pan the camera. On both sides of the road, there's a heavy deployment of security personnel. There's a heavy barricading after few minutes, around 10:20, the media personnel will be asked to move to the other side of the road. There's a barricading. This is the barricade from where the media personnel will be reporting post at 10:20 a.m. As per the officials present here, from this side of the road, J.D. Vance's convoy will be moving towards the Akshardham road and will be entering the temple from the barricades here. There's a proper deployment of the police. We are not allowed to move from here. As per the officials and the members who are going to be entering the temple with J.D. Vance and the family, it's being told that J.D. Vance and the family and the delegation will be taken to the monument first and then the Garbhagriha. J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance, the second lady, will be accompanied by the female volunteers of the temple. They will be visiting the temple, and then after it is going to be a half an hour program here, and then they will be leaving Akshardham. So this is the total itinerary as far as Akshardham is concerned, Shivangi.
That's right, Soumya, getting us those top updates coming in right now from Akshardham. And if we have a guest, we can go back to our guest, Mr. Saurabh Shukla. Mr. Saurabh Shukla, Soumya was helping us understand what is happening on the ground, because right now the security check at Akshardham temple is happening. This is to make sure there's no untoward incident during the visit. But I want to put our focus back to the main takeaways we can expect during this visit, and put the focus back on the bilateral relations between India and the US, including defense, including trade, including other strategic partnership. If you could take our viewers through what do you really see growing in terms of the relationship between India and the US post this visit?
Well, Shivangi, every visit contributes, as I was saying, to building a momentum when it comes to bilateral ties. India and the US now have a very robust partnership, both in the strategic arena, the defense arena, and also the trade and economic arena. So I would see that being strengthened. Any differences that we have when it comes to tariffs in some ways, that getting ironed out. Also, these visits are also very important to send messaging. Certainly, there is a certain messaging that is being sent out from Washington, D.C. by the Donald Trump administration, that India is a key ally and a partner when it comes to the Trump administration. And that's the reason why US Vice President is coming to India as, in some ways, as a special envoy also of the President of the United States. He is there at a critical time when the world is also looking to make sure that China's hegemony in some ways, that is controlled. And the US has already signaled to India that it will go all out to make sure that India's strategic interest when it comes to, with regard to China, that is being taken care of. Any defense needs that India has in terms of the latest defense hardware, India will get that. And also, in turn, India will also make sure that it is a key partner when it comes to trade as well. And it's not only a one-way street, but Indian businesses, Indian companies, Indian, big companies will also be encouraged to go for investments in the US and also try to create a bridge between US and India. So that is the whole idea behind this visit. And let me tell your viewers that when it comes to a vice presidential visit, you don't see those kind of, elaborate agenda which is there in a presidential visit. It's more of intent, it's more of, a partnership. Also, you may see, there will be a statement coming out post the visit, which will also tell you that the intensity of the relationship today has gone beyond just a business relationship or a strategic relationship. It's a relationship that the two countries enjoy as friends, the relationship where they understand each other and also try to iron out any differences. For instance, our Prime Minister will, for sure, my sources are telling me, during the course of the discussion will flag this concern that, Indian diaspora, Indian Americans who are there, they contribute to this relationship. Usha Vance herself, her family hail from India. So she is somewhere a representative of that vibrant Indian diaspora that is there in the US, and how their role can be strengthened will also be flagged. In any case, any genuine challenges being faced by Indian immigrants in the US or Indian students in the US will certainly be flagged by the Prime Minister, because these visits also provide you to talk away from the cameras, away from the glare, on messages that New Delhi wants to send out to Washington, and vice versa, what Washington wants to send out to New Delhi. So you will see, in some ways, this visit becoming, I would say, a booster of sorts when it comes to the bilateral partnership. Shivangi?
That is right. Okay, and those pictures are still coming in. We are tracking J.D. Vance and Soumya is at the Akshardham temple, just outside Akshardham temple, because once he reaches there, we'll put those live pictures out for our viewers. And as we wait for J.D. Vance to move to Akshardham temple, and he has a lot on his agenda, not just diplomatic visit, but also a culturally significant one, where he will also be visiting the Taj Mahal. Let's talk a little bit more about the immigration concerns that India and US have raised with each other. Do you think that this will be one of the top topics that will be discussed between Prime Minister Modi and J.D. Vance when they meet later in the day, especially when it comes to cooperation on deporting illegal Indian immigrants and the status of the H-1B visas?
So let me say that India is very clear on that anybody who's illegally in the US, India is a country which wants any illegals to be deported. They want any Indian to respect the law of that nation, in this case United States. And that's the reason why India was one of the first countries which told the US administration that any time we are able to verify that these are our citizens and they went to the US illegally, they should be deported back, and India will take them back. And that's what has happened. When it comes to the problems or the challenges being faced by whether it's Indian students or genuine Indian immigrants, whether they are H-1B visa holders, whether they're L-1 visa holders, or people from India who are working for Indian companies or foreign companies in the US, India wants to make sure that these Indian passport holders should not face any kind of challenges or discrimination, whether in the US or any other country. So in those, I am sure that when it comes to the bilateral relationship, consular issues will also form the part of the discussions, because this is something which India has consistently flagged to the US. The fact that there have been some cases which have come recently, because so certainly these issues will be flagged. But more importantly, what I'm hearing from my sources, both here in Washington, D.C. and in Delhi, is that this visit is more about creating and taking on the momentum which was built during the Prime Minister's visit to Washington, D.C. to take the relationship to the next level. The fact that we agreed on making sure that whether it's defense, strategic cooperation, cooperation on IT, AI, space technology, also more security cooperation in terms of intelligence sharing. That's the reason why you will see National Security Advisor Ajit Doval will be playing a key role in the talks today as well. So because this is something which is a part of our continuing collaboration, India will also thank, and Prime Minister will also thank the US Vice President, I'm told, specifically for US's recent efforts to make sure India's security concerns are addressed when it comes to terrorism, whether handing over Tahawwur Rana, who was a 26/11 perpetrator, or detaining and arresting a key Khalistani, militant in US. These are signals that the US administration under Donald Trump has a zero tolerance policy when it comes to terrorism, and especially terrorism that impacts friends like India. So, which is something which is a big difference when it comes to, compared, I would say, from the Biden administration, which was more, involved in diplomatics when it came to these issues. But when it comes to Trump administration, he has a very zero tolerance policy when it comes to terrorism and extremism. That's something which you will see following the talks this evening as well. That resolve will be there.
Yes, Mr. Shukla. Yes, and I just want to put a focus to what is happening on the ground for a few minutes for our viewers, because Soumya is it's outside the Akshardham temple in Delhi, and like we were discussing, this visit is also very important when it comes to people-to-people ties, because J.D. Vance is heading to Akshardham temple. I want to go to you, Soumya. Yes, what is happening on the ground? Go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, as I mentioned earlier, the security personnel are in full swing. There are proper barricadings. This is the exact point from where the convoy of the Vice President of the United States will be making its way inside the Akshardham temple. However, we are being told by the volunteers of Akshardham temple that it's going to be a 30 to 35 minutes long program. For a detailed itinerary, we will be speaking to one of the volunteers, Meera, who is present here, and she will take us through what is going to happen for the next half an hour, 35 minutes, once the second family and the Vice President arrives here. Meera, can you please take us through what happens once the Vice President and the delegation arrives here? What is the programs planned here for him?
So, Jai Swaminarayan, as we all know that the Vice President of the US is coming here with his wife and the kids. So, for them, all the security measures have been taken to ensure their safety, and they have come to Akshardham. So, Akshardham is basically the divine abode of God. So, when they'll be arriving here, they'll be entering here, they'll pass through the security, and then once they enter there, they'll be going to pass through the 10 gates. So the 10 gates, from there they'll be collecting all the good vibes and positive energy, and then they are going to enter to the mandir. So there are the footprints of Bhagwan Swaminarayan. So they are going to do the darshan of Bhagwan Swaminarayan's footprint, and after that our saints and our volunteers waiting for them inside. They'll be welcoming them. They'll be like putting garland on them, and with the traditionally they'll be welcoming the guests, and the female volunteers will be welcoming the second lady of the US, and then they'll be going to the Akshardham temple for Bhagwan Swaminarayan's darshan, and along with the Bhagwan Swaminarayan there is Ramji, Sitaji, Radha Krishna ji, Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan and Shiv Parvati. So they are going to also take the tour of all the intricately carved pillars of the mandir, domes of the mandir, all the social and the spiritual messages given in the temple through various modes. So they are going to visit everything, and after that they are going to the Abhishek Mandir. So Abhishek Mandir is basically a ritual of pouring sacred water on the Murti of Bhagwan Swaminarayan. So they are going to perform that as well, and our volunteers and santos and the security personnel will be going to escort them along to guide them and to give them the guided tour. So that's all the program for now.
Thank you so much for sharing with us the details. So while Shivangi, these are the detailed itinerary for the next 30 to 35 minutes once the Vice President arrives here with his family and the delegation. Of course, we are being told that senior female volunteers are going to welcome the second lady. The Vice President will be welcomed by the senior saint Brahma Bihari Das. They will walk towards the Charnavind, which happens to be the footprints of the god, and then they will enter the main Garbhagri, and there they will be performing the Jal Abhishek, which was shared by us via Meera, who happens to be the volunteer here. So this is what is going to happen once the delegation arrives here. So this is going to happen once it arrives here. Back to you.
Yes, that is right, Soumya. So we're getting those pictures coming in from Akshardham temple, where J.D. Vance is on his way to Akshardham temple, and then he will be hosted by Prime Minister Modi for talks and dinner at his official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Very, very important day today. Going back to our guest, Mr. Shukla, founder News Mobile India, is joining us back once more. And Mr. Shukla, these pictures are coming in. We talked about the cultural significance, and let's also put a focus once again on the other defense and strategic partnerships we can expect. Defense cooperation.
I want to add something, here, Shivangi, to start with about the cultural significance and also the fact that the first stop for the U.S. Vice President and the U.S. Second Lady is the famous Akshardham temple. That tells you important, I would say the fact that the respect that they have for India's rich culture and tradition and also the Hindu faith, because that's something which is there as well, because that again tells you a story of the US and India coming together, two cultures, two vibrant cultures coming together, and the fact that the US Vice President is visiting a temple first as a first stop on his visit also tells you a story about the respect that he has for India's tradition and culture, and also the Hindu faith, which is also respect for billions of people who follow the faith, and also are devout Hindus, whether in India or also a lot of Indian Americans who are there. In the US, there is a large, many large temples there as well, and the fact that he's paying a visit to the temple as the first stop in his India visit is very significant as well, and also tells you a story of the respect that the US leader has for India's tradition and culture. Shivangi. Coming back to the substantive issues, I would say this visit will see a momentum being built on strategic issues, on India's role when it comes to be a strategic player or a strategic pivot for the US in Asia Pacific, also to contain China's rise, and both the countries are concerned about the threats that are emerging from China. US also wants India to be a trade hub of sorts, because a lot of US companies are now looking not only to manufacture things in the US, but also when it comes to partnership, whether in technology or AI, they see India as a key partner. A lot of US companies like Apple are already manufacturing phones here, even though the US President Donald Trump is pushing for the manufacturing to come back to the US. But I see that the trade deal that will be that is being currently negotiated and is expected to be signed will see some of those differences being settled, and you will see that this visit will become, in some ways, a game changer to make sure that the relationship between our two countries is put on a fast track. And the fact that early on in the Trump administration, his number two leader, his key confidant, J.D. Vance, is there in New Delhi to do a follow-up discussion with the Prime Minister of his talks that happened in Washington, is a big signal of the significance of this partnership, which is only going to become deeper, and our partnership is only going to strengthen further following this visit.
Yes, Mr. Shukla, thank you for joining us there. But stay on with us. We are taking a very short break. US Vice President J.D. Vance arrives in Delhi. Next stop, Akshardham Temple. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
भारत एक देश ही नहीं बल्कि 5000 साल पुरानी धड़कन है जो आज भी हमारे मंदिरों, हमारे त्योहारों और हमारे खाने की थाली में सुनाई देती है। भरतनाट्यम की मोहक मुद्राओं से लेकर भारतीय संगीत की आत्मा छू लेने वाली धुन तक हमारी संस्कृति एक।
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction?
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live. Inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins.
More people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. Between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen.
Rahul Gandhi does it again, slams Election Commission of India on foreign soil.
When the world is praising Election Commission for the spectacular work it has done, whether it's the general election or the elections in Jammu Kashmir, here is Rahul Gandhi, who time and again undermines India's institutions. He has already said he's fighting Indian state. Then he goes abroad and he also attacks Indian institutions.
BJP slams Rahul Gandhi for his comment on Election Commission and the conduct of the Maharashtra elections. US Vice President J.D. Vance along with family arrive in New Delhi for his first visit to India. Prime Minister Modi to host Vance and family for dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Top court set to hear petitions demanding an SIT probe into the Murshidabad violence case. Former Karnataka DGP found dead at home with stab injuries, wife detained and being interrogated. Gurudwara in Vancouver and Surrey's Lakshmi Narayan Temple desecrated with pro-Khalistan graffiti in Canada. Alright viewers, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. And yes, our top focus remains on US Vice President J.D. Vance's much important visit to India. It's his first trip to India and he is on a 4-day visit. And a short while ago, we brought you those pictures which are now on your screens from the Palam Air Base where he landed with his family. And he was accorded with a grand welcome ceremony. And as we understand at this moment, viewers, he has left the airport and is on his way to Akshardham with his family members. And he's slated to meet Prime Minister Modi later this evening at a dinner hosted by the Prime Minister at his official residence. And tracking the story very, very closely and joining me for more is my colleague Soumya, who is at Akshardham as we speak. Soumya, the Vice President, the US Vice President is on his way to Akshardham as I speak to you. Tell us more, keep talking to us. Tell us what is the preparation like and what can we expect once he's there?
Well, if we talk about the preparations, Tanisha, I would request my camera person to pan the camera here because security personnel from J.D. Vance's team from the Secret Service are here. You can see the visuals. With that, we have security personnel from who have been deployed here from our side. They are also in place. You just saw security personnel from the Secret Service are already here, which means any minute the route will be in place. The traffic will be completely stopped here and we can expect the Vice President, his family and the delegation arriving here anytime soon. These are the visuals as of now since it's a Monday. So it's a usual thing for Akshardham. It's always closed on Monday. So this was perfectly planned. So there's not going to be any normal public movement here. It's just going to be the delegation and the family and the Vice President who all will be visiting the Akshardham temple. The barricades are in place. After some time, a media movement will also be stopped here completely. With that, we have been told by the volunteers here at the Akshardham temple what is going to be the itinerary of
All right, that was my colleague Soumya from Akshardham getting us the latest details as we await those first pictures of the US Vice President J.D. Vance and his family from Akshardham. Tracking this story very, very closely for you viewers. For the moment, we move on. All right, viewers. Now, Rahul Gandhi is in the US, and once again, he has made a controversial statement about the Election Commission of India. And he has raised the issue of voter discrepancies in the recently conducted Maharashtra elections during his visit to the US. And he has said that the Election Commission is compromised. Now, remember, viewers, this is not the first time that Rahul Gandhi has downgraded Indian agencies and the integrity of public offices like the Election Commission on foreign soil. And this time he has actually gone on to say that the results of the Maharashtra elections were manipulated, that there were irregularities in the poll process, and that the topmost election body is compromised. Take a listen in.
In simple terms, more people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. This is the fact. And the Election Commission gave us a voting figure for 5:30 in the evening. And between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen, right? Because for a voter to vote, it takes approximately 3 minutes. And if you do the math, it would mean that there were lines of voters till 2 o'clock at night voting all night, and this didn't happen. So we asked them that, look, evening, you have videography taking place. If we ask, they not only refused to give us the videography, they changed the law so that now you're not allowed to ask for the videography. So it's very clear to us that the Election Commission is compromised. It's very clear that there is something very wrong with the system. We've said it. We've said it publicly. I've said it multiple times. I've said it in press conferences. Other leaders.
And of course, Rahul Gandhi is facing backlash for those comments. Yet again, we have a reaction from BJP Shehzad Poonawalla on that remark. Let's take a listen in.
Rahul Gandhi on foreign soil continues to do Bharat bashing just because he has a problem with one political party. This time, he has once again raised questions on Election Commission and its functioning. When the world is praising Election Commission for the spectacular work it has done, whether it's the general election or the elections in Jammu Kashmir, here is Rahul Gandhi, who time and again undermines India's institutions. He has already said he's fighting Indian state. Then he goes abroad and he also attacks Indian institutions. India's institutions, which are Samvidhanik institutions, inka apman has become Rahul Gandhi's pehchan. He says democracy is over, US, UK should intervene. He says judiciary is not functioning properly. He says election commission is not working properly. When election commission conducts an election where Rahul Gandhi's party wins, it is fine. When judiciary gives a verdict where Rahul Gandhi gets relief, judiciary is fine. Otherwise, they are all finished. Democracy is in danger. This is conditional commitment to constitution. And it also shows that Rahul Gandhi in Modi Virod can descend to any amount of Desh Virod. He can question even the constitutional institutions and even Sena on foreign soil. This mindset of Rahul Gandhi shows how they are entitled and they put Parivar Tantra above Lok Tantra. They do not care about India and India's image. They have taken a supari against India's image, against India's institutions, and that too on foreign soil. All the allegations made by Rahul Gandhi on Election Commission have been countered already, factually point by point. 9.7 crore voters. Only 89 complaints were received from the ground against these voters. If there was voter manipulation, just 89 complaints came. And those also were satisfactorily dealt with. Every point has been explained, but go abroad, bash India, bash India's institutions, fight Indian state, fight India's institutions has become agenda of Congress.
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to some breaking news that we are getting in. Union Minister of State for Railways and Food Processing, Ravneet Singh Bittu, has demanded the immediate arrest of Khalistani elements associated with the Waris Punjab De group by Punjab government, accusing them of plotting to assassinate him. Now, the other political the conspiracy, which he claims has been exposed through leaked chats on social media platforms. And he has also gone on to say that the central government has taken serious note of this plot, of which the mastermind are allegedly the leaders of the Waris Punjab Day group, which is also headed by Amritpal, controversial and pro-Khalistani separatist Amritpal Singh, who's also been slapped with the NSA for a third time straight, viewers. And yes, that's the big claim that is being made by Union Minister Ravneet Bittu. He has actually also gone on to hit out at Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann for what he describes as a lenient stance that he has towards criminal elements in the state. And he has also warned of anti-India activities that are carried out by Waris Punjab, the leaders, and criticized Bhagwant Mann for not taking strict action against such elements. And I'd like to go across to my colleague Lalit, who's joining me live from Chandigarh for more on this story. Lalit, these are big claims that have been made by the Union Minister, and he's also gone on to say that there were reportedly attacks that were also being planned against Union Home Minister Amit Shah in this case. What are the details that you're picking up?
If we talk about the Union Minister Ravneet Bittu has hit out the Waris Punjab, the Amritpal, and the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann. What Ravneet Bittu has alleged that there is a group, WhatsApp group, in which the chat leaks have been leaked now, in which a conspiracy was being hashed to kill Ravneet Bittu and the Home Minister and other senior leaders. So these anti-social elements of Waris Punjab, who are being supported, they all should be sent behind bars and strict action should be taken against them. Ravneet Bittu have even alleged that Bhagwant Mann, the Chief Minister of Punjab, have a soft stance on these Waris Punjab and the Khalistani supporters. And the way in the past couple of months, the 9 aides of Amritpal have now been shifted back to the Punjab jail. After that, these type of conspiracies are being hatched so that the law and order situation becomes tense in Punjab. So that chat has been leaked, and now the Ravneet Bittu, the Union Minister, has said that strict action would be taken by the centre against those anti-social elements who would be disturbing the peace of Punjab and the country, and strict action would be taken against them. Ravneet Bittu have even said that those black days will not come again, which happened during 1980 to 1986 when Bhindranwala was there. So very clearly he said that centre is keeping a close eye, and Bhagwant Mann should also take strict action on these anti-social elements. Back to the studio.
Okay, Lalit, thank you so much for those details. Of course, this is the latest that we're getting in on very big claims that have been made by Union Minister Ravneet Bittu. For the moment now, viewers, shifting on to breaking news that we're getting in from Karnataka. Former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash was found murdered at his Bengaluru residence on Sunday. He was discovered in a pool of blood with visible injuries on his body. And based on preliminary information, the police suspect that Om Prakash's wife was involved in the case. Now, the police has detained the wife and further investigation is underway. And the latest development also suggests that the DGP's son has in fact gone on to claim that the former top cop's wife and their daughter are mentally unstable and that they should be interrogated further in the case. And these are the latest details that we are picking up on the story that we are tracking from the state of Karnataka, where a retired DGP was found murdered at his Bengaluru residence on Sunday. And his wife Pallavi and his daughter Kruti have been taken into custody and they are being interrogated as we speak. Their statement is being recorded. And a medical test is likely to be conducted later in the day. And
An FIR was registered against film director Anurag Kashyap at Bajaj Nagar police station for his remarks on Brahmins on a social media platform. The case was registered based on a complaint lodged by Anil Chaturvedi, a Barkat Nagar resident, on Saturday night. According to the Bajaj Nagar inspector, the complainant alleged that the director posted abusive words about Brahmins while replying to a social media user. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh praised the district administration for their tireless efforts following the severe hailstorm. He also highlighted the crucial role played by the Indian Army in providing timely assistance to the affected people. He shared that the Army set up medical camps, distributed necessary medicines and ensured access to food and clean and drinking water. Dr. Singh emphasized that the Indian Army service extends beyond wartime, showing their commitment during peacetime crises as well. Restoration efforts are actively underway on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, which has been closed for the second consecutive day due to the heavy rains, hailstorm and landslide that occurred on Sunday. The adverse weather conditions have caused significant disruptions and authorities are working tirelessly to clear the debris and restore normal traffic flow. In Haridwar, a notorious murderer from Haryana who had escaped parole was captured after a late-night encounter between the police and criminals. During the exchange of fire, one criminal was injured and identified as Vinod, alias Vicky Rajput from Rohtak. Vinod was serving a life sentence for murder but had fled after being released on parole. During his escape, he kept changing his identity and moving between different locations. Search operations underway to nab his associate. A tragic road accident occurred at the Bhujoli intersection on the Padrona Road in the Nebua Nauranga police station area. A car returning from a wedding lost control and crashed into a tree, resulting in severe damage to the vehicle. 8 people were inside the car at the time of the incident. 6 of them died on the spot, while 2 others sustained critical injuries. Local residents rushed to help using a grinder machine to cut through the mangled car and rescue those trapped inside. An FIR has been filed based on a complaint by Karthikesh, the son of retired DGP Om Prakash. In his statement, Karthikesh has accused his mother Pallavi and sister Kriti of being involved in his father's murder. He mentioned that both women are mentally unstable and currently undergoing treatment, yet he has alleged their direct involvement in the crime. The case has been registered under various sections of the BNS. Muzaffarnagar's Dudli village under the Chhatrwal police station limits witnessed high drama as a farmer's field turned into a battleground over a minor dispute. What started as a small argument soon escalated into a violent clash with both sides attacking each other in the middle of a forested area. The scuffle continued for quite some time, and based on a viral video of the incident, police have registered a case against both parties involved. In a historic move, LAHDC Leh has passed a resolution granting 33% reservation for women in the upcoming council elections. BJP's Mahila Morcha Saira Bano welcomed the decision, thanking councillors for their support and calling it a big step towards women empowerment and inclusive development.
ये 128 अमेंडमेंट के बाद हमारा वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल पार्लियामेंट में भी पास हुआ था। उसके बाद ये एक हिस्टोरिक मूवमेंट या हिस्टोरिक स्टेप है जो हमारे काउंसिल में कल 15 तारीख को मैडम डॉक्टर यंगसन की तरफ से एक रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ जिसमें वुमेन रिजर्वेशन के बारे में था। सब लड़कियों की तरफ से, सब औरतों की तरफ से, सब वुमेन की तरफ से काउंसिल को शुक्रिया। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Devotees engaged in a unique and intense tradition during the annual Tutedhara or Agni Keli festival at the Katil Shri Durga Parmeshwari temple in Bangalore. As part of the festival, participants throw burning palm fronds at one another in a display of devotion and ritualistic fervor. This century-old custom is believed to honor the goddess and invoke her blessings. The fiery exchange of palm fronds is not only a significant cultural practice but also a spectacle that draws large crowds each year. All right, those are the latest shots that we're getting in from near Akshardham, and that is the convoy of US Vice President J.D. Vance on his way to Akshardham with his family. He landed at Palam Air Base a while back, and he's en route Akshardham as we speak. He's on a 4-day, much crucial visit to India, and he's slated to meet Prime Minister Modi later this evening. And this is the US Vice President's first trip to India, and it's the first trip to India after he took oath, in fact, as the US Vice President. And he's slated to meet the Prime Minister later at his official residence, that is 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, later this evening. And we expect a top focus to be on the India-US trade talks and also the extension of bilateral ties between the two nations. And I'd like to go across to my colleague Soumya, who is at Akshardham. Soumya, these are the latest visuals that are coming in. What's happening around you? Tell us more.
Yes, well, Iona, you can see the visuals here. The traffic has been cleared off completely from both sides of the road. You can see the other side of the road. This is from where the cavalcade will be entering in this particular area and will be taking the U-turn, and from there, here is the point exactly, this particular barricade from where the cavalcade of the Vice President and the delegation will be entering inside the Akshardham temple. Just few minutes back, we got the exclusive visuals of the Secret Service taking a stock of the situation here, the security arrangements here. You can see the heavy deployment of the security personnel. There has been a complete barricading. The area has been clearly cleared off. Even the media movement has been completely stopped. All of us are reporting from behind the barricades. It is going to be a 30 to 35 minutes long program here. We are being told Vice President will be welcomed by one of the senior saints here, Bihari Das ji, here at the Akshardham temple, whereas the second lady will be welcomed by the senior female volunteers of the Akshardham temple. So it is going to be a detailed 35 minutes long program here inside the Akshardham temple. They will walk towards the Charna Wind, which happens to be the footprints of the god, and from there they will be entering the main Garbhagriha, and then they will be performing the Jala Abhishek. So this is the itinerary as far as the visit of the Vice President is concerned. Now you are getting the visuals here. The cavalcade has arrived. Here you can see the convoy. The cavalcade has arrived. In next few minutes we will get a clear and closure visual of the Vice President and the second family. You can see on the other side of the road, it's a huge Secret Service just few minutes back taking a stock of the security. The police personnel are in place here. The security personnel are in place here.
The family, since his oath as the Vice President of the United States, he received a grand welcome. He was received by Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. There were last minute change in plan. Earlier it was External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar who was going to receive the Vice President. Due to his Saudi visit, it was Ashwini Vaishnav who
attended the Vice President and the second family and the delegation at the Palam Air Base. You can see the visuals there. Here we have the cavalcade of the Vice President entering, moving towards the main point from where we'll see the cavalcade entering inside the Akshardham temple. Remember, at 9:30 the Vice President landed here in the national capital, and right after receiving the grand welcome there, they were en route for this special visit here at the Akshardham temple. See the cavalcade entering. It is going to be a 30 to 35 minutes long program wherein the Vice President will be
and the second lady will be welcomed by the female volunteers. See, they have just entered the Akshardham temple area. It is going to last long for the next 30 to 35 minutes. One of the first part of the itinerary was Akshardham temple here. We saw the visuals at the airport as well, how the family had were in the traditional outfits. They were in kurtas. So they were ready for the temple visit here. Everything is in place. The cavalcade is entering the Akshardham temple, Oyona. It is going to be a 30 to 35 minutes visit here at the temple where they will be worshipping here. And after that, they are expected to leave for their hotel, their stay at the ITC Moria. So these are the fresh visuals here exclusively at Republic TV. Next 30 to 35 minutes, the Vice President, the family is going to be here. They will be worshipping, they're offering their prayers here at the Akshardham temple. The ambulances entering here. The police personnel are in place, the security personnel are in place, Secret Service are in place. They were here 15 minutes prior to the Vice President coming here. They were here to take a stock of the situation and the security arrangements. Iona, back to you.
All right, so I'm getting those top pictures coming in right now. First on Republic TV, we see that JD Vance and family have reached Akshardham temple, and Soumya continues to be with us on the ground. Soumya, as you keep getting us those pictures, what we have been discussing here with our experts and telling our viewers is that this visit is more than a diplomatic visit. This is also a visit signifying people-to-people ties. Okay, we're getting some more updates.
के भिन्न भिन्न भागों में जाकर आज से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे मां बेटे को बचाने के लिए। जो ईडी ने सोनिया जी और राहुल जी को नामांकित किया है, बाय नेम मेंशन किया है अपने चार्जशीट में, उन दोनों के खिलाफ जो कार्यवाही हो रही है कोर्ट में, अभी सुनवाई है 25 तारीख को, और आगे जो कार्यवाही होने की संभावनाएं हैं, दोनों जेल जा सकते हैं और जाना भी चाहिए। जब देश को लूटा है तो जेल जाएंगे ही। वैसे में पूरे देश में एक माहौल बनाने का, एक अशांत माहौल बनाने का प्रयास कांग्रेस पार्टी करेगी। आज इन दोनों विषयों पर विस्तार से बात करेंगे। राहुल गांधी ने अमेरिका में किस प्रकार से भारत और इलेक्शन कमीशन को बदनाम करने की कोशिश की, मैं उस विषय पर आऊं, मगर उससे पहले मैं राहुल गांधी जी को एक बात स्पष्ट रूप से कहना चाहता हूं और देशवासियों को भी कहना चाहता हूं कि जो व्यक्ति और इनकी माताश्री 50,000 के मुचलके पर बेल पर बाहर हो, वो जाकर विदेश की धरती पर हिंदुस्तान को अपमानित करे और उन्हें लगता हो कि लोग उस पर विश्वास करेंगे, तो वो उनका भ्रम है। Those who are out on bail of 50,000 rupees, if they feel that they can destroy the image of this great democracy by speaking outside of this country, then they are totally on the wrong side of the line. आप सभी जानते हैं कि 2018 में जब मां बेटे को नेशनल हेराल्ड की केस में बेल मिला था, 50,000 रुपए की श्योरिटी पर दोनों को बेल मिला था। और जब यह बेल मिला था, उस समय एक जश्न भ्रष्टाचार बैंड बाजा के साथ मां बेटे बेल पाकर कोर्ट से अपने ऑफिस तक गए थे। तो उस समय भी हमने कहा था दिस इज नथिंग बट सेलिब्रेशन ऑफ करप्शन, यह भ्रष्टाचार का जश्न है। और आज भी ब्लेटेंट जश्न मनाने की कोशिश कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है। मैं एजेएल के पूरे डिटेल में नहीं जाने वाला हूं, क्योंकि एजेएल और नेशनल हेराल्ड के केस को आप जानते हैं। हम लगभग अनेकों वर्षों से इसको लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से जनता के सामने रख रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से मां और बेटे सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी जी ने यंग इंडिया नामक एक कंपनी बनाई, जिसके कि 76% के दोनों स्टेक होल्डर थे। और 76% के स्टेक होल्डर होने के बाद नकली कंपनी से लोन लेकर 1 करोड़ का, डोटेक्स इंडिया से लोन लेकर मात्र 50 लाख रुपए दिया एजेएल को, जो कि होल्डिंग कंपनी है नेशनल हेराल्ड की, और 50,000 के एवज में 5,000 करोड़ की जो प्रॉपर्टी है एजेएल की पूरे देश भर में, उसका मालिकाना हक अपने पास ले लिया। शांति भूषण, मार्कंडेय, काटजू जैसे शेयर होल्डर को इससे दूर रखा गया, उन्होंने भी आपत्ति की थी। मगर विषय यह नहीं है जो कांग्रेस के खड़गे जी कह रहे हैं, चिदम्बरम जी आज कहने वाले हैं और कह भी रहे हैं कि ना कोई संपत्ति बेची गई, ना कोई संपत्ति वहां से हिला, तो कोई गड़बड़ी हुई कैसे? गड़बड़ी यूं हुई कि ईडी की चार्जशीट चिदम्बरम साहब पढ़े होंगे, वो पढ़ते तो हैं मगर उन्होंने वो पोर्शन डिलीट कर दिया है। ईडी ने बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है कि ये जो प्रॉपर्टी है एजेएल की, चाहे वो बहादुर शाह जफर मार्ग पर हेराल्ड बिल्डिंग हो, चाहे वो लखनऊ में उनकी प्राइम लोकेशन पे प्रॉपर्टी हो, चाहे वो भोपाल में उनकी प्रॉपर्टी हो, कल माननीय अध्यक्ष जी हमारे आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी ने बहुत ही ल्यूसिड एंड सुंदर तरीके से हिमाचल प्रदेश में किस प्रकार से धांधलेबाजी चल रही है नेशनल हेराल्ड की, उस विषय को हिमाचल प्रदेश की भूमि पर ही रखा, चाहे हिमाचल प्रदेश की प्रॉपर्टी हो। इन सब प्रॉपर्टी, वो प्रॉपर्टी तो वही है मगर ये प्रॉपर्टी को जरिया बना करके, इस प्रॉपर्टी को औजार बना करके प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम जनरेट किया जा रहा था। अब नेशनल हेराल्ड तो 2008 में छपना बंद हो गया, तो ये प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कैसे बना, वहां से उगाई कैसे हुई? आप देखिए, एक बिल्डिंग है बहादुर शाह जफर रोड में और एक अखबार वहां पहले छपती थी, तो इन्होंने क्या किया, बोगस एडवर्टाइजमेंट, हम नेशनल हेराल्ड में एडवर्टाइजमेंट देंगे और उस एवज में 38 करोड़ रुपया जो है ये मां बेटे ने ले लिया। 38 करोड़ रुपए मां बेटे ने लिया है बोगस एडवर्टाइजमेंट के लिए। क्या एडवर्टाइजमेंट? ना हम नेशनल हेराल्ड में एडवर्टाइजमेंट देंगे। जब लिस्ट देखा ईडी ने तो किसका एडवर्टाइजमेंट है? कोई गुड्डू सिंह है, कांग्रेस पार्टी का कोई छोटा सा नेता है, और उसने बोला है मेरे बेटे के जन्मदिन की बधाई मैं दूंगा उस पेपर में, और किसी ने बोला है मैं सोनिया जी के जन्मदिन की बधाई दूंगा, उसके लिए मैं 50 लाख रुपए देता हूं। अरे जब पेपर ही छप नहीं रहा है तो एडवर्टाइजमेंट कहां दोगे? तो ये जो बोगस एडवर्टाइजमेंट है उसके नाम पर 38 करोड़ रुपया लिया है। ठीक उसी प्रकार बोगस डोनेशन कि हम नेशनल हेराल्ड के लिए डोनेशन देना चाहते हैं और कई लोगों ने डोनेशन दिया, एक बहुत बड़ी लिस्ट बना करके 18 करोड़ रुपए डोनेशन का जनरेट किया, मगर जब डोनर लिस्ट देखा गया तो लिस्ट ही नहीं है। किसने दिया भैया ये डोनेशन? जब अखबार ही नहीं छप रहा है तो काहे का डोनेशन? तो 18 करोड़ रुपए बोगस डोनेशन आपने लिया है। और बोगस एडवांस रेंट, बिल्डिंग है नेशनल हेराल्ड की बहादुर शाह जफर मार्ग पे, सबसे बड़ी बिल्डिंग है, हम रेंट लेंगे इस बिल्डिंग में, कल से हम यहां पर कॉमर्शियल एक्टिविटी शुरू करेंगे, यह करके लगभग अनेकों कंपनियों ने 38 करोड़ रुपए डोनेट कर, मतलब एडवांस रेंट दे दिया कि हम अगले महीने से वहां अपना कॉमर्शियल गतिविधि आरंभ करेंगे। मगर किसी प्रकार का कॉमर्शियल गतिविधि वहां नहीं है। जब चेकिंग किया गया तो ये जो 18 करोड़ रुपए का बोगस डोनेशन है, ये जो एडवांस रेंट है 38 करोड़ रुपए का, और जो 29 करोड़ का बोगस एडवर्टाइजमेंट है, ये सारे पैसे कहां गए? कुल मिलाकर के ईडी कहती है ये प्रोसीड ऑफ क्राइम्स जो है ये 988 करोड़ का है। ये 988 करोड़ का बोगस डोनेशन आखिरकार मां बेटे के जेब में गया है। तो मां बेटे को लगता है कि वो बच जाएंगे, तो गलत है। दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू बी एक्सक्यूज्ड एंड दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू बी सेव्ड। द लॉ इज गोइंग टू टेक ओवर एंड कैच देम। कानून के हाथ लंबे होते हैं, ये हमने सुना है, और होते ही है, ये नहीं छूटने वाले हैं। और यही फ्रस्ट्रेशन है राहुल गांधी जी का, यही फ्रस्ट्रेशन है कि आज वो विदेश की भूमि में जाकर भारत और भारत के महान लोकतंत्र को अपमानित कर रहे हैं, उसे बदनाम कर रहे हैं। बॉस्टन के ब्राउन यूनिवर्सिटी में उनका कोई लेक्चर होना है, वो लगभग 3 दिन की ट्रिप में यूएस पहुंचे हैं। और विडंबना देखिए, जब यूएस के उपराष्ट्रपति भारत में है, उस समय यूएस की भूमि में जाकर भारत को अपमानित और भारत के लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ कहना, यह आदत ऐसी ही है कांग्रेस पार्टी की। आप याद करिए, जब कॉमनवेल्थ हो रहा था उस समय भी यूएस में जाकर, और उस समय भारत में ही भारत के खिलाफ राहुल गांधी और उनकी तमाम जो उनके नेतागण हैं वो कह रहे थे। राहुल जी अमेरिका में जाके इलेक्शन कमीशन को कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड बताते हैं। वो कहते हैं कि महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव में जिस प्रकार का मतदान हुआ वो एक तरह से फर्जीवाड़ा था। महाराष्ट्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और उनके अलाइज को जीतना नहीं था और कहीं ना कहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन ने हमारे साथ समझौता किया। मैं राहुल जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, राहुल जी, झारखंड भी तो उसी समय चुनाव हुआ था, क्या आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन के साथ झारखंड में समझौता किया था? आप एक बार सोरेन जी से पूछिए, क्या उन्होंने समझौता किया था इलेक्शन कमीशन से? प्रियंका वाड्रा, उसी चुनाव में जो बाई इलेक्शन हुए थे, उसी समय उसी कालखंड में जो बाई इलेक्शन हुए थे, उस बाई इलेक्शन में वो जीत के सदन में आई पैलेस्टाइन का बैग टांग करके। आप बताइए, क्या प्रियंका वाड्रा ने रॉबर्ट वाड्रा की मध्यस्थता से इलेक्शन कमीशन के साथ कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया तभी उसकी जीत हुई, या वो अपने मेहनत पर जीत कर आई? आप ये बताइए कि 240 सीट जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विगत लोकसभा 2024 के लोकसभा में जब हमें 240 सीट और आपको 99 सीट मिली, तो आपने पूरे देश में और सदन में भी डिंडोरा पीटा कि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हार है और ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की जीत है। तो वॉज द इलेक्शन कमीशन कॉम्प्रोमाइज देन? आपने ये जो जश्न मनाया था, क्या हम कॉम्प्रोमाइज थे? और ठीक उसी प्रकार महाराष्ट्र में लोकसभा में हमें 9 सीटें मिली और आपके गठबंधन को हमसे अधिक मिली थी। तो वॉज द इलेक्शन कमीशन कॉम्प्रोमाइज देन बाय यू? केवल इतना ही नहीं, आपने सामने बैठा करके सदन में अयोध्या सीट हम हार गए, इस प्रकार से आपने पूरा सेलिब्रेशन किया। क्या इसके पीछे आपका किसी प्रकार का कॉम्प्रोमाइज था इलेक्शन कमीशन के साथ? किस प्रकार से यह संभव हुआ? क्योंकि भारत में आज फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन होता है, भारत में आज सजीव लोकतंत्र है, इसी कारण यह संभव हुआ। विदेश की भूमि में जाकर भारत पर इस प्रकार हमले करने वाला राहुल गांधी याद रखे कि वो 50,000 की बेल पर बाहर है, वो गुनहगार है, वो भ्रष्ट है, उसने चोरी की है, डकैती की है। नेशनल हेराल्ड का केस चोरी का केस नहीं है, डकैती का केस है। 5,000 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी का मात्र 50 लाख रुपए देकर और 440 करोड़ रुपए का इनकम टैक्स गबन करके उसे चोरी और भ्रष्टाचारी नहीं कहते हैं, वो डकैती होती है। मां बेटे ने डकैती की है और डकैती करने के बाद इनकी इतनी हिम्मत है कि विदेश की भूमि में जाकर आप हिंदुस्तान के लोकतंत्र के ऊपर उंगली उठाते हैं। राहुल गांधी, आपसे नहीं हो पाएगा हिंदुस्तान में राजनीति, तो जाकर के किसी और देश से चुनाव लड़िए, मगर जिस थाली में खाते हैं अगर उस थाली में आप छेद करेंगे तो आप देशद्रोही कहलाएंगे। यू आर अ ट्रेटर। राहुल गांधी ट्रेटर हैं, केवल इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि विदेश की भूमि में जाकर देश की संस्थाओं का अपमान करते हैं और देश के लोकतंत्र को हीन बताते हैं। वो इसलिए भी ट्रेटर हैं क्योंकि देश की संपत्ति का करोड़ों करोड़ रुपए नेशनल हेराल्ड के माध्यम से उन्होंने गबन किया है और केवल अपने सहूलियत के लिए, अपने आराम के लिए गबन किया है। और याद रखिए राहुल गांधी, आप और आपकी माताश्री बचने वाली नहीं है। ईडी के गुस्से को ईसी पर निकाल रहे हो, एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के गुस्से को आप इलेक्शन कमीशन पर निकाल रहे हो। इससे कुछ नहीं होगा। 2 दिन आप पन्नों पे छपोगे, अखबारों में आओगे, मगर ईडी आपको छोड़ेगी नहीं, क्योंकि तथ्य के आधार पर एजेंसीज काम करते हैं और तथ्य ओपन एंड शट केस का है। यह जो नेशनल हेराल्ड का केस है, यह ओपन एंड शट केस है जिसमें मां बेटे ने लूट मचाई है और आपको इसमें छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम के साथ आप पकड़े जाएंगे और आप जेल के पीछे जाएंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछे।
दूरदर्शन
संदीप जी, राहुल गांधी जब पहले लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन नहीं थे लोकसभा में, तब भी उन्होंने विदेश में इस तरह के जाकर भारत के विरोध में ऐसी बातें कही थी, संस्थाओं पर सवाल उठाए थे। अब वो लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन भी हैं, तो क्या उसकी गरिमा का भी ध्यान नहीं रख रहा? बीजेपी किस तरह से इसे काउंटर करेगी? आप इस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो कर ही रहे, लेकिन क्या कोई और आप आगे कदम उठाएंगे कि राहुल
देखिए, वो लीडर विथ नो पोजीशन है। आप कह रहे हैं लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, मगर व्यवहार देख के तो लगता है लीडर विथ नो पोजीशन है। अपने पार्टी के अंदर भी पोजीशन नहीं है। आप पूछ लीजिए जाके कांग्रेस वालों से, वो खुद बता देंगे आपको, व्यक्तिगत रूप से बता देंगे राहुल गांधी क्या है। और आप पूछ लीजिए देश की जनता से, जनता तो वोट देकर बता रही है कि इज नो लीडर विथ अपोजिशन। जिसके पास काबिलियत नहीं है वो अनफिट है, पॉलिटिकली अनफिट है। पॉलिटिकली अनफिट मैन ऑलवेज टेक्स द crutches of allegations which are false to prove that he is a leader. जो पॉलिटिकली अनफिट होता है वो हमेशा बैसाखी पकड़ता है गलत सहारों का और गलत एलिगेशंस का, ये प्रूव करने के लिए कि मैं सही हूं। और आज अमेरिका में हो या दूसरे देशों में जो राहुल गांधी कर रहे हैं वो उनकी नाकामी का ही एक खिसियापन है।
दीपक चौबे,
राहुल गांधी भी कह रहे हैं कि 5:30 बजे के बाद जो आंकड़ा है वो इलेक्शन कमीशन नहीं बता रहा, जो 65 लाख वोट आए थे, कहीं ना कहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन मिला हुआ है।
दिल्ली के चुनाव से पहले यह विषय उठाया गया था। आप सब महान पत्रकार हैं, आप सब भी इलेक्शन कमीशन के उस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मौजूद होंगे जिसमें चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर ने बकायदा एक एक विषय का क्रमांक जवाब दिया था। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन के आधार पर जवाब नहीं दे सकता क्योंकि मैं एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हूं, मगर वेबसाइट पर और आज भी आप अगर गूगल करेंगे तो जवाब आपको स्वयं मिल जाएगा। एक एक प्रश्न का जवाब दिया है इलेक्शन कमीशन ने। और इलेक्शन कमीशन ने यह भी कहा है किसी को किसी प्रकार का संशय है तो हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म खुला हुआ है, आप आइए, आके पूछिए। उसके बाद कोर्ट के दरवाजे भी खुले हैं। आपको अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन के किसी भी जवाब से तथ्यात्मक जवाब नहीं मिलता है, आपको लगता है, आप हिंदुस्तान के कोर्ट पर भरोसा नहीं करते हैं क्या? आप जाइए, कोर्ट में जाइए, प्रश्न उठाइए। मगर अमेरिका में जाकर हिंदुस्तान का लोकतंत्र कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है, ऐसा केवल देशद्रोही ही कह सकता है, कोई दूसरा नहीं कह सकता।
रविकांत राय, टाइम्स नवभारत।
पश्चिम बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी मिदनापुर तो जा रही है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन रिव्यू करने के लिए, लेकिन वो मुर्शिदाबाद नहीं जा रही जहां पर हिंदुओं का पलायन हो रहा है और हिंसा की घटनाएं हो रही हैं।
बहुत दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, मुझे लगता नहीं है इसको पॉलिटिसाइज करना चाहिए, मगर यह सच्चाई है कि ममता बनर्जी हिंदुओं से नफरत करती है। यही अगर किसी मुसलमान भाई के साथ अत्याचार हुआ होता तो ममता बनर्जी वहां हो हल्ला।
All right, the BJP press conference there, we heard Sambit Patra, he's speaking and he was hitting out at Rahul Gandhi over the National Herald case and the latest comment that Rahul Gandhi has made. This is coming in as we keep getting you back-to-back updates. Rahul Gandhi was in the US and in fact he's still there, and Sambit Patra was speaking about this, where Rahul Gandhi is in the US and he has made a controversial statement about Election Commission of India raising the issue of voters' discrepancies in Maharashtra elections during his visit to the US, and said Election Commission is compromised. And we just heard Sambit Patra hit out at Rahul Gandhi over his latest statement on foreign soil. Let's go ahead and play out that statement of Rahul Gandhi.
In simple terms, more people voted in the Maharashtra assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. This is the fact. And the election commission gave us a voting figure for 5:30 in the evening. And between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen, right? Because for a voter to vote, it takes approximately 3 minutes. And if you do the math, it would mean that there were lines of voters till 2 o'clock at night voting all night, and this didn't happen. So we asked them, but look, evening, you have videography taking place. If we ask, they not only refused to give us the videography, they changed the law so that now you're not allowed to ask for the videography.
All right, pictures coming in of J.D. Vance at the Akshardham temple with his family, and Just after landing at Palam Airport with his family, his first stop is Akshardham Temple. So those are the pictures coming in right now, where US Vice President has reached Akshardham Temple, and later on the day he will be meeting the Prime Minister Modi. And now we see those pictures first on Republic TV. There was already a lot of security outside Akshardham Temple to make sure that the security protocol was in place. We were also talking to Soumya to see what the security is looking like. But now we have Soumya once again. Soumya, you were talking to us about the security protocol outside the Akshardham Temple, and now they have reached Akshardham Temple. A very important, significant visit of J.D. Vance at Akshardham, signifying cultural and people-to-people connect.
Yes, well, Shivangi correctly mentioned, it is for sure a very significant visit of J.D. Vance and the second family. Just few minutes back, we got the exclusive visuals of the huge cavalcade of J.D. Vance entering, making their way inside the Akshardham Temple. There was a huge deployment of security personnel. We also saw the Secret Service also taking stock of the situation. One of the officials from the Secret Service is outside here guarding the barricades, the main barricade point from where the cavalcade entered. If we zoom the camera there, you see all the cabs and the buses who were part of the cavalcade. They are parked here. This particular day was chosen for J.D. Vance's visit to Akshardham, because on Mondays Akshardham is closed for the movement of the normal public, so it is possible to make the important arrangements of this VIP arrangements for the visit of J.D. Vance and the second family. As we saw the cavalcade entering the Akshardham Temple, we have the itinerary of how it is going to last long for 30 to 35 minutes. It is of course of a great importance and great significance, as right after landing here in the national capital and receiving the guard of honor, the Vice President and the second family was en route right from there for the visit here at the Akshardham Temple. As mentioned earlier, it is a 30 to 35 minutes long program wherein J.D. Vance was received by a senior saint, whereas the second wife, the second lady, is being received by the senior female volunteers of the Akshardham Temple. It is going to be a detailed visit inside the temple, which is going to last long for 30 to 35 minutes. We will have to wait and watch once the cavalcade moves out from the temple and makes its way towards the hotel where the family and the delegation is going to stay over today.
That is right. Soumya is getting those pictures coming in. And Soumya, you know, these pictures are coming in of J.D. Vance and family members visiting the Akshardham Temple, and also pointing out that the children of J.D. Vance, Anusha, the second lady, they are dressed in traditional attire as they visit the temple. Next, of course, would be that very important meeting between J.D. Vance and Prime Minister Modi, where Prime Minister Modi will be hosting J.D. Vance later on in the day. Soumya.
Yes, well, Shivangi, it was when we saw the visuals, when the visuals started coming in, right when the aircraft landed there at the Palam Air Base, we saw the second lady and their three children when they were exiting the aircraft, how beautifully they were dressed up in traditional attire. It was, of course, for their maiden visit to India. They are incorporating and keeping in mind the culture of our country, and of course it was their visit to this temple which is of great significance, and beautifully they adorn the culture and tradition of our country. Now of course it's going to be a long day for the second family, the Vice President and the wife. Well, they are scheduled to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi for talks and a dinner in the evening at his official residence, which is 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Of course, it is of great importance because this trip comes amid President Donald Trump's aggressive trade moves, including a 26% reciprocal tariff on Indian goods as part of broader tariff announcements affecting countries, worldwide. So it is of great importance, this meeting that is scheduled to take place later today. For sure, Prime Minister Modi will host the Vice President, and the talks are expected to be on lines of finalizing the proposed India-US bilateral trade agreements, and with that also exploring ways to strengthen overall ties between the two countries. Now we talk about who is going to be the part of the delegation from the Indian side when the family visits the official residence of the Prime Minister. Earlier, as I mentioned earlier, External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar was also going to be a part of this delegation when the family arrives for the special dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. However, because of his tight schedule and his visit to Saudi Arabia, there is a last-minute change. So now, as far as the delegation from the Indian side is concerned, when JD Vance arrives at the official residence of the Prime Minister, it is going to be National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Foreign Secretary Vikram Sikri, along with Prime Minister for sure. And with that, it is also expected that the Indian Ambassador to the United States is also going to be there. So these are the details that we are picking up with regards to this important meeting that is scheduled to take place later today at the Prime Minister's residence. Shivangi.
All right, Soumya, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you as this program will last around 30 minutes of JD Vance and family visit to the Akshardham temple. All right, let's move ahead right now because it's a big milestone, a major milestone for India's space research. Union Minister Jitendra Singh has confirmed that ISRO has successfully completed the second docking of satellites under the SpaceX mission. The mission, launched through PSLV C-60 on 30 December 2024, has already made history with its first successful docking on 16 January and undocking on 13th of March. Now, with the second docking accomplished, ISRO moves a step closer to mastering advanced space operations. More experiments are expected in the coming 2 weeks. India's space journey continues to soar with precision, innovation, and global admiration. All right, back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers, and this is a very, very big milestone for ISRO's SpaceX mission. It completes a second docking of satellites. Second docking of satellites on board the PSLV C-60 SpaceX mission was accomplished, and this is what Union Minister Jitendra Singh has said in a post on X. And this is the SpaceX mission, which was launched on December 30th last year, with the ISRO placing 2 satellites in orbit to demonstrate the docking experiments in space. The Indian Space Agency has accomplished the undocking of SpaceX satellites in the very first attempt on March 13th at 9:20 hours Indian Standard Time. This is what they said. The undocking of satellites took place in a 460-kilometer circular orbit with 45-degree inclination. Satellites were orbiting independently and their health is normal. All right, very, very big update coming in right now. ISRO has successfully demonstrated all capabilities required for docking and undocking operations in a circular orbit. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment. Portions of a 3-story residential building of the Gujarat Housing Board collapsed in Vadodara city. Residents were evacuated in time, preventing any casualty in the incident, which took place at around 11 p.m. However, rescue operations remain underway to determine if any individuals are trapped below the rubble. Karnataka Home Minister G. Parameshwara took stock of the investigation into the murder of a former Karnataka DGP. Probe is ongoing and authorities have not drawn any conclusion pending the official report. His wife has been detained and is being questioned. However, no arrests have been made so far. The motive behind the murder remains unclear at this stage. Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat issued a sharp response to those individuals exploiting the recently passed Waqf Amendment Act for political gain and to incite religious tensions. He said that such actions are detrimental to national unity and peace. Also condemning the violent protest in Murshidabad and West Bengal linked to the act, which resulted in multiple fatalities and injuries. Vinay Singh, the Jharkhand state president of the Rashtriya Rajput Karni Sena, was found dead with a gunshot wound to the head on Sunday evening near Jamshedpur's Baliguma area. A pistol was recovered from his left hand. Singh had been missing since Saturday morning, prompting his family to file a missing complaint, after which police traced his mobile location, recovered the body. Also coming up, a chilling testimony in Karnataka former DGP murder case. Details after a short break. Stay tuned.
Jio Unlimited offer. अब Unlimited 5G data के साथ free cricket, free home fiber trial. Come on India, Jio Digital Life.
What smart AC?
स्मार्ट एसी वो है जो आपको दे सुकून की नींद with customized sleep profile.
घर ले आइए Panasonic Smart AC और रहिए future ready.
Panasonic.
Institute of Directors, India's next annual Tri-Star Group, title partner 2025 UAE Global Convention on Leadership for Business Excellence and Innovation, along with a global business meet and presentation of the famed Golden Peacock Awards, is all set to be hosted in Dubai from April 22nd to 25th, 2025.
I share with you this morning a special pride in the close and friendly relations between India and the United Arab Emirates.
Recognizing accomplishments, celebrating excellence. For more details, log on to www.iodglobal.com.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and US Vice President J.D. Vance has arrived in New Delhi for an official visit to India. He's in fact later today slated to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who will host him for dinner. We're tracking all the details into the visit for you, but first here are your headlines.
In the Maharashtra Assembly elections, then there are adults in Maharashtra. Between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen.
Chilling testimony in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi does it again, slams Election Commission of India on foreign soil.
When the world is praising Election Commission for the spectacular work it has done, whether it's the general election or the elections in Jammu Kashmir, here is Rahul Gandhi, who time and again undermines India's institutions. He has already said he's fighting Indian state. Then he goes abroad and he also attacks Indian institutions.
BJP slams Rahul Gandhi for his comment on Election Commission and the conduct of the Maharashtra elections. US Vice President J.D. Vance along with family arrive in New Delhi for his first India visit. Prime Minister Modi to host Vance for dinner at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Top court set to hear petitions demanding an SIT probe into the Murshidabad violence case. Former Karnataka DGP found dead at his home with stab injuries, wife detained and being interrogated. Gurdwara in Vancouver and Surrey's Lakshmi Narayan Temple desecrated with pro-Khalistan graffiti in Canada. Viewers, starting first, the BJP has now released a video on the social media platform X, signalling its next big move towards implementing the Uniform Civil Code. Now, the video responds to the opposition's claims that the government's third term will be weak and unstable, asserting instead that strong decisions such as the passage of the Waqf bill have already been made. A big breaking news coming in over the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code, where the BJP has now released a video on social media platform X, where the party has now signaled its next big move towards the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. Now, the video also responds to opposition claims that the government's third term will be weak and unstable. Also being joined by my colleague Riyanka, who joins us live from the national capital. Riyanka, speak to us about the passage of the UCC, the entire thing that's going on the video that the BJP has uploaded.
Well, remember when Prime Minister Modi won the elections for the third time, it was the opposition which had hoped that the alliance, the NDA alliance, would break, and it is weak is what they had said. But in a recent video which has in fact been uploaded on social media site X, the BJP has listed its achievements under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it has very clearly said that the Waqf bill has been passed and now the focus will be on implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. In fact, the BJP also writes the fact that abhi to yatra shuru hui hai. That is something that they have mentioned, that they are just started their journey and it is not going to stop. Which is why we also have seen in the past how the BJP has been very much focused about, implementing the Uniform Civil Code. Well, if we talk about in Uttarakhand, there is already, the implementation done. In fact, in Assam as well, there have been several talks going on. And the BJP is very much focused on implementing the UCC. In fact, it has also mentioned that any major decision of the government is now working towards, implementing the UCC at large. So yes, that is of course hit back at the opposition when it had called in the NDA alliance weak and said it would break in a few months. But there is the BJP moving forward and showcasing their achievements, very clearly stating that we have done with the Waqf bill and now we are going forward with implementation of the Uniform Civil Code.
Right, Riyanka, thanks very much for joining in with those details. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus. In fact, tracking another story from the national capital now, AAP Delhi President Saurabh Bhardwaj has made a big announcement that the Aam Aadmi Party will not field a candidate at all in the upcoming mayoral elections, effectively stepping out of the race. Now, Saurabh Bhardwaj also said that all belongs to the BJP and declared that the BJP should now elect its own mayor and form its own standing committee and govern Delhi without any excuses. A big statement from the side of AAP spokesperson Saurabh Bhardwaj. Now, also after announcing that Aam Aadmi Party will not field a candidate in the upcoming mayoral elections, Saurabh Bhardwaj also took a jibe at the BJP. He said that all belongs to the Bharatiya Janata Party and also declared that the BJP should now elect its own mayor and form its own standing committee and govern Delhi without any excuses at all. Listen in to what Saurabh Bhardwaj had to say.
आम आदमी पार्टी ये मानती है
कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास आज नंबर्स हैं, चाहे जिस भी अनैतिक तरीके से उन्होंने ये नंबर्स इकट्ठे किए हैं, तो आज दिल्ली के अंदर उनकी ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार होनी चाहिए, बल्कि मैं तो 4 इंजन कहूँगा उनका, क्योंकि एलजी भी है। तो अब उनका केंद्र है, उनका एलजी है, उनकी दिल्ली सरकार है और उनका एमसीडी भी हो जाएगा। तो अब कोई बहानेबाजी दिल्ली वालों से ना बनाएं और वो दिल्ली के अंदर पूरा प्रशासन चला के दिखाएं, चाहे बरसातों के अंदर जलभराव हो, चाहे हवा का पोल्यूशन हो, चाहे यमुना की सफाई हो, चाहे स्कूलों की फीस हो, चाहे कूड़ों के पहाड़ हो, चाहे गली की सफाई हो, चाहे मलबे के ढेर हो, चाहे रोड के ऊपर ट्रैफिक हो। अब ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी है, अब वो करके दिखाएं।
Also joining me on the broadcast once again is my colleague Riyanka. Riyanka, speak to us about this entire matter. AAP has completely exited the mayoral polls race now.
Very certainly, as we also heard, Aam Aadmi Party Delhi chief Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is also one of the key spokesperson of the party, has very clearly stated and announced that the Aam Aadmi Party will not be fielding its candidate for the upcoming mayoral polls, and which is, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party withdrawing itself from that particular race. Now, it is more of a challenge that the Aam Aadmi Party has rather put on the BJP, and it says that we are not going to be contesting the mayoral polls. Rather, it is the BJP. Delhi belongs to the BJP. Now the BJP must go ahead and elect its own mayor. The BJP must go ahead and elect its own standing committee, as well as rule the national capital. In fact, Saurabh Bhardwaj was also heard saying the fact that it is all now the responsibility of the BJP, which is in power in the national capital, to take stock of the traffic jams, of the water issues, of the school and medical issues that are there in the national capital, of course all the other important issues such as Yamuna, something that the BJP has already begun its work with. But at this point in time, the Aam Aadmi Party withdrawing from the mayoral polls looks like one of its situations that we are awaiting one of the responses from the BJP. There, of course, will be a sharp retort from the BJP at this angle as
right,
well.
Right, Priyanka. Thanks for getting us to round with all the updates. Viewers, shifting focus now, even as the Congress party has targeted the BJP over Nishikant Dube's remarks against the judiciary, the BJP has now reminded the Congress party of its past. Now, the Saffron party claims that Congress itself had questioned the judiciary on multiple occasions. Upping the attack, BJP's Amit Malviya has now posted a video of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, who was seen attacking the judiciary in the video. A lot of back and forth between the Congress and the BJP over Nishikant Dube's recent remarks, and now the BJP has hit back at the Congress party, reminding it of its past of questioning the judiciary across multiple occasions. In fact, Amit Malviya has posted a video of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi attacking the judiciary. Take a look at this.
Know what is happening in the political world. What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power? How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power? How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
Viewers, quickly shifting focus to Karnataka. Now, in the ongoing investigation of the murder of former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash, Republic TV has accessed an exclusive visual of the murder weapon, that is the knife. This development comes as the former DGP's wife and daughter are being interrogated in relation to the case of his murder. Now, the former DGP Om Prakash was found with stab wounds. He was found dead at his Bengaluru residence. Just yesterday, the police was informed of the matter at around 4:30 p.m. on the evening of Sunday, that is yesterday. Now, Republic has exclusively accessed the visuals of the murder weapon, that is the knife that was found on the site of the murder, which is former DGP's Bengaluru residence. In fact, his wife and also his daughter, from what we're learning as per preliminary sources, are being interrogated by the police in connection to the murder that transpired in Bengaluru yesterday. In fact, the police was informed of the incident at 4:30 p.m., to which the police rushed to the spot and found the dead body of the former DGP, top cop of Karnataka, Om Prakash, with multiple stab wounds. And these are the visuals of the attack weapon, that is a knife, that Republic TV has accessed exclusively. In fact, this development comes as the former DGP's wife and daughter are being interrogated. They've been taken into police custody for interrogation and questioning. The police took full cognizance of the crime yesterday. In fact, they have said that the crime happened after he was stabbed by a sharp weapon, which is a knife. The footage of the knife has been exclusively accessed by Republic TV and is on your screens right now. In fact, the son of the former DGP also expressed doubts when it came to his wife and daughter and their involvement in the case, their alleged involvement in the case. Now his wife is also being questioned as the prime suspect in the murder case that has sent shockwaves across the police fraternity. Now, former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash was found in a pool of blood inside the living room of his home in the upscale HSR layout area in Bengaluru. He had multiple stab wounds on his body. Now, viewers, in a chilling turn of events from Bengaluru, the former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash has been found murdered inside his residence, a case that has left the police force and public in complete disbelief. What makes this incident even more startling is that the murder reportedly took place inside the family home, and the former top cop's wife is said to have confessed to the crime. But ever as the wife and daughter have been taken into custody, the family's son, who discovered the body and filed the police complaint, has not leveled any direct accusations against his mother or sister. He has in fact simply called for an investigation into his father's death. Now, preliminary sources and reports also tell us that while the interrogation of the former top cop's wife and daughter continues to remain underway, there are also allegations of both the wife and the daughter suffering from mental illnesses. In fact, the wife and the daughter have now been taken into custody. However, the family's son was the person who discovered the former DGP's body in a pool of blood in the living room of the Bengaluru residence of the family. In fact, he filed the police complaint also. However, he has not leveled any direct accusations against his mother or sister. He simply, in fact, called for a detailed and thorough investigation into his father's death. However, he has complained of behavioral issues when it comes to the former DGP's wife and his daughter. Now, viewers, this shocking case that unfolded in Bengaluru yesterday in the evening has left the entire police fraternity and the public alike in disbelief. Now, former DGP of Karnataka, the former top cop Om Prakash, was found in a pool of blood inside the living room of his home in the upscale HSR layout area. He had multiple stab wounds on his body. That's what the police has said. In fact, the murder weapon has been recovered, and the visuals of the murder weapon were first accessed exclusively by Republic TV. Viewers, in fact, getting in some more development in the case, an FIR has also been filed against Pallavi and Kruti, the wife and the daughter of the former top cop Om Prakash at the HSR layout police station in Bengaluru. Now, son Karthikeshan has filed the complaint. The FIR has been registered against mother Pallavi and sister Kruti. The FIR was registered based on son's complaint. Now, Pallavi and Kruti have been booked in the HSR layout police station following the son's allegations. The son, in fact, was the first person to have found the body in the living room of the Bengaluru residence of the family. The wife has been taken in custody, so has the daughter. And that comes after an FIR was filed against both the wife and the daughter, Pallavi and Kruti, respectively, at the HSR layout police station. And The FIR was in fact filed by the son of the former top cop, Karthikeshan. The FIR has been registered against both the mother and the sister. Pallavi and Kruti have also been booked in HSR Layout Police Station following the son's allegations. Now remember, this case, unlike no other, that was uncovered just yesterday in Bengaluru when the police rushed to the residence of the former top cop Om Prakash in Bengaluru just yesterday after being intimated of the crime that had taken place. He was found in a pool of blood with multiple injuries on his body. Also being joined by my colleague Deepak to get us more updates on the matter. Deepak, what more can you tell us about the matter? The interrogation remains underway, but we're picking up that both the wife and the daughter have now been booked by the police.
That's right, Gesu. In fact, we have accessed the complaint copy. This complaint was filed by the deceased former DGP's son. And in the complaint, he says that my mother, Mrs. Pallavi, had been threatening to kill my father, Mr. Om Prakash, who's the retired DGP and IGP, for the past week. And due to these threats, my father had gone to stay at the residence of his sister, Mrs. Sarita Kumari. And 2 days ago, my younger sister, Kruti, also went to Mrs. Sarita Kumari's house and pressured my father, Mr. Om Prakash, to return home. She brought him back against his will on 24/2025, around 5 p.m. while I was at the Karnataka Golf Association in Domlur. Our neighbor, Mrs. Jayashree Sridharan, called and informed me that my father, Om Prakash, was found lying downstairs. And what we also understand is that the VIP security inspector Srinivas has also said that he had contacted the former DGP, and initially when he contacted Mr. Om Prakash, he had asked him to come home, but later, just moments after that call, he called Srinivas again and said that don't come home, my wife is at home. And after that, Om Prakash was subsequently found dead. He was lying in a pool of blood, and when the police investigated the matter, they found that there were injuries on his body which hinted at a sharp weapon being used. And when they recovered a murder weapon, it seems like a knife that is commonly used at households, directly indicating that the murderer was somebody at home. And now the wife's confession is a new twist in the case.
Right, Deepak, thanks very much for getting us those, in fact, very key and important details that have unearthed in the interrogation. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short break as we approach the end of this news wheel. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications are open.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organization's culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins.
After hearing,
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Now, viewers, in the Bokaro encounter, Vivek, a Maoist with a reward of 1 crore rupees, was also killed during the encounter. A total of 8 bodies of Maoists have been recovered so far from the operational area. In fact, a total of 8 dead bodies of Maoists have been recovered by the troops of the security forces. 1 AK series rifle, 1 SLR, 3 Insas rifles, 1 pistol and 8 country-made Barmer rifles have been recovered as well. And no injuries have been reported to troops at all. In fact, firing stopped and search operations are now underway in the entire operational area in the Bokaro encounter. The latest that we're picking up, 1 Maoist named Vivek with a reward of 1 crore on him was killed during the same encounter. And other than that, 8 bodies of Maoists have been recovered from the operational forested areas. In fact, heavy arms and ammunition were also recovered, which includes 1 AK series rifle, 1 SLR, 3 Insas rifles, 1 pistol and 8 country-made Barmer rifles that have been recovered. No injuries or casualties to the security forces have been reported, and the firing has now culminated and search operations in the area are underway. Viewers, with this, we call it a wrap on this edition of the Newswheel. The top court is set to hear petitions demanding an SIT probe into the Murshidabad violence case, and we'll get you all the details of this right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
My name is Courtney Morrow and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins.
Portions of a 3-story residential building of the Gujarat Housing Board collapsed in Vadodara city. Residents were evacuated in time, preventing any casualty in the incident, which took place at around 11 p.m. However, rescue operations remain underway to determine if any individuals are trapped below the rubble. Karnataka Home Minister G. Parameshwara took stock of the investigation into the murder of former Karnataka DGP. The probe is ongoing and authorities have not drawn any conclusions pending the official report. His wife has been detained and is being questioned. However, no arrests have been made thus far. The motive behind the murder remains unclear at this stage. Union Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat issued a sharp response to those individuals exploiting the recently passed Waqf Amendment Act for political gain and to incite religious tensions. He said that such actions are detrimental to national unity and peace. He also condemned the violent protests in Murshidabad in West Bengal linked to the act, which resulted in multiple fatalities and injuries. Vinay Singh, the Jharkhand state president of the Rashtriya Rajput Karni Sena, was found dead with a gunshot wound to his head on Sunday evening near Jamshedpur's Baliguma area. A pistol was recovered from his left hand. Singh had been incommunicado since Saturday morning, prompting his family to file a missing complaint, after which the police traced his mobile location and recovered his body. Rahul Gandhi does it again, slams Election Commission of India on foreign soil. Tracking all the details of that after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and what are the weapon platforms are going to be inducted? What are indigenous defense manufacturing is going to make a difference? All these.
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios, all under one roof. This is RS Shape. Be ready. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH। Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
After hearing Republic Positive Influencer Program, I, Commander Sudhir Kumar, a veteran of Indian Navy, had sent this video to Republic. I shall be covering the defense vertical. What latest is happening among all the three wings of our Indian Armed Forces? What is the latest technology, induction, and
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
More people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. Between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen.
Rahul Gandhi attacks Election Commission on foreign soil, calls it the poll body compromised.
ये राहुल गांधी जॉर्ज सोरोस के एजेंट हैं। राहुल गांधी इज द एजेंट ऑफ जॉर्ज सोरोस। जॉर्ज सोरोस के चंदे पर राहुल गांधी का धंधा चलता है और जॉर्ज सोरोस ही बताता है इनको कि क्या करना है, कैसे कपड़े पहने हैं, कैसी एक्टिंग करनी है। ये देखिए, ये सारे के सारे आप समझ लीजिए एक बात क्लियरली, ये जॉर्ज सोरोस इनका ट्यूशन मास्टर है।
BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over his comments, says he is an agent of George Soros working to ruin India's image. United States Vice President arrives in New Delhi with family, visits Akshardham temple, set to meet PM Modi in the evening. Assam CM shows mirror to Congress on the issue of judiciary as Congress demands action on Nishikant Dubey. Former DGP's wife confesses to husband's murder at their Bengaluru residence. Gurdwara in Vancouver and Surrey's Lakshmi Narayan Temple desecrated with pro-Khalistan graffiti in Canada. Viewers, well, I've been breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Action against the mastermind of Sambal riots. Property worth rupees 2.31 crore of Satha and Sikandar have been seized. Sharik Satha is hiding in Dubai since 2016. Action taken under the Gangster Act. Big update coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, and the property has now been seized in this case. Back to back updates coming in right now. Republic TV viewers, action against Sambal rights mastermind, where we see that a lot of updates in terms of the violence and the after effects in this case. So in the latest coming in, viewers, action has been taken against the mastermind of Sambal rights. Property worth 2.31 crore has now been seized. Sharik Satha is hiding in Dubai since 2016 and action is taken under the Gangster Act. So these are some of the back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers, and this is coming in as we keep getting you top updates. Though this mastermind is hiding in Dubai since 2016, we will try to go across to Sagar, who's joining us live right now, to help us understand what next can we expect in this case. Okay, let's go to Sagar. Charge sheet mentioned Sharik Satha, who is from Sambal, but he's a mastermind operating from UAE behind the violence which took place in Sambal. But if you could take our viewers, Sagar, through what exactly is happening. The property has been seized worth 2.31 crore, but Sharik Satha is still hiding in Dubai. Yes, go ahead.
देखिए, बिल्कुल अगर हम बात करें तो इस पूरे मामले में शारिक साठा पर लगातार जो भी उसकी अवैध संपत्तियां शिकंजा यहां पर कसा जा रहा है, लेकिन शारिक साठा इस पूरे मामले का, यानी जो संभल में दंगा हुआ, जो हिंसा यहां पर देखी गई, उसका मास्टरमाइंड यहां पर बताया जा रहा है। लेकिन शारिक साठा कैसे आखिर दुबई से गैंग को ऑपरेट करता है, लगातार पुलिस इसकी भी जांच अब कर रही है, क्योंकि देखिए संभल में कई ऐसी अवैध संपत्तियां उसकी हैं लेकिन अब गौर करने वाली बात यह है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में पहली बार गैंगस्टर एक्ट के तहत किसी भी अपराधी की संपत्ति को देखिए यहाँ पर जब्त किया गया है और ये पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में एक मिसाल यहाँ पर साबित की गई है संभल के प्रशासन की तरफ से। लेकिन सारिक साठा की बात करें, साथ में जो उसका साथी था सिकंदर, जिसकी तिहाड़ जेल में कुछ महीने पहले देखिए मौत हो गई थी। सिकंदर और सारिक साठा दोनों ने अपनी पत्नियों के नाम इन अवैध संपत्तियों को कर रखा था। कल के दिन जब प्रशासन यहाँ पर पहुंचा तो उसके बाद उस पूरी देखिए संपत्ति को सरकार के यहाँ पर नाम कर दिया गया, क्योंकि कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया कि इस जमीन जो है आज से सरकार की हो जाएगी। उसके एकदम ठीक सामने अगर हम बात करें, जो अवैध संपत्ति है 2,31,00,000 की, वहां पर हिंदूपुरा थाने का भी निर्माण किया गया है। उस थाने के निर्माण के ठीक पीछे जो यहाँ पर अवैध जमीन थी, लगातार देखिए उस पर बातें कही जाए। लेकिन अब पुलिस इस तलाश में कि आखिर कौन कौन सी ऐसी और जमीनें हैं जो आपराधिक गतिविधियों में लोग शामिल हैं, कैसे उन लोगों ने इस तरह की जमीनों को अर्जित किया, क्योंकि जो भी जमीनें देखिए आपराधिक गतिविधियों में लोग यहाँ पर शामिल रहे और उसे खरीदा, उस पर प्रशासन शिकंजा कसेगा। लेकिन अगर हम साठा की बात करें तो सारिक साठा दुबई में बैठकर जो है वो हथियारों की सप्लाई करता है। बंगाल की बात करें, पंजाब की बात करें, हरियाणा की बात करें, यूपी की बात करें, चंडीगढ़ की बात करें, इन तमाम जगहों पर हथियारों की सप्लाई और इसके साथ ही साथ जो कार हो जाते हैं, जो चोरी की कार हैं, उनकी भी सप्लाई लगातार वो करता चला आया। 56 मुकदमे सारिक साठा पर दर्ज हैं पूरे भारत में। उसके साथ ही सिकंदर पर भी लगभग 16 से ज्यादा मुकदमे दर्ज हैं। अब पुलिस लगातार उनकी कुंडली अब खंगाल रही है कि आखिर कहां पर उनके नाम पर मुकदमे दर्ज हैं और कौन कौन से लोग उनकी गैंग में शामिल हैं। पुलिस इसकी भी तह तक जा रही है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
All right, thank you, Sagar, for getting those details. I will be coming back to you as we get more on the story. But we have to move ahead right now because we have to go ahead to what is happening in Murshidabad, because the Murshidabad violence created a lot of tension in West Bengal. But the BJP has posted a video of Murshidabad violence and has claimed that the protesters attacked a family and took away the money they had kept for their daughter's wedding. In fact, victim claimed that she was asked to choose between her husband and money. Husband held hostage, house looted. Okay, back to back is coming in right now. BJP posted a video of Murshidabad violence claiming that the protesters attacked a family and took away the money they had kept for their daughter's wedding. In fact, the victim claimed that she was asked to choose between her husband and money. This is a very, very big update coming in. Quite shocking, in fact, because the Murshidabad violence has led to a lot of tension in West Bengal, and we have seen that the BJP has asked for accountability from the Mamata Banerjee government over what has happened there. I also want to go ahead and play out the reactions we're getting on the story.
শুক্রবার নিজে হাতে বের করে দিচ্ছি ওরাকে বের করে কি আমাদের জান তো নিয়ে নিচ্ছে এবার না না তোমার মেয়ের জন্য তুমি টাকা রেখেছিলে তাই তো হ্যাঁ টাকা রেখেছিলাম 7 লাখ টাকা দু আধা মাটি বিক্রি করেছি 3 লাখ টাকা করে 7 লাখ টাকা ছিল কিছুটা পুড়িয়েছে বাতে করে সব নিজে হাতে দিলাম বের করে করে আচ্ছা তো ওই টাকা সব মানে তোমার ওকে মানে ডাক্তার দেখানোর যা টাকা পয়সা ছিল সব নিয়ে গেছে তাই তো সব নিজে হাতে দিলাম ঠিক আছে কোনো চারবার শোনা ছিল তাও দিলাম নিজের স্বামীকে টুটিতে হেসা লাগিয়ে আছে বলছে কি জিনিস কি দাও না তোমার স্বামীকে মেরে ফেলছি স্বামীর বড় না টাকা পয়সা বড় স্বামী টাকা বাঁচার লাগে সব কি দিলাম আমি ঠিক আছে বাড়ি ঘর সব ভেঙে দিয়েছে সব নিয়ে গেছে বাড়ি ঘর ভেঙে একটু দেখা আসছেন মন্দিরটা আমার হ্যাঁ আমি তো দেখেছি আমাদেরই দিয়েছি সরকারের নামে দিয়ে দিয়েছি
Right now, because we're getting some breaking up is coming in. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge has made a disparaging remark against BJP and RSS, and we have seen one more controversial remark coming from Kharge. This time, likened members of the saffron outfits of BJP and RSS to dogs, says not a single dog from the homes of RSS and BJP leaders died for independence. Okay, so this is the update coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, and what a words is broken out between the BJP and Congress. After that, we see that a comment has been made by Mallikarjun Kharge, where he has said that, and I repeat, he has likened the members of the RSS and BJP to dogs, says not a single dog from the homes of RSS and BJP leaders died for independence. These remarks are very controversial, but Mallikarjun Kharge has made these remarks in the past as well. I want to go ahead once more to what exactly has happened in terms of the statement, what exactly Mallikarjun Kharge said. So let's go ahead and play out that statement of Kharge.
गांधी फैमिली देश के लिए मर मिटी। नेहरू जी खुद 13 साल जेल में थे और इंदिरा गांधी और राजीव गांधी तो जान दिए। कोई है ऐसा जान देने वाला? कोई है बीजेपी में? कोई आए आरएसएस में? अरे तुम्हारे घर में एक कुत्ता भी नहीं मरा और तुम देश के स्वाभिमान की बात करते हो। अरे हमने दिया है, खून बहाया है, लाखों कांग्रेस के लोग जेल में गए हैं और इस देश को आजादी दिलाए।
All right, viewers, let's go ahead to the chilling turn of events which had taken place. We saw that from Bengaluru, former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash has been found murdered inside his residence, a case which has left the police force and public in disbelief. What makes this incident extremely startling is that the murder reportedly took place inside the family home, and the former top cop's wife is said to have confessed to the crime, but even the wife and daughter have been taken into custody. The family's son, who discovered the body and filed the police complaint, has not leveled any direct accusations against his mother or sister. He has simply called for an investigation into his father's death. So very shocking case coming in from Karnataka, where now in the latest coming in is that the preliminary investigations are pointing to a couple of things, including the latest coming in that the ex-DGP's wife has now confessed. At the same time, the son has refused to make any direct allegations against the family members. Meanwhile, the Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parameshwara has assured that the probe teams will get to the bottom of the case and bring the murderers to book.
Om Prakash has been murdered, they say by his own wife, but the investigation is on. Until and unless we get the report, the investigation report, we cannot conclude anything. The investigation is on. They are looking at various aspects. Once the report is with us, then we can say how the murder has been done and so on.
All right, viewers, Rahul Gandhi is in US and once again he has made a controversial statement on foreign soil. This time it's about the Election Commission of India, raising the issue of voters' discrepancies in Maharashtra election during his visit to US and saying that Election Commission is compromised. Okay, so this is what we see right now, viewers. Rahul Gandhi has once again made a statement and this time he has spoken about the Election Commission of India. Election Commission is compromised. Something is very wrong with the system. I want to go ahead and play out this exact statement of Rahul Gandhi for our viewers.
In simple terms, more people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. This is the fact. And the Election Commission gave us a voting figure for 5:30 in the evening. And between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen, right? Because for a voter to vote, it takes approximately 3 minutes. And if you do the math, it would mean that there were lines of voters till 2 o'clock at night voting all night, and this didn't happen. So we asked them, but look, evening, you have videography taking place, if we ask. They not only refused to give us the videography, they changed the law so that now you're not allowed to ask for the videography. So it's very clear to us that the Election Commission is compromised. It's very clear that there is something very wrong with the system. We've said it, we've said it publicly, I've said it multiple times, I've said it in press conferences, other leaders.
Meanwhile, the BJP has slammed Rahul Gandhi for once again making statements against India on foreign soil. Take a look.
News to do Bharat bashing just because he has a problem with one political party. This time, he has once again raised questions on Election Commission and its functioning. When the world is praising Election Commission for the spectacular work it has done, whether it's the general election or the elections in Jammu Kashmir, here is Rahul Gandhi, who time and again undermines India's institutions. He has already said he's fighting Indian state. Then he goes abroad and he also attacks India's institutions. India's institutions, which are institutions, inka apman has become Rahul Gandhi's pehchan.
Rahul Gandhi has made these statements about the election commission in America, and Rahul Gandhi is so clueless. He is so incompetent and incoherent that he should first be reminded that America, where he's made this statement, the American president, Mr. Donald Trump, had hailed and lauded India's electoral system, saying that the United States should follow it, and he had praised India's, the way in which Indian voters had voted, and biometrics and digitization have been used. So Rahul Gandhi should understand what he speaks about. But Rahul Gandhi's intent is not, good, and his statements are motivated because Rahul Gandhi is he's peddling lies and making such poisonous propaganda, trying to attack India, especially at a time in America where the American Vice President today has landed in India.
All right, getting you some more bits coming in right now. In our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started. FIR was registered against the film director Anurag Kashyap at the Punjab Nagar police station for his remarks on Brahmins on a social media platform. The case was registered based on a complaint lodged by Anil Chaturvedi on Saturday night. According to Punjab Nagar Sub-Inspector Ram Kripal, the complainant alleged that the director posted abusive words about Brahmins while replying to a social media user. Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh praised the district administration for their tireless efforts following the severe hailstorm. He also highlighted the crucial role played by the Indian Army in providing timely assistance to the affected people. He shared that the Army set up medical camps, distributed necessary medicines, and ensured access to food and clean drinking water. Dr. Singh emphasized that the Indian Army service extends beyond wartime, showing their commitments during peacetime crisis as well. Restoration efforts are actively underway on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, which has been closed for the second consecutive day due to heavy rainfall, hailstorm and landslide that occurred yesterday. The adverse weather conditions have caused significant disruptions, and authorities are working tirelessly to clear the debris and restore normal traffic flow. In Bahadarpur, Haridwar, a notorious murderer from Haryana who had escaped parole was captured after a late-night encounter between the police and criminals. During the exchange of fire, one criminal was injured and identified as Vinod alias Vicky Rajput from Rohtak, Haryana. Vinod was serving a life sentence for murder but had fled after being released on parole. During his escape, he kept changing his identity, moving between different locations as such operations underway to nab his associate. A tragic road accident occurred at the Bhojoli intersection this happened in the Nebua Norangia police station area. A car returning from a wedding lost control and crashed into a tree, resulting in severe damage to the vehicle. 8 people were inside the car at the time of the incident. 6 of them died on the spot, while 2 others sustained critical injuries. Local residents rushed to help using a grinder machine to cut through the mango car and rescue those trapped inside. An FIR has been filed based on a complaint by Kartikesh, the son of the retired DGP Om Prakash. In a statement, Kartikesh has accused his mother Pallavi, his sister, of being involved in his father's murder. He mentioned that both women are mentally unstable and currently undergoing treatment. Yet he has alleged that their direct involvement in the crime. Case has been registered under Section B of BNSs such as 103, 1031, 1035. Muzaffarnagar is under the police station limits witnessed high drama as a farmer's field turned into a battleground over minor dispute. What started as a small argument soon escalated into a violent clash, with both sides attacking each other in the middle of a forested area. A scuffle continued for quite some time. Based on a viral video of the incident, police have registered a case against both parties involved. Historic move. We see that the LAHDCLA has now passed a resolution granting 33% reservation for women in upcoming council elections. BJP Mahila Morcha Saira Bano welcomed the decision, thanking the councillors for their support and calling it a big step towards women empowerment and inclusive development.
ये 128 अमेंडमेंट के बाद हमारा वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल पार्लियामेंट में भी पास हुआ था। उसके बाद ये एक हिस्टोरिक मूवमेंट या हिस्टोरिक स्टेप है जो हमारे काउंसिल में कल 15 तारीख को मैडम डॉक्टर यंगसन की तरफ से एक रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ जिसमें वुमेन रिजर्वेशन के बारे में था। सब लड़कियों की तरफ से, सब औरतों की तरफ से, सब वुमेन की तरफ से काउंसिल को शुक्रिया। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Devotees engage in a unique and intense tradition during the annual festival in there. This is happening in Mangaluru, and as part of the festival, participants throw burning palm fronds at one another in a display of devotion and ritualistic fervor. Centuries-old custom is believed to honor the goddess and invoke her blessing. The fiery exchange of palm fronds is not only a significant cultural practice, but also a spectacle that draws large crowds each year. And viewers, ambience remains calm but tense in many areas of West Bengal, while political blame game continues over the responsibility of rising communal tension in the state. After Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee blamed the RSS and BJP for the violence, BJP hits back while India Alliance partner stands by Mamata Banerjee's side. Take a look.
The impact of communal violence in West Bengal keeps on reverberating. The situation got ignited further after Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote an open letter blaming the BJP and RSS for communal violence. BJP leader Dilip Ghosh has targeted the Chief Minister for taking a nonchalant approach towards the violence in Murshidabad. He alleged that the violence took place under the direction of the Chief Minister herself.
ममता बनर्जी क्या कर रही हैं? बाकी कौन क्या कर रहे हैं, उनको सर्टिफिकेट कौन मांग रहा है? अरे आपके हाथ में प्रशासन है, पुलिस है, सरकार आपकी है, आप जाके कार्रवाई करो। कितने जो पकड़ा गया, कितने को पकड़े मुझे नहीं मालूम, जो पकड़ा गया उसमें आरएसएस के कितने हैं, उसमें बीजेपी के कितने हैं, या तो कांग्रेस के कितने हैं, और बांग्लादेश के लोग बोले बांग्लादेश के लोग कितने हैं, वो बताओ ना।
The BJP has claimed that the houses of Hindus were singled out and targeted. West Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari has demanded an NIA probe in the communal incidents in the state.
कोर्ट कर रहा है, कोर्ट 3 मेन कमेटी बनाया, एक NHRC नेशनल, NHRC आपका स्टेट NHRC और स्टेट लीगल सर्विस, तीनों का कमेटी बनाया, कॉम्पेंसेशन असेसमेंट करेगा। ये सब होगा टाइम टेकिंग, किंतु जो राहत तुरंत करना चाहिए हम लोग स्टार्ट कर दिए।
On the other hand, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav stood by the side of Mamata government and blamed the BJP for the violence.
पश्चिम बंगाल में जो दंगा बताया जा रहा है, जो हुई है घटना, उस पे कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, जांच भी हो रही है, कई लोग गिरफ्तार भी कर लिए गए हैं। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ याद रखिएगा एक बात, ये दंगा कराने के पीछे अगर किसी का हाथ होता है तो हमेशा भाजपा ही होते हैं।
Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary too jumped into the fray and blamed the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for the rise of BJP and RSS in the state and said that the Murshidabad incident exposed the functioning of the police.
बंगाल में आरएसएस की ताकत अगर बढ़ी तो इसके लिए सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी और आरएसएस वालों को धन्यवाद देना पड़ेगा बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री की, क्योंकि बंगाल में टीएमसी पार्टी आने के पहले बीजेपी के कोई ताकत नहीं थी। बीजेपी के जितने ताकत बढ़ी, जितनी ताकत की वृद्धि हुई, वो टीएमसी की मदद से।
All right, getting some pictures coming in right now where we see VHP is holding a protest against Mamata government over the Murshidabad violence. And these pictures are coming in as the Murshidabad violence, remember, has led to a lot of tension in West Bengal, with the BJP asking for accountability from Mamata Banerjee. So these are some of the back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. The BJP has also hit out at Mamata Banerjee asking for accountability. These pictures are coming in of the VHP holding a protest against Mamata government over the Murshidabad violence. The BJP has also been asking for accountability from Mamata Banerjee for the failure of her administration to prevent the Murshidabad violence which had taken place, where now the VHP has also joined in, coming down heavily on the TMC for also accusing the BJP of initiating a campaign against her. So these are back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. And the VHP is holding these protests on our screens.
भाई साहब कहेंगे क्या, देश के अंदर सरकार हमारी है और उसके बाद भी इस तरीके से हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार होता रहता है, बहन बेटियों का बलात्कार होता है, उनके निवस्त्र करके रोडों पे फेंका जाता है, गले काट रहे हैं, घर जला रहे हैं। उसके बाद भी एक बैठी हुई सरकार है जो कि पिछले 15 साल से चल रही है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक पक्ष को, मुसलमानों को समर्थन देती आ रही है और हिंदुओं के आए दिन घर जलाए जाते हैं, उनकी बहन बेटियों पे के बलात्कार होते हैं। इसके विरोध में विश्व हिंदू परिषद हमेशा हिंदुओं के साथ खड़ा रहा है, अपने धर्म के साथ खड़ा रहा है और देश के साथ खड़ा रहा है। जो देश विरोधी ताकतें हैं उनके खिलाफ विश्व हिंदू परिषद हमेशा काम करेगा। हम हमेशा इस तरीके का काम करेंगे, राष्ट्रपति शासन वहाँ पर लागू हो, हमारे हिंदू बहन भाइयों की सुरक्षा का पूरा इंतजाम हो और ममता सरकार तुरंत बर्खास्त की जाए, ऐसी हमारी मांग है भारत सरकार से। और हम चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी ऐसा हो जाए ताकि जो नुकसान हमारे भाई बहनों का हो चुका है उससे ज़्यादा ना हो पाए और ऐसे घटनाएं फिर दोबारा ना घटें, उसका भी सरकार ध्यान धरे और हिंदुओं की सुरक्षा का उचित कार्यक्रम तय करे, उचित सारी चीज़ें तय करे, जिससे इस तरीके के कार्यक्रम कभी ना बने। आए दिन बांग्लादेश जैसी हरकतें हो रही हैं बंगाल में, लेकिन दिखाई नहीं देती ममता को। मुसलमान आए दिन हमारे हिंदुओं के घरों में घुसते हैं, बहन बेटियों पर अत्याचार करते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी ममता बानो को दिखाई नहीं देता। वो खुद ममता बानो है इसलिए दिखाई नहीं देता। अगर वो वाकई में उसमें ज़रा सी भी शर्म होती तो वो अब तक ये चीज़ें देखकर संभाल चुकी होती। वो एक जिम्मेदार पद पे बैठी है, संवैधानिक पद पर बैठी है, लेकिन उन्हें लगता ही नहीं है। वो सिर्फ मुसलमानों को चला रही है, सिर्फ मुसलमानों का समर्थन कर रही है। इसके लिए हम पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं कि ममता बनर्जी को अपनी कुर्सी से इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। और
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत एक देश ही नहीं बल्कि 5000 साल पुरानी धड़कन है जो आज भी हमारे मंदिरों, हमारे त्योहारों और हमारे खाने की थाली में सुनाई देती है। भरतनाट्यम की मोहक मुद्राओं से लेकर भारतीय संगीत की आत्मा छू लेने वाली धुन तक हमारी संस्कृति एक जीवंत कलाकृति है। हमने दुनिया को वेद, योग और वो ज्ञान दिया जो एंशिएंट नहीं, टाइमलेस है और आज भी उतना ही रेलेवेंट है। एज ए डिजिटल क्रिएटर मेरा एक ही मकसद है कि इस सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को आपकी फीड तक लाना, खूबसूरती के साथ, गर्व के साथ और एक उद्देश्य के साथ।
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
More people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. Between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen.
Rahul Gandhi attacks Election Commission on foreign soil, calls the poll body compromised.
ये राहुल गांधी जॉर्ज सोरोस के एजेंट हैं। राहुल गांधी इज द एजेंट ऑफ जॉर्ज सोरोस। जॉर्ज सोरोस के चंदे पर राहुल गांधी का धंधा चलता है और जॉर्ज सोरोस ही बताता है इनको कि क्या करना है, कैसे कपड़े पहने हैं, कैसी एक्टिंग करनी है। ये देखिए, ये सारे के सारे आप समझ लीजिए एक बात क्लियरली, ये जॉर्ज सोरोस इनका ट्यूशन मास्टर है।
BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over his comments, says he's an agent of George Soros working to ruin India's image. US Vice President arrives in New Delhi with his family, visits Akshardham Temple, set to meet Prime Minister Modi in the evening. Assam Chief Minister shows mirror to Congress on the issue of judiciary as Congress demands action on Nishikant Dubey. Former DGP's wife confesses to husband's murder at the Bangalore residence. Gurudwara in Vancouver and Surrey's Lakshmi Narayan Temple desecrated with pro-Palestinian graffiti in Canada. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Live and Breaking at 12:30 p.m. this afternoon with me, Krutat Patnaik, and the top story remains the rain misery that has left Jammu and Kashmir completely disconnected. Over 100 roads have been closed due to the damage caused by landslides and flash floods in Jammu and Kashmir. An entire stretch of an highway has been washed away in the flash floods that took place yesterday in the Ramban area. A temple also has been damaged in the floods that were reported yesterday. Multiple tankers are also buried under the debris. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking from Ramban in Jammu, where flash floods were triggered yesterday evening after a cloudburst in the area. That's the big breaking news update coming in from Jammu. I have my colleague Gursimran joining us live. We have been reporting continuously from Ramban, where rescue operations are presently underway and landslides have mired the entire area. Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran joining us live on this broadcast. Gursimran, if you can give us the latest update on the rescue operations that are presently taking place and the status of connectivity in the Ramban district.
See, right now we are in the Ramban, where the national highway has been damaged to a large extent, and that's why we are witnessing that the large-scale disruptions in the connectivity from the Kashmir Valley to Kanyakumari. These are the visuals that Sarjeevan is showing you, that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police as well as civil administration, they all have arrived here. It's the Divisional Commissioner Jammu, Ramesh Kumar, along with the Deputy Commissioner of Ramban, Basir Chaudhary. He's also here. The IGP Jammu Zone, Bhimsen Tuti, is also here, along with the other officials, and they are now monitoring the situation on the national highway. Reason being that the national highway has been damaged to a large extent. We have witnessed that since yesterday there were heavy rainfall that has taken place, followed by the mudslides that have happened, that has led to these large-scale disruptions in the connectivity. Now, in a short while from now, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, is also slated to arrive here, and I'll request Sarjeevan if we can show you from here that the relief and the rescue works that are underway. The JCB machines have been pressed into the action so that these debris can be removed and the national highway can be made operational. Earlier it was being said that by the end of the day there lies a possibility that there will be a resumption of the traffic on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. But as we speak, what it seems for now that this is almost next to impossible to restore the traffic on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway by the end of the day. Even the project director of the National Highway Authority of India, whom Republic spoke to, they have also informed that it will be taking time, and it will be taking time of 5 to 7 days. I'll request Sarjeevan to come this way so that we can keep showing you the relief and the rescue works that are underway, because these JCBs, these big boulders, have to be removed from here, and only then there can be resumptions in the traffic, because without these boulders, big boulders, being removed from this very area, it is next to impossible to restore the traffic, and that's why we are witnessing that the war footing work that is being done here. I'll request Sir Jeevan to come to this side so that we can show you the extent of damage that has been reported here, because here the national highway has completely been washed away. These are the visuals that you are seeing from here. That entire stretch of the national highway has completely been washed away, and the reason being that we have seen earlier also and now as well, as Sir Jeevan is showing you, that the senior officials, they are moving in the area. They are trying to ensure that every nook and corner is thoroughly checked, and I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals of the IGP Jammu and the Divisional Commissioner Ramesh Kumar, who are now heading back after reviewing the present scenario here, that how the relief work is underway. It's very important that you see that these are the tricky areas from where the officials have to pass through so as to reach the other side. But this has to be made in such a manner that the vehicles can move through this very place. But the large-scale extent damage that has been reported is making it really very difficult. Even a temple that was here has also been damaged, as the boundary wall and some portion of the temple has completely been washed away with the mudslides and the landslides that have come from this way. So this is the situation, continues to be grim in the sense that there is no clarity that when the national highway will open, though the JCBs are trying to remove the debris as much as they can, and the officials are now heading back after reviewing the scenario that is here. So this is very important to see that how overall scenario remains here in the Ramban. But for now, there is no likelihood that the traffic will be resumed anytime shortly here in the Ramban district of Jammu, as the officials review the present security as well as the ongoing operations, the relief operations.
Gursimran, stay with me. I just want to take our viewers once again through that conversation that you had with SSP of Ramban earlier today and the details that emerged from that conversation, and I'll come back to you for more updates. But ladies and gentlemen, this was the response of the SSP Ramban when Republic had a conversation with him earlier today.
सर, कल से हमने देखा कि एक वॉर फुटिंग पे जो है रिलीफ रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस चल रहे थे. अब रिलीफ रेस्क्यू की बात की जाए तो वो तकरीबन ख़त्म है, क्योंकि आपने कहा कोई भी व्यक्ति फंसा नहीं है. रिलीफ ऑपरेशंस कहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं?
देखिए, रिलीफ ऑपरेशन में स्टार्ट हो चुका है और काफ़ी हद तक काफ़ी चीज़ें कवर भी हो गई. असेसमेंट गाड़ियों की होनी थोड़ी बाकी है, क्योंकि क्लियर पिक्चर आने के बाद ही ये सब कुछ हो जाएगा. बाकी गाड़ियों नेशनल हाईवे ओपन करने का काम वॉर फुटिंग पे चल रहा है. अभी देखेंगे आप, रामबन के बीच में भी वन साइडेड हो गया है, और यहाँ से आप सेरी तक देख सकते हैं कि सेरी तक भी वन साइडेड हो चुका है. अब बीच में मरोग से आगे जो है वो भी क्लियर कर दिया गया है. मशीनरी दोनों साइड से लगी है और अच्छी तरह से काम चल रहा है, और बाई इवनिंग वी होप के नेशनल हाईवे एटलीस्ट वन वे हो जाएगी.
सर, किस तरह से डेंट इस हाईवे को आया है, लग रहा था कि एक एक्सटेंडेड पीरियड के लिए हो सकता है हाईवे ना खुले, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी जो है आप लोगों ने वॉर फुटिंग पर काम करके मैनेज किया है. लगता है कि इसको स्ट्रीमलाइन करना चैलेंजिंग था, लेकिन अब मैनेज हो रहा है.
देखिए, अभी टू ट्यूब होने से मैनेजेबल हो गया है. एक ट्यूब हम खाली कर देते हैं तो कम से कम हम मोबिलिटी को इसके ऊपर कर सकते हैं, तो वही आज हुआ है. अभी मुझे लगता है कि एफर्ट्स जो हमारे टीम्स जो इसको क्लियर करने के लिए लगी हुई है, मुझे लगता है उनको भी हमें अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए कि वो एकदम से रात से लगी हुई हैं, सुबह अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग दोबारा स्टार्ट की हैं, और अभी तक काफ़ी हद तक वो उसको क्लियर कर चुके हैं.
सर, ज़िले पूरे का तकरीबन 1.5 दिन का समय हो चुका है इंसिडेंट को. ज़िले पूरे में कितने घरों को नुकसान पहुंचा, कितनी डेथ्स हुई हैं, क्या कुछ इंजरीज भी रिपोर्टेड हैं, क्या है अभी तक जानकारी?
देखिए, कोई ज़्यादा इंजरी का हमारे पास रिपोर्ट नहीं है, लेकिन अभी तक रिहेबिलिटेट तकरीबन 200-250 लोग को हमने निकाल के सुरक्षित जगहों पे और उनके रिश्तेदारों तक पहुंचाया हुआ है. और उसके अलावा 3 डेथ्स हैं जो कल कंफर्म की थी, वही हैं. उसके अलावा कोई नहीं. इंजरीज खास कहीं पे अभी तक कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं आई. गाड़ियां कई जगहों पे मलबे में अभी दबी हुई हैं, उसमें कुछ समय लग सकता है कि उसका हम ठीक से आपको तखमीना लगा के बता पाएँ.
And that was the SSB of Ramban, Kulbir Singh, with whom Gursimran, you had a conversation earlier today as well. Also take us through the rescue operations that are underway, Gursimran. Yesterday we were tracking very closely the entire rescue operation. You also had a conversation about the houses being destroyed there. Has the hindrance of this national highway getting washed away affected the NDRF and the state's machineries
effectiveness to tackle the humanitarian crisis that has emerged now from these flash floods and landslides? What's the status of the rescue operation at the moment, and what is this connectivity gap now posing a challenge in terms of the rescue operation?
See, rescue operations have been finished yesterday only, after all the civilians that were somewhere trapped or their houses got washed away in the flash floods that have taken place. They all have been rescued. Now coming to the relief operations, yes, that is the next tragedy that has been witnessed after the flash floods and the 3 lives being lost. Reason being that, these are the visuals that you see, and this from not any sense would look like a national highway, because the entire stretch has been washed away, and now the efforts are being made to ensure that a single line connectivity be established here. But this is also very difficult, because you see that as they move into this side, you will see big boulders that are here, and these big boulders have to be removed. These big boulders, till the time they are here, there won't be any possibility of any kind of a connectivity be restored or established by the authorities to Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. So that is why it is taking time, and this flow of the water, this also shows that it is going to be really very challenging if even if the debris are removed. So that's why it is taking the time, and time that 5 to 7 days, as per the National Highway Authority of India, that it will take at least 5 to 7 days to restore the traffic. But yes, on war footing, the operations are underway to ensure that the connectivity is restored at the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for bringing us those updates from Ramban in Jammu. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be closely tracking the developments in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir on this natural disaster. Moving on to a big breaking news update coming in from the state of Karnataka in the Karnataka DGP murder case. An FIR now has been filed against the wife Pallavi and the daughter Kruti at the HSR Layout Police Station, and at the complaint of son Karthikeshan. He has filed a complaint. The son of the former DGP of Karnataka, Om Prakash, has filed a complaint against the wife and the daughter, that is his mother and sister. Now in this case, the FIR registered against mother Pallavi and sister Kruti has been registered on the basis of the complaint that was filed by the son, and Pallavi and Kruti have now been booked by the HSR Layout Police Station following the son's allegation. This is a shocking twist that has emerged in the former DGP murder case in the state of Karnataka. I have my colleague Deepak joining us live from the newsroom with more updates on this story. Deepak, do tell us about the latest complaint now that has been filed in a shocking twist, the wife and the daughter being implicated in the murder of the former DGP of Karnataka.
That's right, Kurtat. The son of the deceased DGP, former DGP of Karnataka, has registered a complaint with the police, but he has not made any direct accusations as far as the killings are concerned. He has just mentioned that his father received constant threats from his mother and sister, and now we also have details about the sequence of events that exactly transpired at his residence. Let me take our viewers through those details. The murder took place when the former DGP was having lunch. Yesterday afternoon, Om Prakash had sat down for lunch, and he was seated at the dining table with food in his plate, and at that moment accused Pallavi allegedly picked a fight with the former DGP and stabbed him with a knife. And during the crime scene inspection, the police have also recovered the lunch plate which was used by the former Karnataka DGP, and Om Prakash was found lying in a pool of blood in the dining hall where the altercation took place, and that resulted in the altercation escalating into a full-blown murder. And after committing the murder, the mother and daughter went upstairs to their rooms. Pallavi later called the police and informed them of the murder. The former DGP's wife herself called the cops, and when the police arrived at the crime scene, her daughter Kruti created a ruckus and she locked herself inside the room. And even when the police arrived, Kruti refused to open the door and remained inside. However, Pallavi, the former DGP's wife and the mother of Kruti, surrendered before the cops and confessed to the crime, but Kruti did not respond to the police calls and stayed locked inside. So what we know is that the mother has confessed to the crime, but what was the altercation that happened at the dining hall and what led to the murder of the DGP, former DGP, is yet to be unearthed, Krutat.
Thank you very much, Deepak, for those breaking updates coming in the shocking murder case of the former DGP of Karnataka. We'll be closely tracking all the updates on that story. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, the US Vice President J.D. Vance is in the national capital of New Delhi, and now fresh visuals coming in of him exiting the Janpat Emporium where he visited after visiting the Akshardham temple in the national capital of New Delhi earlier today. These are fresh visuals coming in of US President J.D. Vance, who's on a 4-day personal visit to India along with his family, his wife Usha and their children. That's the big breaking news update now coming in. The Delhi section of J.D. Vance's 4-day visit now coming towards a close with the agenda now. You can see J.D. Vance and his family exiting the Janpat Emporium there after visiting to the Akshardham temple earlier today. This is the first visit of the US Vice President to India. JD Vance, who also met Prime Minister Narendra Modi earlier this year in the month of February 1st in Paris during the AI Action Summit, following which on the very next day, Prime Minister Modi was in Washington, where he held the bilateral meeting along with President Trump. And now JD Vance on a personal visit to India. That's the official motorcade of the Vice President of the United States, leaving the Janpath Emporium. He's set to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi also during this visit, following which tonight he's expected to leave for Jaipur, which is going to be the second part of his personal visit to India. Those are visuals coming in live from Janpath Emporium, where JD Vance, the US Vice President, is now exiting. I have my colleague Soumya joining on the phone line. Soumya, do tell us about JD Vance's visit now. After completing his visit to the Akshardham temple, he's seen exiting the Janpath Emporium. What else is on his agenda today?
Yes, Steve Siddharth, this visit is of utmost importance and holds a great significance, because an important point to note here is that this trip particularly comes amid President Donald Trump's aggressive trade moves, which also includes the 26% reciprocal tariff on the Indian goods, and which is as part of the broader tariff announcements affecting countries worldwide. So, of course, it is of great importance. And now the trip started, the official trip of the Vice President, the second family, started with the visit to the Akshardham temple, because Usha Vance, the second lady, is from Indian origin, and we had those visuals wherein we saw their three children, how beautifully they were decked up in the traditional attires, respecting the Indian cultures. So these are the points that were taken into considerations and respected and with great regards. And now, what is expected today? An important meeting is slated to take place today with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as the PM will host the Vice President for talks and a dinner today at his official residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, at 6 p.m. today. Now, we talk about the meeting. It is, of course, of the utmost importance, as it is expected that it will be covering the progress on the India-US trade agreement, and also will talk about ways the two countries can work together to deepen the ties. Now, PM Modi is scheduled, has a tight schedule, and is expected to travel to Saudi Arabia tomorrow. So this particular meeting is going to take place today itself, and it is going to be attended by the Indian delegation led by Prime Minister Modi, of course, which, as per our sources, will include the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, also the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and the Indian Ambassador to the United States, Vinay Mohan Quadra, as per the officials. Now, earlier it was, as per the details shared with us, earlier it was that the S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, is also going to be a part of this delegation. However, given his scheduled trip to Saudi, now there are last-minute changes. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how it pans out once this meeting, the bilateral talks, take place later today with the Prime Minister. So that's back to you.
Thank you very much, Soumya, for those exclusive details. JD Vance now exiting the Janpath Emporium and is all set to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the 7 LKM residence at around 6:30 p.m. this evening, ladies and gentlemen, where a critical delegation led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi will host JD Vance, as well as a dinner is planned. Following which, at around 8:30 to 9 p.m, he's expected to be en route to Jaipur with his family, where he'll be received by the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Bhajanlal Sharma. It's a big development that is taking place as US's visit, the US Vice President's visit, comes at a very critical juncture when India and US are now in an advanced stage of finalizing the first terms of the bilateral trade agreement that is expected to be signed by the end of 2025. The $500 billion bilateral trade by 2030 dream is something that both India and US are very keen on pursuing together, and together both these nations are now heading towards advanced level talks. In fact, in just 3 days, a senior delegation from India is expected to land in Washington to further in-person meetings in Washington on the bilateral trade agreement. At this critical juncture, Vice President JD Vance coming to India on a personal visit and meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence is a very significant geopolitical event. We'll be closely tracking all the developments for the next 4 days on US President J.D. Vance's visit to India. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, why the US Vice President creates headlines in India, India's leader of opposition is creating headlines once again as he's back in the United States, this time in Boston. Rahul Gandhi is in US and he has made a controversial statement about the Election Commission of India and has raised concerns on the voters and discrepancies in the Maharashtra elections. These are the exact same allegations that he had also made earlier in the month of February, following which the ECI had fact-checked him. However, Rahul, during his visit to the US, has now called the Election Commission of India as compromise. Listen into this controversial soundbite of Rahul Gandhi, as usual, on a foreign visit, speaking very critically and this time maybe even factually inaccurately on India.
In simple terms, more people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. This is the fact. And the Election Commission gave us a voting figure for 5:30 in the evening. And between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen, right? Because for a voter to vote, it takes approximately 3 minutes. And if you do the math, it would mean that there were lines of voters till 2 o'clock at night voting all night, and this didn't happen. So we asked them, but look, evening, you have videography taking place, if we ask. They not only refused to give us the videography, they changed the law so that now you're not allowed to ask for the videography. It was very clear to us that the Election Commission is compromised. It's very clear that there is something very wrong with the system. We've said it. We've said it publicly. I've said it multiple times. I've said it in press conferences. Other leaders.
Meanwhile, the BJP has slammed Rahul Gandhi once again for making statements against India on foreign soil. Listen into the BJP press conference from earlier today.
ये राहुल गांधी जॉर्ज सोरोस के एजेंट हैं। राहुल गांधी इज द एजेंट ऑफ जॉर्ज सोरोस। जॉर्ज सोरोस के चंदे पर राहुल गांधी का धंधा चलता है और जॉर्ज सोरोस ही बताता है इनको कि क्या करना है, कैसे कपड़े पहने हैं, कैसी एक्टिंग करनी है। ये देखिए, ये सारे के सारे आप समझ लीजिए एक बात क्लियरली, ये जॉर्ज सोरोस इनका ट्यूशन मास्टर है और ये देश में हिंदुस्तान के लोकतंत्र को कैसे बदनाम किया जाए, कैसे हमारी इकोनॉमी ध्वस्त हो जाए, हमारा मार्केट कैसे गिर जाए, इसने जॉर्ज सोरोस ने, बहुत मेरे मुंह से चोरोस निकल रहा था, जॉर्ज सोरोस ने वो चिन्हित किया है 5-6 लोगों को कि ये राहुल गांधी एक कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो सकता है, ये देशद्रोह कर सकता है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल, इसको बोलो ये एक्सेल शर्ट पहनेगा, डबल एक्सेल शर्ट पहनेगा, रेनॉल्ड पेन लगाएगा और स्लीपर पहन के राष्ट्रपति के घर जाएगा, बाद में अच्छे से नाचेंगे, बाद में सब कुछ चलेगा, मगर पहले ऐसे सब एक्टिंग करनी है। तो ये सब राहुल गांधी को भी ये टी शर्ट पहनना है, जीन्स पहनना है, युवा में घुसना है, ये सब सोरोस ने सिखाया है। जाके यूएस में इस प्रकार से भाषण देना है, इंडिया के विरोध में कहना है, मगर इंडिया की जनता बहुत बुद्धिमान है। अब जो जॉर्ज सोरोस की कंपनियां यहां नहीं चलने वाली है, अब बंद होगी राहुल गांधी की कंपनी भी।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a big breaking news update is coming in from the Supreme Court of India as the hearings begin on the Murshidabad violence case. That's the big breaking news update coming in at 12:53. This afternoon, the Supreme Court has begun the hearing on the Murshidabad violence case. This is after paramilitary forces were deployed across the state, violence and riot-hit districts of Murshidabad and Malda after the intervention of the Calcutta High Court. The matter has now been raised in the Supreme Court of India as well. I have my colleague Priyanka joining us live from outside the Supreme Court of India with more updates on this story as we are closely tracking the Supreme Court hearing on Murshidabad violence. The big breaking news update at this hour, that hearing has begun in the Supreme Court of India over the violence that had hit the Murshidabad district. The plea is seeking implementation of Article 355 action in the state of West Bengal and is seeking the Supreme Court's intervention in the matter as there are external aggressions and internal disturbances in the state of West Bengal. That is what the plea is seeking in the Supreme Court of India, and that plea is now being referred to at the Supreme Court as the hearing is underway at the moment. That's a big breaking news update that we are tracking. Priyanka, my colleague, is joining us live from outside the Supreme Court, who's tracking these details of the big hearing on Murshidabad case that is taking place in the Supreme Court. Priyanka, please take us through the updates.
Well, as you rightly mentioned, the hearing has in fact begun, and at this point in time, there have been a PIL which was in fact filed in the Supreme Court, and it demanded that there has to be a Supreme Court intervention, or rather court-monitored committee, 5-member committee, which needs to be formed in order to probe and investigate and inquire about the violence that hit Murshidabad regarding the protest that had raised over the Waqf Amendment Act. Now, what we understand, there were 2 petitions which were simultaneously heard. One of its hearing is still on, where one of the petitioners, Advocate Vishal Tiwari, had said that there is there's a key focus on the hate speeches also, that needed to be curbed in Murshidabad, not just the end of the violence, but there has been several hate speeches going on a religious assent. Now, Justice Suryakant had very clearly mentioned the Advocate Vishal Tiwari to file a fresh petition, and whatever arguments he wants to raise, he can maintain decorum and dignity of the institution. So at this point in time, another petition which has been filed by Advocate Shashank Shekhar Jha is hearing on that is currently underway. We will be right back after this short break and continue to give our viewers all the details from this particular hearing happening at the Supreme Court.
तो चुनाव जीत सकेंगे। दुनिया भर में कितनी भी बदनामी करके वो चुनाव नहीं जीत सकते, इससे उनका ही कद छोटा होता जाएगा। राहुल गांधींनी परदेशात जाऊन भारताची बदनामी केली, भारतीय लोकशाहीची बदनामी केली, भारताच्या संविधानाने तयार केलेल्या लोकशाहीच्या संस्थांची बदनामी केली आणि सातत्याने अशा प्रकारे ते ही बदनामी करतायत। हे अतिशय निंदनीय अशा प्रकारचं कार्य आहे। वारंवार निवडणुकांमध्ये हारल्यानंतर त्यांच्या मनावर परिणाम झालेला दिसतो आहे, पण ते एका विरोधी पक्षाचे नेते असताना अशा प्रकारे जर आपल्याच देशाची बदनामी ते विदेशात जाऊन करत असतील तर कुठेतरी त्यांच्याबद्दल संशय निर्माण होतो की ते नेमकं कोणाचा अजेंडा चालवत आहेत। आणि विशेषतः माझा त्यांना सल्ला आहे,
My advice to Rahul Gandhi is
त्यांनी जनतेत जाऊन काम केलं पाहिजे।
he has to go to the people and work on the ground.
भारताची बदनामी करून त्यांची मतं वाढणार नाहीत।
By going outside and speaking ill of India, his votes are not going to increase.
त्यांची मतं वाढतील, पण ते करायच्या ऐवजी भारताला बदनाम करण्याचं काम त्यांचं चालू आहे।
He think by defaming India he can earn votes. He's wrong.
हरियाणात ते हारले, दिल्लीमध्ये ते
He lost in Maharashtra, Haryana and even in Delhi due to this.
मतदान यादीवर त्या ठिकाणी प्रश्नचिन्ह ते निर्माण करतायत।
He's trying to create a question mark on the electorate itself.
त्यामुळे त्यांनी जनतेत जावं आणि भारताची बदनामी करणं राहुल गांधींनी बंद
Which is why my advice to him is that he should actually go to the people and understand and stop defaming India whenever he goes abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a big breaking news update coming in. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis now giving a sharp retort to Rahul Gandhi, who has defamed and brought into question the Maharashtra elections. Big reaction from Maharashtra's Chief Minister. All the details only on Republic. Stay tuned as we come right back after the short break.
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications are open.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. We get you all the top stories we're tracking for you this afternoon. First, a quick check of the headlines.
More people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. Between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen.
Rahul Gandhi attacks Election Commission on foreign soil, calls the poll body compromised.
ये राहुल गांधी जॉर्ज सोरोस के एजेंट हैं। राहुल गांधी इज द एजेंट ऑफ जॉर्ज सोरोस। जॉर्ज सोरोस के चंदे पर राहुल गांधी का धंधा चलता है और जॉर्ज सोरोस ही बताता है इनको कि क्या करना है, कैसे कपड़े पहनने हैं, कैसी एक्टिंग करनी है। ये देखिए, ये सारे के सारे आप समझ लीजिए एक बात क्लियरली, ये जॉर्ज सोरोस इनका ट्यूशन मास्टर है।
BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over his comments, says he is an agent of George Soros working to ruin India's image. United States Vice President arrives in New Delhi with family, visits Akshardham Temple, set to meet Prime Minister Modi in the evening. Assam Chief Minister shows the mirror to Congress on the issue of judiciary as Congress demands action on Nishikant Dubey.
कोई है बीजेपी में, कोई आए आरएसएस में। अरे तुम्हारे घर में एक कुत्ता भी नहीं मरा और तुम देश के स्वाभिमान की बात करते हो। अरे हमने दिया है, खून बहाया है।
Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge makes disparaging remarks against the BJP and RSS, likens their leaders to dogs. Republic announces its School of Journalism. Get ready to learn live in Asia's largest news center. Republic storms with a game changer for journalistic education. Apply and learn live with us. And we continue to get you details of the hearing that is underway in the Supreme Court seeking an SIT probe into the Murshidabad violence case. My colleague Riyanka was standing outside the top court to take us through the details after Murshidabad, the files that are being heard in the top court, where in the latest we're learning that the Supreme Court has refused to entertain the plea of a Supreme Court monitored probe. Riyanka, take us through the details.
Well, that is the latest development coming in, where the Supreme Court, in the interim has refused to entertain the plea, which in fact sought that there has to be a committee formed, containing 5 members in order to inquire and probe the violence that has happened in Murshidabad against the protests that happened over the Waqf Amendment Act. And the Supreme Court has pulled up Advocate Shashank Shekhar Jha and has sought, more material and concrete data in order to form that particular panel, which will be in fact headed by one of the former Supreme Court judges. That was the demand.
We've cut across to these latest pictures of Union Minister Shikanta Majumdar, who's meeting with the victims of Murshidabad. Let's listen into what he's saying.
আমি এর থেকে বেশি কিছু বলবো না, নিজেরা বুঝে নিন, ঠিক আছে? লড়াই করুন, বাকিটা আমি দেখে নেব, আমরা দেখে নেব, ঠিক আছে? বিএসএফ ঢুকছে, চিন্তার কিচ্ছু নেই, প্রয়োজন আরো কোম্পানি আসবে, ঠিক আছে? ভয় পাবেন না,
All right, Shakanta Majumdar there meeting with the aggrieved victims. He's assuring them that justice will be served. He's asking them to not be scared of anyone. And in a bid to meet with all the victims on the ground, we've seen how BJP, West Bengal, to the NCW, to NHRC, to even the West Bengal governor who's been going on the ground to meet with the victims at a time when there is absolutely no trace of the Chief Minister herself even attempting to meet with the victims. I want to cut across to senior editor Shavan Sen, who's with us on the broadcast to take us through details of this particular meeting of Shakanta Majumdar with the victims. Shavan.
Well, on our screens right now, Union Minister Shakanta Majumdar now visiting the refugee camps that have been in Malda. This comes after the Bengal governor had also visited. In fact, a shocking statement was made by the NCW chief when she stated was to describe the plight of the refugees who are staying there. In fact, they made a plea before the NCW chief as well as Bengal governor seeking for a permanent relief camp to be made in the area because they fear for their life if they at all return to their homes. And that is the reason why, remember, there's been a massive political fight brewing in the state of West Bengal, keeping in mind that you've had the BJP lashing out at the Mamata government, stating that there is a complete collapse of law and order situation in the state. In fact, they've said that the Chief Minister hasn't even taken out the time to go and visit those who have been displaced.
Continue talking to us, Shavan, because this is also coming at a time when a hearing is underway in the top court over the Murshidabad violence, and there was a demand for a court-monitored probe, but that, of course, has not been entertained by the top court. Meanwhile, cries getting louder for how the Chief Minister is just not listening, and more cases of the aggrieved victims.
শুধু তাই না, আমি জানি না এরা কোন ধর্মে বিশ্বাস করে যে অন্য ধর্মের দেবদেবীকে অপমান করলে তাদের ধর্মে কি কোনো লাভ হয় বা পুণ্য হয়, আমার তো অন্ততপক্ষে জানা নেই।
I'm not aware for whom is the government really working for. When those who do not know how to respect other religion, how would they respect their own religion?
আমি এদেরকে বললাম, মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী 30 তারিখে মানুষকে বোকা বানানোর জন্য কাঁথিতে জগন্নাথ মন্দিরের উদ্বোধন করছে। আমি এখানকার স্থানীয় মানুষকে আবেদন জানিয়েছি যে ওই 30 তারিখে আপনারা এই মন্দিরকে নতুন করে পরিষ্কার করে আসল মন্দির প্রতিষ্ঠা করুন। ওই নকল হিন্দুদের দিয়ে কাজ হবে না, আসল হিন্দু চাই। সেই আসল হিন্দু, আসল মন্দির প্রতিষ্ঠা হবে। প্রয়োজনে আমি এখানে আসবো।
দাদা কোনো বলছে যে বিএসএফ যতক্ষণ আছে ততক্ষণ করে সুরক্ষিত।
দেখুন, এলাকা বাসিন্দাদের এবং আমি যখন রিফিউজি ক্যাম্পে গেছিলাম বা রিফিউজি ক্যাম্পে লোকেদেরকে নিয়ে রাজ্যপালের কাছে গেছিলাম বা ডিজির কাছে গেছিলাম, প্রত্যেকেরই একই দাবি ছিল এলাকায় স্থায়ী বিএসএফ ক্যাম্প দরকার। আমি রাজ্য সরকারকে অনুরোধ করব যে এই ঘটনার সেন্সিটিভিটি অর্থাৎ সংবেদনশীলতাকে মাথায় রেখে রাজ্য পুলিশের উপর সাধারণ মানুষের কোনো বিশ্বাস নেই, কেউ বিশ্বাস করছে না। অতএব এখানে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনী অর্থাৎ বিএসএফ এর কমসে কম, কারণ বিএসএফ এর জুরিসডিকশনের মধ্যে পড়ে, তার স্থায়ী ক্যাম্প করার জন্য রাজ্য সরকার বা রাজ্যের হোম মন্ত্রণালয়, হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট, কেন্দ্র সরকারের হোম ডিপার্টমেন্টের কাছে আবেদন করুক এবং আমরা কথা দিচ্ছি আমরা কেন্দ্র সরকারের সাথে কথা বলে সেটা করার ব্যবস্থা করব। देखिए 11 तारीख को इस मंदिर को पूरी तरीके से वैंडलाइज किया गया। देव देवियों की मूर्ति जो थी उस मूर्ति को तोड़ा गया और उस मूर्ति को अपमानित भी किया गया। टोटल 56 शॉप जो हिंदुओं के थे उसे तोड़ दिया गया, पूरी तरीके से लूट लिया गया। एक भयंकर स्थिति यहाँ पे किया गया और ममता बनर्जी की पुलिस और ममता बनर्जी खुद इसके बारे में एक भी निंदा का शब्द उन्होंने अभी तक इशू नहीं किया, जारी नहीं किया। तृणमूल कांग्रेस की तरफ से और ममता बनर्जी की तरफ से स्पेशल इस तरीके की घटना की निंदा करती हुई कोई भी स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया। उल्टे ममता बनर्जी मुअज्जिम और मौलवियों का जो फ्लॉप शो था उनको लेकर वहां पे बोला कि हिंदुओं को समझना चाहिए, उनकी जमीन ले ली गई। मालूम नहीं मुर्शिदाबाद में कौन सी जमीन किसी ने ले ली। इस तरीके का मानसिकता का चीफ मिनिस्टर पश्चिम बंगाल में रहेगा तो सोहरावर्दी पार्ट 2, गेट कलकत्ता की लिंक्स पार्ट 2 और पश्चिम बंगाल का विभाजन तय है। तो इस मुख्यमंत्री इस चीफ मिनिस्टर को कुर्सी से
And we go back to what's happening in the top court on the Murshidabad violence, where the Supreme Court has allowed the petitioner to file fresh pleas in this case. This is the latest development coming in from the top court. My colleague Riyanka will be back with us to take us through these details. This, as we just heard from Union Minister Shikanta Majumdar, taking on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for not even meeting with the victims on the ground. So many Hindus were displaced, their land is taken away. But for the moment, I cut across to Riyanka for this latest development. Riyanka, over to you.
Well, we understand that the Supreme Court has directed the council to, in fact, go ahead and file fresh petition and make more concrete, engagements in that particular petition. The Supreme Court has very clearly said that they should go ahead and withdraw the petition and with liberty to file fresh petition. Advocate Shashank Chekarja, who was in fact the counsel, is joining us live. क्या बोला सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने? फ्रेश पिटिशन फाइल करने के लिए कहा गया है और थोड़ा डिटेल में समझाइए।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पहले 2-4 प्रश्न पूछे कि आपने 32 में क्यों फाइल किया, 226 में क्यों नहीं फाइल किया, आप हाई कोर्ट क्यों नहीं गए। तो जब मैंने कोर्ट को समझाया कि 226 का दायरा तो वाइड होता है, लेकिन 32 मल्टीपल स्टेट्स के लिए काम करता है, फंडामेंटल राइट के वायलेशन के टाइम में आता है। और इस केस में क्योंकि हिंदुओं के ऊपर न सिर्फ हिंसा हुई बल्कि हिंदुओं को पलायन होने के लिए मजबूर होना पड़ा दूसरे स्टेट्स में, इसीलिए आर्टिकल 32 का वायलेशन हुआ और यहां आने के लिए हमको मजबूर होना पड़ा, जिसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि ठीक है, ये बात आपकी मान्य होती है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दूसरा पूछा कि आपके सोर्सेज क्या हैं। हमने बताया कि हमारे काफी सारे मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स के सोर्सेज है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स की रिपोर्ट है, गवर्नमेंट फंक्शनरीज के प्रेस रिलीजेज हैं, साथ में कुछ लोगों ने मेरे को पर्सनली भी काफी लोगों ने कहा है कि हम विक्टिम हैं। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि वो जो विक्टिम है उनको आपने पार्टी क्यों नहीं बनाया या उनका आपने एविडेंस क्यों नहीं शो किया, क्योंकि वो सारे विक्टिम्स ने मुझे कांटेक्ट किया कल और परसों। अब जब उन्होंने किया है तो कोर्ट ने कहा कि आप उनको भी ऐड करिए। दूसरा कि कई सारे मिनिस्टर्स ने अपने स्टेटमेंट दिए जिसके बेसिस पे वहां दंगे भड़के, तो अब वो मिनिस्टर्स जो हैं उनको भी पार्टी बनाने के लिए कोर्ट ने कहा कि उनके पास्ट में या उनके बैक में हम आदेश पास नहीं कर सकते। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसी पे कहा है कि आप इसको विड्रॉ करिए और बेटर एविडेंस के साथ सबमिट कर दीजिए। तो हमारे प्रेयर, हमारे ग्राउंड नहीं बदलने वाले हैं।
फ्रेश पिटिशन कब तक फाइल हो जाएगी और नेक्स्ट हियरिंग कब एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं?
हम इसी हफ्ते में फ्रेश पिटिशन फाइल कर रहे हैं। एक सिमिलर कनेक्टेड मैटर कल आ रहा है, हरिशंकर जैन जी है उसमें, विष्णु शंकर जैन जी, अगर वो एक्सेप्ट हो जाता है तो उसके साथ टैग अलोंग होगा। आज मैंने वो ट्राई किया था कि टैग अलोंग उसके साथ हो जाए, वो नहीं हुआ। तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि जब भी हम फाइल करेंगे जल्द से जल्द ये होगा, क्योंकि ये ह्यूमन राइट वायलेशन का मैटर है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मैं अपेक्षा करता हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द इस मैटर को सुने।
विष्णु शंकर जी 3 मेंबर कमेटी की मांग कर रहे थे, आपने सिमिलरली 5 मेंबर कमेटी की मांग की, तो आपके ग्राउंड्स सेम रहे?
नहीं, विष्णु शंकर जैन जी ने शायद राष्ट्रपति शासन की भी मांग की है, मुझे नहीं पता। मैंने जो अपने पिटीशन मांग की है वो 3 मेंबर कमेटी ही की मांग की हुई है, वो भी सिटिंग जजेस के अंदर में। एक दूसरे पिटीशन में शायद 5 मेंबर की बात की गई है, एक दूसरे पिटीशन में शायद रिटायर्ड जजेस की बात की गई। मैंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं कहा, मैंने बस कहा है स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग टीम होनी चाहिए जो इन्वेस्टिगेट करे और पता लगाए कि क्यों हो रहा है ये बार बार बंगाल में, और वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की निगरानी के अंदर हो। साथ साथ एक्सोडस जो हिंदुओं का हो रहा है वो रुक जाए और उनको कंपनसेशन मिले।
Okay, so there we were in fact speaking to Advocate Shashank Shekhar who in fact had filed this petition of demanding an SIT that will go ahead and probe the entire violence case in Murshidabad. Now what we understand that there has to be mentioning of more parties and the sources that he has, as he had mentioned in front of the court, those have to be mentioned in that particular petition, and a fresh petition will be filed against demanding a court-monitored team to take their inquiry forward in the violence that broke out in Murshidabad against the Waqf Amendment Act.
All right, Riyanka, I request you to stay on with us. We have more eyewitness accounts coming in. In fact, the BJP has also posted a video of Murshidabad violence and has claimed that the protesters attacked a family, took away their money they had kept for their daughter's wedding. In fact, the victim claimed that she was asked to choose between her husband and the money. Here's what happened.
শুক্রবার?
নিজে হাতে বের করে দিচ্ছি ওরাকে, বের করে কি আমাদের জান তো নিয়ে নিচ্ছে।
এবার না না, তোমার মেয়ের জন্য তুমি টাকা রেখেছিলে তাই তো?
হ্যাঁ, টাকা রেখেছিলাম 7 লাখ টাকা, দু গাধা মাটি বিক্রি করেছি 3.5 লাখ টাকা করে, 7 লাখ টাকা ছিল, কিছুটা ফুরিয়েছে বাতে করে, সব নিজে হাতে দিলাম বের করে করে।
আচ্ছা, তো ওই টাকা সব মানে তোমার ওকে মানে ডাক্তার দেখানোর যা টাকা পয়সা ছিল সব নিয়ে গেছে তাই তো?
সব নিজে হাতে দিলাম।
ঠিক আছে,
কোনো 4 শোনা ছিল, তাও দিলাম। নিজের স্বামীকে টুটিতে হেসা লাগিয়ে আছে, বলছে কি জিনিস কি দাও না, তোমার স্বামীকে মেরে ফেলছি। স্বামীর বড় না টাকা পয়সা বড়, স্বামী টাকা বাঁচার লাগে সব দিয়ে দিলাম আমি।
ঠিক আছে,
বাড়ি ঘর সব ভেঙে দিয়েছে, সব নিয়ে গেছে বাড়ি ঘর ভেঙে। একটু দেখা আসছেন মন্দিরটা আমার,
আমি তো দেখেছি,
মন্দিরটা আমাদেরই দিয়েছি, সরকারের নামে দিয়ে দিয়েছি।
These are the latest pictures coming in on the protest that is underway over SSC recruitment, where teachers are up in arms, they are on the ground. This even as 3 days ago, Mamata Banerjee had given a statement saying that the issue will be resolved within a year, but that has not convinced these teachers in any which way. Of course, for the benefit of students, some of them who've been taken back on the job so that the students do not have a waste of a year. But these are the teachers who are sitting on the ground after the Supreme Court's verdict on SSC recruitment, blaming Mamata Banerjee, who has said that she is working towards solving the issue and the matter will certainly be resolved within a year. This even as the BJP continues to question Mamata Banerjee, saying that the teachers have been duped and this is certainly not fair to what has been happening. The Supreme Court has allowed the teachers to continue till December 2025. Let me cut across to Riyanka. Priyanka, just all that is happening and fingers pointing towards Mamata Banerjee, from the Murshidabad violence to the SSC teachers' protests, an unhappy state, unhappy people.
Well, it looks like a huge setback for Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, given that there are several big issues taking place in that particular state. As you rightly mentioned, there's Suesha, starting from the protest and the violence in Murshidabad to this particular situation of the SSC recruitment scam, where we can see that so many teachers have been affected. Right now, they are sitting on a protest, as you can rightly see, and we are showing our viewers from these particular visuals that a huge crowd has in fact gathered, and we know that how there was a situation of a tainted and untainted situation that had come out in the Supreme Court, where the court had completely dismissed the panel of 2016, where the teachers were recruited and nearly 26,000 teachers lost their job, and which is why there is a huge uproar in the state of West Bengal. In fact, the Supreme Court, in a bit of a relief or interim relief to the teachers, had said that this particular academic year, the teachers can finish their working in those class 9, 10th, 11th, 12th classes, but Group C and Group D, the non-teaching staff, will not be resuming their work in the schools. But that uproar continues. We had seen several teachers hitting the streets. They had tears in their eyes because they had lost their jobs. And we have to see next, because Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has been maintaining that I am with my teachers. I will go ahead and give them justice. But what we see is the teachers hitting the streets, protesting continuously, because a scam has been hit because of those who had gone into the fraud. Several of the innocent teachers are also having to suffer at this point in time. So we are continuing to show the visuals of this particular protest of the teachers who have hit the streets, and they continue to demand justice in terms of the SSC recruitment scam case.
Priyanka, fact also remains that about 3 days ago, Mamata Banerjee has given a statement saying that the issue will be resolved within a year. But there clearly seems to be a lack of faith, not just over the ongoing problem, but teachers who are not willing to wait at all. They want the teachers to be, they want the issue to be resolved, for Mamata Banerjee to take stronger steps, and a lack of faith in the Chief Minister that is clearly visible.
Well, with the amount of protest that is in fact being hitting the streets of the state of West Bengal, we are in fact seeing that how that there is a lack of hope with the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, although she has said that she will go forward and seek justice for all the teachers who have lost their jobs, and this particular matter will be resolved within 1 year. But remember, the Supreme Court has very clearly mentioned that by the end of May, an advertisement has to be given out from the side of the SSC as well as the state government for calling in for fresh recruitment, and by the end of this particular year, the entire process of fresh recruitment must finish. In one hand, where there is talks of fresh recruitment being completed, the entire process being completed by end of this year. On the other hand, similar comments made by Mamata Banerjee that the teachers who are currently at a position where they have lost their jobs, they will be given justice by the end of the year. So with the fact that how the Supreme Court's order is going to take place and what Mamata Banerjee is promising is seemingly very different, which is why the hope with the Chief Minister is something that is being lost. The people are constantly hitting the streets so that they can be given justice as soon as possible. That is their demand that they have been working since 2016, and even now after 9 years of their recruitment, suddenly they have lost their jobs, which is why such a situation has in fact panned out in West Bengal.
All right, Priyanka, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we continue to track the situation on the ground very closely.
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications are open.
Meanwhile, BJP has sharpened its attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, accusing him of repeatedly facing electoral defeats and resorting to defaming India on foreign soil. The BJP has alleged that Gandhi's criticism of Indian institutions during his visits abroad amounts to anti-national and treasonous activity. The party has claimed that by questioning the credibility of the country's democratic systems outside India, Rahul Gandhi is not only damaging the nation's image internationally, but also engaging in actions that go against national interests. Listen in.
See, Rahul Gandhi is out of his mind, basically. He should know that after every Lok Sabha elections, there were increase in voters in Maharashtra. In 2004, 2009, even 2014, and out of these two elections, in 2004 and 2009, at both time, in Lok Sabha and in Assembly, Congress NCP got elected, they got majority. But there is a method in madness, and that's why Rahul Gandhi is raising doubts about the constitutional bodies of the India, and that also on foreign land. This is nothing but akin to anti-national activity.
In fact, let's now listen in to this remark by Rahul Gandhi, which has invited severe backlash.
In simple terms, more people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. This is the fact. And the Election Commission gave us a figure, voting figure for 5:30 in the evening. And between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen, right? Because for a voter to vote, it takes approximately 3 minutes. And if you do the math, it would mean that there were lines of voters till 2 o'clock at night voting all night, and this didn't happen. So we asked them that, look, evening, you have videography taking place. If we ask, they not only refused to give us the videography, they changed the law so that now you're not allowed to ask for the videography. So it's very clear to us that the Election Commission is compromised. It's very clear that there is something very wrong with the system. We've said it. We've said it publicly. I've said it multiple times. I've said it in press conferences.
And we continue to track top reactions from the BJP that hits out at Rahul Gandhi for downgrading India's top public offices, and that too on foreign soil. Listen in.
ये बहुत ही दुख की बात है कि श्रीमान राहुल गांधी विदेश में जाकर अपने देश के प्रति, अपने देश के संविधान ने जो संस्थाएं तैयार की है उनके प्रति इस प्रकार से झूठ बोलने का प्रयास करते हैं, झूठ फैलाने का प्रयास करते हैं, भारतीय लोकतंत्र को बदनाम करने का प्रयास करते हैं, लोकतंत्र पर सवालिया निशान उठाने का प्रयास करते हैं। ये बहुत ही निंदनीय इस प्रकार से उनका काम चल रहा है। बार बार चुनाव हारने के बाद उनके ऊपर जो परिणाम हुआ है उसके चलते मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार की हरकतें वो कर रहे हैं। कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है। ऐसी चीज़ें करने की जगह वो जनता में जाए, जनता का विश्वास वापस हासिल करे तो वो चुनाव जीत सकेंगे। दुनिया भर में कितनी भी बदनामी करके वो चुनाव नहीं जीत सकते, इससे उनका ही कद छोटा होता जाएगा।
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning, inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios all under one roof. This is RSJ. Be ready. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications open.
All right, viewers, we're getting some live and breaking news right now, and we're coming to know that there's unfortunate news which is coming in, where we are learning that according to the details that we're learning for our viewers, Pope Francis has passed away. This is very, very, very shocking news coming in, and we'll try to get our viewers more updates on this. But remember that Pope Francis was unwell for a very long time, and he was also hospitalized for respiratory tract infection. His health has been a cause of concern. And the latest coming in, we're getting some updates, is that the Vatican has confirmed that Pope Francis is no more. Pope Francis died on Easter, Monday, April 21st. At the age of 88 at his residence in the Vatican. And we're getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, and the announcement has come in. It was made by Cardinal Farrell of the Holy Roman Church. So Pope Francis has died on Easter Monday, April 21st, 2025 at the age of 88 after a prolonged illness. Remember that Pope Francis was hospitalized for a respiratory tract infection, and he has been unwell for quite a long time, and he was suffering from a prolonged illness. And a very, very unfortunate news we're getting is that Pope Francis has now passed away. This morning, the announcement was made by Cardinal Farrell of the Holy Roman Church. Okay, viewers, getting you these updates coming in, and in a news which was confirmed, remember that Pope Francis has been hospitalized as his condition has been worsening with the bronchitis. That is what he was suffering with. We'll try to, of course, get you more updates on this, but this is a very, very unfortunate news which has come in. The 88-year-old was being treated for pneumonia, And I want to go across to my colleague, a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us. Abhishek, Pope Francis has been unwell. His condition was critical. But this is very, very unfortunate news coming in that Pope Francis has died on Easter, April 21st, 2025.
Well, yes. He was ailing for a while. He was old, 1936 born, pushing 90s. So obviously, things were not on his side health-wise. He was convalescing for a while, and we are getting these reports now announced by Vatican that Pope Francis has died. And last dignitary to meet him was J.D. Vance. In fact, the U.S. Vice President, who has landed in New Delhi a couple of hours back, and a very brief audience was given to him. Remember, so far as India's Connect is concerned, we have seen a couple of archbishops getting, papal acceptance, and he was, in fact, supposed to come travel to India also later this year had his health permitted. But obviously this could not happen. He was someone who was seen as a very reformist pope, a modernizing pope, himself a football player and a pugilist, and from Argentina. And this is the first time that a Latin American pope or the Catholic Church had a Latin American pope in over a century. And so I think this is going to be seen as a setback by the Christian community, particularly from outside the Western Hemisphere, that a pope who was a very active votary of inclusivism around the world, himself coming from Argentina, has passed away. He was 88 years old, and we saw his pictures just yesterday coming out in a wheelchair and blessing the worshippers, thousands of whom were present at the Peter's Square in Vatican last evening, and that was his traditional Easter blessings. He couldn't give an address. Generally, you see the Pope giving address also from the pulpit there at the Peter's Square. But yesterday, of course, owing to his health condition, it was just an appearance on Easter Sunday, following which he has passed away. One would say he chose a holy day to move on, and we have to connect with Christian voices and see how it is being received in India. Obviously, it would be a shock wave around the world, as also in India.
Yes, Abhishek, it is very, very shocking, and it's a very, very sad news coming in, because this is coming moments after Pope Francis had appeared at the Vatican St. Peter's Court to wish Happy Easter to thousands of worshippers. We are being joined by a Kerala Christian leader. Mr. Kennedy is joining us on the phone line. I just want to come across to you, Mr. Kennedy, and very unfortunate news coming in. Pope Francis has passed at the age of 88 years of age. He was 88, a ripe old age. But he did wish Happy Easter to thousands of worshippers, yesterday. This is also coming in as Pope Francis was suffering from prolonged illness.
Oh, it's really very shocking news, actually. He was a holy man, and he was Pope of the global Catholic, or more than that, he was a revolutionary. So the Pope Holy Francis, he's a man introduced a lot of new things in the church, in our community, especially. He has agreed, he has allowed the ladies to be as priests allowed, and he has made a lot of revolutionary activities. And he was, I cannot, talk to him as I'm really shocked with this. I just now I got a call from the TV, and I cannot believe it. I'm totally in a sad mood, bad mood. I'm just registering my sadness. I'm really shocked. I'm really shocked.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy, and I also want to talk about and remember Pope Francis and all of your viewers should also remember Pope Francis, given the fact that he has held so many important inter-religious dialogues, and he has always seen India as a model of religious and cultural diversity. Mr. Kennedy.
Pope Francis, will be remembered for, especially for, he has taken a strong stance for the refugees, and he has asked the United States and especially to the European countries to accept the foreigners who are camped as the refugees. And whenever they have taken the steps against the refugees, he has strongly interfered, and he has always stayed with them. And as I told you, he has made a lot of revolutionary steps he has taken in the church. Especially, he has allowed the lady with the priest, and on the Maundy Thursday that day, we were church, used to wash the legs, the priest pushing legs of the men, but the Holy Father, Pope Francis, introduced that you can allow ladies also to be on the seats for the leg washing ceremony. And not only that, there are plenty of things, steps he has taken, and it's an end of an era. I would say it's an end of an era. Yeah, I'm really so glad. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Mr. Kennedy, Christian leader, joining us here on Republic TV, and let's tell our viewers that very, very unfortunate news coming in right now, where Pope Francis has died on Monday morning. This was the Cardinal Kevin Farrell has announced at 7:35 this morning. The Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the home of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and of his church. Okay, also being joined right now by another guest joining us. Mr. Tom Vadakan is joining us on the phone line, BJP spokesperson and BJP leader. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Vadakan. And we were just speaking about and remembering Pope Francis, where he has also taken part in appointments and canonizations. Mother Teresa was canonized by Pope Francis in 2016. He has appointed many Indian cardinals, many bishops, and has showed that and recognize India's church importance in the global Catholic community, and that is something that every Christian will not forget. All right, we'll go back to Mr. Tom Vadakan in a short while from now, but we're getting a lot of we try to connect to the community to remember Pope Francis. Pope Francis, like I was saying, Cardinal Kenneth Farrell has said that he taught us to live the values of the gospel with faithfulness, courage, and universal love, especially for the poorest and the most marginalized. Okay, we're being joined by KJ Alphonse, former Union Minister, who's with us right now on the phone line. And like I was telling our viewers, Pope Francis has appointed many Indian cardinals and bishops. He has recognized India's church's importance in the global Catholic community. He has canonized Mother Teresa, who celebrated not just in India but all over the world. Yes, Mr. KJ Alphonse.
Yeah, I think it's an extremely tragic, because Pope Francis was a kind of lone, sane voice against war, against cruelty, against indignities. He always stood for the downtrodden, for the poor people, and his entire message, his entire actions always reflected what he believed in. In fact, when he was a cardinal, he kind of used to cycle in the slums of Rio de Janeiro. And he was always with the poor people, and his thinking always reflected that the world must be peaceful, we must coexist, that there is a space for all religions, we don't need to fight wars, and the poor and the downtrodden must be looked up. I mean, this...
Yes, absolutely. And also speaking about this, you were talking about the kind of support that Pope Francis has given to the Christian community in India. And if you could also talk a little bit more about that. He has also talked about discrimination against Christians in India, has called for religious freedom and harmony, not just in India, but his message has always been of peace. And that's something that every global citizen will remember. All right, we will connect once again to our guests who are joining us right now on Republic TV. But this is a very, very unfortunate news coming in. Just yesterday, Pope Francis had appeared at the Vatican St. Peter's Square to wish Happy Easter to thousands of worshippers. The Pope had come out in a wheelchair, wished Happy Easter, but according to the update we have for you, it has been confirmed that Pope Francis died today morning. And this is what Cardinal Kevin Farrell has said. He said that with immense gratitude for his examples as a true disciple of Lord Jesus, we commend the soul of Pope Francis to the infinite, merciful love of God, one and tribune. So we are getting those reactions coming in as well, as the world remembers Pope Francis, who is the first Latin American leader of the Roman Catholic Church. Died at the age of 88, and this is what the Vatican had said in a video statement. He was 88 years of age and was suffering from various ailments. He was quite unwell for a while, and the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the home of the Father. Cardinal Kevin Farrell has made that statement, which was published by the Vatican a short while back. Pope Francis has been celebrated for many reasons, both within the Catholic Church and in the broader global community. And he has been admired all over the world for his humility and simplicity, a focus on the poor and the marginalized. He's also taken part in a lot of environmental advocacy and has made a lot of effort to build bridges between different religions. He has met with leaders of different faiths, whether it be Islam, whether it be Judaism, whether it be other faiths, and has promoted a very compassionate and less judgmental church, especially regarding to issues such as LGBTQ+ inclusion, single parenthood, and much more. He has made an impact all over the world. Beyond religion, he's become a moral voice in global politics. He's spoken on various issues, whether it be war, whether it be poverty, whether it be human trafficking, and other major issues. Very, very unfortunate news coming in right now that Pope Francis has passed away, and he is no more. He's died at the age of 88. The Pope Francis died at the age of 88 after a prolonged illness. He was the first Latin American leader of the Roman Catholic Church. The Pope was unwell, like we told you. He was suffering from various ailments in his 12-year tenure, and the last few months of his tenure have been marked with many hospital visits and concerns being raised about his health. He was elected pontiff at age 76, and ever since he was elected as a pontiff, he made a huge impact. Over the past 12 years, he had reorganized the Vatican's bureaucracy. He has written major teaching documents. He's made many foreign tours. More than 47 foreign trips were made to more than 65 countries, and has created more than 900 saints, including Indian saints. Overall, Francis was seen as trying to open the state global church to the modern world, and he has made many important major decisions. He had also allowed priests to offer blessings to same-sex couples on a case-by-case basis, and appointed women to serve as leaders of the Vatican offices for the first time. Definitely a global figure that nobody can forget. Okay, we're getting more updates coming in right now. The Conference of Catholic Bishops of India is joining us live right now and on the phone line. Okay, thank you for joining us. My first question to you is if you could also talk a little bit more about Pope Francis. And I was telling our viewers the kind of global impact Pope Francis has had, not just all over the world, but even here in India. All right. Okay, we'll try to connect to some more guests who will be joining us on the phone line. But in more updates that we're getting for our viewers, definitely a very, very sad news coming in. Pope Francis, if you're joining us right now, let's tell you that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. This announcement has come from the Vatican. And the Pope was suffering from various ailments. He was quite unwell for a long time. And the last few months, Pope Francis had been visiting several hospitals, and concerns were rising about his health. However, Pope Francis yesterday appeared at the Vatican's St. Peter's Square to wish Happy Easter to thousands and thousands of worshippers. He was seen last coming out in a wheelchair and waving from the balcony of St. Peter's to cheering crowds below, saying, "Dear brothers and sisters, Happy Easter." So we'll try to, of course, connect with our colleagues as well to understand the kind of global impact that Pope Francis has had on the entire community. These are the updates that we're getting for our viewers, and also let's talk a little bit more about the kind of impact that Pope Francis has had. Pope Francis always wanted to visit India, and his visit has been highly anticipated. I remember also speaking about the Prime Minister Modi and Pope Francis have met as well. We played those pictures for you where we showed pictures of Prime Minister Modi and Pope Francis meeting. And in those pictures, you will see that Prime Minister Modi and Pope Francis have met twice in recent years. And that is reflecting a growing rapport between Vatican and India. All right, once again, we have been joined by a guest right now, Mr. Anup Anthony Joseph, Kerala BJP leader, who's joining us on the phone line. And just reflecting on the times of Pope Francis, Mr. Joseph, if you could also talk a little bit more about Pope Francis, the kind of impact he has had, like I was saying, not just on the global community, but also here in India.
Yeah, that's true. The passing away of Holy Father Pope Francis, it is a big shock for the people, the Christian community in India, especially for the community in Kerala. And we all know, he was an embodiment of humanity. He was an embodiment of peace, and he was an embodiment of forward-looking spirituality. And he shared a great bond with our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. And they have met at various occasions, and the bond was so lively and so warm. We have always witnessed it. And I was so fortunate to meet Holy Father Pope Francis as a representative of our Honorable Prime Minister a couple of months back when we went to Vatican to attend the ordination of the new cardinals. Then also he had communicated to all of us, the delegation that has gone as part of the Indian delegation on behalf of the Prime Minister. He had conveyed his regards for Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. We were looking forward for his visit to India also. So it's a very unfortunate moment for the whole community as well as for Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji.
Right, okay. Right, and Mr. Joseph, we are playing those pictures out, and I was just talking to our viewers about Pope Francis who wanted to visit India. But the visit could never happen. The visit was being delayed. That did not happen. Pope Francis could never come to India, and the visit was highly anticipated. But the contribution he's had to the Indian community, especially talking about the canonization of Mother Teresa, that is something that we will remember. We're talking about appointing several Indian cardinals and bishops, showing recognition to the global Catholic community and the Indian community as well.
Yes, Pope Francis is known for a special regard for the Indian community. He had recently elevated a new cardinal from India, and he has elevated the cardinal right from the post of a priest. Not even making him a bishop or archbishop, he directly elevated him to the post of a cardinal. So he has great regard for India, but unfortunately due to his ill health, and this year is being celebrated as the jubilee year of the Catholic Church across the world. So due to those reasons, he couldn't come to India, that his visit was delayed. So this is an unfortunate moment for all of us, since he had a great regard for the Indian community, the Indian people, and our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. So this is a moment of grief, and this is a moment of shock for all of us.
All right, thank you for joining us, Mr. Joseph, Kerala BJP leader, for joining us here. And I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us from our newsroom. Kruthat is joining us live from our newsroom. And Kruthat, these are pictures that we're seeing of PM Modi with Pope Francis. The first meeting was in Vatican, October 2021. Second meeting at the G7 summit, June 2024, Kruthat. Pope Francis did want to come to India. That was something he did show a desire for. That did not happen, but we will remember the kind of contributions Pope Francis has made to the community. Kruthat, over to you.
Indeed, and Pope Francis was a very vocal proponent of global peace, and in fact, even during the entire sequence of events, as we saw in the meeting there where Prime Minister Narendra Modi met, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was also present, and Ukraine peace talks were a very essential part of that meeting, at which Pope Francis also once again gave the message of hope and peace, and he asked the international community to rally together for the sake of the people who are caught in this unfortunate fight. But Pope Francis lives behind a very long legacy. He is one of the longest reigning popes that we have seen in recent memory. He assumed office of the Pope in 2013, and from 2013 onwards till 2025, for about 12 years, Pope Francis were incumbent. In fact, the manner in which he ascended to the papacy was very interesting, because it was after a long time that we had two popes together living at one time. Of course, Pope Benedict before him, he became Pope Emeritus, and then there was Pope Francis who came on and he assumed office. Pope Francis brought a lot of humility to the office of the papacy, at least in the 21st century, as we have seen him. We have always seen him in the very common white robes that he used to wear, very unlike the ornated robes that the popes before him had chosen to wear, because he wanted to bring the humility of a common father as the Bishop of Rome, as he served as he was the Pope of Rome. And for the entire global Catholic community, he always furthered the mission and the message of peace and humility. And that will be one of the hallmarks of his papacy that will be remembered. Yes. And a standard that is set so high that Kruthat, the future popes will also follow. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Message of peace. Mr. Anil Antony, BJP leader, is also joining us on the phone line. We are reflecting on the times of Pope Francis, Mr. Antony, and we were also talking about and telling our viewers the kind of impact that Pope Francis has had here in India as well. Even though he could never come to India, he wanted to come to India, that did not happen. But we will remember the message of peace that Pope Francis had for every citizen all over the world. Yes.
Thank you. This is a shocking news and very saddening news for the entire Christian community, the Catholic community across the world. And even for India, our country has lost a very tremendous friend of our country. Our Prime Minister was somebody who had very close personal ties with him. The PM himself had met him multiple times, including at the G7 summit sideline. And then last year again, the Prime Minister had met him personally. Good, strong ties were happening with the Vatican. Last year, when a cardinal was ordained in Rome, and the Pope's travel coordinator is from Kerala, and he was also ordained as a cardinal along with 21 cardinals. And our Honorable Prime Minister had sent a delegation of 7 members, including me, to the Vatican. I myself was fortunate to meet His Holiness that day. And he had shared his deepest appreciation for India towards our Prime Minister and his wish that he could visit India soon. So at this point, this is a very shocking and saddening news for India. And it's a Pope who had redefined the papacy itself with his tremendous dedication to different sections of the society. He was very vocal about different issues, from poverty alleviation to climate causes to many other global issues. He was one of the most recognized global leaders across the world. So this is a huge loss for entire mankind, a huge loss for India also, and this is very shocking and saddening.
Yes, thank you for joining us, Mr. Anil Antony, BJP leader, for joining us there. We need to take a short break right now. Pope Francis is no more. He has passed away this Monday morning. This has been announced by the Vatican. Taking a short break. Viewers, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications are open. If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera. If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Apply now.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब आया असली स्वाद। अब आया स्वाद। जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला। MDH।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios all under one roof. This is RSJ. Be ready. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content,
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant. In this edition, we get you the latest from J.D. Vance's visit to what is happening in Murshidabad, especially the aftermath of the violence. That and much more. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Supreme Court allows fresh petitions on Murshidabad violence case. Pope Francis passes away after prolonged illness at the age of 88, Vatican confirms.
More people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. Between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen.
Rahul Gandhi attacks Election Commission on foreign soil, calls the poll body compromised.
ये राहुल गांधी जॉर्ज सोरोस के एजेंट हैं। राहुल गांधी इज द एजेंट ऑफ जॉर्ज सोरोस। जॉर्ज सोरोस के चंदे पर राहुल गांधी का धंधा चलता है और जॉर्ज सोरोस ही बताता है इनको कि क्या करना है, कैसे कपड़े पहने हैं, कैसी एक्टिंग करनी है। ये देखिए, ये सारे के सारे आप समझ लीजिए एक बात क्लियरली, ये जॉर्ज सोरोस इनका ट्यूशन मास्टर है।
BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over his comments, says he is an agent of George Soros working to ruin India's image. United States Vice President arrives in New Delhi with family, visits Akshardham Temple, set to meet with Prime Minister Modi this evening. Republic announces its School of Journalism. Get ready to learn live in Asia's largest news center. Republic storms with a game changer for journalistic education. Apply and learn live with us. And we get to the latest details. Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar, who's meeting with the violence victims in Murshidabad. Remember, a short while ago, he also issued a statement upping the ante against the Mamata government. There is absolutely no trace of her in Murshidabad or even an attempt to meet with the victims. There you see in those pictures that are streaming live, Shukanta Majumdar, who's speaking to the victims of Murshidabad. Listen in.
করুন দাদা, ওরা এইভাবে শেষ হয়ে গেছে, আগামী দিনে ওরা কিছু পাবে না। আগেও শূন্য ছিল, এরপর মহাশূন্য হবে। আসুন বলুন, ওখান থেকে বলুন না, ওখান থেকে বলুন। I will discuss whole matter with the Honorable HM Sir, Amit Shah ji, and I will, transfer the demand of the common people of this area to the Honorable Home Minister. हाँ बोलून, ওখান থেকে বলুন, বলুন। আমরা আছি, চিন্তা করবেন না, আমরা আছি আপনাদের পাশে, প্রয়োজনে আবার আসবো। ভয়ঙ্কর পরিস্থিতি, এরা যে অভিজ্ঞতার সম্মুখীন হয়েছে, এই অভিজ্ঞতা দুর্বিষহ অভিজ্ঞতা। আমি কলকাতার যাদের কথা বললাম তাদেরকে এবং আমাদের মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীকেও বলবো, একবার আসুন এখানে, একবার এসে মানুষের দুঃখ কষ্টটা দেখে যান কি পরিস্থিতি তৈরি হচ্ছে। না, আমি তো বারবার বলছি মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর এখানে আসা উচিত, এদের সাথে
I am telling you continuously that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee must come here and see the situation of the people here who are struggling.
এখন ভিডিও নিও না, পরে নিও ভাই। এখন শুধু ভিডিও না, এখন ভিডিও না, পরে পরে
All right, so you just heard from Shukanta Majumdar, who's issued this latest statement. He's upping the ante against Mamata Banerjee, saying that the Chief Minister has not even met with the victims of Murshidabad. This as he's interacting with the victims of Murshidabad. He's assured them justice. More than 400 Hindus who stand displaced. Their land has been taken. They have no source of livelihood. They are taking shelter in refugee camps at the moment. TMC ministers who've downplayed the situation, they've said that so what if the exodus is within West Bengal itself. ABVP also staging a protest over the Murshidabad violence. This is, we also got you details of what the top court has said. I want to go back to my colleague Riyanka, who continues to get us the latest of how the situation is now panning out. Riyanka. Riyanka?
That's right. At this point in time, what we are in fact seeing that Shukanta Majumdar has reached, and he has in fact met with the victims in Murshidabad. We understand how there are huge protests that have been broke out regarding the opposition of the people there in Murshidabad against the Waqf
Amendment Act and several provisions into it. We have seen that there have been several protests across the nation, and at this point in time we have also heard Shukanta Majumdar very clearly mentioning the fact that he demands Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to come visit Murshidabad and look at the plight of people who are there, who are at this point in time undergoing such a tensed situation. Remember, it is a very very tense situation in Murshidabad given the violence that broke out. 2 people have already died. There have been massive damage to property that was seen. There were stones pelted, things were set on fire, which is why it is a dire state of conditions in Murshidabad, which is why Shukanta Majumdar, Union Minister, has in fact gone ahead and met with the victims. He has also sought Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to come and visit and take a look of the situation there of the people and speak with them and understand their situation. Remember, Mamata Banerjee at this point in time...
Priyanka, I'm sorry, I'm having to interrupt you here. We are cutting across live to Ajay Dubey, who joins us from Lucknow, where protests are underway against Mamata Banerjee. Ajay, over to you.
Definitely right now in Uttar Pradesh's capital Lucknow, we'll be showing you visuals where Hindu right wings are protesting against Mamata Banerjee. Whatever happened,
मुर्दाबाद वही चाहेगी ममता सरकार, राष्ट्रपति शासन लागू किया जाए.
Protesting against whatever happened in Bengal. बताएं महाराज जी, आप बंगाल में जो हिंदुओं के खिलाफ हुआ है, ये विरोध की आवाज हम सुन रहे, क्या मैसेज?
देखो, ममता बनर्जी जो मुख्यमंत्री है वो अपने उस पद से ही भटक चुकी है, क्योंकि कौरवी षड्यंत्र अब भी चल रहा है. पांडवी ऊर्जा कहाँ सो रही है? ये कौरवी षड्यंत्र अब भी चल रहा है इस भारतवर्ष के अंदर, और भारतीयों का जो न्याय सिद्धांत है, जो मानवता है, वो उस मानवता को हिंदू कभी खोते नहीं है.
आवाज हम तस्वीरें पहले नारे के संग आपको दिखाते रहे और पोस्टर दिखाए. ये हिंदू सेना का जो विरोध है वो किस बात पर है? जागो हिंदू जागो. आयोजक करता हमारे संग मौजूद है. ये खिलाफत की आवाज, ये हो क्या रहा है बंगाल में आप लोग की नजर में?
जैसा कि आपने देखा अभी पिछले कुछ समय में वक्फ कानून को लेकर देश भर में ही विरोध हुए, परंतु जिस प्रकार से कानून की आड़ में पश्चिम बंगाल में हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया गया, हिंदू मारा गया, हिंदू की घर से बहन बेटियों को खींचा गया, उनकी आबरू को लूटा गया, उसी प्रकार से सिद्धपीठ हनुमानगढ़ी अयोध्या से मैं महंत राजू दास जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे पूज्य महाराज श्री का कहना है कि यदि हिंदू अपने ही भारत देश में,
ममता जी का फेलियर है क्या? ये कैसे फेल हो गया?
ये ममता जी एकदम निष्क्रिय, एकदम निकृष्ट बुद्धि की व्यक्ति हैं, जो सिर्फ और हिंदुओं के ही खिलाफ रहती है. इनकी राजनीति
इनकी राजनीति सिर्फ मुसलमानों के लिए की गई है, सिर्फ मुसलमानों के फेवर में इनकी राजनीति रहती है और जैसे ही होता है कुछ सिर्फ
एक बार और आपको आई विल शो यू विजुअल्स अगेन वेयर दीज यंग पीपल आर ऑन द रोड एंड दे आर प्रोटेस्टिंग अगेन एंड अगेन व्हाटएवर इज हैपनिंग इन मुर्शिदाबाद दे आर आस्किंग फॉर द जस्टिस व्हाटएवर इज हैपनिंग विद हिंदूज यू विल सी इन पोस्टर इट इज मेंशन्ड ममता सरकार होश में आओ एंड अदर थिंग्स। क्या लगता है आपको ये ममता बनर्जी के शासन में जो कुछ हो रहा है क्या तस्वीर देख रहे हैं आगे?
ममता सरकार अगर तत्काल प्रभाव से भारत सरकार इस पर संज्ञान नहीं लेती है तो मैं आपको बता दूं अगले ही कुछ महीने के अंदर पश्चिम बंगाल से एक हिंदू भागेगा, एक हिंदू अपना घर परिवार जमीन जायदाद छोड़कर भागेगा। इसलिए मैं भारत सरकार से मांग करता हूं कि तत्काल प्रभाव से पश्चिम बंगाल में राष्ट्रपति शासन लागू करें और वहां के हिंदुओं को बचाए, वहां को हिंदुओं को बुलाकर उनको पुनः वहां पर बताया जाए। अगर नहीं होगा
ममता सरकार मुर्दाबाद मुर्दाबाद, ममता सरकार मुर्दाबाद मुर्दाबाद। ममता सरकार ये इस्लामिक कंट्रीपंथियों को जो ये बढ़ावा दे रही है, हम हिंदू मूर्ख नहीं है, हम हिंदू मूर्ख नहीं है कि हम मरते रहें, हम एक हो रहे हैं, हम एक होके दिखाएंगे कि हमारी हिंदू जनमानस की ताकत क्या है। हम हिंदू जनमानस जागरूक हो रहे हैं, हम जागरूक होके बंगाल को 2 मिनट में सबक सिखाएंगे। बस ये दुर्भाग्य है हिंदुओं का कि हम एक नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। हमें एक होने के लिए हमें धरना देना पड़ रहा है, हमें लोगों को जागरूक करना पड़ रहा है। ये लोग एक हो जाएं।
मंशा क्या है, क्या लगता है, क्या मंशा है कि ये नौबत आ गई?
ये मंशा ये हिंदू का दुर्भाग्य है, ये मात्र और मात्र हिंदुओं का दुर्भाग्य है कि हिंदुओं को जगाया जा रहा है, हिंदुओं के लिए कैंपिंग की जा रही है, हिंदुओं के लिए संगठन बने हुए, लेकिन फिर भी हिंदू एक नहीं हो रहा है।
आप बताएं, हिंदू संगठन की बात हम कर रहे हैं, तस्वीरें फिर एक बार आपको तस्वीरें प्रोटेस्ट की दिखाते हैं, कैसे यहाँ पर नारेबाजी करते हुए कार्यकर्ता मौजूद है। आक्रोश क्या है आप लोग का, मूल आक्रोश?
आक्रोश यही है कि हिंदू कब तक सहेगा और जिस प्रकार से कोई भी बात होती है हिंदू मारा गया है, तो मैं यही कहता हूं और भारत के उन तमाम हिंदुओं से जो अपनी अपनी जाति पर घमंड कर रहे हैं, आज जाति पर घमंड करने का नहीं बल्कि हिंदू होने पर गर्व करने का विषय है। इसीलिए तमाम हिंदू संगठनों से, तमाम उन हिंदू भाइयों से विनम्र निवेदन है कि आप अपनी जातियों से हट करके अपने हिंदू होने पर गर्व करिए और अपने हिंदू होने के लिए लड़िए, क्योंकि आज इस्लामिक विचारधारा के तहत जिस प्रकार पश्चिम बंगाल में हिंदुओं का नरसंहार हुआ है, उन्होंने कोई जाति देखकर उनको नहीं मारा गया। कौन बनिया, कौन ब्राह्मण, कौन यादव, कौन जाट, केवल और केवल काफिर समझकर मारा गया है, केवल और केवल गैर मुसलमान।
देंगे उन लोगों को जो हिंसा कर रहे हैं?
मैं उनको यही चेतावनी देंगे, पहली तो हिंदुओं को चेतावनी दूंगा, यदि आप इस प्रकार जातियों में बटे रहे आप निश्चिंत ही मारे जाएंगे, आप निश्चित ही मारे जाएंगे। आज नहीं, जो पश्चिम बंगाल में हो रहा है वो कल उत्तर प्रदेश में भी होगा, वो आपके जिले में भी होगा, मुरादाबाद में होगा, अयोध्या में होगा, बनारस में होगा। क्यों? क्योंकि आप जातियों में बटे हैं और टुकड़े टुकड़े की राजनीति ही आपको ले डूबेगी, आपका अस्तित्व खत्म कर देगी। नहीं सीख पा रहे हैं तो इतिहास से सीखिए, इतिहास से सीखिए कि राजा महाराजा जब अपने साम्राज्य के लिए बटे वो हमेशा कटे और आज उनका अस्तित्व खत्म हो गया है। इसीलिए मैं आपके माध्यम से ये बात करना चाहता हूँ भारत के उन तमाम हिंदुओं को, उन तमाम हिंदू संगठनों को लेके आज समय है, यदि आप एक नहीं हुए तो बाबूजी ये मान लीजिए आज नहीं कल का आपका अंत निश्चित है।
तो देखिए काफी आक्रोश में ये कार्यकर्ता दिखाई दे रहे हैं, जो घटना घटी है उस घटना के खिलाफ आक्रोश में ये कार्यकर्ता तमाम दिखाई दे रहे हैं, नारेबाजी करते हुए लखनऊ की सड़कों पर निकले हैं। और इस नारेबाजी का कारण क्या है? ममता बनर्जी, हाय हाय ममता बनर्जी के खिलाफ।
मैं राष्ट्रपति महोदय से विनती करना चाहता हूं, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से और गृह मंत्री अमित शाह से, कि पश्चिम बंगाल में ममता सरकार को बर्खास्त कर वहां पे राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाया जाए और हिंदुओं का नरसंहार रोका जाए।
हम माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी से निवेदन करना चाहते हैं कि बंगाल में राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाए। जिस तरह हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार किए जा रहे हैं ये हिंदुस्तान नहीं सहेगा।
जिस तरह हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार हो रहा है, उनकी बहन बेटियों को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए। सबसे पहले ममता सरकार को बर्खास्त करके वहाँ पे राष्ट्रीय शासन लगाया जाए, जिससे हिंदू की बहन बेटियों की रक्षा हो सके। अगर ये नहीं हुआ तो हम लोगों को सड़कों पे मजबूरन उतरना पड़ेगा। जिस तरह हम आज उतरे हैं, उस तरह पूरा हिंदू एक दिन उतरेगा सड़क पर। और हिंदुओं की अभी आपने देखिए एक 13 साल की बच्ची के साथ क्या हुआ, किस तरह से घटना हुई उसकी। आप बताइए, आक्रोश लखनऊ की सड़कों पर क्या मायने? आप सभी को जय श्री राम। मेरा नाम कार्तिक मिश्रा है, मैं महानगर अध्यक्ष हिंदू सुरक्षा सेवा संघ। आप सभी को यहाँ पर ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि अपने मुस्लिम भाई बहन जो भी हैं, वो अपने भाइयों, अपनी बहनों और बेटियों के साथ जैसे हिंसा कर रहे हैं, वैसे ही अगर हम लोग के हिंदू भाई बहनों के साथ अगर हिंसा करने की कोशिश करेंगे, अगर हिंसा करने का प्रयास करेंगे, तो हम सभी यहाँ पर उतरेंगे, सड़कों पर उतरेंगे, सारे हिंदू एक होकर उतरेंगे। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से, माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया जी से ये निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि जल्द से जल्द वहां पर इमरजेंसी लागू की जाए, वहां राष्ट्रपति शासन लागू की जाए, अन्यथा हिंदू जो है वहां पर तुरंत धरने पर बैठेगा। जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं बंगाल में भी, हम लोग बंगाल में भी बैठेंगे, हम लोग उत्तर प्रदेश में भी बैठेंगे, हम लोग हर उस राज्य में बैठेंगे जहां पर हिंदू भाई बहनों का खिलाफत की जा रही है। Here we are showing you visuals in Lucknow where these young people are protesting, and they are making it very clear that they are going to protest against Mamata Banerjee, against the Bengal government, and they are requesting a president also, prime minister also, and chief justice also, that whatever is happening in Bengal regarding Hindus, this should stop. And they are also challenging those hooligans that whatever they are doing, they will come for them and they will make justice for them. So this is what is happening right now in Lucknow, and aggressive protests we can see on roads regarding Bengal.
All right, Ajay, many thanks for getting us those voices. We continue to track every single development, this even as the BJP has posted a video of Murshidabad violence and have claimed that the protesters attacked a family. They took away their money they had kept for their daughter's wedding. In fact, the victim claimed that she was asked to choose between her husband and the money. Here's that video.
শুক্রবার নিজে হাতে বের করে দিচ্ছি ওরাকে, বের করে কি আমাদের জান তো নিয়ে নিচ্ছে। এবার না না, তোমার মেয়ের জন্য তুমি টাকা রেখেছিলে তাই তো? হ্যাঁ, টাকা রেখেছিলাম 7 লাখ টাকা, দু গাধা মাটি বিক্রি করেছি 3.5 লাখ টাকা করে, 7 লাখ টাকা ছিল, কিছুটা পুড়িয়েছে বাতে করে, সব নিজে হাতে দিলাম বের করে করে। আচ্ছা, তো ওই টাকা সব মানে তোমার ওকে মানে ডাক্তার দেখানোর যা টাকা পয়সা ছিল সব নিয়ে গেছে তাই তো? সব নিজে হাতে দিলাম। ঠিক আছে, ফোনে 4 বার শোনা ছিল, তাও দিলাম। নিজের স্বামীকে টুটিতে হেসা লাগিয়ে আছে, বলছে কি জিনিস কি দাও না, তোমার স্বামীকে মেরে ফেলছি। স্বামীর বড় না টাকা পয়সা বড়, স্বামী টাকা বাঁচার লাগে সব কি দিলাম আমি। ঠিক আছে, বাড়ি ঘর সব ভেঙে দিয়েছে, সব নিয়ে গেছে বাড়ি ঘর ভেঙে। একটু দেখা আসছেন মন্দিরটা আমার? হ্যাঁ, আমি তো দেখেছি, মন্দিরটা আমাদেরই দিয়েছি, সরকারের নামে দিয়ে দিয়েছি।
And you heard that woman's version, who is one of the victims of the Murshidabad violence, who narrated that horrific ordeal of what she had to go through when her husband's life was at stake, their hard-earned money that they had kept for their daughter's wedding, and the perpetrators who threatened her to take the money away or kill her husband. We now shift focus as more details have emerged in the murder investigation of former Karnataka DGP Om Prakash. Investigation that has revealed that former DGP Om Prakash had a heated argument with his wife that led to his wife Pallavi fatally stabbing him with a knife. The crime scene revealed his body was lying in a pool of blood near the dining table. Following the murder, Pallavi and her daughter Kruti, who went upstairs, after which Pallavi called the police and confessed to the crime. Upon arrival, police faced a lot of resistance from Kruti, the daughter, who had locked herself in her room and refused to respond, forcing them to break down the door and take her into custody.
We have got the PM done. We have handed over the body to the son. We have taken to the HSR ground for the formalities and all. Please come, sir is there. Sir will give you all the details. Come, we are investigating it. We are investigating it. We have got the PM done. We have handed over the body to the son. We have taken to the HSR ground for the formalities and all. Please come, sir is there. Sir will give you all the details. Come, we are investigating it. We are investigating it. We have got the PM done. We have handed over the body to the son. We have taken to the HSR ground for the formalities and all. Please come, sir is there. Sir will give you all the details. Come, we are investigating it.
The police official confirming that the post-mortem is done and the body has been handed over to the son. Let me cut across to Smita joining us from the Kannada newsroom with further details. Smita, any more information on the motive behind the murder?
Yeah, well, our reporters on ground have been in constant touch with the police officer who are conducting the investigation regarding the brutal murder of former IG of Karnataka, Om Prakash. We also have accessed a few, information from a reliable source from the police department that there was a heated argument between Om Prakash and his wife Pallavi and also daughter Kriti regarding a land in Uttara Kannada district of Karnataka. There was nearly 17.2 acres of land in name of the former IG Om Prakash, in which a portion of the land he wanted to gift it to his sister, in whose home the IG was there, while his daughter Kriti brought him back forcefully last Saturday. This particular matter of gifting the land to IG's sister was the main reason for the fight between wife, daughter and former IG Om Prakash, is what the police sources are saying. While the argument went on to a level where daughter and mother attacked the former IG who was having his lunch sitting in the dining table, which is placed in the hall of their house in HSR layout. And we have also accessed the information that there were multiple stabs by both daughter and mother on IG Om Prakash, former IG Om Prakash, in a time interval, and nearly 8 to 10 stab marks are seen on his body, and also he was left there to die in the pool of blood. And the wife Pallavi herself called the police, saying that former IG Om Prakash was murdered. And when the police came to the crime scene, that is HSR layouts Om Prakash house, the dead body was found in the pool of blood with multiple stabs on the body. Pallavi, IG's wife, surrendered herself, but Kriti showed some resistance. She locked herself up in the room, and the police were made forcefully to open the door, and then they took over. Kriti also. Now the FSL team, after many hours of this, FSL team have collected the fingerprints from the knife which was used for the murder, and they are also trying to collect the fingerprints of both Pallavi and Kriti. Pallavi, the former IG's wife, have already given the fingerprints, but there also for giving fingerprints also the daughter Kriti is showing some resistance, is what we are getting to hear. But when the investigative officer started to record everything on a video, she is now ready to give the fingerprints, and now the body after the post-mortem of Om Prakash have been handed over to his son, and is kept in HSR layout house for the last prayers and all. Probably today evening in Wilson Garden burial ground, the last rituals will be conducted. Many police department ex-servicemen and also the present police officers are near the HSR layout house of former IG Om Prakash. They are taking the last prayers to Om Prakash. One side the investigation is on, and the other side the last rituals are being conducted as of now.
Smita, continue talking to us, because some reports suggest that the son has told the police that the mother and the daughter would often fight with him. In fact, some reports also coming out where the wife allegedly told a friend of hers on video call that she has killed a quote-unquote monster. What are the other details you're gathering?
Well, while talking to Pallavi in the primary investigation, the police officers got to know that she has a series of allegations to make against her husband, that is Om Prakash, that he was torturing their daughter Kriti. He forcefully gave her some injections, and Kriti also have alleged that the former IT had connection with some PFI members and all. But as IG's son has made allegations that both mother and daughter mental state was not stable, we just have to look forward how seriously will the investigative team take their statement after the commitment of such a horrifying murder. But now the police have also taken to their custody the mobile phones of both mother and daughter, so they are also going through it with whom they were in contact. Was a pre-planned murder, or was it just because of a reaction with a heated fight? The police are under the investigation, trying to collect as many angles as possible and the substantial evidence also. But as you were rightly saying, Pallavi has told in front of the investigative team that the fight was not only confined to yesterday, but it was like ongoing. So the investigation is also under the process, and we are looking for more information from the police sources.
Right. I want to thank you at the moment for joining us, Smita. We'll keep coming back to you as we now move on. Tell you about an intense exchange that unfolded in the Tamil Nadu Assembly as Chief Minister M.K. Stalin questioned AIDMK General Secretary EPS. But we'll tell you more about it after this short breather. And of course, Pope Francis, who passed away at the age of 88. We'll get you more voices on the other side. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field and in the studio.
Supreme Court allows fresh petitions on Murshidabad violence case. Pope Francis Francis passes away after prolonged illness at the age of 88, Vatican confirms.
More people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. Between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen.
Rahul Gandhi attacks Election Commission on foreign soil, calls the poll body compromised.
कि राहुल गांधी जॉर्ज सोरोस के एजेंट हैं। तो राहुल गांधी इज द एजेंट ऑफ जॉर्ज सोरोस। जॉर्ज सोरोस के चंदे पर राहुल गांधी का धंधा चलता है और जॉर्ज सोरोस ही बताता है इनको कि क्या करना है, कैसे कपड़े पहने हैं, कैसी एक्टिंग करनी है। ये देखिए, ये सारे के सारे आप समझ लीजिए एक बात क्लियरली, ये जॉर्ज सोरोस इनका ट्यूशन मास्टर है।
BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over his comments, says he is an agent of George Soros working to ruin India's image. United States Vice President arrives in New Delhi with his family, visits Akshardham Temple, set to meet with Prime Minister Modi this evening. Republic announces its School of Journalism. Get ready to learn live in Asia's largest news center. Republic storms with a game changer for journalistic education. Apply and learn live. Prime Minister Narendra Modi mourns the death of Pope Francis, who passed away at the age of 88 after prolonged illness from 1936 to 2025. The Argentine pontiff, who led with mercy, has passed away. He wished one and all on Easter. Pope Francis, who had been ailing for a while, has passed away at the age of 88. We'll also play out those earlier pictures of when Prime Minister Narendra Modi had met with Pope Francis, as this latest message of condolence coming in. Prime Minister Modi mourning the death of Pope Francis. Pope Francis, who joined the Jesu order in 1958, he was ordained as a priest in 1969. He became the Archbishop of Buenos Aires in 1998. He was elected as Pope in 2013. In 2025, he's passed away after prolonged illness. The Vatican confirmed the death of Pope Francis. His Beatitude Basilios Cardinal Clemis, Major Archbishop Catholicos of the Syro Malankara Catholic Church, has also spoken on the same. Let's listen in.
ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ളത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പാവങ്ങളോടുള്ള പരിഗണനയാണ്. നമുക്ക് മുൻകൂട്ടി സങ്കല്പിക്കാനാവാത്ത ചില പ്രോട്ടോക്കോളുകൾ ഈ ഫ്രാൻസിസ് മാർപ്പാപ്പ പലപ്പോഴും പ്രകടമാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. വളരെ ഹൃദ്യമാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തോടുള്ള സംസാരം, ഇടപെടൽ, അവിടെ മറ്റ് ഫോർമാലിറ്റികളൊക്കെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ മുറിയിൽ നിന്ന് പുറത്തിറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ, ഇപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം അടുത്ത വീൽ ചെയർ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നെങ്കിലും അതിനു മുൻപ് അദ്ദേഹത്തെ കണ്ടിട്ട് മുറിയിൽ നിന്ന് പുറത്തിറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ പരിശുദ്ധ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ വരും. രണ്ടാം പ്രാവശ്യം ഞാൻ
whenever he used to come out of the chamber, he used to come along with a lot of people.
നമ്മളെ യാത്രയാക്കാൻ.
It is very unique.
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് വരേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. അപ്പോ അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞാൽ എനിക്ക് വരണം. ഈസ് എ മാൻ ഓഫ് ഹ്യൂമർ. അദ്ദേഹം പറയും, രണ്ട് കാര്യം കൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ലിഫ്റ്റ് വരെ വന്ന് യാത്രയാക്കുന്നത്. ഒന്ന്,
and he will ensure that all the guests who come to see him, they will see him off in the lift, So I had asked him no need for something like that, but he refused. He said,
ഈസ് എ മാൻ ഓഫ് ഹ്യൂമർ.
"Or do it."
അത് ഞാനൊരു കർദിനാളെന്ന നിലയിൽ കാണിക്കുന്ന ഒരു
Even any common man, when they
സ്വാഭാവികമായി
visit
നിങ്ങൾ കരുതും. എന്നാൽ
Pope Francis, he
സാധാരണ
just
മനുഷ്യൻ
dropped
ചെന്നാലും
them
ഫ്രാൻസിസ്
till the
മാർപ്പാപ്പ ലിഫ്റ്റിൽ കൊണ്ട് യാത്രയാക്കിയിട്ട് തിരികെ പോവുകയുള്ളൂ. ഇതൊരു സാധാരണ ഒരു ക്രമമല്ല മാർപ്പാപ്പയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച്. നമ്മുടെ സഭാപിതാക്കന്മാർ ഈ ഓർത്തഡോക്സ് സഭയിലെ
Mr. Tom Vadakan is now with us on the phone line. Good afternoon to you, sir. Saddening news that has come in of the Pope's death. This, of course, is 5 days ago. Vatican had said that cardinals are all set to celebrate Holy Week liturgies as Pope Francis' health had improved. Sudden decline. Of course, he was ailing for a while. Your thoughts?
I had the opportunity of meeting Pope Francis on December the 6th. Courtesy of our Prime Minister, who sent a delegation on the occasion when an Indian Archbishop was being appointed. It's apparently he's one of the iconic popes that Christianity has ever seen. He has done his duties for the Easter day, despite his frail health. He is probably a loss for India and our Prime Minister, who had a very strong bonding with him. It is unfortunate that Christianity has lost a leader who had a worldview that was with part of India. It is therefore a very great loss for India and the loss of Francis Pope. And I would pass my condolences to Vatican on this occasion. This loss is great to India.
Oh yes, absolutely. World leaders are mourning his demise, remembering him for his compassion. Prime Minister Modi, who's also expressed deep pain on the passing away of His Holiness Pope Francis. In this hour of grief and remembrance, my heartfelt condolences is what he has posted. I want to thank you, Mr. Vadakan, for speaking to Republic this afternoon. Shifting focus now, rain misery that has left Jammu and Kashmir completely disconnected. Over 100 roads that are closed due to the damage that was caused by landslides and flash floods. Entire stretch of highway that has been completely washed away in the flash floods. A temple that has also been damaged in these floods. In fact, multiple tankers that are also buried under the debris. We'll also get you those pictures of the damage that has been caused due to these flash floods. Hundreds roads that are now blocked. So much area that is under the debris, and the situation of the flash floods that still remains tensed in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, 3 people who lost their lives in the Ramban flash floods. Heavy rains that have been triggered as a result of it, and landslides that have led to widespread damage. In fact, those pictures there, you see how tankers are also buried under the debris. Cutting across to Gursimran to get us more details of how the operations are now continuing. Over to you, Gursimran.
See, right now we are in the Ramban, where you will see that the debris are being removed, and these JCBs are trying to ensure that all those vehicles and the debris that are there are removed at an earliest, because you see that it's continuously raining here, and this is making it really very difficult. One of the vehicle that was here has completely been trapped. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that some of the vehicles are now moving to the other side, because majority of the vehicles have been trapped, and it becomes really very challenging for the authorities to remove these vehicles from the debris, because there has been a number of vehicles that have been trapped in the area. There have been in the past also, we have seen yesterday that there were many vehicles that were trapped here, and as we move from this area, it is still big tippers that are there, the dumpers, they have also been trapped. So it is making the things really very difficult for the administration, because they have to remove all these debris, and then only there lies a possibility that there will be resumption of the traffic that will take place. But for now, if I request Sarjeevan to show you this way, also the debris have come to almost 10 to 15 feet of debris are there. That makes it really very challenging, and the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the civil administration, all are here. They are trying to ensure that the national highway is resumed at an earliest, but for now the situation does not permit, reason being the inclement weather conditions, because since morning there was sunshine that was there, and it was easier to carry out the relief and rescue operation. But at times there also happens that even the JCB also got struck in the mudslides that are there. So this challenge the man and machinery has to face on ground while the relief operations continue in the Ramban district of Jammu. More importantly, that the schools have been closed for the day, but what it seems for now that tomorrow also the similar advisory needs to be issued by the authorities, because only then it will be possible, because otherwise had the schools been in place and if something such occurs, then it is going to have implication, and that's why the first priority remains to save the lives of the people and then to ensure that the highway is resumed at an earliest. You see these vehicles that have been trapped. These vehicles are here for last almost 2 days, and now the efforts are being made so as to remove the debris and then to carry out this removal of the vehicles that have been trapped in these debris.
A lot of challenges on the ground, indeed, Gursimran, and the extent of damage that has been massive, causing a lot of inconvenience, but really of the time of recovery that it will take now for normal life to resume. Continue talking to us on what your interaction with the sufferers on the ground has been.
See, if we speak of the people who have suffered, the people, they do not know actually what has happened. You see that I'll request Sarjeevan to zoom in and show you one of the vehicles that has been trapped there. That is still there, trapped, a small vehicle. So the people, those who have got their vehicles trapped, those who lost their homes, they do not know actually what has happened to them, because for them, day before yesterday was a normal day. There was not even the rainfall that was taking place. But all of a sudden things have changed completely, and it was like that the hell has fallen to them, and now on the ground the efforts are being made to ensure that the highway is restored. We'll be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero on Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning, inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios, all under one roof. This is RS Shape. Be ready. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
And well, an intense exchange that unfolded in the Tamil Nadu Assembly as Chief Minister M.K. Stalin questioned AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi Palanisamy on his party's alliance with the BJP-led NDA, asking why the AIADMK joined hands without securing a NEET exemption for the state. In response, Edappadi accused the DMK-Congress alliance of introducing NEET in Tamil Nadu back in 2010 and argued that the DMK could have scrapped it in its early stages if it truly wanted to. He further alleged that the DMK made a false promise during the 2021 assembly elections to get NEET scrapped, which he claimed was a tactic to gain power. Sarda, what's the reality? Alright, not too sure if Sarda is still there. But an intense clash that has been reported between the DMK and the AIADMK, where Stalin questioned the AIADMK over the NEET exam. In fact, this happened in the State Assembly itself. Stalin asked what the BJP and its position is over NEET. Sarda, I believe, is back with us. Sarda, what had happened?
Well, speaking in the assembly today, there was constant conversations between the AIADMK leader Edappadi K. Palanisamy and Chief Minister L.K. Stalin on the ongoing issues of the exemption of NEET in the state of Tamil Nadu. While the minister pointed out that the AIADMK and BJP have now formed an alliance, will the ADMK now ask the centre if they would exempt the state from attending the NEET exams? And Stalin also noted that back when they came to power in 2021, it was DMK's promise to make sure that the Tamil Nadu is exempted of NEET, and he also said that he made that promise, stating that if the Congress comes to power, and now with the BJP in power, he said that the AIADMK has now formed an alliance and that they should take responsibility to remove the exemption of NEET from the state of Tamil Nadu. With more updates coming back from Chennai, we'll be right back after a short break.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios, all under one roof. This is RSJ. Be ready. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications open.
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live. Inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live. Inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media. Inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open. If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, Wing Commander Aditya Bose from DRDO shared an incident of road rage and assault on his social media account. Cyber Police is currently trying to reach out to him to register an official complaint. In this video, he has alleged that he was assaulted during a road rage incident. Authorities are working to verify the details and efforts are on to establish contact with the victim as part of the investigation. We'll also play out that social media post by Wing Commander Aditya Bose from DRDO, and before that my colleague Smita joining us from the Kannada newsroom to take us through those details. He's alleged that he was abused, he was assaulted with a sharp weapon. What are those claims he's making? Smita.
Well, Wing Commander Aditya Bose has posted a video on a social media platform where we can see him bleeding and he is accusing that he was attacked by from localites while he was driving to his work along with his wife. A two-wheeler lady, was doing road rage. When objected, he and his wife both were assaulted and was also continuously abused in local language, especially when he reacted in English or Hindi. They forced him to speak in the local language Kannada when he told that he doesn't know. Further, the mob created and the entire mob was against him, and when they saw DRDO sticker on his vehicle, the localites become more harsh, speaking that they are being harassed and they are getting more trouble because of DRDO officers. But when he tried to convince them and tell that it was not their fault but the two-wheeler lady's fault, he was assaulted back is what he's claiming. But as of now, we are also getting the information that the local police are trying to reach him out to make an official complaint regarding the abuse and also the assault. But as for the information that Republic Kannada has gained now, he's not there in Bangalore. So probably the police will try to reach him out and get a official complaint lodged against those whom attacked him. As of now, we have only one video that he himself has posted in his social media where he is alleging that he was assaulted and also abused by the localites.
This is absolutely shocking, Smita, if these claims are true of how he was attacked with weapons, and that too, this entire attack based on language row because he could not speak in Kannada.
Well, he says that in the same video, he says that he was assaulted by a key, two-wheeler key, after which he started bleeding. But the whole incident, according to his video itself, started because of the road rage. As he, while overtaking a two-wheeler, there was some, misunderstanding. Then it became a fight between the two-wheeler lady and himself. And when people gathered and they got to know that he doesn't know to speak the local language,
right,
then the mob also started to threaten him to speak in the local language, is what he is saying in the video.
Smita, we are waiting to hear from you again on how the investigation progresses and the official complaint that will be filed in this case. For the moment, we shift our focus to the other top stories we're tracking for you in brief on Bharat in 2 minutes.
To be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios, all under one roof. This is RSJ. Be ready. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Apply now.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakhta Mishra with you this Monday. Let's get started with all the top stories of the day that we have been tracking for you.
कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है।
After Rahul questions Election Commission, Fadnavis takes on. Rahul says he cannot get votes by insulting India on foreign soil.
Does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
BJP shares old video of Indira Gandhi amid Nishikant Dubey's Supreme Court remark. Rao says the Congress must know its past. Former Karnataka DGP found dead at Bengaluru home. Wife allegedly has confessed to killing who he calls monster.
Hello everyone, I am Wing Commander Shiladitya Bose and this is my wife, Total Leader Madhumita. We stay in DRDO, CV Raman Nagar, Phase 1. Today morning, my wife was driving me to the airport and suddenly one bike came from behind, stopped in between, stopped our way. I will show you the video of my dashcam also. He came out, started abusing me in Kannada and then
IAF officer and his wife attacked in Bengaluru. Wing Commander Aditya Bose from DRDO shares incident of road rage and assault on his social media account. Pope Francis, the first pontiff from Latin America, dies aged 88 after prolonged illness. US Vice President J.D. Vance receives a guard of honor at the Parliament Airport, heads to Republic. And Republic announces its School of Journalism. Get ready to learn live in Asia's largest news center. Republic storms with a game changer for journalistic education. Apply and learn live with us. Wing Commander Aditya Bose from the DRDO has shared an incident of road rage and assault on his social media account. Now, cyber police are currently trying to reach him to register an official complaint. Now, in the video, he alleges that he was assaulted during a road rage incident. Authorities are working to verify the details and efforts are ongoing to establish contact with the victim as part of the investigation. Take a look at this video, viewers.
Hello everyone, I am Wing Commander Shiladitya Bose and this is my wife, Total Leader Madhumita. We stay in DRDO, CV Raman Nagar, Phase 1. Today morning, my wife was driving me to the airport and suddenly one bike came from behind, stopped in between, stopped our way. I will show you the video of my dashcam also. He came out, started abusing me in Kannada and then seeing that my car has a DRDO sticker, he says that you be DRDO people and said many things in Kannada and finally she abused my wife and then I couldn't bear it. When I was coming outside, immediately he took his key in his hand and hit me on my head, taking my blood out. I stood there shouting that this is how you people defend whom we defend. Treat a person from the army, from Air Force or from Navy, from the Defense Forces. More people came surprisingly and started abusing us that we are doing wrong things. That person, he took his stone out, started trying to hit my car. I trying to stop, he hit me on my head again. Here you can see the blood and see my condition. My wife was there thankfully to take me out, come in the car. We went to the police station. Presently no response. We will see it further. We are going to the hospital as per them. But this is what Karnataka has become. I believed in Kannada. But seeing the truth, the reality of main heartland Karnataka, I couldn't believe it. God help us. God gave me the power not to retaliate. Tomorrow, if law and order doesn't help me, I will retaliate. And then these people will have it. Please help me.
Good morning, and I'm right now in the airport. You must be knowing what has happened in the morning, so I'll just narrate the entire incident so that everything is clear. So in the morning, I had a flight to catch. I'm going to Calcutta today for admitting my father to hospital. He has some surgery to be done. So my wife Madhumita was driving me at around morning 6:30 to drop me to the bus stop. And near Gopalan Grand Mall, just near C.V. Raman Nagar, suddenly from the right one bike comes and stops in front of our car. So I'll share the dashcam video also, and it will be available in CCTV. He comes in front of our car, parks his bike, and thereafter, wearing a helmet, keys in his hand, comes in front of our car and starts saying, "You DRDO people," and something in Kannada. So my wife was driving, so he saw that and came towards my side. And then started arguing, and suddenly, all of a sudden, he punched me with his key. I didn't realize what had happened. I tried to open the door and come outside. I threw him away, and thereafter, just to exit from that area, I rushed to the bike, took the bike and threw it away on the side, and was coming back to the car just to sit and exit the area. And suddenly he came with something and started hitting me again. Finally, he was taking a stone and trying to break the glass of my car. I stopped him. Using the same stone, he hit me on my head. The shocking thing is that the local people, the Kannada people there, everybody was watching. There were aged people who were only telling the person who had done the crime that he was wrong, get away from here. But the other locals, they were supporting him. They were holding my hand. That guy even bit me in my finger. He bit me in my finger. It's atrocious. If I had the capacity, I could have done anything to him. I was larger in size, larger in power. But he came shocking because he came prepared. He had a keys in his hand, wearing a helmet, and he wanted to aggravate the situation. And God knows what would have happened if my wife was there alone. I'm very worried now that my wife and my kid are there alone. This happened in the heart of the city, in DRDO area. So I think something will be done by all the authorities within the correct legal measures. I have the vehicle number of that person, and I hope all the things. I have lost so many things. The locals, I don't know, one of my phones and one of my keys. I'll check, but that's not the main thing. Main thing is my wife and kid who are there alone in Bangalore. Thank you.
All right, my colleague Smita joins us live in the broadcast from Republic Kannada newsroom in Bengaluru. Now, Smita, this is a very, very shocking video that has surfaced and doing the rounds on social media. This is an IAF officer that we're talking about, Vinkamala Shiladati Bose, who was so disappointed. You know, we can see the pain in his eyes, not just the physical pain that is quite visible, the bloodied face, but he's also talking about the people of Kannada. He's asking what has happened to the people, how they defend the people who are fighting for the country. This is an absolute shocker. Any leads as to who was the attacker?
If the only reason for the attack was that Aditya Bose belonged to DRDO, this is extremely unacceptable. But there are few missing links that Aditya Bose himself explains in the video, in the previous video, that all of a sudden a bike person came and made their car to stop and started abusing. Why will a biker come and start abusing only because the person is from DRDO is the biggest question. And then he also says that the person hit him with a key. Then he took a stone and started abusing him because Aditya Bose was not speaking in Kannada. While is this a case of a road rage or the issue of language are the two questions. But as of now, we also Republic Kannada reporters cross-checked. There is no official complaint lodged by either Wing Commander Aditya Bose or his wife Madhurima. But yet the cyber police are trying to reach him out. As in the second video,
you stay on with us, Smita. We have we have Wing Commander Praful Bakshi joining us on the phone line. Wing Commander Bakshi, well, this is a shocking video that has now surfaced. This is Wing Commander Aditya Bose, and who has shared his ordeal, how he was attacked in Karnataka. We do not know exactly if it's just a case of road rage, but the fact that he's saying that he was attacked by those people. He started saying something in Kannada. He's saying you DRDO people, and then the locals also did not come and defend him. So it's an absolute shocker coming in. How do you react to this, sir?
It's an absolutely shocking incident, ma'am. There is certainly it calls for a lot of investigation. But I personally know there have been a lot of attack on people who don't belong to their areas, who don't speak their language, and people tend to be very rude. This is not a first time. It has happened earlier also, and people from the defense background have also been attacked earlier. No, it will require a lot of investigation. We just cannot go through things. Yes, if they'll make it sound like a road rage. Yeah, they may sound like a road rage, but question is, road rage can happen only if something has happened. If a wing commander says that if he is not involved in any, violation of any road rule, etc., or probably giving way to somebody, that's a different thing. But on communal basis, I have seen and I'm aware of it, that this has been done to people from outside of state. Now, if he couldn't speak the language, obviously they took for granted that he's from outside, probably skin of his color or color of his skin or whatever the case could have been. I personally feel this is not the first time, and it has to be done. I have observed it long back during the language education with North Indians. This was quite common at that time. How it is happening now, and it has happened now with army people also. So there are a number of incidents. I am aware of it. So we have to get into more in details, and more details are required. Until that is done, nothing firm can be told about it.
Wing Commander Bakshi, thank you so much for joining us. We have some breaking news coming in. I'll go across to my colleague Smita for that. Well, the update is that the IAF officer, Wing Commander Bose, and his wife have submitted a complaint after the assault. So that's the official information that we can share with you now. The Wing Commander Bose and also his wife's squadron leader Madhumita have alleged attack by a local there in Karnataka, in Bengaluru, and now they have submitted a complaint after the assault. Smita, tell us more details, please, now that the complaint has been submitted.
Well, if Aditya Bose and his wife have submitted the complaint, and also as he was speaking in the video, that he have all the details regarding the attacker, for example, his vehicle number and also his dash camera visuals. If these are provided to the police department, I guess it will not be a big issue for the local police to find out who exactly did this attack on Wing Commander and his wife. The police department is trying to get into the more details, to collect more details about what exactly happened. As Wing Commander has also mentioned the specific area, CV Ramanagar, which is close to HAL and also the DRDO headquarters. Probably the local police will also try to get hold of some CCTV footages also of the road, and so the police are under the investigation to find out who exactly are those who assaulted assaulted the wing commander, and also we have seen that wing commander Shailaditya Bose was expressing his concern about his wife and children who are alone here in Karnataka, as he has left for Calicut for his father's treatment. And now the local police will and should give a protection to the family also. Hopefully the police are doing, and Republic Kannada will also be closely tracking the issue, and probably in sooner we will also try to get the reaction from Madhumita, that is wife of Wing Commander Shailaditya Bose. But as of now, we got the information that there has been an official complaint lodged by wife Madhumita, and police are on the way to find out who exactly did this and what was the purpose behind.
No, we are showing our viewers the man who's accused of the assault as well. To the right side of your screen, viewers, you can see that man in the green. Now, if we have any leads, any information about this person who has been accused of assault, because even the officer says, Smita, that he has the video of that person. Any leads to him?
No, as of now, no leads. But as Bose himself was telling that he might be a localite, as he was speaking the local language, Kannada also, and he also got some support from the local people who were surrounded and were watching this. So maybe he's a localite. So police will be no doubt tracking him sooner or later. But as of now, we have only this much information that the complaint has been lodged. The police are looking forward to know more details, and also to get this accused who we are seeing in the video.
Right, but we've seen the two videos, but has it been ascertained that was there any sort of provocation? Because what really happened, what really caused it to happen, has it been ascertained at all? Smita.
Not at all, not as of now, as we have only the statement of, Wing Commander Bose himself. But I think he has to clarify more, like what exactly led to the incident that the biker came and made their car to stop in the middle of the way to HAL. So we are also looking forward for his statement or his wife's official statement, or maybe the police, once they get to know who exactly is the accused, or they arrest or take him to the custody and get his statement, we will be getting more clear picture about what exactly made this incident to happen. Was it a road rage which later on converted into a language row? More information are awaited as of now.
Yeah, in fact, but there's a very desperate appeal that he has put out that if the law and order does not help me, I'll have to, I will have to retaliate. He said he's also very dismayed about the people of Karnataka, and also says that we defend you and you assault us. These are very strong words that have been used by the wing commander. We will take a listen into this video once again.
Hello everyone. I am Wing Commander Shailaditya Bose, and this is my wife, Total Leader Madhumita. We stay in DRDO, CV Raman Nagar, Phase 1. Today morning, my wife was driving me to the airport, and suddenly one bike came from behind, stopped in between, stopped our way. I will show you the video of my dash cam also. He came out, started abusing me in Kannada, and then seeing that my car has a DRDO sticker, he says that you be DRDO people, and said many things in Kannada, and finally she abused my wife, and then I couldn't bear it. When I was coming outside, immediately he took his key in his hand and hit me on my head, taking my blood out. I stood there shouting that this is how you people defend whom we defend. Treat a person from the army, from Air Force, or from Navy, from the Defense Forces. More people came surprisingly and started abusing us, that we are doing wrong things. That person, he took his stone out, started trying to hit my car. I trying to stop, he hit me on my head again. Here you can see the blood and see my condition. My wife was there, thankfully, to take me out, come in the car. We went to the police station. Presently no response. We will see it further. We are going to the hospital as per them. But this is what Karnataka has become. I believed in Kannada, but seeing the truth, the reality of main heartland Karnataka, I couldn't believe it. God help us. God gave me the power not to retaliate. Tomorrow, if law and order doesn't help me, I will retaliate. And then these people will have it. Please help me. না নিতে পারবো আমার ফাইনালি টাকায় সাবস্ক্রিপশন বেরিয়ে যাবে
Right, we have breaking news coming in right now. Viewers, the IAF officer and his wife have left Bengaluru after submitting the complaint. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Minute by minute updates on that shocker coming in from Bengaluru, viewers. That very critical case of the assault against the Wing Commander Bose. Officer has left Bengaluru, is working with the DRDO in Bengaluru, and after being assaulted by a group of people in Bengaluru, they've submitted a complaint, and now they have left the city of Bengaluru. And that's the update. Major General A.K. Sivach is joining us, defense expert. Major General Sivach, well, this is a very shocking case that has come in, that has come to light. IAF officer has been attacked in front of his wife, and when he told them that he's an IAF officer, then more people started attacking him. That's what we know as per his version on his video, sir. And now he has left Bengaluru after submitting a complaint. Major General Sivach.
Absolutely. A very shocking incident which has happened where a Wing Commander was attacked and no action taken by the police. He has already registered a FIR. So far, as per the information, no action has been taken. Either the accused have been arrested or they have been released. So the irony that you are going to attack the people who defend, then they are not going to defend you. Remember that. The nation must understand that today they are having a peaceful night in their own homes because there are Army, Air Force protecting them. But if you start hitting them and you start using force and you start using that in your local language, then I am afraid that the defense forces will get demoralized. They will no more protect you. So the question comes is that we have to be very, very careful. The society has to be quite active and also understand all this. This is not acceptable. Such a goon of Air Force officer who is in DRDO and he is doing a job which is supposed to be very confidential in DRDO from the Indian Air Force. He's been halted, attacked, and thereafter the people are not ready to help out. They are helping out only the goon. So very unfortunate that it is demoralizing for the defense forces. I am still telling that the police must act for the government of Karnataka must take action against those who are used violence against an officer who is still serving.
In fact, sir, Major General Sivach, he also said, that I stood there shouting, I'm just quoting him, and this is how you defend people who defend you, tweeting someone like this from the Army, Air Force and Navy. And he said that, surprisingly when he said that, because he was surprised that more people came to attack him when he said that, sir. And he also said that he went to the police station to file a complaint, but there is no response from there. That's what his version is, sir.
Absolutely, very, very painful. Once you hear this sort of story from a defense officer, the complete defense community is demoralized. This is what we are expecting from our the countrymen whom they are protecting. They themselves law in their own start attacking an service wing commander who himself is a fighter aircraft pilot, that you use the violence against him. And very strange, the people rather than helping him out, would start using him only. Very unfortunate incident. I will only request the police must take up now action, must apprehend those who were involved in this violence. The accused must be nabbed, FIR must be lodged, and also the Karnataka government must come very fast on people who have taken law in their own hands and use violence against the serving Air Force officer of no fault of his, and when he was going with his wife to the airport.
Right, sir. General Siva, thanks so much for joining us with your thoughts on this story. Viewers, Republic TV continues to track, along with Republic Kannada, every detail and every development in the case. Viewers, the latest being that the IAF officer and his wife have left Bengaluru. We'll continue to track more details. Thank my colleague Smita also. But right now, viewers, time for a very, very short break. But Republic TV continues to get you more updates on that story.
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning, inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios, all under one roof. This is RSJ. Be ready. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live. Inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media. Inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications are open.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live. Inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media. Inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications are open. If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Apply now.
and his wife attacked in Bengaluru. Wing commander from DRDO share an incident of road rage and assault on his social media account.
कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है।
After Rahul questions Election Commission, Fadnavis takes on Rahul, says he cannot get votes by insulting India on foreign soil.
The Shah know what is happening in the political world. What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
BJP shares old video of Indira Gandhi amidst Nishikant Dubey's Supreme Court remark. Roe says Congress must know its past. Former Karnataka DGP found dead at Bengaluru home. Wife allegedly confessed to killing the monster. Pope Francis, first pontiff from Latin America, dies aged 88 after a prolonged illness. And US Vice President J.D. Vance receives Guard of Honor at Palam Airport, heads to Akshardham Mandir. Republic announces its School of Journalism. Get ready to learn live in Asia's largest news center. Republic storms with a game changer for journalistic education. Apply and learn live with us. Hello and good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Sucharita Kukreti, and the big news that's coming in right now. Supreme Court says probe against Ranveer Allahabadia is complete, sets April 28th to hear plea for passport return. Supreme Court has also said that they are disturbed by the clips that they saw. Meanwhile, Supreme Court raises concerns over YouTuber Samay Raina's remarks with regards to specially abled people amidst India's got latent controversy. And my colleague Riyanka joins us for more. Riyanka, the verdict expected on 28th April, but the Supreme Court remarks also in a way tell us what's in store and how the Supreme Court has taken this entire controversy.
Well, we already understand at this point in time that the case against Ranveer Allahabadia in the India's Got Latent show was in fact being, going down in the Supreme Court. And in the latest, what we understand that the Supreme Court has said that the investigation should be completed by the end of the month, and that the hearing against Allahabadia has been complete, is what the Supreme Court is saying at this point in time. Regarding Assam, one accused has been summoned tomorrow. Remember, there were cases which were filed against Ranveer Allahabadia, one in Rajasthan and another in Assam. On the other hand, Justice Suryakant, who was hearing this petition, has in fact said, let the Solicitor General have instructions that investigate Kwa Allahabadia is complete and that he is no longer required. Listed after 1 week is what we understand is Justice Suryakant saying at this point in time. He's also saying that we will take it up in 1 week for the petitioner, let the investigation be completed so that we can look at the passport issue prayer. Also let us understand if any co-accused is not cooperating. So the Supreme Court very clearly said that in this particular case, the investigating officers and stakeholders can inform the Supreme Court if either of the co-accused are not cooperating. But it has made it very clear that the proceedings against Allahabadia has now been complete, and he is no longer required to come and be present in the court. In the next hearing in this case will be taken up after 1 week is what we understand. Dr. Abhinav Chandrachud, who was in fact appearing for Allahabadia, has said the state was to inform whether the investigation is complete or not. On this other hand, remember, as we understood that in Assam, Assam Council said the standing council is in another court, and But to conclude the particular proceeding, we understand that the hearing against Raimi Rundle has been completed, as what Justice Suryakant has really clearly mentioned, and the final hearing will be rather taking place in a span of 1 week.
Right, Riyanka, but it's not just about Ranveer Allahabadia. It's also about the domains that you can breach with the content that you're serving on social media and digital media. With the court now raising a serious question when they said that they are disturbed by the clips that they saw in the Samay Raina controversy. Now that matter has been taken up by the Cure SMA Foundation. They've also given out 2 videos where he's apparently mocking the specially abled people on his platform. Riyanka, are you able to hear me?
Well, if we understand about the Supreme Court taking cognizance of this particular matter, the Supreme Court has said that they have in fact gone ahead and seen the videos, and they are quite disturbed about the kind of content that was peddled. In fact, there was a huge, criticism which was drawn against Ranveer Allahabadia, Samay Raina and the others who were part of that particular show, where such derogatory statements were made against families and parents. A huge, criticism was drawn. The Supreme Court also has said on the issue of whether additional safeguards needs to be put in place to ensure that obscene content is not broadcast online or other public media under the garb of free speech. So Supreme Court on the other hand is also taking a very strict note of the fact that only because there is a factor of free speech, that doesn't mean that one can go ahead and speak obscene words or make obscene comments. So that is also what Supreme Court is pulling up, or had been pulling up Allahabadia and the makers of the India's Got Latent show for putting forward such a content in front of the public.
Right, I mean, the Supreme Court asking the council to place on record these videos shows that it is taking a very, very serious objection to these videos that are being served on social media platforms by the concerned. Thank you so much, Riyanka, for all that information. And amidst the political row over BJP MP Nishikant Dubey's recent criticism of the Supreme Court, the BJP on Monday shared a decades-old video of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi questioning the Indian judiciary system. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya posted a clip from an interview on X saying, Indira Gandhi, the Congress must know its own past. In the video, Gandhi could be heard questioning a top court's judge's competence to assess political dynamics and economic threats. The video dates back to Indira Gandhi's response to the Shah Commission, set up in '77 to probe the excesses during the emergency. Headed by Justice J.C. Shah, the commission had criticized the concentration of power under her leadership and investigated issues like censorship, police brutality and forced sterilization drives. Here's that video that the BJP shared.
How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power? How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
Now, last week, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey stirred a controversy by saying that if the Supreme Court continues to act like a legislative body, then Parliament should not exist in the country. The comment triggered criticism from the opposition, with the BJP distancing itself from the Commons. Listen into what he had said.
उस पार्लियामेंट को आप डिक्टेट करेंगे? 5 जज बेंच की, जो मैं आपको बताऊं कि नज़ीर की एक जजमेंट है, 1942 की प्रिवी काउंसिल की जजमेंट है, उसमें यह कहा गया कि जहां कानून नहीं लिखा हुआ है उसके बारे में यदि प्रिवी काउंसिल या सुप्रीम कोर्ट कोई जजमेंट देती है तो बात समझ में आती है। यहाँ पूरा जजमेंट लिखा हुआ है कि राष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, उपराष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, प्रधानमंत्री का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे पार्लियामेंट का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट का क्या अधिकार है, हाई कोर्ट का अधिकार है। जब सब कुछ लिखत पढ़त में है तो तुम नया कानून कैसे बना दिया? 3 महीना कहाँ से लेके आ गए कि राष्ट्रपति को 3 महीने के अंदर फैसला करना है? ये किस कानून में लिखा हुआ है? इसका मतलब ये है कि आप इस देश को एनार्की की तरफ ले जाना चाहते हो और एनार्की जो है इस देश में बर्दाश्त नहीं होगी। जब नया कानून आएगा, जब नया पार्लियामेंट बैठेगा, इसके ऊपर विस्तृत चर्चा होगी। इस देश में धार्मिक युद्ध भड़काने के लिए केवल और केवल सुप्रीम कोर्ट जिम्मेवार है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एकमात्र उद्देश्य है, शो मी द फेस विल शो यू द लॉ। सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपनी सीमा से बाहर जा रहा है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की सीमा ये है कि भारत का संविधान जिस कानून को बनाया, उस कानून की उसको व्याख्या करनी है, और यदि वो व्याख्या नहीं कर सकती है और सब कुछ के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना है, तो इस संसद का कोई मतलब नहीं है, विधानसभा का कोई मतलब नहीं है, उसको बंद कर देना है। इस देश में जितने गृह युद्ध हो रहे हैं उसके जिम्मेवार केवल यहाँ के चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया संजीव खन्ना साहब हैं।
The CPI, meanwhile, has called Nishikant Dubey's statement provocative and absurd, adding that such words are disrespectful and are spoken with an intent to incite violence.
Firstly, I condemn, I strongly deplore the statement made by Mr. Dubey, the BJP MP. Constitution is supreme in our democracy. Starting from Mr. Modi to Mr. Dubey, everyone takes oath in the name of Constitution. But the statements made by Mr. Dubey show their utter contempt for Constitution. This is what one should understand. And one should understand the hypocrisy on the part of BJP. Mr. Nadda made a statement, his party doesn't approve what he has said. His party is distancing from what he said. What does it mean? Nadda claims to be the president of his party, but his members are speaking like that, and he says his party has nothing to do with that. This has become practice of BJP to allow its loyalists to make such provocative, absurd, atrocious statements. Later on they will say they are fringe elements and they distance from what they said. This must be understood properly. I condemn his statement strongly because our constitution makes it clear judiciary has to function independently, and Mr. Dubey thinks judiciary must be dependent of BJP RSS. Whatever BJP RSS say, judiciary has to support it, approve it. What is this?
Also, Mr. Raja, what's your response when he stated that the apex court can't direct parliament or president when the law has been made from the side of parliament? The Supreme Court can only direct or interpret the laws.
No. Common people believe that courts are the last resort for justice. That is the last hope for common people. All right.
And Republic also spoke to Adesh Agarwal, who's a senior Supreme Court advocate, who says that there is no conflict between judiciary and executive. In fact, he adds that there is a lacuna that is within the Constitution, which has not been sorted out.
First of all, there is no conflict between judiciary and the executive. Some people who are not aware of the actual facts of the case, they are making it like that. No government minister or officer of the government of India has objected to this. No one has filed any review petition or nobody has filed for referring it to Constitution bench. There is absolute harmony between executive and judiciary.
Moving on, the BJP has sharpened its attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, accusing him of repeatedly facing electoral defeats and resorting to defaming India on the foreign soil. The BJP alleges that Gandhi's criticism of Indian institutions during his visits abroad amounts to anti-national and treasonous activity. The party claimed that by questioning the credibility of the country's democratic system outside India, Rahul Gandhi is not only damaging the nation's image internationally, but he's also engaging in actions that go against national interests. In fact, let's listen in to this remark by Rahul Gandhi, which has invited this severe backlash.
in simple terms, more people voted in the Maharashtra assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. This is the fact. And the election commission gave us a voting figure for 5:30 in the evening. And between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen, right? Because for a voter to vote, it takes approximately 3 minutes. And if you do the math, it would mean that there were lines of voters till 2 o'clock at night voting all night, and this didn't happen. So we asked them, but look, evening, you have videography taking place. If we ask, they not only refused to give us the videography, they changed the law so that now you're not allowed to ask for the videography. It is very clear to us that the election commission is compromised. It's very clear that there is something very wrong with the system. We've said it. We've said it publicly. I've said it multiple times. I've said it in press conferences. Other leaders.
And tracking more responses from the BJP, which has hit out at Rahul Gandhi for downgrading India's top public offices on foreign soil.
ये बहुत ही दुख की बात है कि श्रीमान राहुल गांधी विदेश में जाकर अपने देश के प्रति, अपने देश के संविधान ने जो संस्थाएं तैयार की है उनके प्रति इस प्रकार से झूठ बोलने का प्रयास करते हैं, झूठ फैलाने का प्रयास करते हैं, भारतीय लोकतंत्र को बदनाम करने का प्रयास करते हैं, लोकतंत्र पर सवालिया निशान उठाने का प्रयास करते हैं। ये बहुत ही निंदनीय इस प्रकार से उनका काम चल रहा है। बार बार चुनाव हारने के बाद उनके ऊपर जो परिणाम हुआ है उसके चलते मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार की हरकतें वो कर रहे हैं। कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है। ऐसी चीजें करने की जगह वो जनता में जाए, जनता का विश्वास वापस हासिल करे तो वो चुनाव जीत सकेंगे। दुनिया भर में कितनी भी बदनामी करके वो चुनाव नहीं जीत सकते, इससे उनका ही कद छोटा होता जाएगा।
Getting in latest breaking news, FIR has been registered in connection with the assault of Indian Air Force officer in Bangalore. Republic has accessed the complaint copy as well as the medical report in the case. The medical report reveals multiple injuries on forehead and nose. Indian Air Force officer and his wife have been asked to consult a neurologist. So let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us from the newsroom. Gopi, what's more, the Indian Air Force officer along with his wife has received multiple injuries. There has been, they've been advised to go to a medical neurologist. What is more that we are learning on this story?
Well, in fact, Republic has exclusively accessed the letter. I would ask my camera person to kindly zoom in and show you. This is the complaint letter which says that, it was Madhumita Datta who is the wife of Shiladitya Bose. She, in fact, she went to drop him at the airport to reach, as he had to reach Kolkata for father's operation. And while commuting, there was one of the man who hit this particular person, Shiladitya Bose, who happens to be the wing commander. While he crossed their car and moved ahead, this is what is mentioned in the letter. However, he did turn the bike and had come back, but he stopped his bike in front of his car suddenly, and this incident happened. So this is what is written in the complaint letter. While there's also medical report which we have accessed. This is the medical report which we have have accessed, which clearly shows the physical examination of which shows that there is lacerated injury over the forehead as well as lacerated injury on the nose. And further neurological consultation has been suggested in this particular case. So these are the two exclusive information which Republic has accessed. One is the medical report, while other is the complaint letter. Back to you.
And Group Captain Augustine joins us on this broadcast. Group Captain, if I could ask you, we fail to understand why someone would attack an Indian Air Force officer, because he said very clearly that the attacker saw DRDO written on his car, and that is the reason they started attacking. It is they have received multiple injuries, and from what my colleague Gopi was reading out from the medical reports, how grave do you think those injuries are?
Charita, very good question, and let me give devilish to you. Okay, let's take a scenario where it was a road rage, and also extend that scenario to the fact that probably the wing commander was, say, in the error. Probably he grazed him, or probably he's the one who initially hit him, and he came back and blocked his way and started attacking the Air Force officer.
Right.
So let's start with that premise कि गलती Air Force officer की थी. इस premise के साथ शुरू करते हैं. Sucharita.
Right.
Now the worst part is when he comes to attack the Air Force officer, whose images we are seeing on the TV. What excuse does he take? That is the most important aspect here, Charita. That is what is the danger that is lurking in this country.
Absolutely.
That is to divide and rule. First thing that comes to that biker's mind is what? He is not from Karnataka. So let me use this Kannadiga card and hit him. Now, the second dangerous aspect, Charita, that has been imbibed or planted in their brains is anyone who does not speak Kannada are aliens and they don't deserve to be here. That is the seed. इसको कहते हैं ना inception. That is the seed. वो बीज जो बोया गया है, that is the most dangerous aspect, and it started from Tamil Nadu and it has percolated into Karnataka.
No, but
and why is that seed sown?
That is very scary because we are speaking about Bangalore. We are speaking about a city which is an IT hub of the country where there are people from different parts of the country staying. So you very rightly said that even if the assumption is right that the Indian Air Force officer was wrong, he may have been the one who caused the road rage. What reason does this the attacker have to attack in such a ferocious manner? Now, my colleague Rakshita and Gopi, they're both joining us from the newsroom. Group Captain, if you could just listen into them, because they also have a report, a medical report, which clearly talks about the injuries that the husband and wife have gone through. Rakshita, if you could just tell us more, please.
Yes, sir. So, Charita, in fact, we have the medical report as well as the complaint that has been filed. Now, Gopi, just help our viewers understand, because this is being confused as a case of road rage. This is not just about what happened on the road, but what followed.
Exactly.
And the treatment that the officer was, meted out with. Now, just tell us what the wife has complained. How did it all start?
Well, in fact, Rakshita, as per this particular complaint letter which we have accessed, it says that after being hit by one of the bikes, what happened? That person just came down off his bike while he was hit by stone on this to this particular person who happens to be the wing commander Shiladitya Bose. Now, exact words from the complaint letter are, he threatened us by saying, these are the words of his wife. Her wife is saying that you are from DRDO. I can see the sticker. This is Kannad land. I will see you. Just wait. Wait what I do. Thereafter, I told my husband to sit in the car, but the unknown person came again from the back and dragged him on the road. So this has exactly happened to the wing commander Shiladitya Bose.
Yes, exactly. So you understand here, Sucharita and Group Captain Vinod, that how this started. At least what she has written in this letter, how there was speeding, the bike comes in, stops them, and then the operative party says that this is Kannada land. This is Kannada land, and then he starts abusing, and then more people also joining, and that is the saddest part of this entire story. Sucharita.
It's precisely what Group Captain Vinod is speaking about. He said that what is his fault, and Group Captain, it is, as I said. Now, this is a very, very dangerous trend because Bengaluru is an IT hub. It is a city that is having people from all over the country. It is a very, very serious threat, and this kind of a hatred with people in Bangalore, and also speaking about DRDO, speaking about them not being Kannadigas. Has this kind of thing been seen around in Bangalore before? Sir?
Not at all. Sucharita, I started my career in the Air Force in the mid-80s from Bangalore. And I was so happy that I went to that place. Right. So from there, things have changed. So two most important things I want to leave for the viewers. A, putting a seed of hatred in the minds of people of Kannada is absolutely for political reason, divide and rule. Two, if there was anyone, suppose the wing commander made a mistake, can you take law in your own hands? And if he has taken law in his hands, what about enforcing the law in this country? He is so, he knows nothing is going to happen to him. Even if something happens to him, Tariq pe, he can keep extending it to 10, 20, 30, 50 years. So these are two important issues that we need to understand. Where the laws are strong, such incidents do not happen. Where people are one, such incidents do not happen. So these are two most important aspects that needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed quickly. And it is spreading like wildfire, Sucharita. There is no caste, creed, color, nothing is there.
Absolutely.
We all sit, eat, dine, live and die as one. We have no such, divide. And therefore, we behave like that in every part of India that we go, we think it is my India. And we behave like I behave in probably my hometown. So that probably
no
is
caste,
something
creed,
which people
religion
can't
in
understand.
the forces. Very rightly said, Group Captain Vinod. And this kind of hatred that we're seeing, Rakshita is showing us more papers. Rakshita?
This is the, Kopi has the medical report, if you can hear me. This is the medical report, and this is again the, complaint copy that I was reading out. It clearly shows that how the attacker was rash driving, he was speeding, and then he blocked the car. And then he, knocks on their windows, and how he starts abusing. And he sees the sticker that he deliberately knows. And even in that video, you see how the way Wing Commander Bose was saying that the moment he said, I'm an IAF officer, they start abusing them more. And that is the shocking part. And talking about the injuries, Gopi, if you could just show us, like the injuries, they're very visible. You can see how grievously he was injured, There you have, this is the vitals. These are the vitals and the tetanus toxoid, and these are the injections, the medication. So the physical examination is conscious and oriented. The lacerated injury over the forehead, lacerated injury on the nose, lacerated injury over the left region, left parietal region. And this is the physical examination report and the medicines. The assault by unknown person. So this is of course.
So those reports very clearly show the kind of injuries that have come to the couple in Bengaluru, and as Wing Commander Vinod said, and very clearly, it's not something that has to be taken lightly. There is no caste, creed, color, religion in forces, and these kind of attacks need to be taken very, very seriously. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, Wing Commander Vinod and Rakshita and Gopi. And we're quickly slipping into a short break. US Vice President J.D. Vance receives Guard of Honor at Palam Airport. On the other side.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now. You don't learn journalism
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Horrific case of road rage comes to light in Bengaluru. IAF officer attacked by a group of men on his way to the airport. Complaint submitted to the police. Supreme Court expresses concern over remarks made on India's Got Latent show. Asks Ranveer Ilahabadia to submit his passport.
कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है।
After Rahul Gandhi questions Election Commission, Fadnavis takes on Rahul, says he cannot get votes by insulting India on foreign soil.
Know what is happening in the political world. What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
BJP shares old video of Indira Gandhi amid Nishikant Dubey's SC remark. Rao says Congress must know its past. US Vice President J.D. Vance receives Guard of Honor at Palam Airport, heads to Akshardham Temple and is slated to meet Prime Minister Modi later this evening. Republic announces its School of Journalism. Get ready to learn live in Asia's largest news center. Republic storms with a game changer for journalistic education. Apply and learn live. Alright, so those are the details coming in. There has been an emergency landing in Jamnagar in Gujarat. We are yet to get details of what it is. Let's cut across to our sister channel Republic Bharat for further details. An Indian Air Force helicopter that has been forced to make an emergency landing in Jamnagar in Gujarat. These are the details we have so far. We are yet to get the pictures of the same and know the reason to why there was an emergency landing of this IAF helicopter. And those are the visuals on your screens of an Indian Air Force chopper that has been forced to make an emergency landing. Was there a technical snag? What prompted the pilot to make an emergency landing? Those are the pictures on your screens coming in from Jamnagar in Gujarat, where an IAF chopper was forced to make an emergency landing in Gujarat's Jamnagar. We stay with that video, trying to get further details of why that emergency landing was ordered in the first place. Was there a technical snag? Whether there has been any damage? Rakshita will join us shortly to take us through those details. This is all we know so far from the cops. An Indian Air Force helicopter has made an emergency landing in Gujarat. And these are the pictures that have come in from the Air Force Base trip in Jamnagar in Gujarat. No casualties have been reported, so that is a confirmation we get. No casualties have been reported yet. This is an Indian Air Force chopper that has been forced to make an emergency landing in Jamnagar in Gujarat. Those are the pictures from the airstrip, and of course confirmation on that too, that we await. Why is it that the chopper was forced to make an emergency landing? There you see the chopper that is on the base. We are yet to confirm where exactly this is. So far we have details of this IAF chopper that has made an emergency landing in Jamnagar in Gujarat. Rakshita, if you can hear me, take us through further details.
In fact, just 2 weeks ago, we had an IAF Jaguar crashing, in Jamnagar also during a night mission. And once again, we see, thankfully, no casualties have been reported so far. Public TV getting the exclusive visuals right now. The Indian Air Force helicopter making an emergency landing in Gujarat's Jamnagar district. No casualties have been reported as far as the police is concerned. But of course, we've seen just 2 weeks back, a video capturing an IAF jet's crash in Jamnagar. That was a sharp dive, in fact, as far as that incident is concerned, and it left one pilot dead and another severely injured. However, there you see that the emergency landing was successful, and what we know is that no casualties so far. What we know, these are very preliminary, this is very preliminary information that we have as far as this incident is concerned. Personnel on board are safe. The incident occurred around 11 a.m. this morning when the aircraft faced technical difficulties during its flight, prompting the emergency landing. So, thankfully there was no one that was injured. Happened on the outskirts of Changa village near Rangmati Dam. We have, in fact, an aviation expert joining us on the broadcast. Vipul Saxena, I believe, is with us. Vipul Saxena, sir, this is just 2 weeks ago we had a very fatal crash as far as IAF jet is concerned. Now this one is again a chopper's emergency landing being reported from Gujarat's Jamnagar, sir.
Yeah. So what is the question? Hello.
Vipul Saxena, well, the IAF chopper has made an emergency landing in Gujarat's Jamnagar, and fortunately no one has been injured. This was an IAF helicopter. 2 weeks ago there was a fatal crash as far as the IAF Jaguar was concerned, sir. Sir, how do you react to this incident? There were difficulties during the flight, technical difficulties as per the police.
Yeah, these two accidents are different situation altogether, two different aircraft. But the picture that you're showing on the screen is Chetak helicopter, which is a single engine helicopter. And during this period, because of very high temperature and towards Jamnagar being coastal area, visibility is also very, very low during afternoon. So I think there must be some reason of this kind where probably helicopter was, if it was not in contact with Jamnagar radar, probably must have lost his track or something, and pilot must have decided to do emergency landing. So, but what exactly happened, we will be able to know once some details comes of investigation.
Right. Vipul Saxena, does it look, at the outset, does it look like a human error or a machine error?
See, machine error cannot be, speculated unless technical report comes. But since I've flown this area, in this region, in this weather, and the same aircraft I've flown, so I know that the Jamnagar area is during this season very, very high temperature, and during afternoons being closer to the sea, the visibility is also very low, and mostly this helicopter fly at very low height, about 500 to 1,000 feet. Sometimes, if you are not in touch with radar, there are chances that you may lose track and you may not know where you are. And coupled with some fuel problem or emergency, some technical problem, pilot must have taken decision to land safely before getting into some emergency.
Right, but the Indian Air Force in its statement has also said that IAF officials were quick to reach the location. They've initiated an investigation to determine the exact cause of the emergency landing. They also say that at this stage, the nature of the technical issues remains unclear, but authorities are looking into all possibilities to ensure the safety of future flights, which is a growing concern, sir.
That is what I'm saying, that technical issue, if there was, it will come out only in the inquiry, but this is a very safe aircraft, very well maintained aircraft by the Air Force and Navy and the Coast Guard. All the services have got this aircraft, and it's a very, very good aircraft. So generally, it does not face any technical problem, but after it's a machinery, something may go wrong somewhere. But since pilot has made an emergency landing, it shows that there was nothing wrong with the pilot. It must have been some technical problem which must have made to take this call.
All right, Mr. Saxena, I want to thank you for speaking to us. I want to go back to my colleague Rakshita, who continues to stay with us from the newsroom. Rakshita, the Indian Air Force categorically in its statement mentions that further investigations are underway to assess the cause and prevent any such occurrences in the future.
Absolutely, of course. It is of course a matter of investigation indeed, because we do not. It's not the first time, Suesha, we have reported such incidents, very frequently in the recent times. Such crashes have been occurring very frequently as far as the Indian Air Force jets are concerned, and this is just the latest in the list. And at this stage, the nature of the technical issue remains unclear. But as you rightly pointed out, that the authorities are looking into all the possibilities to ensure that the safety of future flights is ensured. The IAF officials have reached the location, initiating a probe to determine the exact cause behind this. But of course, this has indeed raised concerns. The swift response from the local authorities and the IAF has ensured that the situation was handled there very efficiently. The IAF too has meanwhile reassured that further investigations are underway to assess the cause and prevent any such occurrences. And as I was pointing out, just 2 weeks back, there was a very fatal crash of an IAF jet, and we have reported such incidents even before. So of course, this is a matter of great concern. If our defense, if the air forces, the choppers, the jets, if they are not safe, then it indeed is a matter of investigation. This cannot continue. And of course, this is a very serious incident that has been reported. That is just for the benefit of our viewers who have just tuned in. This happened around 11 a.m. today, and there you have the visuals from outside, from the outskirts of Changa village. This is near the Rangmati Dam in Gujarat's Jamnagar, viewers, where this emergency landing was made. Unfortunately, all those on board are safe. We do not know exactly how many, but yes, the pilot is safe. The SP of the Superintendent of Police, Prem Sukh Delu, has said that the IAF helicopter was approximately 22 kilometers from the Jamnagar Air Force Station when it had to make the precautionary landing. And the local police had arrived at the scene to ensure safety, and they were assisting those over there. And yes, it's of course a matter of concern, so that in future, Suesha, the safety of the pilots, of our IAF pilots, the officers, is not jeopardized, and this of course will be taken up. Yeah.
Rakshita, Vipul Saxena continues to stay with us. I quickly want to take this point from him that I read in the Air Force statement, which states that the incident had happened at 11 a.m. when the aircraft faced technical difficulties during its flight, prompting the emergency landing. Fortunately, no one on board was injured. At the outset, what does it appear to be? I understand that further investigation is underway, but Vipul Saxena, what's your prima facie thought on this?
See, if it is said about technical difficulty, it could be something to do with the engine parameters, or maybe something to do with the control of the aircraft. These are two reasons which could force pilot to take this kind of call of making emergency landing in an unknown area.
All right, Mr. Saxena, thank you for speaking to us, and Rakshita, of course, for getting us all the details that have come in. We await further updates from the Indian Air Force on this. More breaking news coming in. Gold prices have touched a new high. Remember, it has already crossed the 95k mark, and now gold price nearing 1 lakh per 10 grams. In fact, was quite on expected lines given the turbulence in the market, especially after the announcement on tariffs. Gold prices that was skyrocketing, and it has now touched a new high of 1 lakh rupees per 10 grams. So the price of 24 karat gold that has now reached 99,670 to be precise, literally 300 rupees away from the 1 lakh mark. Gold prices that have touched a whole new high of 1 lakh rupees per 10 grams. Pranav will join us shortly from the digital newsroom to take us through the details. Gold remains in the news cycle due to its latest rally in its prices. International gold prices that have reached yet another high, surpassing 3,400 per ounce USD. On the Multi-Commodity Exchange of India, that is MCX, prices are heading towards 97,000 per 10 grams that have touched a whole new high. These uncertainties that have been looming large after Trump's reciprocal tariffs plan and counter tariffs that have come as a shot in the arm to gold prices. Rajat is with us on the phone line. Rajat, unexpected lines, 1 lakh per 10 grams.
Yes, Suesha, so this was a long due because people were expecting that gold prices will go further, and this is a level that everyone was anticipating and speculating on that it will touch 1 lakh this time. So that this is being fueled because of the multiple reasons. One, the U.S. assets are not lucrative to investors as far as the trust is concerned, and consulted the U.S. policy and the trust between the assets with making U.S. asset class uncertain, stock market, be it the U.S. bond and several others. So that's why people are considering gold as heaven, and that is putting the demand for the gold, and that's what we are the sense that gold has touched 1 lakh mark this time, and there are speculations that this can even go further up because the U.S. asset class is uncertain. People are not considering U.S. asset classes as a safe haven. There is a lot of volatility. So going forward, the gold is expected to go even further. So this is one of the milestones that people were anticipating, and the gold has finally touched 1 lakh mark.
Oh yes, absolutely, Pranav. The newest asset that everyone is rushing to invest in. I want to thank you for getting us those details. Wing Commander Sheila Ditya Bose from DRDO, who shared that incident of road rage and assault on his social media account. Cyber Police has already registered an official complaint, the complaint copy that states that the attacker was driving in a rash manner. Republic being the first to put out details of the complaint copy, and that is a picture of the man who's been accused of the assault. He has now been identified with a weapon in his hand, and how the matter escalated to the level. Wing Commander Sheila Ditya Bose and his wife were both attacked. Road rage that went violent, and this was all due to a language row. He was being forced to speak in the local language, and when he said he did not know it, the attack heightened. Let's listen in to that video that was posted by the IAF officer.
Hello everyone, I am Wing Commander Sheila Ditya Bose, and this is my wife, Platoon Leader Madhumita. We stay in DRDO, CV Raman Nagar, Phase 1. Today morning, my wife was driving me to the airport, and suddenly one bike came from behind, stopped in between, stopped our way. I will show you the video of my dash cam also. He came out, started abusing me in Kannada, and then seeing that my car has a DRDO sticker, he says that you be DRDO people, and said many things in Kannada, and finally she abused my wife, and then I couldn't bear it. When I was coming outside, immediately he took his key in his hand and hit me on my head, taking my blood out. I stood there shouting that this is how you people defend whom we defend. Treat a person from the army, from Air Force or from Navy, from the defense forces. More people came surprisingly and started abusing us that we are doing wrong things. That person, he took his stone out, started trying to hit my car. I trying to stop, he hit me on my head again. Here you can see the blood and see my condition. My wife was there, thankfully, to take me out, come in the car. We went to the police station. Presently no response. We will see it further. We are going to the hospital as per them. But this is what Karnataka has become. I believed in Kannada, but seeing the truth, the reality of main heartland Karnataka, I couldn't believe it. God help us. God gave me the power not to retaliate. Tomorrow, if law and order doesn't help me, I will retaliate. And then these people will have it. Please help me. না নিতে পারবো আমার ফাইনালি রকম সাবস্টেশন বেরিয়ে যাবো
Gopi joining us on the broadcast. Gopi, what has happened is horrifying. Take us through the details of the complaint that has been filed.
Well, in fact, Suyesha, see, we are carrying the complaint letter in our hand, and I'll go through this complaint letter, the exact lines of this complaint letter, which is in fact filed by the wife of Wing Commander Shiladitya Bose, who is Madhumita Datta. Now, she is Madhumita Datta, wife of Wing Commander Shiladitya Bose. In fact, there was a bike which hit their car, and suddenly the person from bike gets down from the bike and starts hitting Wing Commander Shiladitya Bose. This is exactly what is mentioned in this complaint letter. While they've also written that he did not stop there. He in fact started saying that I know that you are from DRDO and precisely why I am not going to spare you. The exact words from this complaint letter are, he threatened us by saying you are from DRDO. I can see the sticker. This is Kannad land. I will see you. Just wait what I do. This is the complaint letter which we are carrying in our hand, which has in fact been written by Madhumita Datta. While we have also accessed a medical report which shows clear injuries, while the Republic TV is the only channel which has accessed complaint letter as well as the medical report, we will be back with the coverage on this particular news as well as others. Stay tuned with Republic TV as we slip into a short commercial break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications.
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakhta Mishra, Republic TV, tracking down each and every update on the Bengaluru shocker where an IAF officer has been attacked. The complaint has been filed. We have the medical report as well. We'll tell you more details, but first the headlines. Horrific case of road rage comes to light in Bengaluru. IAF officer attacked by a group of men on his way to the airport. Complaint submitted to the police. Supreme Court expresses concern over remarks made on India's Got Latent show, asks Ranveer Alabadia to submit his passport.
कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं, उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है।
After Rahul questions Election Commission, Fadnavis takes on Rahul Gandhi, says he cannot get votes by insulting India on foreign soil.
Shah know what is happening in the political world. What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
BJP shares old video of Indira Gandhi amid Nishikant Dubey's Supreme Court remark. Rao says the Congress must know its past. US Vice President J.D. Vance receives Guard of Honor at Palam Airport, heads to Akshardham Temple with his family, stated to meet the Prime Minister later this evening. The Republic announces its School of Journalism. Get ready to learn live in Asia's largest news centre. Republic storms with a game changer for journalistic education. Apply and learn live with us. Viewers, amid the political row over BJP MP Nishikant Dubey's recent criticism of the Supreme Court, the BJP on Monday shared a decades-old video of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi questioning the Indian judiciary system. The BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya posted a clip on the social media platform X of an interview where Indira Gandhi has said, in fact, I'll just quote, Indira Gandhi, the Congress must know its own past, unquote. That's what he has written. In this video now, Indira Gandhi could be heard questioning a top court judge's competence to assess political dynamics and economic threats. The video dates back to Indira Gandhi's response to the Shah Commission set up in 1977 to probe the excesses during the emergency. Headed by Justice J.C. Shah, the commission had criticized the concentration of power under her leadership and investigated issues like censorship, police brutality and forced sterilization drives. Now, viewers, this is all amidst the Congress demanding action from the BJP against Nishikant Dubey, saying that he should be sacked. Now take a listen into this video, viewers, that Amit Malviya has shared.
Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world. What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power? How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
So why should we have political leaders? Why should we have politics? That's what Ms. Indira Gandhi had said decades ago. Now the same thing, a similar thing was said by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey. That stirred a massive controversy. The controversy still rages on. He said that if the Supreme Court continues to act like a legislative body, then Parliament should not exist in the country. The comment triggered criticism from the opposition, including the Congress party. BJP distanced itself from the comments. Now take a listen and once again to what Mr. Dubey had to say.
पार्लियामेंट को आप डिक्टेट करेंगे? 5 जज बेंच की जो मैं आपको बताऊं कि नज़ीर की एक जजमेंट है, 1942 की प्रिवी काउंसिल की जजमेंट है, उसमें यह कहा गया कि जहां कानून नहीं लिखा हुआ है उसके बारे में यदि प्रिवी काउंसिल या सुप्रीम कोर्ट कोई जजमेंट देती है तो बात समझ में आती है। यहाँ पूरा जजमेंट लिखा हुआ है कि राष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, उपराष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, प्रधानमंत्री का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे पार्लियामेंट का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट का क्या अधिकार है, हाई कोर्ट का अधिकार है। जब सब कुछ लिखत पढ़त में है तो तुम नया कानून कैसे बना दिया? 3 महीना कहाँ से लेके आ गए?
We have some breaking news coming in. A big development in the IAF officers' assault case, viewers. The attacker in this case has been arrested by the police, and that's what we are breaking right now after mounting pressure on the Bengaluru police, viewers. The complaint was filed, remember. The wife of the IAF officer, squadron leader Madhumita, had in fact filed that complaint which Republic TV showed you, and now we have my colleague Arvind getting more updates on that. Arvind, हमें बताएं इस अटैकर के बारे में क्या कुछ जानकारी हासिल हुई है? फाइनली जो है इतना प्रेशर हुआ है, मीडिया में केस इतना उछाला गया है और अब जाकर जो है इस व्यक्ति को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है।
यस सुरक्षिता, पिछले बार एक दुर्घटना घटित कि एक इंडियन एयरफोर्स का आदमी था, शीला आदित्य बोस नाम कर, उन्होंने उसका वाइफ के साथ वाइफ के साथ एयरपोर्ट के जा रहा था, इसलिए इसी समय एक आदमी ने उसको घासी किया था, हेलमेट से मारा था उन्होंने। अभी एक खबर आ रहा है कि हमने बयपनडी स्टेशन के आगे है, आप दिख रहे हो तो दृश्य पे हमारा विजय आपको दिखा रहा है, वो अक्यूज था ना, वो मारा था वो आदमी, उसका अरेस्ट हुआ है। अभी आ रहा है एक खबर, एयरफोर्स के ऑफिसर्स ने भी आया था इधर इंफॉर्मेशन लेने के लिए और थाने के आगे डीसीपी साहब ने भी आया है। अभी आ रहा है, आप दृश्य पे देख रहे हो, डीसीपी साहब का कार भी आया और कंप्लीटली इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहे हैं और एयरफोर्स के ऑफिसर और डीसीपी देवराज भी आ रहे हैं, थाना पर आ रहा है। और इस घटना संभवित था कि पिछले दिन आप तो देख रहे हैं, मैं ट्राई करता हूं कि बात करने के लिए। आप देख रहे हो थाना पे डीसीपी साहब ने आया था कि एयरफोर्स के शीला आदित्य बोस थाना एक एयरफोर्स का आदमी था ना, उसके साथ ये घटना हुआ था कि एक कार तो जा रहा था, उसके समय पे घटना आया था, एक आदमी ने आकर उसको हेलमेट से मारा था। मैं तो डीआरडीओ ऑफिसर, आपने डीआरडीओ ऑफिसर है क्या कि उसने पूछा था कि कन्नड़ पे बात करो, कि वो भी पूछा था कि कन्नड़ पे बात करो, और मारा मारी हुआ। और उस समय पे आदित्य बोस ने कहा कि मैं ऑफिसर हूँ, मैं इंडियन एयरफोर्स से हूँ, मैं अभी मेरा वाइफ के साथ मैं एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूँ, इसलिए आप मेरे को जगह दे दीजिए। उन्होंने बोला कि बाद में वो आदमी था ना, उन्होंने हेलमेट से बार मारा और बाद में उन्होंने की कहा आपने डीआरडीओ ऑफिसर है क्या, उन्होंने पूछा और मारामारी हुआ। अब अभी एक खबर आ रहा है कि वो अक्यूज था ना, उसका अरेस्ट हुआ है और कंप्लीटली इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी हो रहा है। उस समय का वो बयपनडी मेट्रो स्टेशन का वो घटना संभवित था कि उस प्लेस का सभी सीसीटीवी भी जांच किए हैं और सीसीटीवी और एक बाइक का नंबर वो था ना, वो नंबर से उन्होंने ट्रेस किया है और अक्यूज ने क्यों ऐसा किया वो सभी इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहा है। और बाद में इंफॉर्मेशन भी मीडिया के साथ हम शेयर करते हैं, क्योंकि डीसीपी साहब ने भी बोला, आपने देख रहे हो डीआरडीओ ऑफिसर्स और एयरफोर्स ऑफिसर्स भी अभी स्टेशन पे आ गए हैं और उन्होंने भी इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ था उस समय, हमारा स्टाफ ने क्या किया और हमारा आदमी शीला आदित्य बोस क्या किया और उस आदमी क्या किया उसके साथ, सभी इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन का रिपोर्ट भी उन्होंने ले रही है उसके समय क्या हुआ था। लेकिन शीला आदित्य बोस और उसका वाइफ तो है ना ममता, वो भी जा रहा था, एयरपोर्ट पे जा रहा था उस समय, हेलमेट से मारा है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी जारी रखी है मैम।
Right, just stay on with us, Arvind. So that's breaking news. We have Republic TV, Republic Kannada reporting live from outside the police station, where what we know is that the accused has been arrested, and the interrogation we are getting to know is underway. The questioning is right now underway, viewers. In fact, we are getting in more details that they were very in a hurry to leave, the IF officer and his wife. So they did not really had filed a police complaint, but after dropping him at the airport, his wife had registered the complaint at the Bayapanhalli police station, where Arvind is reporting from right now. An FIR has been registered. Accused was subsequently registered, and as Arvind was telling us that they had traced him down because of that bike number that even the IF officer, Wing Commander Shiladitya Bose, had also registered, had also recorded, and he has been traced down. We do not know yet what has transpired, what is his identity, what was the cause. We will of course try and get a word from the police, and we're expecting to understand more as to what really happened and what is the action taken on this man. But yes, we see that after mounting pressure, the police have finally arrested the man who was behind this assault. We can play those visuals of the assault of the IF officer, viewers, who has narrated his ideal. This is the accused, viewers. This is the accused. In the middle of the window, you can see that man in green, in fluorescent color, is the man who was holding that key also. He later on attacked with his helmet also, what we know. So the face has been identified thanks to the IF officer who captured him on camera and then also captured the bike number, and now he has been traced down by the Bengaluru police. He is now in custody, what we know. In fact, he is right now being questioned by the police. And Arvind, हमें बताएं थोड़ा कि जिस तरह से ये पूरा एक वाकया हुआ है, इसमें और भी लोग शामिल थे, कहीं ना कहीं और भी लोग शामिल थे, क्योंकि जो कंप्लेन है कि और भी लोग थे। एक शख्स तो था जो उनकी गाड़ी के पीछे आता है, उनको रोकता है और दुनिया भर की जिस तरह से बुरा बर्ताव करता है। लेकिन इससे पहले हम देखें जिस तरह से विंग कमांडर बोस ने भी अपनी वीडियो में कहा है कि बहुत सारे लोग आगे थे और भी लोग जो हैं उनको बचाव करने के बजाय वो उनको मारने लगे। तो उन लोगों को भी लेकर कोई जांच पड़ताल जारी है, उनकी भी खोज जारी है क्या?
यस रक्षिता, वो तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी हो रहा है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे एक अभी भी खबर आ रहा है कि एक नंबर के साथ, अंदर वो तो शीला आदित्य बोस था ना, वो उन्होंने वीडियो भी कर रहा था। वीडियो करने के बाद में उन्होंने पूछा कि हम तो एयरफोर्स आदमी हैं, आप ऐसा मत करो। उन्होंने बोला कि अवॉइड किया था। उस समय पे चार के 5 लोगों ने उस कार के पीछे और आगे था और हेलमेट से मारा भी। और बाद में वो तो आदमी था ना शीला आदित्य बोस के आगे, उन्होंने पूछा कि आप तो DRDO ऑफिसर हो क्या, उन्होंने क्वेश्चन किया और आदित्य बोस ने कहा कि मैं तो इंडियन एयरफोर्स का आदमी हूँ, मैं एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूँ, प्लीज़ थोड़ा रेस्पेक्ट से बात करो, उन्होंने बोला। और बाद में वो आदमी था ना, वो हेलमेट से मारा और उस कार के आगे और पीछे दूसरे लोगों भी थे और वो भी कहा कि कन्नड़ पे बात करो और आप कौन हो। और तो कार पे एक स्टिकर भी था, DRDO ऑफिसर का स्टिकर था। उस स्टिकर के आगे उन्होंने पूछा कि आप DRDO ऑफिसर हो क्या, इसी तरह पूछकर उन्होंने हेलमेट से मारा था। अभी एक खबर आ रहा है CCTV से और गाड़ी नंबर के साथ एक आदमी को अरेस्ट किया है और उसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी जारी रखे और उस पूछताछ भी कर रहा है, पुलिस आदमी भी कर रहा है। और आपके साथ क्या कौन था और किस एक कारण से वो घटना घटी था कि इस सभी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी रखे। और अभी DCP साहब ने भी स्टेशन पे गए कि और स्टेशन IO के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, वो घटने के बाद में वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन कैसे चल रहा है और अक्यूज्ड क्या बोल रहे हैं। और एयरफोर्स के आदमी और ऑफिसर्स भी आया है और सभी पूछताछ कर रहे हैं वो अक्यूज्ड का। और अक्यूज्ड भी एक आदमी नहीं था, उधर तो 3-4 आदमी था जी और सोशल मीडिया पे भी कहा कि अब दृश्य पे देख रहे हो एयरफोर्स की गाड़ी भी आ रहे हैं, ऑफिसर्स भी आ रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पूछताछ कर रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन कैसे चल रहा है और हमारा आदमी को क्या हुआ था उस समय और तो एक्यूज क्या बोल रहा है वो सभी तो दिख रहा है और स्टेशन पे भी एक्यूज का इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है, किस तरफ से आपने मारा और क्या रीज़न था कि वो तो क्या रीज़न था उस समय क्या हुआ तो सभी जांच कर रहा है। और शीला आदित्य बोस का वाइफ एक कंप्लेंट भी लॉन्च किए हैं और उसका भी एक स्टेटमेंट ले रहे हैं उस समय क्या हुआ था आप और कौन कौन थे उस समय पे और कैमरा भी चेक कर रहा है और उधर से सीसीटीवी है ना वो सीसीटीवी के लिए उस सीसीटीवी तरफ से और बाइक नंबर से एक अक्यूज्ड को अरेस्ट किया है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी रखी रक्षिता।
All right, just stay with us, Arvind. The latest update being viewers, the attacker, the biker who was attacking the officer has been arrested. He's right inside there in the police station, at the police station, and is being questioned. Also, the Air Force police is right there. You just saw the vehicles and the officers who are at the police station in Bengaluru. Just take a listen and once again to the ordeal that was narrated by IF officer, Wing Commander Bose after this attack.
Hello everyone, I am Wing Commander Bose and this is my wife, Sergeant Leader Menomonie. We stay in DRDO, CV Raman Nagar, Phase 1. Today morning, my wife was driving me to the airport and suddenly one bike came from behind, stopped in between, stopped our way. I will show you the video of my dash cam also. He came out, started abusing me in Kannada and then seeing that my car has a DRDO sticker, he says that you be DRDO people and said many things in Kannada and finally she abused my wife and then I couldn't bear it. When I was coming outside, immediately he took his key in his hand and hit me on my head, taking my blood out. I stood there shouting that this is how you people defend whom we defend. Treat a person from the army, from Air Force or from Navy, from the defense forces. More people came surprisingly and started abusing us that we are doing wrong things. That person, he took his stone out, started trying to hit my car. I trying to stop, he hit me on my head again. Here you can see the blood and see my condition. My wife was there, thankfully, to take me out, come in the car. We went to the police station. Presently, no response. We will see it further. We are going to the hospital as per them. But this is what Karnataka has become. I believed in Kannada. But seeing the truth, the reality of main heartland Karnataka, I couldn't believe it. God help us. God gave me the power not to retaliate. Tomorrow, if law and order doesn't help me, I will retaliate. And then these people will have it. Please help me.
The video. Colonel Dini Kolam is joining us on the broadcast. Colonel Kolam, well, this is not the first time we've heard of how the army officers or the IF officers have been assaulted in the country. This is the case in Bengaluru. Now, this is also road rage that has been reported. The wife has filed a complaint, but also the fact that how this man said that this is Kannada land, this is Kannada land, and how when he reveals his identity, he says that he's an IF officer, he attacks even more. All people gather, the locals gather, and that's what the wing commander was aghast at. What's really happening?
I mean, it's quite an unfortunate, incident which has happened, and it's quite disheartening to see a serving officer, bleeding. We only see soldiers bleed when they fight for their country, either across the border or doing some operation to save life. So it's quite, in that sense, it's quite disheartening to see a serving officer, bleeding because of an altercation with a fellow Indian. That is the first point. Second thing is, of course, as you mentioned, that there is this road rage incident, or is it a Kannada language issue? One clearly doesn't know. But whatever it is, this is not the way a person from the defense forces need to be treated, especially after he has revealed his identity. One can understand in the heat of moment sometimes without knowing who a person is, people can get involved. But once he has revealed his identity, and he being along with his wife, I don't see any reason the people getting together and still doing all such things to him. So that is really a cause of concern. I think the authorities in Karnataka should take a serious view of this. Strong and exemplary punishment should be brought to the people who did this. And I'm also concerned by his statement, Wing Commander Bose's statement, that when he went to the police station, there was not much of a response. I find that really very, very surprising and quite, it's an alarming situation if that has happened, because a person who is a basic first thing when a policeman sees a person who is injured is to offer some first aid and to assist him or her to take him to the hospital. Here the wife is taking the officer to the hospital. So where is the police? Does the police say that no, you just go to the hospital? Is that the way you treat I'm sure if they would have revealed that it's there also. So there are serious issues. I think the administration needs to take a deep look at it. He's just not an ordinary, just another person getting into a road rage. He, as the officer rightly mentioned, he and people like him, both the husband and wife, are the people who are defending this country, and I'm sure the country and especially Karnataka government needs to put their act together and get the people who've done this booked.
Colonel Kolam, thanks so much for joining us with your thoughts on that story. We also have my colleague Sucharita who's joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Well, Sucharita, finally, at least one of the attacker, the main what accused is the biker, has been arrested. He is being questioned right now. What more details are you picking up?
Right, Rakshita, I couldn't get your question, but very importantly, let's just tell the viewers that the accused has been arrested by the police. But what is most important is that the medical report that we have accessed, and if I can tell my viewers, it's the medical report from Chinmaya Mission Hospital, which speaks about lacerations on the nose, which speaks about multiple injuries on the forehead. Very clearly, being attacked for not being a Kannadiga, for being a non-Kannadiga, and the entire episode was being narrated by the Air Force officer and his wife, and he couldn't lodge a complaint at that time because he was in a hurry to take up a flight to Bengal. But then when this entire incident came into foray, like we have this medical report, and it speaks about multiple lacerations. Now you can imagine being attacked for not being a Kannadiga is a very, very poses a lot of serious questions. Being attacked like this so brutally, because we have the medical report with us, and it raises a question. A city like Bangalore, a metropolitan city like Bangalore, which is home to many non-Kannadigas, because people from all over the country come there to work, and he being an Indian Air Force officer, we were speaking to a few officers earlier in the day, and they very clearly, all of them said in the same breath that forces does not have any kind of discrimination on the basis of caste, color, creed, religion. And here you are being attacked for being a non-Kannadiga. This offence needs to be taken very, very seriously, because it has a lot of implications for other people who are there. I mean, think of a commoner who would be attacked. Now, he's an Indian Air Force officer and he's being attacked for not being a Kannadiga. A very serious offence. And as I said, the medical report from Chinmaya Mission Hospital very clearly tells us the details of the lacerations that the Indian Air Force officer received, and speak about the kind of hatred that must have come across in that attack. Now that is the serious offence that we're talking about, Rakshita, and as I said, now a lot of Air Force officers, a lot of voices from the forces raising the issue and saying that this offence needs to be taken up very seriously, and it is in the recent past that they've seen attacks like these in Karnataka, and they need to raise their voice and bring this into foray. Rakshita.
Absolutely, because Sucharita, in one of the videos, at least what Wing Commander Bose had said, that there was not much of a response. I don't know what exactly he wanted to say, but what he claimed, there was not much of response when they went to the police station. That's what we know. But now finally there's a complaint, and clearly we can see in that complaint copy that you have that it was as per what the wife claims, squadron leader Menomonie, that this man who has now been arrested was chasing them, was speeding. He was over speeding. speeding. Then he came and blocked them, and he started banging the window and then hitting them and hurling abuses and also saying that this is Kannada land. And when he reveals that he's an IF officer, so that's what we are pointing out, that be it a civilian or an IF officer, it's not justified to anyone, first of all, even if it's a civilian.
I think Rakshita, a senior officer who spoke to us earlier in the day, very clearly spelled it out. He said even if it was a road rage case, and even if we suppose for a minute that it was the officer's fault, you really would not be able to, there is no kind of defense for the kind of injuries he has received. And the attacker, he has clearly not received any injuries. Very clearly that the FO's officer did not retaliate. And because he was with his wife, there was an issue of security and he wanted to just leave the place. So very clearly no defense for the kind of injuries he's received, for which we have this medical report which clearly talks about the kind of ferocious attack it was. So as I said, this entire issue needs to be taken up very, very seriously, because it's not just an attack on an Air Force officer. It obviously makes it bigger, but it is an attack on a non-Kannadiga. And how come this has become a big issue in Bangalore, which is a city to so many who do not belong to Karnataka. They belong from every part of the country.
Republic TV continues to get you all the updates on that, but we'll be right back with after this very short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios, all under one roof. This is RSJ. Be ready.
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, as Jammu and Kashmir continues to reel under the aftermath of the flash flood and landslides, the Indian Army has stepped up its relief efforts in the valley. Indian Army has launched swift and coordinated relief and restoration operations to assist affected civilians and restore connectivity along the National Highway 44, a testament to the Indian military's safeguarding efforts that extend beyond the battlefield. Here's more.
The Indian Army has stepped up its relief operations in Jammu and Kashmir after heavy rains and flash floods wreaked havoc on the valley. While dozens of markets, over 25 houses and buildings have been washed away by the torrential floods, the Indian Army has set up camps across the valley with essential medical supplies, clean water and food to assist the sufferers. Upon assessment of the ground situation, the Army initiated immediate action in coordination with civil administration, officials including the District Commissioner, Senior Superintendent of Police and the Superintendent of Traffic. Quick reaction teams from Banihal, Karakial, Digdol, Maitra and Chandrakot were rapidly mobilized to provide relief to stranded travelers. 8 Army columns are currently on standby at key locations to assist further if required. While no emergency requisition has been made, the civil authorities have assured they'll seek Army assistance should the need arise. In fact, Army personnel extended support by distributing tea and hot meals, offering temporary shelter, and providing basic medical aid to those in need. The Indian Army remains steadfast in its commitment to stand by the citizens of Jammu and Kashmir in times of crisis, ensuring safety, support, and timely assistance. The quick response to the disaster is testament of the Indian Army's efforts to safeguard the national interests that extend beyond the battlefield.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism offers live learning inside real newsrooms and broadcast studios, all under one roof. This is RSJ. Be ready. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
IAF officer and his wife attacked in Bengaluru. Police now arrest the accused biker. Interrogation underway.
कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं, उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है।
After Rahul questions the Election Commission, Fadnavis takes on Rahul Gandhi, says he cannot get votes by insulting India on foreign soil.
Does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
BJP shares old video of Indira Gandhi amid Nishikant Dubey's SC remark. Rao says the Congress must be aware of its own past. BJP releases video highlighting Modi government's achievements, hints at the UCC next after the Waqf Amendment Act. US Vice President J.D. Vance received Guard of Honor at the Palam Airport, visits the Akshardham temple with his family. Now will be meeting the Prime Minister in a short while from now. Leader of Roman Catholic Church, Pope Francis, passes away at the age of 88 after prolonged illness. A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Raksha Misha with you. We start with news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban, viewers. And what we know is that there is a high alert that has been issued in Ramban of Jammu and Kashmir after heavy rains have wreaked havoc. The flash floods have wreaked havoc there. All health institutions in Rajouri district, in fact, have now been put on high alert amid Ramban rains and the flash floods. After Jammu-Srinagar National Highway was blocked in Ramban, traffic movement has been now diverted through the Mughal Road via Rajouri and Poonch. But this is a very big cause of concern that all the health institutions in Rajouri have been put on high alert amid the Ramban rains and flash floods. This is the latest update we have. High alert issued by the Chief Minister's office. Srinagar, Jammu and National Highway has been blocked. Gursimran Singh joins us live in the broadcast from Ramban. Gursimran, this is of course a big cause of concern that the National Highway of course has been blocked. Traffic diversion is there and the health institutions in Rajouri have been now put on high alert.
Yes, all the health institutions in the Rajouri district have been put on alert after the traffic that was used to move from the Ramban district towards the Kashmir Valley that has been halted due to the landslide and the mudslide and also the torrential rains and cloudburst that has taken place yesterday morning. Now what we are getting to know that the Chief Medical Officer of the Rajouri district has issued an advisory in which an high alert has been sounded in all the medical facilities starting from the Sundarbani area to top to the Dera Ki Gali area and in the upper area of Surancourt. Now, important to mention that one more thing that has come into being that all leaves of the medical staff have been cancelled with the immediate effect because the traffic has to move from that side of the Rajouri district, and now keeping that in view, all decisions have been taken that the medical emergency be set and the high alert be sounded across all the medical institutions.
Right, just stay with us, Gursimran, because we are getting in. Yes, Gursimran, we're getting in more updates. We're getting in more breaking news over the Ramban disaster. Now, what we know is that a BJP delegation is visiting the Ramban victims, the affected victims of the flash floods. And the BJP delegation will submit an assessment report to both the PMO and the Ministry of Home Affairs. That is the breaking news we're getting in right now, viewers. Gursimran continues to be with us. Gursimran, now this matter, of course, has been taken up. What we know is that the BJP delegation is meeting Ramban victims.
Yes, Rakshita, you have rightly mentioned that the BJP delegation, a 3-member delegation that is headed by the leader of opposition Sunil Sharma and has 2 MLA from the Udhampur, R.S. Pathani, and MLA from Ramnagar, Sunil Bhardwaj. Both, all of 3 have visited the Ramban district wherein they have met the victims of the Ramban tragedy, and also they will be submitting a report to the Prime Minister's office and also to the Ministry of Home Affairs. So they will be seeking the financial assistance for those who have been affected with this tragedy. And now what we are picking up that they are preparing this report that will be submitted in days to come. This will have all the details regarding what transpired and what is the loss that the people have suffered in the Ramban district, especially those in the upper reaches and also in the low-lying areas. Those houses have been hit by these flash floods, mudslides and also the cloudburst.
Right, Gursimran, in fact, just on with us. We have got more inputs from you. You have spoken to more leaders from the BJP delegation. Let's get our viewers that conversation.
केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के आदेश पे हम 3 MLAs मेरे साथ ऑनरेबल MLA उधमपुर पठानिया साहब, ऑनरेबल MLA रामनगर डॉक्टर सुनील भारद्वाज हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट एक टीम कॉन्स्टिट्यूट करके हमने इस एरिया में जितना भी प्रभावित क्षेत्र है, अफेक्टेड एरिया है, उसका दौरा किया और इमीडिएट जो इस वक्त जो ज़रूरत है उसका भी जायज़ा लिया और जो लॉन्ग रन के लिए इनको जो ज़रूरतें हैं उसका भी जायज़ा लिया। तो एक कम्प्रीहेंसिव रिपोर्ट तैयार करके भारत सरकार को, विशेषकर प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय और गृह मंत्री कार्यालय में हम भेजने वाले हैं। जिस प्रकार से हमें लगा कि नुकसान तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि प्रॉपर्टी का बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान है, 3 जानें भी गई हैं, पशु जानवर वगैरह इनका भी नुकसान हुआ है और एक शहर के बीचों बीच, कस्बे के बीचों बीच जो एक बड़ा ही कंजेस्टेड मोहल्ला है, उसमें भी बिल्कुल सारे हाउसेज, सारे मकान जो तबाही का जो आलम मचा हुआ है। इसमें मुझे लगता है कि बड़ी गंभीरता से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रतिनिधिमंडल बड़ी गंभीरता से एक रिपोर्ट तैयार करके कोई आर्थिक मदद, कोई आर्थिक पैकेज इनको दिलाने की कोशिश करेगा। हम चूँकि जम्मू कश्मीर प्रदेश में अपोजिशन में हैं और अपोजिशन की भूमिका ऐसे डिप्राइव्ड सेक्शन, डिप्राइव्ड पीपल जो भी होते हैं, उनकी आवाज़ बन के स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से भी इनको रिहेबिलिटेट करने के लिए, इनको मदद करने के लिए पूरा प्रयास करेंगे।
And viewers, we shift our focus to this story from Karnataka. This is regarding the murder of the former DGP of Karnataka. Now viewers, what we know is that the wife of the former DGP of Karnataka has confessed to the murder, and we have some more updates. Now what we know is that the police are investigating this case, but they have refused to comment on anything else right now. The son has spoken out, viewers. The former DGP's son has now spoken out, and he has pointed out to the role of his mother and the daughter as well. So that's what we are breaking right now. He also says, the son says that he has full faith in the police. He is saying that the police investigating the matter. It's the first reaction that is coming in from the former Karnataka DGP's son, viewers.
ಪೊಲೀಸವರು ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಫೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಏನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡಲ್ಲ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಯಾವುದು ಅನ್ವೆರಿಫೈಡ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ.
ಪೊಲೀಸವರು ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಫೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಏನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡಲ್ಲ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಯಾವುದು ಅನ್ವೆರಿಫೈಡ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ.
ಪೊಲೀಸವರು ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಫೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಏನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡಲ್ಲ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಯಾವುದು ಅನ್ವೆರಿಫೈಡ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ.
All right, viewers, so there you have the details coming in. This first reaction on camera from the former Karnataka DGP's son. And what we know is that this is the crime scene. Right now, the visuals that we are playing out on your screens is the crime scene, the lunch plate that has been found. And Om Prakash was in a pool of blood. His body was discovered at his own residence, and this is the wife and then the daughter. The mother-daughter were upstairs when this murder allegedly happened. Wife Pallavi called the police. Now she has allegedly confessed to this crime as well, and the police broke down the door with force after the call was made. And now what we know is that the daughter is also has been taken into custody, and that is the update we have right now, viewers. This is first of all the crime scene that we have described for you. The dinner table, you can see this happened in the night time, what we assume, or around the lunch, somewhere in the evening. And Om Prakash's body was found lying in a pool of blood splattered all across. He was stabbed multiple times, viewers, what we know so far. So the investigation, of course, is underway. The cause, what really happened, Of course, it was a personal fight, but what really happened, we do not know yet, viewers. But now we shift our focus to the other story that we have been tracking for you, viewers. Now, the BJP has sharpened its attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, accusing him of repeatedly facing electoral defeats and resorting to defaming India on foreign soil. Now, the BJP alleges that Gandhi's criticism of Indian institutions during his visits abroad amounts to anti-national and treasonous activity. The party claimed that by questioning the credibility of the country's democratic systems outside India, Rahul Gandhi is not only damaging the nation's image internationally, but also engaging in actions that go against the national interests.
Simple terms, more people voted in the Maharashtra Assembly elections than there are adults in Maharashtra. This is the fact. And the Election Commission gave us a voting figure for 5:30 in the evening. And between 5:30 in the evening and 7:30 in the evening, when the polls were supposed to have closed, 65 lakh voters voted. Now, that is physically impossible to happen, right? Because for a voter to vote, it takes approximately 3 minutes. And if you do the math, it would mean that there were lines of voters till 2 o'clock at night voting all night, and this didn't happen. So we asked them that, look, evening, you have videography taking place. If we ask, they not only refused to give us the videography, they changed the law so that now you're not allowed to ask for the videography. So it's very clear to us that the Election Commission is compromised. It's very clear that there is something very wrong with the system. We've said it. We've said it publicly. I've said it multiple times. I've said it in press conferences. Other leaders.
So there you have Rahul Gandhi, not for the first time, talking about or berating Indian institutions outside India. Now, we have more responses from the BJP, who have now hit out at Rahul Gandhi for downgrading Indian offices, India's top public offices, on a foreign soil. Listen in.
ये बहुत ही दुख की बात है कि श्रीमान राहुल गांधी विदेश में जाकर अपने देश के प्रति, अपने देश के संविधान ने जो संस्थाएं तैयार की है उनके प्रति इस प्रकार से झूठ बोलने का प्रयास करते हैं, झूठ फैलाने का प्रयास करते हैं, भारतीय लोकतंत्र को बदनाम करने का प्रयास करते हैं, लोकतंत्र पर सवाल या निशान उठाने का प्रयास करते हैं। ये बहुत ही निंदनीय इस प्रकार से उनका काम चल रहा है। बार बार चुनाव हारने के बाद उनके ऊपर जो परिणाम हुआ है उसके चलते मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार की हरकतें वो कर रहे हैं। कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है। ऐसी चीजें करने की जगह वो जनता में जाए, जनता का विश्वास वापस हासिल करे तो वो चुनाव जीत सकेंगे। दुनिया भर में कितनी भी बदनामी करके वो चुनाव नहीं जीत सकते, इससे उनका ही कद छोटा होता जाएगा।
एक नहीं अनेक चुनाव हारने के बाद भी कुछ राजनीतिक दल और राजनेता सीखते नहीं। वो केवल ईवीएम, इलेक्शन कमीशन और लोकतांत्रिक प्रणाली, इस पर प्रश्न चिन्ह उठाते रहते हैं। भारत को बदनाम करने का काम दुनिया भर के देशों में जाकर करते हैं, लेकिन भारतीयों के बीच में आकर वोट नहीं पाते। उनको एक बात याद रखनी चाहिए, वोट भारत की जनता करेगी। और जो लोग विदेशों में समय ज्यादा बिताते, छुट्टी मनाते हैं और विदेशों में जाके भारत को बदनाम करते हैं, ऐसे राहुल जी और इनके साथियों से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, भारत को जितना बदनाम करोगे, भारत की जनता उतना ही करारा जवाब देगी।
ये राहुल गांधी जॉर्ज सोरोस के एजेंट हैं। तो राहुल गांधी इज द एजेंट ऑफ जॉर्ज सोरोस। जॉर्ज सोरोस के चंदे पर राहुल गांधी का धंधा चलता है और जॉर्ज सोरोस ही बताता है इनको कि क्या करना है, कैसे कपड़े पहनने हैं, कैसी एक्टिंग करनी है। ये देखिए, ये सारे के सारे आप समझ लीजिए एक बात क्लियरली, ये जॉर्ज सोरोस इनका ट्यूशन मास्टर है और ये देश में हिंदुस्तान के लोकतंत्र को कैसे बदनाम किया जाए, कैसे हमारी इकोनॉमी ध्वस्त हो जाए, हमारा मार्केट कैसे गिर जाए, इसने जॉर्ज सोरोस ने, बहुत मेरे मुंह से चोरोस निकल रहा था, जॉर्ज सोरोस ने वो चिन्हित किया है 5-6 लोगों को कि ये राहुल गांधी एक कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो सकता है, ये देशद्रोह कर सकता है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल, इसको बोलो ये एक्सेल शर्ट पहनेगा, डबल एक्सेल शर्ट पहनेगा, रेनॉल्ड पेन लगाएगा और स्लीपर पहन के राष्ट्रपति के घर जाएगा, बाद में अच्छे से नाचेंगे, बाद में सब कुछ चलेगा, मगर पहले ऐसे सब एक्टिंग करनी है। तो ये सब राहुल गांधी को भी ये टी शर्ट पहनना है, जींस पहनना है, युवा में घुसना है, ये सब सोरोस ने सिखाया है। जाके यूएस में इस प्रकार से भाषण देना है, इंडिया के विरोध में कहना है, मगर इंडिया की जनता बहुत बुद्धिमान है। अब जो जॉर्ज सोरोस की कंपनियां यहां नहीं चलने वाली है, अब बंद होगी राहुल गांधी की कंपनी भी।
Rahul Gandhi has made these statements about the election commission in America, and Rahul Gandhi is so clueless. He is so incompetent and incoherent that he should first be reminded that America, where he's made this statement, the American president, Mr. Donald Trump, had hailed and lauded India's electoral system, saying that the United States should follow it, and he had praised India's, the way in which Indian voters had voted, and biometrics and digitization have been used. So Rahul Gandhi should understand what he speaks about. But Rahul Gandhi's intent is not, good, and his statements are motivated because Rahul Gandhi is he's peddling lies and making such poisonous propaganda, trying to attack India, especially at a time in America where the American vice president today has landed in India.
Right, viewers, while we continue to track all our top stories of the day, let's take a quick look at some more stories from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A major milestone for India's space research. Union Minister Jitendra Singh has confirmed that ISRO has successfully completed the second docking of satellites under the SpaceX mission. Now, the mission launched via PSLV C-60 on the 30th of December 2024 had already made history with its first successful docking on the 16th of January and undocking on the 13th of March. Now, with the second docking accomplished, ISRO moves a step closer to mastering advanced space operations. More experiments are expected in the coming 2 weeks. Aam Aadmi Party has opted out of Mayor elections 2025 after the party lost the majority in the municipal elections in the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. This comes after a series of defections in the party. Today is the last day of filing the nominations. AAP Delhi Chief Saurabh Bharadwaj accused BJP of threats and inducements for the Aam Aadmi Party defections. He said that all belongs to BJP and declared that the BJP should now elect its own mayor, form its own standing committee and govern Delhi without any excuses. Meanwhile, BJP has announced Sardar Raja Iqbal as their mayoral candidate. Big action has been taken against the mastermind of Sambal riots. Property worth 2.3 crore rupees of accused Shariq Satta and Sikandar have been seized. Shariq Satta is reportedly hiding in Dubai since 2016. The action has been taken under Gangster Act. Union Minister of State for Railways and Food Processing Ravneet Singh Bittu has demanded immediate arrest of Khalistani elements associated with the Waris Punjab Day group by Punjab government, accusing them of plotting to assassinate him and other political leaders in Punjab. The conspiracy has been exposed, he says, through leaked chats on social media platforms. Bittu says that the central government has also taken serious note of the plot masterminded by the leaders of Waris Punjab Day. In Bokaro, a total of 8 Maoists have been killed in an encounter, including one who carried a reward of 1 crore rupees. Total of 8 dead bodies of Maoists have been recovered by troops. 1 AK series rifle, 1 SLR, 3 INSAS rifles, 1 pistol and 8 country-made Barmar rifles have also been recovered. No injury has been reported to the troops. Search operations underway. viewers, amid the political row over BJP MP Nishikant Dube's remarks on the Supreme Court, and that has stoked a debate on judicial overreach. Now we have the BJP on Monday sharing a decades-old video of Indira Gandhi, the former Prime Minister of India, questioning the Indian judiciary system. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya has posted a clip from an interview on X saying, and I quote, "Indira Gandhi, the Congress must know its own past," unquote. Now in this video, viewers, Gandhi could be heard questioning a top court judge's competence to assess political dynamics and economic threats. This video dates back to Indira Gandhi's response to the Shah Commission that was set up in 1977 to probe the excesses during the emergency headed by Justice J.C. Shah. The commission had criticized the concentration of power under her leadership and investigated issues like censorship, police brutality and forced sterilization drives. Now, take a listen into this video, listen into what Indira Gandhi had said.
How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power? How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
So there you have what Indira Gandhi said. Nishikant Dube, in fact, had also said something to that effect. He had said that we do not need the parliament. We should shut down the parliament if everything has to be decided by the court. Listen in.
5 जज बेंच की जो मैं आपको बताऊं कि नज़ीर की एक जजमेंट है, 1942 की प्रिवी काउंसिल की जजमेंट है. उसमें यह कहा गया कि जहां कानून नहीं लिखा हुआ है उसके बारे में यदि प्रिवी काउंसिल या सुप्रीम कोर्ट कोई जजमेंट देती है तो बात समझ में आती है. यहाँ पूरा जजमेंट लिखा हुआ है कि राष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, उपराष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, प्रधानमंत्री का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे पार्लियामेंट का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट का क्या अधिकार है, हाई कोर्ट का अधिकार है. जब सब कुछ लिखत पढ़त में है तो तुम नया कानून कैसे बना दिया? 3 महीना कहाँ से लेके आ गए कि राष्ट्रपति को 3 महीने के अंदर फैसला करना? ये किस कानून में लिखा हुआ है? इसका मतलब ये है कि आप इस देश को एनार्की की तरफ ले जाना चाहते हो, और एनार्की जो है इस देश में बर्दाश्त नहीं होगी. जब नया कानून आएगा, जब नया पार्लियामेंट बैठेगा, इसके ऊपर विस्तृत चर्चा होगी. इस देश में धार्मिक युद्ध भड़काने के लिए केवल और केवल सुप्रीम कोर्ट जिम्मेवार है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एकमात्र उद्देश्य है शो मी द फेस विल शो यू द लॉ. सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपनी सीमा से बाहर जा रहा है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट की सीमा ये है कि भारत का संविधान जिस कानून को बनाया उस कानून की उसको व्याख्या करनी है, और यदि वो व्याख्या नहीं कर सकती है और सब कुछ के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना है तो इस संसद का कोई मतलब नहीं है, विधानसभा का कोई मतलब नहीं है, उसको बंद कर देना है. इस देश में जितने गृह युद्ध हो रहे हैं उसके जिम्मेवार केवल यहाँ के चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया संजीव खन्ना साहब हैं.
Now viewers, Republic also spoke to Adish Agarwal, who is a senior Supreme Court advocate, who says that there is no such conflict between judiciary and the executive, but he does say that there is a lacuna that is within the constitution that has not been really sorted out. Listen in.
First of all, there is no conflict between judiciary and the executive. Some people who are not aware of the actual facts of the case, they are making it like that. No government minister or officer of the government of India has objected to this. No one has filed any review petition, or nobody has filed for referring it to Constitution bench. There is absolute harmony between executive and judiciary.
All right, time for a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest on the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance's visit. He has visited several sites in the national capital with his family. Now he's all set to hold a meeting with the Prime Minister in a short while from now.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now. You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live, inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
Want to be a future-ready journalist? Want to master digital and broadcast journalism? Republic School of Journalism.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
Welcome back, friends. It's a news-heavy Monday as we build up to that meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US Vice President J.D. Vance, who arrived in New Delhi earlier in the morning. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines. IF officer and his wife attacked in Bengaluru. Police arrest accused biker. Interrogation underway.
कोई भी देशभक्त इस प्रकार से अपने देश को विदेश में जाके बदनाम नहीं करता। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार का बर्ताव कर रहे हैं, उनके चरित्र पर एक सवालिया निशान इसके कारण खड़ा हुआ है।
After Rahul questions Election Commission, Fadnavis takes on the Gandhi, says he cannot get votes by insulting India on foreign soil.
How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
BJP shares old video of Indira Gandhi amid Nishikant Dube's SC remark. Rao says Congress must know its past. BJP releases video highlighting Modi government's achievements, hints at UCC next after the Waqf Act. US Vice President J.D. Vance receives guard of honor at the Palam airport, heads to Akshardham Temple with his family, slated to meet Prime Minister Modi later in the evening. A leader of the Roman Catholic Church, Pope Francis, passes away at the age of 88 after prolonged illness. Well, let's begin this bulletin with a breaking news development coming in connection with the assault on the IF officer that happened in Bengaluru. We are getting a latest update in which the assaulter, the attacker of the officer who punched, thrashed and abused the Air Force officer and his wife has been arrested. He is undergoing investigation and questioning as we speak, and the Republic has in fact accessed more information on the accused. The man is reportedly a food delivery agent and his name is Vikas. This is on air now. The one in green with circled face is Vikas, and to the extreme right you see, extreme left to your screens, you see the keychain or the key with which he attacked the officer, leading to his bloodied face. Smita is joining us live for more details on this story from our Bengaluru newsroom. Smita, what more can you share about who this Vikas is and why did he attack the officer?
The first accused and the arrested person in this matter, while an IAF officer accused that he was being attacked and abused in a road connecting to the old airport in Bangalore, and his name as per our reporter is Vikas, and he's a food delivery boy, and he is accused of attacking a IAF officer and also abusing his wife while both of them were heading towards the old airport. And now as per the video that the IAF officer had recorded and posted in the social media, this Vikas, whom we are showing on the screens with the green jacket on, was going in two-wheeler, and the two-wheeler was almost in a position to, hit the car in which the IAF officer and his wife were traveling. And when questioned, this biker, that is Vikas, stopped the bike in the middle of the road and also forced the officer to get down from the car, and he started abusing the officer. When replied in English, this guy, Vikas, started asking him to speak in Kannada, and also said that as he is a DRO officer, he will be, looked forward by the locals, is what the officer has accused in the video. Now police have detained him and the investigation is going on, and Republic Kannada reporters are also in the ground where the incident has, taken place, and trying to get more information from the localized, as the officer have also, accused that no people from the local, as the mass was gathered, but nobody came to support him or rescue him and his wife. So our reporters are also trying to collect the information from the local people. Right, what exactly Smita happened there? Was it only a road rage where suddenly this Vikas came and started to, attack the officer?
Yeah, stay with us, Smita. In fact, let's listen into that moment when the officer was in pain and he was attacked, and he made a video of all that and expressed his anguish at the manner in which an officer could be treated and attacked in public. Let's listen to him. I come back to you, Smita. Stay with us.
Hello everyone, I am Wing Commander Trilla District Post, and this is my wife, Platoon Leader Madhumita. We stay in DRDO, CV Raman Nagar, Phase 1. Today morning, my wife was driving me to the airport, and suddenly one bike came from behind, stopped in between, stopped our way. I will show you the video of my dash cam also. He came out, started abusing me in Kannada, and then seeing that my car has a DRDO sticker, he says that you be DRDO people, and said many things in Kannada, and finally she abused my wife, and then I couldn't bear it. When I was coming outside, immediately he took his key in his hand and hit me on my head, taking my blood out. I stood there shouting, that this is how you people defend whom we defend. Treat a person from the army, from Air Force, or from Navy, from the defense forces. More people came surprisingly and started abusing us, that we are doing wrong things. That person, he took his stone out, started trying to hit my car. I trying to stop, he hit me on my head again. Here you can see the blood and see my condition. My wife was there, thankfully, to take me out, come in the car. We went to the police station. Presently no response. We will see it further. We are going to the hospital as per them. But this is what Karnataka has become. I believed in Kannada, but seeing the truth, the reality of main heartland Karnataka, I couldn't believe it. God help us. God gave me the power not to retaliate. Tomorrow, if law and order doesn't help me, I will retaliate. And then these people will have it. Please help me. না নিতে পারবো আমার ফ্যামিলি লোকের সব থেকে বেরিয়ে যাবো
Good morning, and I'm right now in the airport. You must be knowing what has happened in the morning, so I'll just narrate the entire incident so that everything is clear. So in the morning, I had a flight to catch. I'm going to Calcutta today for admitting my father to hospital. He has some surgery to be done. So my wife Madhumita was driving me at around morning 6:30 to drop me to the bus stop. And near Gopalan Grand Mall, just near C.V. Raman Nagar, suddenly from the right one bike comes and stops in front of our car. So I'll share the dashcam video also, and it will be available in CCTV. He comes in front of our car, parks his bike, and thereafter, wearing a helmet, keys in his hand, comes in front of our car and starts saying, "You DRDO people," and something in Kannada. So my wife was driving, so he saw that and came towards my side. And then started arguing, and suddenly, all of a sudden, he punched me with his key. I didn't realize what had happened. I tried to open the door and come outside. I threw him away, and thereafter, just to exit from that area, I rushed to the bike, took the bike and threw it away on the side, and was coming back to the car just to sit and exit the area. And suddenly he came with something and started hitting me again. Finally, he was taking a stone and trying to break the glass of my car. I stopped him. Using the same stone, he hit me on my head. The shocking thing is that the local people, the Kannada people there, everybody was watching. There were aged people who were only telling the person who had done the crime that he was wrong, get away from here. But the other locals, they were supporting him. They were holding my hand. That guy even bit me in my finger. He bit me in my finger. It's atrocious. If I had the capacity, I could have done anything to him. I was larger in size, larger in power. But he came, shocking because he came prepared. He had a keys in his hand, wearing a helmet, and he wanted to aggravate the situation. And God knows what would have happened if my wife was there alone. I'm very worried now that my wife and my kid are there alone. This happened in the heart of the city in DRDO area. So I think something will be done by all the authorities within the correct legal measures. I have the vehicle number of that person, and I hope all the things. I have lost so many things. The locals, I don't know, one of my phones and one of my keys. I'll check, but that's not the main thing. Main thing is my wife and kid who are there alone in Bangalore. Thank you.
All right, Smita continues to be with us. Smita, I heard the officers say that this man almost seemed like came prepared and did not give time to react, even though he's better built and he could have physically countered him better. Interrogation is going on. Smita, are you getting a sense from our reporters on the ground that maybe this man has some history, pathological history of carrying out these kind of attacks, that he's an aggressive personality and that's why he hit the officer the way he did?
With all the respect to the IAF officer and the duty he is serving to the nation, but we have heard one side of the story yet. Now, as the police officers have detained the accused and the interrogation is on, we are yet to get more information, especially from the locals, and the local CC cameras may give more information. How exactly did this road rage begin, and who started the argument first? All these questions are yet to be answered. And along with this, the officer has said that the whole incident was captured in the dash camera. So the videos from the camera is yet to be handed over to the police department. Maybe that may give more hint about how exactly did the incident started. But as per the accused Vikas is concerned, we are only getting the information that he's a food he belongs to some food service agency, and he was on his way to deliver food. No background has been detected as of now regarding his previous histories or as he is detained only a couple of hours ago. The police are under the investigation and doing the cross checks. Probably within an hour or so we will be getting more information about his background and more information about the incident, and about the concern that the officer was expressing, that hopefully the judgment will be served and the concerned department officers will take actions. Police are on their way. They have arrested the accused within hours of the complaint was launched, and the interrogation is on the way, and hopefully his wife, the officer wife, and the children who are here in Bangalore in his absence will be given police protection if needed, and if they ask for.
Okay, thanks, Smita, with those updates. And of course, we are not going to let go of this story and see to it that the perpetrators of that violence on the officer are brought to book. We keep a close track of those developments. Moving on for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 2 weeks since violence broke out in Murshidabad, where Hindus were targeted and Hindu temples were attacked. However, even after 14 days, not once has Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee met the victims. And even as the Supreme Court is hearing the play on the case related to Murshidabad violence, the BJP has posted a video of the violence and have claimed that the protesters attacked the family and took away the money they had kept for their daughter's wedding. In fact, a victim claimed that she was asked to choose between her husband and money. Take a listen.
শুক্রবার নিজে হাতে বের করে দিচ্ছি ওরাকে বের করে কি আমাদের জান তো নিয়ে নিচ্ছে এবার না না তোমার মেয়ের জন্য তুমি টাকা রেখেছিলে তাই তো হ্যাঁ টাকা রেখেছিলাম 7 লাখ টাকা দু গাধা মাটি বিক্রি করেছি 3.5 লাখ টাকা করে 7 লাখ টাকা ছিল কিছুটা পুড়িয়েছি বাতে দিয়ে সব নিজে হাতে দিলাম বের করে করে আচ্ছা তো ওই টাকা সব মানে তোমার ওকে মানে ডাক্তার দেখানোর যা টাকা পয়সা ছিল সব নিয়ে গেছে তাই তো সব নিজে হাতে দিলাম ঠিক আছে কোনো চারবার শোনা ছিল তাও দিলাম নিজের স্বামীকে টুটিতে হেসা লাগে আছে বলছে কি জিনিস কি দাও না তোমার স্বামীকে মেরে ফেলছি স্বামীর বড় না টাকা পয়সা বড় স্বামী টাকা বাঁচার লাগে সব দিয়ে দিলাম আমি ঠিক আছে তো বাড়ি ঘর সব ভেঙে দিয়েছে সব নিয়ে গেছে বাড়ি ঘর ভেঙে একটু দেখা আসছেন মন্দিরটা আমার হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আমি তো দেখেছি এটা আমাদেরই দিয়েছি সরকারের নামে দিয়ে দিয়েছি
Meanwhile, the BJP has taken the TMC head-on, questioning the mindset driving the violence and hatred against the Hindu community in the state. Listening to Shukanto Majumdar, the party president in the state.
বড় কথা নাই বড় কথা হচ্ছে এদের বাবাকে কি ফিরিয়ে দিতে পারবে এদের ঠাকুরদাকে কি ফিরিয়ে দিতে পারবে যাদের জন্য যে মানসিকতার জন্য এদের ঠাকুরদা এবং বাবা চলে গেল সেই বিষয়ে কি চিন্তা ভাবনা হবে রাজ্যে এদের না হয় বাবা ঠাকুরদা চলে গেছে এখনো বাদবাকি লোকেদেরকে যারা বেঁচে আছে তাদেরকে শুনতে হচ্ছে কি বিএসএফ চলে গেলে তোদের কাটবো কচু কাটা করবো এর কারণটা কি এর কারণটা অনুধাবন করা সবার আগে আমাদেরকে প্রয়োজন গোটা রাজ্যের মাথায় কলকাতায় যারা বসে থাকেন না এসি রুমে কলকাতায় আপনাদের চ্যানেলে বসে বসে বড় বড় বক্তব্য দেয় যে সমস্ত কবি সাহিত্যিক গান লেখেন তাদেরকে আবার বলুন না হ্যাঁ তাদের বুদ্ধি কোথায় গেল বুদ্ধি খুঁজে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না
Moving on to Jammu and Kashmir, which continues to reel under the aftermath of flash floods and landslides. The Indian Army has stepped up its relief efforts in the Union Territory, and they have launched swift and coordinated relief and restoration operations to assist the affected civilians and restore the connectivity along the National Highway 44, a testament to the Indian military's safeguarding efforts that extend beyond the battlefield. Watch this report.
The Indian Army has stepped up its relief operations in Jammu and Kashmir after heavy rains and flash floods wreaked havoc on the valley. While dozens of markets, over 25 houses and buildings have been washed away by the torrential floods, the Indian Army has set up camps across the valley with essential medical supplies, clean water and food to assist the sufferers. Upon assessment of the ground situation, the Army initiated immediate action in coordination with civil administration, officials including the District Commissioner, Senior Superintendent of Police and the Superintendent of Traffic. Quick reaction teams from Banihal, Karakial, Digdol, Maitra and Chandrakot were rapidly mobilized to provide relief to stranded travelers. 8 Army columns are currently on standby at key locations to assist further if required. While no emergency requisition has been made, the civil authorities have assured they'll seek Army assistance should the need arise. In fact, Army personnel extended support by distributing tea and hot meals, offering temporary shelter and providing basic medical aid to those in need. The Indian Army remains steadfast in its commitment to stand by the citizens of Jammu and Kashmir in times of crisis, ensuring safety, support and timely assistance. The quick response to the disaster is testament of the Indian Army's efforts to safeguard the national interests that extend beyond the battlefield.
All right, let's look at some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 5 minutes. An FIR was registered against film director Anurag Kashyap at Bajaj Nagar police station for his remarks on Brahmins on a social media platform. The case was registered based on a complaint lodged by Anil Chaturvedi, a Barkat Nagar resident, on Saturday night. According to Bajaj Nagar Sub-Inspector Ram Kripal, the complainant alleged that the director posted abusive words about Brahmins while replying to a social media post. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh praised the district administration for their tireless efforts following severe hailstorm in Ramban. He also highlighted the crucial role played by the Indian Army in providing timely assistance to the affected people. He shared that the Army set up medical camps, distributed necessary medicines and ensured access to food and clean drinking water. Dr. Singh emphasized that the Indian Army's service extends beyond wartime, showing their commitment during peacetime crises as well. Restoration efforts are actively underway on the Jammu and Kashmir National Highway, which has been closed for the second consecutive day due to the heavy rainfall, hailstorm and landslide that occurred yesterday. The adverse weather conditions have caused significant disruptions and authorities are working tirelessly to clear the debris and restore normal traffic flow. In Bahadurpur, Haridwar, a notorious murderer from Haryana who had escaped parole was captured after a late night encounter between the police and criminals. During the exchange of fire, one criminal was injured and identified as Vinod alias Vicky Rajput from Rohtak, Haryana. Vinod was serving a life sentence for murder but had fled after being released on parole. During his escape, he kept changing his identity and moving between different locations. Search operations are underway to nab his associate. A tragic road accident occurred at the Bujoli intersection on the Padrona-Narangia road in the Nebua-Narangia police station area. A car returning from a wedding lost control and crashed into a tree, resulting in severe damage to the vehicle. 8 people were inside the car at the time of the incident. 6 of them died on the spot, while 2 others sustained critical injuries. Local residents rushed to help using a grinder machine to cut through the mangled car and rescue those trapped inside. An FIR has been filed based on a complaint by Kartikesh, the son of retired DGP Om Prakash. In his statement, Kartikesh has accused his mother Pallavi and sister Kriti of being involved in his father's murder. He mentioned that both women are mentally unstable and currently undergoing treatment, yet he has alleged their direct involvement in the crime. The case has been registered under sections BNS 103031 and 10335. Muzaffarnagar's Dudli village under Chaltwal police station limits witnessed high drama as a farmer's field turned into a battleground over a minor dispute. What started as a small argument soon escalated into a violent clash, with both sides attacking each other in the middle of a forested area. The scuffle continued for quite some time. Based on a viral video of the incident, police have registered a case against both parties involved. In a historic move, LAHTC has passed a resolution granting 33% reservation for women in upcoming council elections. BJP Mahila Morcha Saira Bano welcomed the decision, thanking councillors for their support and calling it a big step towards women empowerment and inclusive development.
ये 128th अमेंडमेंट के बाद हमारा वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल पार्लियामेंट में भी पास हुआ था. उसके बाद ये एक हिस्टोरिक मूवमेंट या हिस्टोरिक स्टेप है जो हमारे काउंसिल में कल 15 तारीख को मैडम डॉक्टर यंगटन की तरफ से एक रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ, जिसमें वुमेन रिजर्वेशन के बारे में था. सब लड़कियों की तरफ से, सब औरतों की तरफ से, सब वुमेन की तरफ से काउंसिल को शुक्रिया. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Devotees engage in a unique and intense tradition during the annual Thute Dhara or Agnikheli festival at the Katil Sri Durga Parameshwari temple in Mangaluru. As part of the festival, participants throw burning palm fronds at one another in a display of devotion and ritualistic fervor. This centuries-old custom is believed to honor the goddess and invoke her blessings. The fiery exchange of palm fronds is not only a significant cultural practice, but also a spectacle that draws large crowds each year. All right, a short break. On the other side, the US Vice President J.D. Vance is slated to meet Prime Minister Modi. And in a while, we are going to get those pictures. Stay with us.
On Mamta missing in Murshidabad. Chief Minister Mamta quiet on anti-Hindu violence in Bengal. Why is Lutyens media calling it an anti-Waqf Act riot? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live. Inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media. Inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications are open. If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
Political storm over executive and judicial overreach. Supreme Court acknowledges national debate on judicial overreach. Big national debate on judicial overreach at 9 p.m. today.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. If your dream job involves a mic, a newsroom, a camera, a breaking story, or just creating content, this is your calling. Republic School of Journalism is accepting applications. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Apply now.
You don't learn journalism in a classroom. You learn it live. Inside a buzzing newsroom, on the field, and in the studio. At Republic School of Journalism, we train the future of media. Inside Asia's largest integrated newsroom. Learn live. Apply now to RSJ. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started with the 6 agenda story settings that have made the headlines today. Starting first up, in Bengaluru, an IAF officer and his wife have been brutally attacked and tortured. The accused has been arrested, but this case raises concern on how safe are we on the streets. In another shocker from Bengaluru, Karnataka's former DGP was murdered on a dining table by his schizophrenic wife, and the details of the case will send shiver down your spine. Meanwhile, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has stirred a massive controversy after he questioned the judiciary. The BJP has now tweeted a decade-old video of Indira Gandhi and reminded the Congress party specifically to not forget their past. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi has done it yet again. On foreign soil, he has casted doubts on the Election Commission, and this has the BJP up in arms against the Congress. And while Rahul Gandhi is making headlines in the United States, Trump's deputy is making headlines here in India as he is on a 4-day visit and is all slated to meet the Prime Minister today in the evening. And finally, a tribute to Pope Francis. Vatican has confirmed that Pope is no more and his death comes after prolonged illness. So these are the 6 stories that we will be getting to you on this edition, starting first up with the top story. Ladies and gentlemen, and an Indian Air Force wing commander sustained serious injuries when he and his wife Madhumita were allegedly attacked by a group of men in Bengaluru. Now, in a social media post, the wing commander with a bloodied face shared his experience. He said the incident happened when his wife was driving him to the airport from the DRDO colony in CV Ramanagar in Bengaluru. He said a bike came from behind, stopped in front of this car and started abusing him. On your screen right now are the visuals of the accused. The IAF officer said that when the attacker tried to damage his car, the officer attempted to stop him. But the attacker assaulted him again, hitting him on the head. Here is the chilling testimony of the IAF officer.
One bike came from behind, stopped in between, stopped our way. I will show you the video of my dash cam also. He came out, started abusing me in Kannada, and then seeing that my car has a DRDO sticker, he says that you be DRDO people, and says many things in Kannada, and finally she abused my wife, and then I couldn't bear it. When I was coming outside, immediately he took his key in his hand and hit me on my head, taking my blood out. I stood there shouting that this is how you people defend whom we defend. Treat a person from the army, from Air Force or from Navy, from the defense forces. More people came surprisingly and started abusing us that we are doing wrong things. That person, he took his stone out, started trying to hit my car. I trying to stop, he hit me on my head again. Here you can see the blood and see my condition. My wife was there, thankfully, to take me out, come in the car. We went to the police station. Presently no response. We will see it further. We are going to the hospital as per them. But this is what Karnataka has become. I believed in Kannada. But seeing the truth, the reality of main heartland Karnataka, I couldn't believe it. God help us. God gave me the power not to retaliate. Tomorrow, if law and order doesn't help me, I will retaliate. And then these people will have it. Please help me.
Moving on to other stories that we're tracking now, this is another shocking incident that has come to light from the state of Karnataka. Karnataka's former Director General of Police, Om Prakash, 68 years of age, was found dead with multiple stab injuries at his residence in Bengaluru, and this happened on Sunday. Now, the former DGP's wife, Pallavi, was detained later in the evening and was being questioned. On your screen are the visuals of the weapon that was used to murder the former DGP of Karnataka. Republic learns that the murder took place on the dining table, where after a heated argument, the wife stabbed her husband. Now we learn that the ex-top cop's son, Kartikesh, raised suspicions about his mother's involvement in the murder, claiming that she had repeatedly threatened to kill her husband in the days leading up to his death. The family disclosed that Pallavi had long been struggling with depression and anxiety, often becoming delusional and imagining threats. Here's a detailed report on all that you need to know about the grisly murder that took place in the state of Karnataka.
In a chilling turn of events, former Karnataka Director General of Police Om Prakash was found brutally murdered at his Bengaluru residence on Sunday afternoon. The 72-year-old was discovered lying in a pool of blood in the dining area, with multiple stab wounds believed to have been inflicted with a sharp weapon. Shockingly, the murder unfolded while he was in the middle of lunch. The murder weapon has been recovered. Om Prakash had just sat down to eat with two varieties of fish on his plate when an argument reportedly broke out with his wife Pallavi. What followed was a brutal assault. Pallavi allegedly stabbed him 8 to 10 times with 4 to 5 stab wounds, specifically in the abdominal area, causing heavy bleeding and killing him on the spot. The scene was grim. His lunch plate lay untouched near his body, a silent witness to the horrifying act. The remorseless wife stood by watching Om Prakash struggle for about 15 to 20 minutes before breathing his last. After committing the murder, Pallavi and the daughter Kruti reportedly went upstairs to their rooms. Hours later, in a sensational twist, Pallavi herself called the police and confessed to the crime. Meanwhile, VIP security inspector revealed about the last call made by the former DGP. After assuring the security personnel of meeting him, the DGP was later allegedly heard saying that his wife is at home, urging the VIP security inspector to avoid visiting him.
ಥರ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು ಸರ್. ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಸರ್ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಬೇಡ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಅಂದರು. ಸರ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಬೇಡ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್, ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬೇಡ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ನನಗೆ ಆವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಒಂದು 2 ಮಂತ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂಥರ ಬೇಸರ ಆಯ್ತು ನನಗೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು SI ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ, ಸಬ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ನಿಕಟಪೂರ್ವವಾಗಿದ್ದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಂಗಂತ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಆವಾಗಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆತ್ಮೀಯನಾಗಿದೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದೆ, ಶವ ನೋಡಿದೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಲೆಫ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವೇನು ಉಸಿರಾಡ್ತೀವೋ ಆ ನರಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಚೂಪಾದ ಆಯುಧದಿಂದ ತಿಳಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಅದು ನೋಡಿ ಭಾಳ ಇದಾಯಿತು. ಆ ತಾಯಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಬೀಭತ್ಸವಾಗಿ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Meanwhile, the former DGP's son, Kartikesh, filed a complaint stating that his mother, Pallavi, had been threatening to kill his father, Om Prakash, for the past week, prompting him to seek refuge at his sister's home. Kartikesh also alleged that his sister, Kruti, forcibly brought his father back home against his will, where he was later found brutally injured with a knife and a broken bottle beside his body. The Karnataka Home Minister has also spoken about the chilling murder case. Listen in.
Om Prakash has been murdered, they say by his own wife, but the investigation is on. Until and unless we get the report, the investigation report, we cannot conclude anything. The investigation is on. They are looking at various aspects. Once the report is with us, then we can say how the murder has been done and so on.
The police are currently grilling Pallavi and Kruti with legal action expected. The shocking murder of former DGP Om Prakash has left the community in disbelief as authorities work to uncover the motive behind the murder.
Now, amid the political row over BJP Member of Parliament Nishikant Dube's recent criticism of the Supreme Court, the BJP has shared a decade-old video of the former Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, questioning the Indian judiciary system. Now, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya posted a clip from an interview on X saying, Indira Gandhi, the Congress must know its own past. In the video, Indira Gandhi could be heard questioning a top court judge's competence to assess political dynamics and economic threats. Now, the video dates back to Indira Gandhi's response to the Shah Commission that was set up in the year 1977 to probe the excesses during the emergency. Headed by Justice J.C. Shah then, the commission had criticized the concentration of the power under her leadership and investigated issues like censorship, police brutality and forced sterilization drives. Here's that video that the BJP shared of the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi.
How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power? How does Mr. Shah know what is happening in the political world? What are the forces at work which want to destroy a developing economy? Is a judge competent to decide that? Then why have democracy? Why have elections? Why have political people in power?
Now, it was just last week when the BJP Member of Parliament Nishikant Dube stirred a controversy by saying that if the top court continues to act like a legislative body, then the Parliament should not exist in the country in the first place. The comment has triggered criticism from the opposition, with the BJP distancing itself from the comments. Listen to what BJP MP Nishikant Dube had to say earlier this week.
उस पार्लियामेंट को आप डिक्टेट करेंगे? 5 जज बेंच की, जो मैं आपको बताऊं कि नज़ीर की एक जजमेंट है, 1942 की प्रिवी काउंसिल की जजमेंट है, उसमें यह कहा गया कि जहां कानून नहीं लिखा हुआ है उसके बारे में यदि प्रीवी काउंसिल या सुप्रीम कोर्ट कोई जजमेंट देती है तो बात समझ में आती है। यहाँ पूरा जजमेंट लिखा हुआ है कि राष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, उपराष्ट्रपति का क्या अधिकार है, प्रधानमंत्री का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे पार्लियामेंट का क्या अधिकार है, हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट का क्या अधिकार है, हाई कोर्ट का अधिकार है। जब सब कुछ लिखत पढ़त में है तो तुम नया कानून कैसे बना दिया? 3 महीना कहाँ से लेके आ गए कि राष्ट्रपति को 3 महीने के अंदर फैसला करना है? ये किस कानून में लिखा हुआ है? इसका मतलब ये है कि आप इस देश को एनार्की की तरफ ले जाना चाहते हो, और एनार्की जो है इस देश में बर्दाश्त नहीं होगी। जब नया कानून आएगा, जब नया पार्लियामेंट बैठेगा, इसके ऊपर विस्तृत चर्चा होगी। इस देश में धार्मिक युद्ध भड़काने के लिए केवल और केवल सुप्रीम कोर्ट जिम्मेवार है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एकमात्र उद्देश्य है, शो मी द फेस विल शो यू द लॉ। सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपनी सीमा से बाहर जा रहा है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की सीमा ये है कि भारत का संविधान जिस कानून को बनाया उस कानून की उसको व्याख्या करनी है, और यदि वो व्याख्या नहीं कर सकती है और सब कुछ के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना है तो इस संसद का कोई मतलब नहीं है, विधानसभा का कोई मतलब नहीं है, उसको बंद कर